unwrapped the gifts, his chest feeling light. Even with Marcus gone, sitting together like this felt like healing. Janet placed a silly hat on their mom's head, and everyone burst out laughing. His father smiled, pretending to complain about the taste of some foreign candy. It was quiet, and it was peace. Dayo let himself enjoy it. Then evening came. The new episode of Global Sound was about to air. The entire family gathered around to watch it together. Dayo sat at the edge of the couch, quiet, curious, but ready. The show began. Stage lights, cheering fans, the announcer's voice. Everything seemed normal. Then came the behind-the-scenes clips. Dayo's interview appeared briefly, just a few seconds of him saying, "Music is my way to speak when words don't work." Then it cut away. His mother frowned. "That's all they showed of you?" "Yeah," Dayo said slowly. "We talked for 10 minutes. They cut almost everything." Then came the performances. Dayo leaned forward, knowing every beat of what he had done that night. But on TV, his song was shorter, much shorter. The broadcast stopped before the most emotional part, switching suddenly to another contestant. Even Jeffrey noticed. "Wait, that's it." His dad frowned. "That can't be right." Janet shook her head. "They cut your song." Dayo stayed quiet, his hands clasped together. He felt it. That quiet, cold kind of anger. Not loud, not dramatic, just steady. He forced a smile so his family wouldn't notice. "Hey, don't worry about it," he said lightly. "I've already been disqualified. No point stressing over it." His mother looked at him with concern. "Are you sure, Dayo?" He laughed softly. "Of course, Mom. Don't worry." He brushed it off and went to play with his siblings. But deep down, he knew something wasn't right. Later that night, after dinner, Dayo sat alone in his room, scrolling through his phone. The show had ended hours ago, but his mind wasn't at peace. The edit bothered him badly. Then his phone rang. Valerie. He picked up immediately. "Hey, Val. You saw the show?" Her voice came through, calm but tense. "Yeah, I did. But that's not why I called. I just got something strange in my inbox." Dayo frowned. "What is it?" "It's a video," she said slowly. "Someone sent it anonymously. It's labeled Original Edit, Dayo Performance." He sat up straight. "Wait. What do you mean, original edit?" "I mean it's the full version of your performance. Before they re-edit it for TV. It's completely different. The song runs to the end. No fade, no cut. Even your speech before the last line is still there." Dayo was silent for a moment, taking it in. "You're sure it's real?" "Who was the sender?" "Yes." The sender didn't leave a name or note. Just the file. He gave a small, knowing smile. Then whoever sent it knew what was going on. He paused, then said one word, "Post it." Valerie sighed. "Dayo, if we post this, it'll cause trouble. You're dealing with Michael and powerful people. They'll come for you." He leaned back, calm. "Val, after what happened yesterday, there's no reconciling with Michael anymore. That bridge is gone. I'm not doing this to fight him. I'm doing it to show the truth and survive." She went quiet for a few seconds, then asked softly, "So, what do you want me to do?" "Post it," he said again. "Put it together with the song. Let people see what really happened." She hesitated. "Are you sure?" He nodded. "That's why the person sent it. They wanted it out there to help me, so just do it." "Okay," she said finally. "I'll handle it." But instead of posting it herself, Valerie passed the video to one of her trusted contacts, a small entertainment page with just enough following to spread it quietly. Within an hour of upload, the video exploded. The caption read, "The performance they didn't want you to see. Here's the full, uncut version of Dayo's emotional performance before the Global Sound producers trimmed it for broadcast. Hashtag Justice for Dayo, hashtag uncut performance." At first, people clicked out of curiosity, but after watching, they were stunned. The crowd cheers, the missing verse, the raw emotion, everything was there. Comment section. "This is the real performance. Why would they cut this? He poured his heart out, and they just edited it away?" You can see the audience crying. How could they hide that? "OMG, this hits hard, broken heart. I always knew something was off about his disqualification. They're trying to bury his light. I don't get the hype. Maybe it was cut for time." "Calm down. Nah, bro, they edited out the entire message. That's not cut for time. People just like drama. The show probably had its reasons. Even if they had reasons, this version feels real. You can't fake that emotion." Within 2 hours, the full video passed 5 million views. Then came the second wave, the song itself. Dayo uploaded it on his own page, writing simply, "This song is dedicated to every soldier who gave their life in service. To my uncle, Marcus, and to all who never made it home." He added the streaming link and hit post. Within minutes, his comment section flooded. Fans cried. Soldiers reposted. Even people who had never heard of him before wrote about how the song made them emotional. Music blogs picked it up. News outlets began reporting that Global Sound allegedly cut sensitive and emotional content from his performance. The production team tried to control the spread, but it was too late. The truth was already everywhere. And far away, in her quiet office, Alice watched the trending video on her computer. She didn't say a word. She just smiled faintly and whispered, "You deserve this, kid." Chapter 101, Regional Artist. Within the first hour of upload, the song did numbers no one saw coming. Spotify showed 1.8 million streams in 60 minutes. Apple Music hit 900,000. Audiomack crossed 2.4 million plays. YouTube views for the full performance clip hit 3.6 million in the first hour. By the second hour, the song had entered global trending charts, sitting at number 7 worldwide and number 1 in several countries, including the US and Canada. Clips from the performance spread like wildfire. TikTok edits, fan reactions, soldiers saluting, families crying. Everyone had something to say. Big music pages that usually ignored the competition began reposting it with catchy lines like, "They cut him. We found the full performance." This wasn't just a performance. It was a message. They tried to silence him. The world made him louder. People shared the link with short captions. One example caption that went viral read, "Full, uncut performance. Watch. Then tell me why they cut this from TV." Everywhere you turned online, it was Dayo. His face, his voice, his song. This showed one thing. You can try to bury the truth, but what belongs to the world will find light. The production department tried to suppress the spread. They pushed clips down, asked partners to limit the broadcast, and tried to block reposts. The algorithm didn't bend this time. People kept sharing. More and more accounts picked it up. Not everyone believed it at first. Some posts tried to debunk the leak as staged or fake. "This looks edited. Why would the show cut it? Clickbait. Someone's trying to make a martyr. Slow down. Proof or nah? Where's the full file source?" Others defended Dayo hard. "This is the real performance. Why did they cut it? He sang from the heart. This was beautiful." They're trying to bury him. In less than 2 hours, the full video hit over 5 million views. The first day went even bigger. First 24 hours, rough totals. YouTube, full clip 18.2 million views. Spotify, 12.4 million streams. Apple Music, 6.2 million streams. Audiomack, 8.1 million plays. TikTok edits and short clips, 42 million views across posts. His monthly listeners on Spotify jumped fast. Before the song, he had about 12.1 million monthly listeners. After the upload and the viral spread, that number climbed to 18.5 million monthly listeners within a day. Somewhere across the city, Michael sat in his high office staring at his phone. The uncut video kept playing. The view counter kept jumping. A muscle in his jaw tightened. "What the hell?" he muttered. This was not supposed to happen. He dialed Howard, the director. "Howard, what's going on?" His voice was low and sharp. On the other end, Howard sounded nervous. "Sir, we're as surprised as you are. The video came from an anonymous upload. It's spreading faster than we can manage." Michael's tone hardened. "You told me you handled it." "I said reduce his exposure, not give him free publicity." "We did, sir. But the internet." "Don't tell me about the internet," Michael snapped. "You should have predicted this. I can't afford this kind of mess right now." There was a pause. Michael's voice went colder. "Find the source. Now. There is a rat in your system. Flush that person out. If you know who sent it, get them to me. If you don't, find them. I want names. I want actions." Howard swallowed. "Yes, sir. We'll check servers, user logs, uploads. We'll find the leak." Michael ended the call and slammed his palm on the desk once. Not hard, but loud enough. "Unbelievable," he muttered. He rubbed his face and stared at the ceiling. "You just don't stay down, do you, Dayo?" After a moment, he laughed without humor. "Fine. Let's see how long this lasts." He called his assistant. "Clara, my office now." Dayo sat with his phone. The achievement pop-up blinked on his screen. Ding. Achievement unlocked. Regional Artist, Level 6. Reward. Creative Surge Boost plus Influence Expansion. Creative focus and output speed increased by 300% for 14 days. Expands fan reach from regional to national level. Plus 25% media traction and chart presence. He froze. A smile crept up his face. Joy filled him. A quiet, steady joy he hadn't felt in days. Ding. Stats updated. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 20. Status, Regional Artist, Level 6. Singing Level, A. Writing Level, S. Acting Skill, C. Visual. Instruments. Guitar, SS+. Flute, A+. Piano, S. Violin, A. Music Production, SSS+. Video Editing, A. Potential, SSS+. Skills. Prodigy's Instinct. Status Viewer. Perfect Match. Trend Insight. Archive Vault. Cards. Global Spotlight card doubles exposure/reach of next. Release, 7 days. System Level, 2. Active Effects, from Mission 3 Skill Upgrade, applied to stats above. Special Endorsement Buff. Active, plus 5% reputation gain, plus 5% higher chance top brands approach. Dayo smiled. The new status meant people would see him more. That could be a shield. He also knew trouble would come. Fame would make him a target. But it also gave him strength to push back. His phone kept buzzing as notifications came in. He opened his social accounts. TikTok, for million-plus uploads reach, 21.2 M followers. Instagram, 2 million-plus reach, 13.7 M followers. X/Twitter, 1.5 million-plus reach, 6.2 M followers. The numbers were growing by the minute. The tension inside the production office was thick. Everyone sat stiff, waiting for Howard to speak. He placed both hands on the table and scanned the room. His voice came low and heavy. Michael is furious. That video didn't come from our broadcast servers. It came from inside this department, which means the leak came from one of us. He paused, his eyes moving slowly across every face. We've narrowed the list. Only the top-ranked editors and managers had access to that footage. That's 8 of you. A murmur went around the table. No one dared to speak. Howard straightened up. You have until tonight to give me a name. Michael wants results. If this isn't handled, the entire department could be replaced. I'm not covering for anyone. If you know something, speak up now. The room went completely silent. The only sound was the faint hum of the air conditioner. Alice's assistant, seated beside her, flinched slightly. His hands trembled under the table. He knew. He knew exactly who had sent that video, and it terrified him. Alice glanced at him from the corner of her eye, calm and unreadable. When he turned nervously toward her, she gave a soft, controlled smile. Relax, she whispered under her breath. You're shaking too much. He swallowed and nodded quickly, eyes fixed on the table. Howard's voice rose again. If I find out that anyone here is hiding something, I promise you won't like what happens next. One by one, people left the room quietly, pretending to look busy. Alice stayed seated until the room was nearly empty. Then she stood, brushed her hair back, and gave her assistant a light tap on the shoulder. Go on, she said softly. Don't worry. Everything's fine. Her assistant nodded again, but the fear on his face said otherwise. As they walked out, Alice's expression didn't change. Calm, focused, the look of someone who knew exactly what she had done and wasn't sorry for it. Chapter 102, Lay to Rest. The sky was heavy that morning. Clouds pressed low over New York, turning everything gray and quiet. Nobody said much in the house. Even the sound of the kettle felt too loud. Today was the day Uncle Marcus's body would be taken to Washington for the official burial. Dayo woke before everyone. He made breakfast like he always did, bread, eggs, tea. Then quietly set the table. When his mother came out, her eyes were red but calm. His father looked tired, just staring into his cup for a long time before taking a sip. They drove to Washington with the windows half down, the cold air carrying the sound of their breathing. When they arrived, the place was already filled. Rows of white chairs, flags at half-mast, soldiers in perfect lines, families dressed in black. The silence carried weight. Dayo stood beside his parents as the ceremony began. The folded flags, the slow steps of the guards, the echo of gunfire, every sound cut through the air. Halfway through, a tall man in a dark suit walked to the podium. Cameras turned slightly. His face was familiar. Senator Reeves, a senior government official representing the president. He spoke with a calm, steady tone. On behalf of the president and the people of this nation, he said, we honor the brave men and women who stood when duty called. Their courage reminds us of who we are and what we must never forget. When the senator finished, he paused, as if deciding something, then signaled to the sound crew. Please, he said, play the song that was requested by the families. A soft piano began. The crowd fell completely silent. It was Dayo's song, the one he had released days earlier for Marcus. The moment his voice filled the speakers, the air changed. It was simple, just words and melody, but every note carried weight. Mothers wept quietly. Soldiers bowed their heads. Even the senator's expression shifted, his hands folded as he listened. Dayo stood still, barely breathing. He hadn't expected to hear it here, not like this. His mother's hand found his, and he felt it tremble. When the song ended, the senator walked down from the stage and approached them directly. Cameras followed. He reached out to shake Dayo's father's hand first. The president sends his condolences, he said softly. Your family has given this country more than most ever will. Your brother was a good man. Thank you, Mr. Senator. Haha, not at all, Mr. Jason. I also know that you served very well, just like your brother. Thank you for your service. Dayo's dad hummed, trying to keep his composure and other not to cry. He turned to Dayo. And you wrote this? Dayo nodded. Yes, sir, I did. It's rare, the senator said, his voice low but clear. A song that reminds people why they serve. Keep doing what you do, son. The world needs that. He gave a small, respectful nod, then placed a card on Dayo's hand unexpectedly and walked away. Reporters whispered, taking pictures. The moment felt unreal, both painful and honorable. A soldier nearby recorded the entire exchange on his phone. Later that evening, the clip hit the internet. Senator Reeves consoles fallen soldier's family as nephew's tribute song plays at funeral. Within hours, it was everywhere. News sites, TikTok, Twitter. The video had millions of views before midnight. Clara watched the video twice before deciding to send it. Her fingers hovered over the phone for a moment. Then she forwarded it straight to Michael and waited. Minutes later, from behind his office door, she heard a dull thud, the sound of something dropped on the desk. Get in here, his voice said. She stepped inside carefully. Michael was staring at the screen, his brows pulled together. The clip paused at the exact moment Senator Reeves shook Dayo's hand. No words came out for a while. He just sat there, thinking, eyes moving between the senator's face and Dayo's. Finally, he leaned back. You know what this means, right? He said quietly. Clara stayed silent. It means we can't touch him, he muttered. Not now. He pressed play again. The short moment where Reeves handed Dayo his card replayed on the screen. The gesture was simple, polite, but to Michael, it was loud, powerful. Michael was no fool. He had been in the industry long enough to where the real-world power lays. Although he had a bit of power, but that was within the industry, and the person speaking with Dayo was tier above him, and he knew few politicians, but not to that level that reached this person. These kinds of people, he said, half to himself. You don't want their names anywhere near a scandal. If that man even sneezes the wrong way, it makes headlines. He rubbed his temples slowly, then stood up and walked toward the window. It looks like that brat just got himself protection he didn't even ask for. He turned back to Clara. Forget what I said earlier. Pull back everything we planned. No calls, no reports, no follow-ups. For now, he's off limits. Clara nodded quickly. Yes, sir. Michael stared out the window again. The city lights reflected in his eyes, sharp and restless. Let him have his little moment, he said under his breath. When the noise dies down, we'll see who's still standing. He said nothing else, just stood there, silent, the faint sound of the city below mixing with his thoughts. But only time will tell if Michael made a huge mistake letting Dayo see this little piece or not. The meeting room felt colder than usual. The entire production team sat around the long oval table, but no one spoke. The only sound came from the steady hum of the air conditioner above them. Howard stood at the head of the table, hands in his pockets, eyes moving slowly across every face in the room. I've worked with most of you for years, he began. His tone was calm, but the weight behind it was heavy. We've built the global stage together. We know how this show runs, how the system works, and how important discipline is. This program doesn't survive without trust. He paused. No one moved. I understand that emotions can sometimes get in the way, he continued. But in this business, emotions don't mix well with professionalism. What happened recently has cost us credibility, and I mean real credibility. The kind that takes years to earn. His eyes shifted and stopped on Alice. Especially from someone like you, Alice. The room stayed silent. Some people glanced at her. Others kept their eyes down. Alice didn't flinch. She sat there, calm, her hands resting neatly on the table, her expression unreadable. Howard exhaled. You leaked something that was meant to stay within production walls. That single decision could have damaged our entire team. I'm giving you this chance to pack your things and leave quietly. I don't want this to turn into something worse. He hesitated for a moment, then added, I'm doing this because we've known each other for a long time. Don't make me regret giving you the easy way out. Still, Alice didn't move. She simply leaned back in her chair and gave a small, tired laugh. You think I care about your credibility, Howard? She said softly. You think this was about emotions? Howard frowned. You people don't get it, she continued, her tone steady. You can bury talent, you can edit the truth, but one day, the world always sees. You're protecting the wrong people, and you'll all regret it when it comes back around. A few people shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Howard straightened, clearly done. Take your things, he said quietly. You're finished here. Alice stood up slowly. Her assistant looked down, unable to meet her eyes, guilt all over his face. Alice noticed, but didn't say anything. She just smiled faintly, shaking her head. As she reached the door, she stopped and turned slightly. Don't worry, she said. You'll hear my name again. Maybe not soon, but you will. Then she walked out. Howard stood there for a while before pulling out his phone. A new message appeared from Michael. It was short. Michael, it's settled. Howard locked his screen, slipped the phone back into his pocket, and sighed. No one in the room spoke again. He sighed. He was happy Michael didn't react, as it would have pained him cause he had no Alice for a while. Forget the whole charade, they were really close, so the least he could do was shield her from Michael. He muttered, Be safe, Alice. Chapter 103, Album Speed. 2 days had passed since the burial of Uncle Marcus, and Dayo had been expecting some form of retaliation or action from Michael, but none came. This made him uneasy. He had studied Michael's patterns for months and knew the man never left problems unresolved. Michael always acted immediately. A week went by, and still, there was silence. That's when Dayo realized something. Either something had taken Michael's attention away, or something was stopping him from making a move. It didn't take long for Dayo to figure it out. When he did, a bright smile appeared on his face. I am indeed lucky, he said softly. He looked at a framed picture of Marcus on his desk and muttered, even down below, Uncle Marcus, you still find a way to help. He immediately called Valerie and Wayne. He didn't know how long Michael would stay quiet, but he had to use this time wisely, especially now that he was still trending everywhere online. Michael hadn't tried to suppress anything yet, and Dayo knew this was an opportunity he couldn't miss. Valerie picked up the call. Hello, Dayo. Valerie, how's the label handling things? Good so far. We're pushing to sell more albums for Lois, but it's been a bit difficult since she's not here physically. I understand. I'll handle that when I come over. Huh? You're coming over? Valerie sounded surprised. She expected Dayo to lay low because of Michael. Don't worry about that. What I need from you is simple. I want to finish recording my album in the next 2 weeks. 2 what? This time it was Wayne shouting. Yeah, 2 weeks. Dayo, according to our plan, you're featuring no less than 4 artists. If it were only you, maybe, but with others, that's almost impossible. Hee. I like the way you said almost impossible. Keep that in mind. And tell me, have I ever failed you? Dayo didn't wait for an answer. He already knew. His confidence came from the reward he got after reaching regional artist level. Achievement unlocked. Regional artist, level 6. Reward. Creative surge boost plus influence expansion. Creative focus and output speed increased by 300% for 14 days. Expands fan reach from regional to national level, plus 25% media traction and chart presence. It was like the system always knew exactly what he needed. He couldn't help but grin widely. The first reward was straightforward. Everything he worked on would be done at triple the normal speed. What usually took 3 days could now be completed in 1. He had this gift for 2 weeks, and he could already tell how powerful it was. The second reward, however, took him a moment to fully understand. Influence expansion. That meant his visibility, his numbers, and his reach would all increase by 25%. His media traction, followers, and song engagement would rise across every platform. It was like receiving a national spotlight, without even trying. He hadn't activated it yet. He wanted to save it for the perfect moment, when the album dropped. That way, the impact would be massive. Dayo leaned back in his chair, still on the call with Valerie and Wayne. "All right, here's the plan," he said. "From tomorrow, I'll be living in the studio. I'll call in the artists one after another, but first, I want to finish my solo tracks." Wayne sighed. "You're really not joking, are you?" Dayo laughed. "Nope. 2 weeks. That's all I need." Valerie shook her head. "You sound way too confident for someone about to lock himself in a booth." "Confidence is free, Val. Let me use it," Dayo said with a grin. They all laughed, the kind that mixed nerves and excitement. Then the call ended. That evening, Dayo called his family to the living room. His mom and dad were there, Janet and Jeffrey too. He stood with his packed bag beside the couch. His mother frowned. "You're leaving again? You just got back." "I know, Mom," Dayo said softly. "But I need to finish this album. It's my first. It's important." His dad looked at him for a moment and nodded. "You sure you can handle this pace?" "I'll manage," Dayo replied with a small smile. "I might not come home often, so don't worry if I don't call every day. Just know I'm okay." Janet crossed her arms. "You better not forget to eat." Dayo chuckled. "Yes, ma'am." He pinched her nose, making her laugh. Then his mom stepped forward and hugged him tight. "Do your best, son. We're proud of you." He nodded, grabbed his bag, and waved goodbye. The studio became Dayo's world for the next few days. He barely saw daylight. Morning blended into night, and night into the hum of speakers and soft clatter of instruments. He already had 5 songs done, 2 released, 3 recorded during the global stage days. Now, he needed to add 3 more to make it 8. The last 4 would come later, featuring other artists, making 12 tracks in total for his debut album. Recording these new songs felt different. Everything flowed easily. It wasn't just talent. It was the creative surge boost working quietly in the background. When he sat with his guitar, melodies came naturally. When he opened his notepad, the words wrote themselves. Time seemed to slow down for him, yet everything moved fast. Even Wayne noticed. He blinked at the screen. "Bro, what the hell? We're getting clean takes on the first try. This never happens." Dayo smiled slightly. "That's my magic." Wayne scoffed. "Yeah, sure. You and your mystery energy, or whatever." They both laughed, but everyone in the studio could feel it. Something was different. The energy, the pace, the sound, everything was just right. By the end of the second day, Dayo had recorded Heavenly by Callum Scott, his voice carrying the same raw emotion as the original. The song felt heavier now, personal, like a quiet conversation between him and his late uncle. The second was Jealous by Labyrinth. That one hit deeper. The studio went silent as he sang. Even Wayne, usually quick to adjust sound levels, didn't move. Every word felt like confession, heavy, honest, and raw. The last song of the session was Let Her Go by Passenger, stripped down with only guitar and soft background hums. It wasn't loud or grand. It was the kind of song that made you stop whatever you were doing and just listen. When the final playback ended, Wayne leaned back, shaking his head. "This doesn't make sense, man. We planned 3 days, and it's not even 2. You've done all 3. Dayo chuckled. "Guess I'm just in rhythm." But deep down, he knew it wasn't rhythm. It was the system. It was working beyond his expectations. Wayne stood and stretched. "You're crazy, bro. These songs, they're going to be global hits. Sometimes I feel like I want to peek into your head." Dayo laughed. "Haha, I'm sure you do. But don't forget my I.Q. So just let that go." Wayne grinned. All right. But I can't help it anyway." The last note of the Passenger cover echoed softly through the studio before fading out. Dayo leaned back, closed his eyes, and let the silence settle. 8 songs done. 4 left. And if things continued at this pace, he would finish the entire album long before 2 weeks were over. He smiled faintly to himself and whispered, "Let's keep going." Chapter 104. Almost done. The moment Dayo completed the last part of the 3 songs, he collapsed almost instantly on the studio couch, looking like a zombie. Wayne stared at him, completely baffled by how the young man managed to handle such pressure and still produce music that moved everyone in the room to tears. Dayo, I'm now convinced you're not from Earth, Wayne said, shaking his head. You must be an alien or something. How did you pull this off? Just then, Valerie entered the studio with coffee and snacks. She had clearly heard Wayne's last words. Haha, are you just realizing that now? She said with a small laugh. I knew at the moment he showed me the lyrics for Low. She stopped herself quickly, not wanting to bring up Lois again. Dayo shrugged lightly. It's okay, Valerie. There's no need. At least we've gained more than we lost, so don't worry too much about it. Valerie smiled faintly, admiring how calm and understanding Dayo was even after everything. Yeah, she said, changing the subject. Speaking of which, what are the numbers for the album now? Her face brightened as she opened her tablet. Hee hee, so without any signing events or tours, this is what we achieved in 4 weeks. Updated album stats, after 4 weeks. Spotify, 183.4 million streams. Apple Music, 67.8 million streams. YouTube, album tracks plus visuals 188.9 million views. iTunes/Apple Store purchases, 307,000. Physical copies, vinyls and CDs, 312,000. Total equivalent units, 1.14 million units sold. Chart performance, Billboard 200, climbed from number 179, peaked at number 26 in week 3, currently number 38 in week 4. Billboard Global 200, rose from number 102, number 33 peak. Top song, HER, Lois FTJD, now 91.2 million total streams, charted at number 13 Global 200 songs. Dayo looked at the numbers and felt two things at once, happiness and a small ache in his chest. He was proud they had managed to turn things around after Lois left, but it still hurt to think about how much higher the album could have gone if she had been there. He sighed. When he bought the major share of the label, he had planned to offer new contracts to every artist. But his focus shifted when Luna entered the picture, and he completely forgot. Now, he had learned his lesson, and he wasn't going to repeat that mistake. To avoid anything like this from happening again, Dayo said, looking at Valerie, we'll move forward with the new contracts. Anyone who wants to stay can sign. If they think it's too much, they can leave. Valerie nodded slowly. She had expected this. Very well, she said. Once you're done drafting it, send it to me. And don't worry, I'll remind you this time. You're not escaping it. She said the last part seriously, but Wayne and Dayo burst out laughing. Ah, both of you, Valerie groaned, turning red. Fine. I'm taking back my coffee and snacks. Wayne and Dayo shouted at the same time. HHNOO. Sorry. Our bad. The room filled with laughter again. It was rare to see a label this peaceful. No competition, no internal fights, just teamwork. Dayo smiled quietly. Valerie had built something good, something worth keeping. After eating, Dayo waved goodbye. He told them he'd be back tomorrow since he needed to visit home. It had been 2 days since he last saw his family, and Janet hadn't stopped calling him. When Dayo got home that evening, the sound of laughter filled the house. Hey, what's up, family? He said, smiling as he dropped his bag by the door. Janet turned immediately. Bro, finally, you're back. She ran up and hugged him tight. Dayo laughed, hugging her back. Why are you acting like a clingy little Chucky? Janet rolled her eyes. Whatever. I've missed you, okay? Their parents came out from the kitchen, both smiling warmly. His mom said, Welcome home, son. You look tired. I am, Dayo said with a grin. But it feels good to be back. Dinner that night was peaceful. They talked, joked, and laughed. Together. For a while, it felt like everything was normal again. No cameras, no pressure, no noise. Just family. After dinner, Dayo helped clear the table before heading to his room. He lay on his bed and fell asleep almost immediately. When he woke up, the sun had already set. The room was dim, and the soft hum of traffic came from outside. He stretched, grabbed his phone, and decided to call his friends from the competition. He opened the group chat, smiled a little, and started a video call. Yo, what's up? He said as the screen came alive. Minjae appeared first, waving. Hey, it's been ages. Yeah, I miss seeing your face, Misha added, joining in. Emily joined next, smiling tiredly. Look who finally decided to call. Dayo chuckled. Guilty as charged. They talked for a while, just catching up. Then Dayo asked, so how's everything going? The production, interviews, finals? Minjae shrugged. Busy as usual. But, something weird happened. Dayo raised an eyebrow. Weird how? You remember Alice? The production manager? Emily asked. Yeah, I remember her, Dayo said slowly. She got laid off, Misha said. Out of nowhere. Dayo froze. What? Alice? They all nodded. Yeah, we were shocked too, Emily said. No one really knows why. Minjae added. Rumor says it's internal. But you know how secretive they are. Dayo leaned back, his face calm. That's surprising. Tell me about it, Misha said. Anyway, things are quiet now. They're focused on the grand finals. All right, Dayo said. How's the preparation going? Minjae smiled. Crazy intense. They gave us 2 weeks to rest and prep. Everyone's working hard. That's good, Dayo said. Well, may the best man or lady win. Emily laughed. You and your calm confidence. What can I say? Dayo replied, grinning. Old habits. They all laughed again before saying their goodbyes. When the call ended, Dayo sat still for a moment. He looked out the window, his thoughts quiet. Alice. He knew now that she was the one who had sent the video. And though a small part of him felt guilty, he also understood something. She had done what she believed was right. And he had to do the same. Chapter 105, Contract. Alice's POV. The morning breeze hit softly against her face as Alice stood by the roadside, her suitcase by her feet. She had just left the Global Competition Committee. No words. No goodbye. Just silence. It still felt strange, how years of work could end in a few minutes. She sighed and adjusted her bag. A few minutes later, her friend Clara pulled up in a small black car. Get in, Clara said quietly. Alice did, and they drove off without saying a word. The radio played softly in the background until Clara finally broke the silence. So, Clara said, glancing at her. You really did it. You actually sent that video. Alice looked out the window. Yeah. Clara exhaled, shaking her head. I can't believe you, Alice. You knew what would happen. Why risk your entire career like that? Alice smiled faintly. I don't know. Maybe I just wanted to do the right thing. Or maybe. She paused. Maybe what? Clara asked. Alice chuckled under her breath. Maybe I just liked him. Clara turned sharply toward her. Liked him? Alice, he's much younger than you. Alice laughed quietly. I know. It's not like that. It's not love or anything crazy. It's just. She looked down at her hands. There's something about him. The way he talks, the way he carries himself. He doesn't act like a kid. It's like he knows exactly who he is. I don't know why, but I was drawn to that. Clara rolled her eyes. Drawn to him, huh? Sounds like someone's catching feelings. Alice smirked. Maybe. Or maybe not. They both laughed a little before the silence returned, softer this time. So, Clara asked, what now? You're out. No job, no plan. What are you going to do? Alice leaned back, thinking. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe I'll rest for a while. I've worked for so long. Maybe I've reached what I'd call success. I just want peace for now. Clara shook her head. Yeah, right. I know you, Alice. You'll get bored in 2 days. You can't just stay still. Alice smiled lightly. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'll start something new. I don't know what yet, but I'll figure it out. Clara nodded, smiling. That's the Alice I know. Alice looked out the window as they drove past tall buildings, her reflection faint against the glass. Somewhere deep inside, she felt calm, maybe for the first time in years. Urich's POV. Urich sat alone in the living room, staring blankly at the TV that wasn't even on. His elbows rested on his knees, fingers interlocked. He'd been quiet since morning. Too quiet. His wife, Marcia, walked in with 2 cups of tea. She handed one to him and sat beside him. You've been sitting there for hours. What's going on? He forced a smile. Nothing. I'm fine. She frowned. No, you're not. I can tell. You've been like this since yesterday. Talk to me. Urich sighed. I don't know. I guess I'm just not used to staying at home. I keep thinking too much when I sit still. Marcia smiled softly. Then don't sit still. Find something to do. Go for a walk. Or take that little project you've been postponing. He nodded slowly. Maybe I should. I just hate feeling useless. Marcia leaned closer. You're not useless. You just need time to breathe. Maybe this is life telling you to slow down for a bit. Before Urich could reply, small footsteps echoed from the hallway. Their daughter ran in, clutching a small stuffed bear. Daddy, she shouted, jumping into his lap. Yurik laughed for the first time that day, hugging her tightly. "Hey, princess." The little girl giggled and kissed his cheek. "You look sad. Did you miss me?" He smiled. "Of course I did. You're my favorite person." Marcia stood by the doorway, arms crossed but smiling. "Oh, so I'm not your favorite anymore." Yurik chuckled. "You both are. Equal favorites." The girl laughed again and ran back toward her toys. Marcia looked at her husband. "See? She misses your smile." "We all do." He nodded quietly. "Yeah, I guess I've been too deep in my head lately." She touched his shoulder gently. "Whatever's bothering you, don't let it eat you up. Handle it when the time is right." Yurik's eyes darkened slightly, thoughtful. "Oh, I will," he said calmly. "When the time's right, I'll handle everything." Asterisk. Dayo waved his family goodbye as he walked out of the home to enter his car to the studio. Upon arriving at the studio, Wayne and Valerie were already waiting for him. "So, Valerie, have you drafted the contract as planned?" Valerie nodded as she handed Dayo a contract paper. JD record label, artist agreement. This agreement is entered into on this ___ day of 20 between JD record label, represented by its founder and chief producer, Dayo Johnson, hereinafter referred to as the label, and hereinafter referred to as the artist. 1. Purpose of agreement. This agreement outlines the professional relationship between the label and the artist for the purpose of producing, promoting, and distributing the artist's musical works under JD record label. 2. Term of contract. The artist agrees to remain under JD record label for a minimum period of 2 years from the date of signing, unless otherwise released by the label. Should the artist wish to terminate this contract, a written notice of at least one month must be given prior to departure. The label reserves the right to deny or accept early termination based on project status, pending releases, or mutual agreement. 3. Rights and ownership. All songs, compositions, and recordings produced under JD record label are the intellectual property of the label, unless otherwise negotiated in writing. The artist shall retain performance and appearance rights, but must obtain written permission from the label before performing, licensing, or reproducing any JD-produced song outside official JD events or partnerships. The label reserves exclusive rights to distribute, publish, and monetize all works created during the term of this agreement. 4. Creative support. The label, through Dayo Johnson, will provide full production and creative support for the artist's musical works. In cases where the artist is unable to create or complete a song, the label, via Dayo Johnson, shall have the right to compose, write, or assign a song for the artist to perform. The artist agrees to perform assigned songs in good faith and in line with the label's creative direction. 5. Financial terms. Revenue from sales, streaming, licensing, and performances will be shared as follows unless otherwise stated in a specific project agreement. Artist, 40%. Label, JD record label 60%. Production costs, marketing expenses, and collaborations arranged by the label shall be deducted prior to revenue sharing. 6. Obligations of the artist. The artist agrees to promote their music in good faith and participate in events, promotions, or interviews organized by JD record label. The artist shall not sign or collaborate with another record label or management group without prior written consent from JD record label. The artist must uphold a professional image consistent with the label's reputation. 7. Obligations of the label. The label shall provide production, recording space, marketing, and promotion for the artist's works. The label shall offer reasonable creative freedom while maintaining final approval over production quality and release strategy. The label shall act in the best interest of the artist, offering guidance and career development opportunities. 8. Termination by the label. The label reserves the right to terminate this contract in cases of breach of agreement, misconduct, defamation, or action harmful to JD record label's image, failure to meet creative or contractual obligations after repeated notice. 9. Confidentiality. Both parties agree to keep all production, contract, and label-related information confidential. Breach of confidentiality may result in legal or financial action. 10. Amendment. This agreement may only be amended in writing, with the consent of both parties. 11. Governing law. This agreement shall be governed by and construed in accordance with the laws applicable within the jurisdiction of JD Record Label's primary operating region. Signed and agreed. Artist signature. Date. Dayo Johnson, founder/CEO, JD Record Label. Date. Chapter 106. Leave if you want. Dayo flipped through the pages of the contract slowly, scanning every line. When he got to the end, he nodded in approval. Very good, he said quietly. He leaned back on the chair, still holding the document. The way Lois had left the label still stung, but it had also opened his eyes. It wasn't just about music anymore, it was business. He wasn't going to leave any loophole for anyone to exploit again. This one, he said, looking at Valerie and Wayne, covers everything. No surprises this time. If they want to leave, fine, but not without notice. No more last-minute drama. Wayne chuckled. You're learning fast, boss. Dayo gave a small smile. I had a good teacher, he said, glancing at Valerie. She smiled and nodded. All right then, let's move. The three of them walked into the meeting room. Four artists were seated around a long table. 3 male, 1 female. They stood up slightly as Dayo entered, then sat back down. Good afternoon, everyone, Dayo said as he sat. I'm sure you've all been informed about what today is about. They nodded. Good, he continued. So here's the thing, we're re-signing contracts. And before you say anything, let me explain why. He paused for a moment, then continued calmly. I'm sure you all saw what happened with Lois. You also saw the album we released for her. It's still doing well on the Billboard charts, sitting somewhere around number 26 or 33, even after weeks. That tells you the kind of work we put in here. The artists nodded, quietly listening. I have songs like that in my catalog, Dayo said, tapping the table lightly. Songs that can take you to that level, or higher. But I can't give my time and effort if I'm not sure you'll stay. This new contract isn't to trap anyone. It's to protect what we build together. He looked around at their faces. If at any point you want to leave, that's fine. You just need to give me at least a month's notice before you do. That's fair. But as long as you're here, I'll make sure you grow. You'll get the best songs, the best production, and the full support of JD Record Label. The room was quiet for a moment. Then Dayo gestured toward the folder Valerie was holding. Here are the contracts. Take your time to read them. No rush. Decide if you want to sign or not. He stood up slowly, placing both hands on the table. I just wanted you to understand why I'm doing this. It's not about control, it's about commitment. He looked at each of them again, his voice steady. We've worked too hard to build something strong. Let's keep it that way. He nodded to Valerie and Wayne. All right, let's get started. The room went quiet as the artists reached for the contract papers. Dayo leaned back in his seat, watching their faces as they began to read. There were 4 of them. Leo, tall and calm, always thoughtful before speaking. Marcus, the outspoken one who always had an opinion. Trent, quiet and serious, usually kept to himself. And Rhea, the only lady among them. Confident, focused, and ambitious. They all flipped through the pages. The room stayed silent except for the sound of paper turning. After about 5 minutes, Rhea looked up. I'm ready to sign, she said simply. Wayne blinked. Already? She nodded. Yes, I've read it. It's clear enough. And I don't see any problem. Dayo raised an eyebrow. You sure about that? You can take more time if you want. Rhea smiled a little. No need. I know what I want. Since I came to this label, I've been treated with respect. You all believed in me when no one else did. And I've seen what happened with Lois, how fast she grew, the exposure, the songs, the support. That tells me everything I need to know. Wayne exchanged a look with Valerie. Dayo leaned forward slightly, then nodded. All right then, if you're sure. Rhea took the pen, signed, and slid the contract across the table. Dayo picked it up, scanned her signature, and smiled faintly. Good. Since you're the first to sign, you'll be our main focus for the next rollout. I hope you're ready for what comes with that. Rhea grinned. I've been ready. The others looked at her quietly. There was a hint of admiration and pressure. Leo, who had been reading carefully all this while, leaned back and crossed his arms. "It's a fair deal," he said slowly. "A bit tight, but fair." Then Marcus sighed loudly and dropped his pen on the table. "I don't know, man. Some of these terms are restrictive, like the 1-month notice before leaving. What if something happens and I need to go sooner?" Dayo looked at him calmly. "Then you'll talk to me directly. But the rule stays. That clause isn't changing." Marcus frowned. "But don't you think it's a bit too much control? Like—" "Marcus," Dayo interrupted, his tone flat but calm. "Look at the contract again." Marcus hesitated. "Read it again," Dayo said slowly. "You'll see that nothing in there takes away your freedom. It just makes sure no one walks out overnight and leaves a mess behind. I'm not changing a letter from that contract. Either you accept it or you leave." The room went silent. Everyone could feel the tension. Marcus clenched his jaw. "Fine," he muttered. "Then maybe it's not for me." Dayo nodded once. "All right. Valerie, prepare his release papers. He's out." Valerie gave a small nod and quietly began noting it down. Wayne glanced at Marcus, who looked frustrated but didn't say another word. He just got up, picked his jacket, and walked out. The door closed softly. The silence stayed for a few seconds before Trent spoke. "I'll sign," he said simply. Dayo turned to him. "You're sure?" Trent nodded. "Yeah, I've got no reason not to. This label gave me my first real shot. If there are rules, I'll respect them. It's business." He signed neatly, pushed the paper forward, and leaned back. Dayo smiled lightly. Smart choice. Finally, Leo was the only one left. He kept his pen on the paper but didn't move. "I respect what you're building," he said slowly. "But I don't think this is for me. Not yet. I want to grow on my own a bit more before locking myself down again." Dayo didn't look angry. He just nodded. "That's fair. I appreciate the honesty." Leo stood up and extended his hand. Dayo shook it firmly. "Best of luck, man," Dayo said. "You're good at what you do. Keep pushing." "Thanks," Leo replied with a small smile. "And I mean it. No hard feelings." He left the room quietly, leaving Rhea and Trent behind. Dayo looked at the two remaining artists. "All right then. You two, congratulations. You're now officially under JD record label. And I promise, your effort won't go unnoticed." Rhea smiled proudly. Trent nodded respectfully. Wayne clapped his hands together. "All right, let's get you both started. We've got a long road ahead." As the meeting ended, Dayo looked at the signed contracts on the table. 2 signatures. 2 loyal artists. It wasn't about the numbers. It was about commitment. He leaned back, satisfied. "Good," he said quietly. "This time, we build it right. So I'm sure. You all know I've been recording my first album," Dayo said, looking at them. "I've written songs for each of you to feature on, if you had accepted the contract. Since you did, good. Here are your songs. Get ready. Recording starts tomorrow." Both of them looked surprised but happy. They nodded and took the song sheets from him. "Thank you, sir," they said almost at the same time. They smiled, bowed slightly, and left the hall. Dayo turned to Wayne. "All right, that's settled. Let's get started on production." Wayne groaned dramatically. "Ugh, Dayo, you'll be the end of me." Dayo smirked. "Careful. Seems like you don't want to work here anymore. Remember, I'm your boss." Yeah. "Yes, boss," Wayne replied, raising his hands in mock surrender. They both laughed, Valerie joining in from the side as the tension in the room faded. Chapter 107, 90%. The moment the meeting ended, Dayo walked toward the studio area. Sitting there was someone very close to him, someone who had been part of his journey for a while now. He had a strange smile on his face, but he stayed calm, trying not to show how happy he was. "Good morning, Mrs. Luna. I hope we didn't keep you waiting too long," Dayo asked in the most professional tone he could manage. Luna sat on the couch with a neutral expression. If anyone looked closer, they'd see the small smirk she was trying hard to hide. "Morning to you too," she said. "Not at all. I just got here not too long ago." Dayo nodded, relieved. Good. Valerie, please." He turned around, only to see Valerie and Wayne both red in the face, trying hard not to burst into laughter. "Oh my God, Dayo," Valerie said between giggles. "I never knew you were such a good actor." Huh. That was it. She couldn't hold it anymore. She started laughing so hard that Wayne had to turn away to keep from joining in. Dayo just stood there, blinking, then turned to Luna, who shrugged casually. "Yeah," she said. "I told them." Dayo sighed deeply and smiled. Good. Now we can move past all of this. His calmness caught everyone off guard. They had expected him to snap, or at least say something sharp. Instead, he looked completely unbothered. Seeing their confused faces, Dayo chuckled. What? You all look surprised. He looked straight at Luna. I know you too well, Luna. I already guessed you'd do something like this. So I was kind of prepared. Wayne laughed. How do you even cope with him, Luna? He's always 5 steps ahead of everyone. Luna rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. Honestly, I'm rethinking dating you. Hey, Dayo said quickly, pretending to panic. All right, fine. I'll act surprised next time. Happy now? Humph. You never let me win, Luna said, looking away like a sulking child. All right, fine, Dayo said, smiling. I'll let you win from now on. She stayed silent, pretending not to hear him. Dayo shook his head slightly and muttered under his breath. Such a big lady acting like a baby. Huh? Did you say something? Luna turned to him with a glare. Nothing, Dayo said quickly, raising his hands. Please, let's go start the studio session before I get into trouble. He knew how scary Luna could get when she was angry, so he didn't push his luck any further. A week earlier, he had already sent her the songs to rehearse. She'd been practicing ever since, preparing for their joint track. Before giving her the song sheet, Dayo had used one of his system skills to check their compatibility. It was a special ability he had, one he called Perfect Match. This was the same skill he used back when he was choosing an artist for Hall of Fame. That artist had also been Luna. Perfect Match. Effect. Finds the most compatible artist for your song. Input the artist's name, and the system shows your compatibility percentage. He had entered Luna's name and the song title into the system. Ding. Skill. Perfect feature. Song. Say something. Artist. Luna. Compatibility. 90%. It wasn't as high as their last collaboration, which had been a near-perfect 99%, but 90% was still incredible. He smiled when he saw it. Singing together again would not only make for a great song, but also boost his overall stats. He had confirmed before that working with artists of higher skill improved his own level significantly. It had happened before with Maya, who had an S+ in songwriting. The moment they co-wrote together, his writing improved drastically. This system worked in mysterious ways, but Dayo had learned to trust it. Luna's stats. Status. Established artist, level 7. Singing level, SS. Writing level. Acting skill, B. Visuals, S+. Instrument skills. Guitar, B+. Piano, S. Potential, SS+. Skills. Vocal control, exceptional mastery over pitch, tone, and range. Lyrics depth. Ability to convey strong emotion through her writing. Stage presence. Natural charisma and confidence that draw the crowd in. Her singing had once been stuck at S+, but with Dayo's help, she broke that block and moved up to SS. She had been recording her own album lately, and most of her songs had been written or co-produced by Dayo himself. Because of that, she was improving fast, maybe faster than anyone else in the label. He didn't mind. Helping others grow made him better too. As they walked toward the recording booth, Luna tilted her head, studying him. So, you're really telling me you finished more than half your album in just 1 week? She asked, her tone half amazed and half suspicious. Dayo smiled calmly. Yeah, give or take a few sleepless nights. She blinked. That's crazy, Dayo. Are you sure you're even human? He laughed softly. That's what everyone keeps asking lately. The hallway smelled faintly of coffee and studio polish. When they entered the main room, the speakers hummed quietly. Valerie was standing beside the soundboard, flipping through her notes, while Wayne adjusted the mixer levels. Luna placed her bag down beside the mic stand and crossed her arms. You know, she said, I've been in studios for years, but I've never seen someone record songs this fast and still keep the same quality. It doesn't even make sense. Wayne looked up from the console. Exactly. I've been producing for 12 years, and I swear this guy's bending time or something. Valerie chuckled, shaking her head. You both talk too much. Maybe just accept that he's built different. Dayo smirked, tilting his head. I'll take that as a compliment. Wayne sighed dramatically. You better. Because if you keep this up, I might actually need a long vacation. Luna laughed lightly. All right then, Mr. Built Different. Let's see if you can handle one more track. Bring it on, Dayo said, moving to the keyboard. We'll start with the melody first, then vocals after lunch. Valerie gave him a thumbs up. Sounds good. Let's see how the magic happens this time. The faint lights from the soundboard blinked softly, casting warm glows across the room. The hum of the speakers blended with soft laughter. Everyone looked relaxed but focused. It felt like they were standing at the start of something big. As they set up, Luna walked over to him again. You know, she said quietly, every time I work with you, I learn something new. You just make it look too easy. Dayo looked up at her and smiled. It's not easy. I just enjoy it. That's all. She studied him for a few seconds, then nodded. Maybe that's what makes you different. You still love what you do, even with all the pressure. He shrugged. That's what keeps me going. Wayne tapped his shoulder from behind. All right, lovebirds, focus. The mix ready, the sound's ready, and I need some sleep tonight. Luna rolled her eyes. Relax, old man. Wayne pointed at her. I heard that. Everyone laughed. The laughter filled the room, light and genuine, the kind that only comes from people who actually enjoyed working together. Chapter 108, Duo. Once everything was ready, Dayo pressed a few keys on the piano. The soft sound filled the air, slow, smooth, and calm. He adjusted the mic and looked at Luna, who was already waiting near the booth. Luna smiled faintly. This song, it feels different. Dayo looked up from the piano. Yeah, it does. It's not just another track. It's something more. She raised a brow, a playful smile forming on her lips. Something more, huh? You sound pretty sure. He grinned. Maybe. We'll find out soon enough. She smirked. All right then, Mr. Confident. Let's see what you've got. Wayne and Valerie were already by the soundboard, setting up the mix. The room was quiet but carried a kind of soft energy, the kind that said something good was about to happen. Luna walked to the mic and adjusted her headphones. Let's do this. Wayne nodded from the soundboard. Ready when you are. The soft intro of Say Something began to play through the speakers. The keys sounded gentle and emotional. Luna's voice came in right after, light but full of feeling. Say something. I'm giving up on you. A few seconds later, Dayo joined in. His deep voice mixed with hers perfectly, calm, warm, and steady. It was like their voices were made to blend. I'll be the one, if you want me to. Wayne leaned forward, his hands resting on the mixer as he listened closely. Valerie stood beside him, smiling quietly as she felt the emotion in the song. There were no errors, no pauses, no retakes, only pure flow and connection. When the last note faded, silence filled the room. It stayed that way for a few seconds before Luna slowly pulled off her headphones. Wait, she said, looking at everyone. Did we just take that in one go? Dayo looked at her, trying not to smile. Yeah, I think we did. She blinked a few times. That's weird. It felt too smooth to be normal. He shrugged. Maybe we're just getting better. Luna frowned a little, thinking, I don't know. I've been feeling like this all week. Everything's been going so easily, too easy. It's kind of strange. Wayne turned from the soundboard, trying to sound casual but clearly confused. You're not wrong. I've been doing this for 12 years, and I swear, this week's been different. Everything's perfect. Every mix, every sound, every take. It's like they all just fit perfectly without effort. Valerie nodded in agreement. Yeah, I noticed it too. Even the editing and timing. No lag, no sound breaks, no mistakes. Everything's just smooth. It's like the universe decided to be on our side. Dayo smiled a little, trying to act like it was nothing. Guess we're just on a lucky streak then. They all laughed lightly, though Luna gave him a small suspicious look. She knew Dayo well. Something about his calm face didn't sit right, but she let it go. What none of them knew was that Dayo had a secret. The cut effect skill was still active, increasing everything about his production by 300%. His music, vocals, mixing, everything felt flawless because the skill made it that way. But he wasn't going to tell anyone. Not yet. Luna stood beside him and folded her arms. Well, whatever it is, I'm not complaining. That take was amazing. Wayne nodded in agreement. Best one I've heard in a long time. Valerie smiled. And we did it in one go. That's something. Dayo chuckled. We'll review it again tomorrow. Maybe adjust a few little parts. But yeah, we're done for today. Luna looked at the clock on the wall. Already? It's barely 6. Yeah, Dayo said, stretching his arms. That's what happens when everything flows. Wayne smiled tiredly. You say that like you've been sleeping. You barely rested last week when you worked on your single. Valerie laughed. That's true. The only reason you're smiling this much is because Luna's here. Luna smirked. He knows I'd drag him out of the studio if he didn't take a break. Dayo laughed quietly. Yeah, I know. You don't have to remind me. They all laughed softly together before Luna walked over to him. Her tone turned gentle. Hey, about earlier. I hope you're not mad that I told them about us. I just didn't want them to feel weird around me. Dayo looked at her, smiling. It's fine. You did the right thing. I should have said it myself. They're family now. Valerie smiled, a bit shy but touched. You really think of us that way? He nodded. Of course. You, Wayne, Luna, you're my people. You've all been with me through everything. Valerie smiled warmly. Thanks, Dayo. He grinned. Don't thank me. Just keep showing up and working hard. That's enough. She laughed and gave him a quick hug. All right, boss. They packed up and started heading out of the studio. The air outside was cool, and the sky had started turning orange as the sun dropped. Dayo and Luna walked side by side, close enough that their hands brushed now and then until Luna quietly slipped her fingers into his. They walked like that for a while. No words, just calm silence between them. Then, out of nowhere, a man passing by called out jokingly, Hey, you two. Get a room already. Luna's eyes went wide. What? No, it's not like that. Dayo burst into laughter. If only he knew how wrong he is. She hit his arm lightly, embarrassed. You're not helping. He raised both hands in mock surrender. All right. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. She rolled her eyes, trying not to laugh, but soon joined him. Their laughter echoed down the quiet hallway as they walked together. After a few minutes, the mood turned softer. Dayo looked at her. So, how's Yurik doing? Luna stopped for a moment, surprised. You don't know? He frowned. Know what? She sighed. Yurik was laid off. Him, Lois, and even Chris Phillips' father. All gone. Dayo froze, staring at her. What? I knew about Chris, but not Yurik. How could they let him go? He worked harder than anyone else. Luna looked at him quietly for a second before saying, I'm sure you're smart enough to guess who made that decision. Dayo let out a small breath. Yeah, of course I do. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The air around them felt heavier. He wasn't angry, just disappointed. Yurik didn't deserve that. Still, deep inside, Dayo knew he'd make the same choice again if it meant protecting everything he'd built. He thought about it for a while. Then a new idea began to form in his mind. Something he could do, not out of pity, but because it was the right thing. He turned to Luna and smiled softly. Don't worry. I think I know what I'm going to do. Luna tilted her head. Oh, should I be worried? He chuckled. Maybe a little. She smiled. You always have something planned. Dayo walked her to her car. The evening air was cooler now, soft wind brushing against their faces. Luna turned toward him and smiled. Thanks for today, she said. He nodded. You did great. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then, she leaned forward and kissed him gently. It was simple, warm, and calm, the kind of kiss that said everything without words. When they pulled apart, she whispered, See you tomorrow. He smiled. Yeah, see you. Luna entered her car and drove off, leaving Dayo standing there, watching as the taillights faded into the distance. He slipped his hands into his pockets, still smiling faintly. Chapter 109, Scent. Dayo walked back into the studio and immediately called Valerie and Wang. They both turned when they saw his serious face. So, Dayo began. I was talking with Luna, and she mentioned something that shocked me. She said Yurik got laid off because of the Vivina issue. Both Wayne and Valerie froze. What? Wayne shouted. Valerie frowned. How did that even happen? Dayo sighed and leaned against the soundboard. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Yurik did more than just run UCL Records. That label was like his child. He built it from nothing and trained everyone there like family. To see them drop him like that, it just feels wrong. Wayne shook his head slowly. If Yurik was still there for another few years, he would have pushed UCL into the top 5 labels. They really shot themselves in the foot. Exactly, Dayo said. Now with their issues with Michael, the label's bound to lose its balance. It's only a matter of time before things start falling apart. He paused for a moment before continuing. I called you both here because I'm thinking of bringing Yurik into our management team. His experience would mean a lot for us. I can run the label if I want to, but being both an artist and a manager would be too stressful. I'd rather have someone like him help lead JD Records. Valerie looked at him thoughtfully. But why hasn't anyone else hired him? A man like that shouldn't be sitting at home. Because of Michael, Dayo replied calmly. Everyone knows about the fight between them. Most people in the industry are scared to touch Yurik because of that. They either want to wait it out or avoid him completely. Wayne rubbed his chin. So you want to take that risk? Dayo nodded. Yeah. Michael already sees me as a threat, so adding Yurik doesn't change anything. If anything, it makes us stronger. Valerie exchanged a look with Wayne. You know that Lois thing? Yurik was part of the collateral damage. He got caught in the middle of it. Dayo sighed. Yeah, and that's exactly why I want him here. He's good. Too good to be sitting around because of Michael's ego. We both have something in common now. We've been burned by the same man. Wayne leaned back in his chair. Are you sure about this, Dayo? This could make things worse with Michael. I know, Dayo said, smiling faintly. But there's no fixing things with Michael. The best I can do is build my own ground and surround myself with the people he's hurt. People who want to win, not destroy. Valerie looked at Wayne again. They both nodded. We trust you, Valerie said simply. Whatever decision you make, we're with you. Dayo blinked, a bit surprised. That's it. No arguments. They both burst out laughing. So the almighty Dayo can look surprised too, Valerie teased. Yeah, Wayne added, grinning. To be fair, most of your decisions so far have worked out well for all of us. So yeah, we trust your judgment. Dayo chuckled. You two never fail to surprise me. He sat back in his chair for a moment, thinking. Speaking of which, what do you think about adding Alice to the management too? Valerie's eyes widened. Alice? As in the Alice from the global competition? The very same, Dayo replied. She's a genius when it comes to media, hype, and storytelling. She was the production head during my season, and I'm pretty sure she's the reason I gained so much attention back then. She knows how to shape a story, how to make people care. Wayne whistled softly. That's huge. If you can get both Yurik and Alice, JD Records could blow up faster than we expect. Valerie nodded. If she's willing to come, I'd be thrilled to have her. Dayo smiled. Then it settled. He didn't rest after the meeting. Instead, he went back into the recording room to review the track he'd finished with Luna earlier. Wayne and Valerie shook their heads as they watched him go. That man doesn't know how to stop working, Wayne said with a tired laugh. Valerie smiled. Yeah, but that's why we follow him. Inside the studio, Dayo sat down at the desk, opened his laptop, and pulled up his messages. He took a deep breath, then began typing the first one. Message to Yurik. Hey Yurik, I heard what went down at UCL, and honestly, man, I'm still trying to process it. You didn't deserve that. You gave that label your all, and seeing them toss you aside like that doesn't sit right with me. I also know I kind of played a small part in how things turned out, and trust me, that's been on my mind. I really hope you're not holding that against me, 'cause you know it wasn't out of spite. I just did what I had to do back then. Anyway, staying home must be boring as hell for you. You're not the type to sit still. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm building JD Records, and I'd really love to have you on board. You've got the experience and leadership that could take this label to another level. I know JD's still small for now, but we're growing fast. Plus, you already know me. We don't play politics here. Michael and I are already at odds, so adding you won't make any difference. If anything, it'll make us stronger. Think about it. If you're up for it, let's talk. I'd really like to work with you again. Dayo. He read it over once, nodded to himself, and hit send. Then he started the next one. Message to Alice. Good morning, Alice. I've been meaning to reach out, but I wasn't sure how to start this message because it's not easy. Putting my thoughts into words. First, thank you, sincerely. I know how much of what I achieved at the global competition came from your hard work behind the scenes. You made me stand out, even when others were doing amazing things too. I also know you were the one who sent me the full video of my performance, and I can't thank you enough for that. I understand what that decision cost you, and I'll never take it for granted. I've been building my label, JD Records, and I want to ask if you'd consider joining the team. I believe in what we're creating, something honest, something new, and I know someone like you could help make that vision real. I'm not asking for an answer right away. Just think about it. If you're open, I'd love to sit down and talk about how we could make something great together. Dayo. Dayo leaned back after sending both messages, rubbing his eyes. He knew it might take a while before they replied, but deep down, he felt confident. He smiled to himself and whispered, if this works out, JD Records will never be the same again. Then, with a stretch, he turned back to his screen and hit play on the track he'd been working on with Luna, the start of another long night. Chapter 110, Yurik and Alice. Yurik was in the kitchen that morning, still half asleep, making breakfast for himself and his family. He had been doing this for almost a week now, the same slow, quiet routine since he was laid off because he hate being lazy. The house felt unusually still. No calls, no meetings, no new offers. He had always been the kind of man people fought to work with, but now, after what happened with Michael, it was like the whole industry had gone silent. Even though he tried to act like it didn't bother him, deep down, it did. The toaster beeped, and just as he reached for it, his phone vibrated on the counter. He glanced at the screen lazily, then froze when he saw the name. Dayo. He blinked, thinking maybe he was imagining it. But the message was real. His hands trembled a little as he unlocked his phone and started reading. By the time he reached the end, a small smile crept across his face, the kind of smile he hadn't worn in days. For a few seconds, he just stood there, staring at the message, not moving. Then he laughed quietly to himself. This boy, unbelievable. His wife's voice came from behind him. Why are you laughing like that? You haven't even finished breakfast. He turned, still smiling. You won't believe who just messaged me. Who? She asked, walking closer with a curious look. Dayo, he said, almost proudly. She tilted her head. The same Dayo from the competition thing? Yes, that Dayo. She smiled. Oh wow. What did he say? He handed her the phone, watching her eyes scan the message. When she finished, she smiled softly. That's nice. I'd like to meet this Dayo guy someday. Yurik's smile disappeared immediately. Oh no. Don't even think about that. She laughed. Why not? Because that one is a smooth criminal. I can't let him steal you from me. She rolled her eyes, giggling. You're exaggerating. I'm not, he said, pretending to frown. That boy is dangerous. He talks calm, acts calm, but inside, he's too sharp. His wife shook her head and went back to her tea. You're just jealous. He chuckled and leaned back against the counter. Maybe, but still I can't lie. I'm happy. For the first time in a long while, he actually meant it. He had lost a lot when he got fired. His job, his reputation, his confidence. But this message from Dayo reminded him that not everyone had forgotten what he could do. He knew how much Dayo had been affected by the whole UCL situation. The fact that Dayo could still reach out, without mentioning the non-disclosure agreement or holding a grudge, meant something deeper. It meant respect. It meant trust. He sighed, feeling a quiet warmth inside him. Maybe this is the start of something new, he said softly. Then, with a small grin, he turned to his wife. All right, let me finish this breakfast. I've got a message to reply to. Across town, the morning sun slipped through the curtains of a small apartment. Alice was still in bed, curled under her blanket, when her phone buzzed beside her. She groaned, reaching for it lazily. Who's messaging me this early? Her eyes half opened. She looked at the screen and froze when she saw the name. Dayo. That woke her up completely. She sat up, rubbed her eyes, and opened the message. As she read through, her heart began to beat faster. By the time she got to the end, she couldn't help but smile. Wow, she whispered. She didn't even realize she'd been smiling for a while until her friend's voice broke through her thoughts. Alice, I've been calling you. Alice blinked and turned. Her friend, Mira, stood by the door, holding 2 mugs of coffee. Sorry, Alice said, trying to hide her face. I just got a message. Mira squinted playfully. A message from who? Alice hesitated, then handed her the phone. Mira read the message slowly. As soon as she finished, she looked up with a teasing grin. Oh, look who's texting you. Maybe you're finally getting close to your crush. Alice's eyes widened. What crush? Mira laughed. Please, don't even pretend. I mean, you basically threw your career under the bus because of him. Alice shook her head, trying not to smile. You're crazy. Mira raised a brow. Am I? Look at you. You're literally blushing. I'm not, Alice said quickly, touching her face. But she could feel the heat there and turned away in embarrassment. Mira teased. You like him? I just respect him, Alice said softly. He's different. He's calm, focused, and smart. You can tell he's not like other artists. He talks like someone way older. Mira smirked. So you do like him? Alice sighed and rolled her eyes. Whatever. They both laughed. After a while, Mira nudged her shoulder. So what are you going to do? Are you going to reply? Alice smiled faintly. Maybe. Maybe. Mira asked. You better say yes before he finds someone else. Alice smirked. No, I think I'll make him wait a bit. Play hard to get. Mira gasped playfully. Oh, playing games already? Alice laughed. Not games, just strategy. If he really wants me, he'll message again. Mira rolled her eyes. You girls and your strategies. Alice leaned back on the bed, staring at the message again, her smile soft but thoughtful. She didn't know what it was, but Dayo's words carried something sincere. He wasn't just offering a job. He was showing respect, trust, and gratitude. It wasn't about fame or work. It was about recognition. And she liked that. After a long pause, she whispered to herself, maybe I'll say yes. Just not yet. Mira grinned. You're totally saying yes. Alice chuckled. We'll see. That morning, in two different places, two people who had once felt lost finally found a spark again, a reason to look forward. Neither of them knew it yet, but their replies would mark the start of something that would change JD Records forever. Chapter 111, done. 2 days had passed since Dayo and Luna finished recording Say Something. The studio still carried the energy from that moment. But there was no time to slow down. He had more songs to record, more stories to tell. Over the next few days, Dayo worked nonstop. He recorded with his new artists one after the other. First was Rex, a young but passionate singer who had shown massive potential since joining JD Records. Rex's collaboration with Dayo was for the song All of Me by John Legend. Dayo had chosen it carefully, a song about pure love and vulnerability. Before all of this, Dayo had already checked their compatibility using his Skill Perfect Match. Skill Perfect Match. Song All of Me. Artist Rex. Compatibility 90%. That meant their voices and emotions were almost perfectly aligned for the track. They started in the afternoon, and by night, the studio was filled with deep, warm notes from both of them. Rex handled the opening verse with honesty, his voice trembling slightly, but filled with emotion. What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in, and you kicking me out. Dayo came in on the next line, blending his tone effortlessly with Rex's softer pitch. Their voices melted together, like two different shades of the same color. When they finished, Rex looked amazed. Sir, that felt unreal. I've never felt something like that before. Dayo smiled. You did great. That's what happens when you connect to the song, not just sing it. They replayed the track, and even Wayne, who had been mixing from the soundboard, nodded slowly. Valerie clapped her hands lightly. That one's going to melt hearts, she said. By the time they wrapped up, it was already close to midnight, but nobody wanted to go home. The song was too beautiful to stop listening to. Dayo made a few changes to the song since it wasn't originally a duet, but it wasn't difficult for him. With his rating in songwriting and the help of his card, everything went smoothly. The next day, Dayo worked with the second artist, Elara, a young woman with a soft but strong voice. For her, he had picked Someone You Loved by Louis Capaldi, a song about loss, healing, and learning to move forward. When he checked the perfect feature skill, the result came up as Skill, Perfect Feature. Song, Someone You Loved. Artist, Elara. Compatibility, 88%. Another great pairing. The mood was heavier during this session. The lyrics hit deep, and both of them felt it. Elara's eyes glistened slightly as she sang the first verse. I'm going under, and this time I fear there's no one to save me. Dayo's harmonies came in softly, almost like a whisper. The balance between their voices carried the pain and beauty of the song. Even Wayne had gone quiet, just watching, just listening. When they finished, Elara removed her headphones slowly. That was something else, she said softly. Dayo nodded. That was good. I'm happy you did your part well. They both smiled faintly. Elara looked proud. She had given her all. Dayo was satisfied with both Rex and Elara since he had only given them the songs 3 days ago, and they both delivered perfectly, saving him a lot of time. After nearly a week and a half of constant recording, there was only one song left. This time, Dayo wanted to end the album with someone special, Miguel. Miguel had been his first opponent in the global competition, and though Dayo had beaten him back then, they had stayed in touch ever since. When Miguel arrived at the JD studio, there was a brief silence before both of them broke into laughter. Man, I can't believe this, Miguel said, walking forward to hug him. You still look the same, Dayo. Just more serious now. Dayo chuckled. You too. I see you've been keeping busy. Miguel grinned. Yeah, though not as much as you. I've been seeing your name everywhere lately. Dayo smiled modestly. Trying to make things happen, that's all. They talked for a while, catching up on old memories and laughing about their early days in the competition. Then Dayo got straight to the point. So, how did you like the song I sent you? Miguel nodded, interested. Nice choice. I love that one. Dayo smiled. He had checked the perfect feature skill earlier, and the results were: skill, perfect feature. Song, memories. Artist, Miguel. Compatibility, 85%. Meaning they were good to go. They started recording right after lunch. The song flowed naturally, nostalgic but alive. Miguel took the lead on the first verse, his tone steady and emotional. Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. Dayo joined in on the chorus, his deep, smooth voice, blending with Miguel's lighter tone. Their harmonies filled the studio, and by the time the last note faded, even Wayne looked speechless. That, Valerie whispered, was perfect. Miguel smiled. Guess we still got it, huh? Dayo grinned. Yeah, we always did. They hugged again, this time with quiet respect. Two artists who once competed, now creating something powerful together. By the end of the session, the studio was buzzing with excitement. The album, which now had 12 songs, was finally complete. Dayo's album, Rise Again, JD Records. 1. Say Something, with Luna, A Great Big World and Christina Aguilera. 2. All of Me, with Rex, John Legend. 3. Someone You Loved, with Alera, Louis Capaldi. 4. You're Reading This, Tim McGraw, for Marcus, solo. 5. Lose My Voice, Charlie Puth, Dangerously, solo. 6. Jealousy, Jealousy, Olivia Rodrigo, solo. 7. Let Her Go, Passenger, solo. 8. Heavenly Kind of State of Mind, Louis Capaldi, solo. 9. The Truth Will Come Out, original by Dayo, inspired by Being Framed by Lois, solo. 10. Lose Control, Teddy Swims, solo. 11. Memories, with Miguel, Maroon 5. 12. Say Something, with Luna, A Big World, Christian Aguilera. Nobody would have believed that Dayo recorded 7 songs in less than 2 weeks, which included 3 solos and 4 collaborations. But he had done it. The long nights, the stress, and the energy he poured into the project made him feel fulfilled. Dayo leaned back in, his chair as the last mix played softly in the background. He smiled to himself. Yeah, he murmured, this was worth it. Chapter 112, Try Harder. It had been a few days since Dayo finished recording his album, and the buzz online was starting to grow fast. Clips, snippets, and short teasers began appearing everywhere. Short videos of him in the studio, small parts of songs, even behind-the-scenes clips of him with his new signings, Rex and Alera. He didn't show any clips with Luna. He wanted to keep that as a surprise. Small parts of the songs were shown with a simple caption. Album done and dusted. People were losing their minds. Because it was unexpected, most thought it would take a long time before he dropped anything. There had been no warning, no promotion, nothing. Wait, is Dayo dropping an album? This man just won't rest. Did y'all hear that Miguel feature? No way those two actually work together. The internet exploded with questions and excitement. Dayo's name was trending again, and his followers kept refreshing his page, waiting for the official announcement. The teaser that got the most attention was the one with Miguel, a short 10-second clip showing both of them in the studio, singing Memories. The comments went wild, with fans digging up the old video from the global competition when both had faced each other on stage. People wrote things like, "From rivals to partners. This is what growth looks like. Their chemistry is insane. This album is gonna break charts." Dayo smiled whenever he saw those reactions. He had worked hard for this moment, but even with all the excitement, something was still on his mind. And of course, there were those who had otherwise to say. I don't think it'll hit. How long has he even been recording the album? This feels more like a stunt than an actual campaign. This album's gonna flop. You can't rush something good. I like JD, but it feels rushed. Might not hit. Still, some fans quickly jumped in to defend him. You all said the same thing before the global competition, and he shut everyone up. This guy records faster than anyone because he's always prepared. Dayo's work ethic is on another level. Let the music speak first. Rushed? He's been quiet for months. You just don't know how focused he is. The back and forth continued online. Debates, fan edits, even countdown threads. But Dayo didn't waste time reading too much. He shook his head and moved his focus elsewhere. He had already received a reply from Yurik, but he hadn't responded yet. The message wasn't long, but it said enough. Yurik had accepted. Dayo wasn't surprised. He kind of knew Yurik would say yes. It was a calculated move, and he understood the kind of man Yurik was. The fact that Dayo hadn't even asked for the NDA payment or pushed for any legal settlement showed Yurik that he could be trusted. That was why Dayo was sure he'd come. Over. What he didn't expect, though, was the reply from Alice. Unlike Yurik's serious tone, Alice's reply was short, just 2 words. Try harder. Dayo had stared at his phone for a while, half amused, half surprised. So she really wanted to play games, huh? He smiled to himself. He didn't expect that Alice, who he thought was always serious, had this playful side. He smirked. Game on, then. Let's see face to face. The next afternoon, Dayo arrived at a quiet CAF in the city. Alice was already there, sitting near the window. Even from a distance, she looked graceful, confident posture, a calm smile, the kind of person who carried an air of quiet strength. She looked up when he approached. So, the famous Dayo finally decided to meet me, she said with a small grin. Dayo chuckled. I couldn't just thank you over text. I wanted to say it to your face. She raised a brow playfully. Thank me? For what exactly? For what you did back then, he said softly, taking a seat across from her. Sending me that performance video. Even when you knew it could cost you your job. That meant a lot. Alice blinked, pretending to think. Performance video? What video are you talking about? Dayo laughed quietly. Come on, Alice. Don't play dumb. She gave an innocent look. I seriously don't know what you mean. He leaned forward a little. The one you sent me during the global competition, the unedited footage. Don't tell me you forgot. She tried to hide her smile. Oh, that video. Yeah, that video, Dayo said, shaking his head, still smiling. Anyway, whoever sent it, thank you very much. Alice burst into a light laugh. Wow, I thought you'd try harder than that. He grinned. Oh, I'm just warming up. Their teasing faded into soft laughter before the tone shifted. Alice's smile softened. Honestly, I just felt like you had something special. The kind of talent that deserves to be seen. You reminded me why I loved my job in the first place. Dayo smiled again, grateful. Then I'm really glad you did. She leaned back, giving him a sly look. So, this is where you start convincing me to join your label, right? He laughed quietly. You caught me. Alice smirked. I knew it. You're good, Dayo, but you should know something about me. I'm not that easy to get. Dayo smiled, meeting her gaze. I already know that. And honestly, your reputation says enough. You're one of the best media strategists out there. But nobody's hiring you now. Her smile faded slightly. Oh, so you think nobody wants me? He shook his head. Not like that. You know how this industry works. Michael still has influence. Most people are scared to take the risk. She stayed quiet for a second, then gave a small laugh. And you're not scared? Of Michael? Dayo said calmly. No. We're already not on good terms, so I've got nothing to lose. Alice looked at him for a moment. The seriousness in his tone surprised her. Then she smiled faintly. You really are something. He leaned forward slightly. If you join JD Records, I'll give you 5% of the company's shares. It might sound small now, but I promise you, in time, that 5% will be worth more than most labels out there. Alice raised an eyebrow. 5%, huh? That's a bold offer. It's a fair one, Dayo replied. You know what I can build. And you know I'll make it happen. She chuckled. You sound too confident for your age. He grinned. Confidence and faith are free. I use both every day. Alice laughed quietly. All right, I'll admit, you have a way with words. Then, after a pause, she said, you know what? Fine. I'll take the deal. But don't think I'll go easy on you. I wouldn't want it any other way, Dayo said with a smile. They shook hands lightly, and Alice added with a smirk. You better not regret this, kid. Trust me, Dayo replied. I don't plan to. Later that evening, Dayo brought Alice to the JD studio. Yurik was already there, sitting with Wayne and Valerie. The atmosphere was lively. Everyone had been talking about the teasers and the upcoming album. When Dayo and Alice entered, Wayne was the first to notice. Hey boss, you're back. Oh, and wait, is that Alice from the global competition? Alice smiled politely. The one and only. Yurik stood up, looking surprised but pleased. You've really got her, huh? I thought she'd never join a small label. Alice smirked. Small or not, I'm here now. Let's see if this place can keep up. Everyone laughed, and Dayo motioned for them to sit. All right, he said, resting his hands on the table. This is the new start. With both of you here, Yurik and Alice, JD Records is no longer small. We're growing, and this album is just the beginning. I need your help. All hands on deck. I need your support. So now let's talk about how we go about the distribution and the hype. This small gathering would later become one of the most important turning points for JD Records, and more to the industry as a whole. Chapter 113, The Other Side. A few days after the meeting, things at JD Records moved fast. Dayo watched as Alice and Yurik settled into their roles, and every day, he learned something new from them. Alice taught him how to time posts and pick the right headlines that pulled attention without sounding forced. Yurik showed him how to deal with people, how to say no without making enemies, and in the process, Dayo found out how Yurik is connected in the industry even after the Michaela incident. It didn't take long for Dayo to see that hiring both of them had been one of his best decisions yet. The label's online reach was growing fast. Their buzz wasn't just from luck, it was from careful planning and smart execution. Dayo would sit sometimes in the corner of the studio, quietly watching everyone move, and he'd think to himself, yeah, this is the kind of energy I wanted from the start. I really hit the jackpot this time, he muttered to himself. Across town, Michael sat in his office, staring at numbers on a dark screen. The room was quiet except for the ticking of a clock and the faint hum of the AC. Clara, his assistant, walked in holding a tablet. Sir, she said softly, you need to see this. Michael looked up as she handed him the tablet. Clips, teasers, and fan edits filled the screen, all about Dayo's new album. The short 10-second video of him and Miguel was trending everywhere. Michael let out a scoff, more amused than worried. Don't worry about it. It's just a stunt. Clara frowned. I don't think so, sir. He's been off stage for only 3 weeks. How could he record an entire album and get this much traction already? Michael leaned back in his chair, his voice calm and steady. People love hype. It doesn't mean anything. He's making noise to stay relevant. But, sir, he cut her off quietly. No, let it run. Don't interfere. If it's real, we'll know soon enough. And if he really made an album in 3 weeks. He paused, staring at the tablet. Then it's probably a mess, and it would be I made a mistake investing so much time trying to sign him. Keep following the news. Give me updates daily. Clara nodded, though she still looked uneasy. Yes, sir. When she left, Michael stared at the window for a long moment. The city lights flickered faintly against the glass. He didn't like surprises, especially from someone who had already slipped out of his control. But he'd wait. That was his strength. Waiting and striking when it mattered, that was his game. He knew how to strike, and when it's just about the timing. At JD Label, the atmosphere was completely different. The small studio buzzed with energy and quiet excitement. Everyone was seated. Wayne, Valerie, Alice, Yurik, Dayo, and other heads of department, gathered around a long wooden table cluttered with laptops, empty coffee cups, and notebooks filled with messy scribbles. Valerie tapped her screen and smiled. The Miguel clip just passed 2 million views in 3 hours. People are losing it. Edits, remixes, reaction videos, it's everywhere. Good, Dayo said simply, scrolling through his phone. He looked calm, but the tiny curve at the corner of his lips showed how proud he really felt. Alice leaned forward. So, about the album release, how are we going about it? The moment she said that, the whole room went silent. Everyone except Alice and Yurik slowly turned their eyes toward Dayo. Alice blinked. What's with the staring? Did I say something wrong? Wayne chuckled under his breath. No, you're fine. We're just waiting for him. Waiting for who? Yurik asked, looking confused. Valerie grinned. Dayo. He's the one who decides the release dates here. Alice raised an eyebrow. Wait, he does? Like every time. Wayne nodded. Every single time. And he's never been wrong. Yurik leaned back in disbelief. You're serious? Dead serious, Valerie said. We don't know how he does it. He just picks a date. And somehow, the timing always works. Streams, engagement, the whole rollout. It all lines up perfectly. Alice frowned. You mean he just knows? Wayne shrugged. Yeah, he says it's instinct. We stopped questioning it a long time ago. Both Alice and Yurik exchanged a look. They knew what it took to predict that kind of success. Weeks of data analysis, surveys, marketing plans, and trend tracking. The idea that Dayo could do it almost naturally was unbelievable. Dayo noticed their faces and laughed softly. Let's just say I have a good sense of timing. Alice tilted her head. Come on. Nobody's that lucky. He smirked. Then call it a skill. System interface, active. Skill, trend insight. Analyzing market patterns. Genre, R&B/soul/pop fusion. Trend growth, plus 78%. Optimal exposure window, Friday, next week, midnight UTC. Predicted global impact, high, 82%. Analysis complete. Dayo looked up. Next week, he said. We drop the album next week. The room fell quiet again. Alice blinked. That's soon. Yeah, he said calmly. Next week, Friday, midnight, UTC. That's the perfect window. Yurik nodded slowly, impressed. You really don't waste time, huh? Dayo smiled faintly. Tom's not waiting for us either. Alice crossed her arms, shaking her head with a smile. You're full of surprises, you know that? Dayo grinned. You have no idea. Everyone laughed lightly, and the tension broke. Alice began typing notes for the press release. Yurik started calling his distribution contacts. Wayne and Valerie talked about mastering deadlines. The whole place felt alive, driven by the same goal. Outside, the internet buzzed louder every hour. Speculations, rumors, fan theories, all guessing what Dayo's album would sound like. Inside the small JD studio, they were working in sync, ready to meet that moment head-on. Dayo stood and looked around the room. For the first time, it didn't feel like a small label anymore. It felt like a team that believed in something big. He took a quiet breath and said, All right then, let's make this count. The Other Side drops next week. Everyone nodded, their eyes sharp and ready. For the release. Chapter 114, Family Time. After the long week of planning, meetings, and recordings, the studio finally went quiet. Everyone at JD Records had gone home, and for the first time in weeks, Dayo felt the weight of stillness settle around him. The peace that came with finishing the album calmed him, and he sighed in relief. He stretched his arms and smiled a little. 3.5 weeks. That was how long he had been locked in here, chasing perfection and settling for nothing less. Every lyric, every mix, every plan. Now, with The Other Side ready for release next week, he could finally breathe. He grabbed his jacket and decided he was going home. Although he called his family every day, it had been a while since he'd actually seen them in person. He wanted to surprise them. No calls, no texts. Just show up. By the time he got home, it was already past 7. The evening light glowed softly around the neighborhood, and the faint smell of grilled food drifted from nearby houses. He smiled as he opened the front door quietly. The house was empty. Everyone was still at the family restaurant. He muttered, Perfect. He dropped his bag, went straight to the kitchen, and rolled up his sleeves. Cooking had always been his thing. Long before music, he'd learned flavor, patience, timing, balance. Even in his old life, his parents used to let him handle family dinners. His mom never admitted it, but she knew he was better. He checked the fridge and started pulling out ingredients. For his mom, he made a traditional Yoruba dish, umla with egusi soup, her favorite, something that reminded her of home. For his dad and Jeffrey, he made jollof rice with grilled chicken and fried plantain. For Janet, he made roasted plantain and well-peppered grilled fish, also known as bole, in Nigeria. The house soon filled with a mix of aromas, all blending perfectly. It smelled like comfort. He set the table neatly, dimmed the lights, and waited. Around 8, he heard the familiar sound of his dad's car pulling into the driveway. Then came the front door unlocking, a low voice, and laughter. Something smells good, Abisola's voice said as she stepped. Inside, Mr. Johnson, his father, sniffed the air with a soldier's suspicion. This smells too good. Something's up. Janet laughed. Dad, relax. I'm serious, he said, scanning the room like it was a mission. Either Abisola started taking cooking lessons behind my back, or the lights flicked on. Or Dayo's home. He finished, smiling widely. Janet screamed first. Brother. She dropped her bag and ran to hug him tight. He laughed, spinning her around. I missed you too, Janet. Jeffrey grinned from behind. Man, you should have told us you were coming. Dayo gave him their old handshake. 2 taps, a snap, and a light punch on the shoulder. Would have ruined the surprise. His dad stepped forward with a wide grin. So you finally decided to come back, huh? Had to, Dayo said. Can't let the restaurant feed everyone and forget me. Abisola crossed her arms, trying not to smile too much. You came home and took over my kitchen, Dayo smirked. Guilty. But before you get mad, just taste the food first. His father chuckled. Boy, you're brave. You know your mother doesn't like competition in the kitchen. Abisola rolled her eyes but smiled. Let's see what you made, superstar chef. They sat down, and Dayo uncovered the dishes one by one. Steam filled the air. The colors, the smell, everything was perfect. For a few seconds, nobody spoke. Then Abisola took the first bite of her omelette. She paused. Janet clapped. Mom's thinking of how to say it's better than hers. Everyone laughed, and even Abisola shook her head with a smile. It's all right. All right, Jeffrey said, chewing. This is fire. Dude, you could open your own restaurant. I already did, Dayo said, pretending to brag. It's called JD Kitchen. His dad chuckled. Better stick to JD Records, soldier. The laughter went on for minutes. The house felt alive again, full of warmth, full of noise. It was simple, but it was everything Dayo had missed. After dinner, they cleared the table together, and everyone stayed in the living room. Janet leaned on the couch beside him. So, she said, what's next? You've been so secretive lately. Dayo smiled, already knowing the question was coming. The album drops next week. Jeffrey's eyes widened. Wait, the other side. Yep. No way. Janet said, sitting up. That's soon. Yeah. Everything's ready. We're just setting the final touches. Abisola smiled proudly. You've been working hard, Dayo. I can see it in your eyes. He nodded. I actually want you all to hear one track before it comes out. Janet gasped. For real? Which one? He reached for his phone. It's called Heavenly Kind of State of Mind. He connected it to the speaker, and the soft intro began. Calm guitar, light humming, and his voice carrying through the room. The song felt deep, emotional, almost like a goodbye, but filled with peace. When the first verse hit, Janet's eyes softened. She could feel it, the ache, the hope. Jeffrey leaned forward, nodding to the rhythm. Their dad just sat still, quiet and proud. Abisola's eyes glistened faintly, though she tried to hide it. When the song ended, silence filled the room for a few seconds. Janet was the first to speak. That was beautiful. Jeffrey gave a small grin. Bro, that one's a hit. His dad nodded slowly. It's more than music, son. That's a story. He knew the song was about his brother, although he didn't say it out loud. He felt happy and honored that Dayo sang about his late brother. If only he knew more songs were about Marcus on the album too. Abisola took his hand gently. You've grown, Dayo. We're proud of you. He smiled, his chest warm. Thanks, Mom. This album, it's not just about music. It's about everything we've been through. About what comes after. The other side, Jeffrey said quietly. Exactly, Dayo replied. They all sat there for a while, the soft sound of the city outside mixing with their quiet breathing. For once, Dayo didn't feel the pressure of the world or the noise of fame. He just felt home, the smell of food, the laughter, the peace. The album would drop soon, and the world would hear his heart. But tonight, none of that mattered. Tonight, it was just family. Chapter 115, The Kelly Clarkson. After spending the day with his family, Dayo went to the label the following day refreshed and renewed. The week leading to an album release was always crucial. It was the week that decided how well the album would perform. Dayo started his morning streaming online, interacting with fans, and teasing a few behind-the-scenes clips. He liked moments like that, real-time energy, people's reactions, excitement. When he arrived at the office, he was greeted by the sight of a buzzing workspace. No one was sitting around. Everyone was busy as a bee, focused on their part of the plan. Dayo nodded as he walked through the hallway. It seemed everyone was taking the upcoming release seriously. As both the boss and the artist, he couldn't be prouder. He went straight to see Alice, who had texted earlier that she had something to tell him. Good morning, Alice. Dayo greeted as he walked in and sat down across from her. She was still on a call, typing something fast on her laptop. After about 5 minutes, she finally hung up. Good morning, boss. Alice said teasingly, flashing him a grin. Dayo felt goosebumps run down his arms and shook his head. Ugh, please refrain from calling me boss. You know my name. Haha. All right, she replied with a playful smirk. So, he said, leaning back, you said you wanted to see me? Yeah, Alice said, leaning forward slightly. It's about an interview on Harmony Lane Live. Dayo blinked. Wait, Harmony Lane Live? You got me an interview there. Alice tilted her head. Yes. Why do you look so surprised? Well, he said, still processing. Not just anyone gets invited there. That's huge. Alice chuckled. Softly. It seems you still underestimate yourself and your status. Maybe because your circle is small. You don't realize how much you've grown. She leaned back in her chair and continued. From the start, you've had a strong foundation. First, you featured Luna, and that song ended up being used as the FIFA World Cup anthem. Most artists never get close to that level. She raised a brow and smirked. Let's not even start on your popularity during the global competition or the drama with Vivian and how you handled it. People are still talking about that. Dayo listened quietly, almost embarrassed. So yes, Alice said, folding her arms. Even if your current status doesn't fully reflect it, you've got the world's attention. You rarely do interviews, so people are curious. That's why Harmony Lane Live reached out. You're a hot topic, Dayo. Dayo nodded slowly, a small smile forming. I guess I didn't look at it like that. That's what I'm here for, Alice said lightly. He chuckled. All right, so when's the interview? Today, she said, almost casually. Today, Dayo repeated, surprised. Yup, today. You'll meet your new assistant, Sharon. She'll take care of your needs so Valerie can focus on her own work. That made sense. Valerie had been acting as his assistant for months now, which limited what she could handle. It was long overdue. Alice added a playful jab. I don't know why it took so long to find you an assistant. And you call yourself smart. Dayo laughed softly and raised his hands in surrender. You're right. I can't defend myself there. But since I have you now, I guess you can fill in all the missing key positions. Humph. You've become lazy all of a sudden, she teased. Of course, he said with a grin. With you handling almost everything, I can finally rest at ease. She shook her head. You wish. Now hurry up. Your interview starts soon. Meet your new assistant and get acquainted on the way to Harmony Lane Live. Dayo smiled, standing up. You can't get rid of me that easily. I'll be back. Alice smiled and waved him off before turning back to her screen. The office energy felt good, and she couldn't help but think how rare it was to see a team so motivated and happy to work together. Dayo walked back to his office, greeting staff along the way. Everyone smiled when he called them by name, and that simple gesture made the atmosphere warmer. When he reached his office, he noticed a woman standing by his desk, likely in her mid-30s, with her hair pinned neatly back and a blue professional gown. She turned immediately when she saw him. Good morning, sir. I'm Sharon, your new assistant. Dayo nodded with a small smile. Morning, Sharon. You can skip this, sir. We'll be working closely together. Dayo is fine. She paused mid-sentence, catching herself. All right. Dayo. Good, he said with a light chuckle. So what's on the to-do list today? Sharon straightened. We start with the Harmony Lane Live interview. We should probably leave now so we can make it on time. I'll fill you in on other activities later. Perfect, he said, picking up his jacket. They both headed downstairs. The company car was already waiting outside. Once they entered, the driver started the engine, and the city slowly came into view through the tinted glass. Dayo turned toward Sharon. So, Sharon, tell me about yourself. She smiled. Well, I'm from Houston originally. I've been in the city for about 10 years now. I used to work as a personal assistant for a marketing firm before joining JD. Dayo nodded. That explains the organization I saw on your desk. She laughed softly. Yeah, I like things neat. Makes the day easier. Smart, he said. You said you've been here 10 years, married? Yes, she replied warmly. Married, and I have one daughter. She's 6. Her name's Kiera. 6, Dayo said. That's a fun age. I bet she keeps you busy. Oh, she does, Sharon said, laughing. Always full of questions. Sometimes I feel like she's the boss, and I just work for her. Dayo grinned. Sounds familiar. She looked at him curiously. You? Yeah, my little devil of a younger sister, he replied, smirking. Their laughter filled the car. The drive didn't feel awkward. It felt natural, relaxed. Sharon gave a sigh of relief. She had worked in other places and knew how difficult bosses could be, so she felt grateful and thankful that Dayo was different. It made her open up more without even realizing it. Sharon told him a bit more about her life, how her husband served in the Navy, how she loved cooking on weekends, and how Kiera had just started ballet lessons. Dayo listened, smiling. It reminded him of his own family, strong, busy, loving. Honestly, he said after a moment, it's good having someone like you around. You sound like you can handle chaos. I've had practice, she replied with a grin. Parenthood and deadlines, perfect training. They both laughed again as the car slowed near the next turn. The driver took a left, and the Harmony Lane Live building came into view. Clean glass walls, a small crowd of staff, and cameras outside. Sharon glanced out the window. We're here. Dayo straightened his jacket, took a deep breath, and smiled. All right then, let's go make a good impression. The driver parked, and Sharon stepped out first, holding the door open for him. The large Harmony Lane Live logo reflected against the morning light as Dayo stepped out. He looked calm, confident, and ready. Let's do this, he said quietly. Chapter 116, Interview. The moment they stepped into the Harmony Lane studio, the place was busy with staff moving nonstop. Then a man walked toward Dayo and greeted him. Good morning, JD. Good morning. I hope I'm not too late. Had a bit of a hiccup getting here, Dayo replied politely. Haha, not at all. You're right on time. Please, if you will, I'll show you the way. The man smiled as he walked ahead, briefing Dayo on what to expect. They reached the stage, and he met with Harmony, who had a bright smile the moment her eyes met his. After a quick introduction, they moved toward the stage as the fans were already gathered. Dayo sat calmly, dressed in a black turtleneck and light jacket. Across from him sat Harmony Lewis, the show's host, friendly, sharp, and known for mixing comfort with tough questions. Welcome back to Harmony Lane. Today we have someone very special, the man behind some of the biggest songs of this year. Please welcome Dayo. The audience cheered loudly. Dayo smiled, giving a small wave before sitting back. He gave a helpless smile and shook his head. Harmony, please be careful with the praise so my head doesn't explode. This earned laughter from both the audience and Harmony. She raised her hands in mock surrender. Thank you for being here, Harmony said. You've been off interviews for a while. Why now? Dayo chuckled lightly. Yeah, it's been a while. I just wanted to focus on the music, but since the new album's around the corner, I figured it was time. Ah, the other side, Harmony nodded. Everyone's been talking about it. But before we get to that, let's go back a little. Dayo smiled politely. He already knew where this was going. Harmony leaned in. You've had quite a few public moments, Dayo. The airport incident, for one, it went viral. People saw you fight off attackers, and even protect a fan in the process. What was going through your mind that day? He gave a small laugh. Honestly, I didn't think much. It was chaos. I just reacted. And since it was me the attackers were aiming for, how could I let something happen to one of my fans? The audience clapped and cheered for him. Seems the audience loves you, Harmony teased. Dayo smirked. Tell me about it, haha. Yeah, anyways, that was brave, Harmony said softly. Not everyone would do that. Maybe, he replied. But I don't think it's bravery when it's simply the right thing to do. The audience clapped lightly again. Harmony smiled. She could tell Dayo wasn't one to brag. Now, she continued carefully. There was also the Vivian situation. That whole story had people glued to their screens. How did you handle all that? Dayo exhaled quietly, his tone calm but firm. It wasn't easy. There were misunderstandings and a lot of noise online. But I've learned not to let that define me. People will always talk. All I can do is move forward and stay focused on my work. The fact that almost the entire internet believed the accusations made me heartbroken, he added. But I believe the truth always comes out in the end. I can't imagine the pressure you must have felt, competing in the global competition and facing those allegations. Yeah, it was massive, you know. He paused before continuing. Almost everyone, apart from a few friends, believed the lies. It was hell. They avoided me like a plague. But they apologized when the truth came out. Wow. Well, I'm happy the truth came out. Harmony nodded. That's a strong mindset. She glanced at her cue cards. Speaking of work, let's talk about Lois. The crowd murmured. Everyone knew that name. You helped produce her debut album, Harmony continued, and it blew up. People called it one of the best projects from a new artist in years. But not long after, she left JD Records and signed with Michael's label. What really happened? This was a sensitive topic, especially since Michael was a big figure in the industry. Most people didn't know how deep his background ran, but everyone knew Records, the biggest and most popular label around, filled with top-tier artists. Dayo gave a small smile, choosing his words carefully. Lois is talented. From day one, I knew she had something special. I produced her album, wrote all the songs, and watched her bring them to life. What she decided to do after that was her choice. Some people said there was tension between you two before she left. Harmony pressed gently. He kept his tone even. There wasn't tension, just two people at different points in their careers. I wish her well, truly. Harmony nodded, sensing he wasn't going to say more. Fair enough. She flipped to her next card. So, this new album, The Other Side. It's your first full album, and the fans are curious. What's the inspiration behind it? For the first time, Dayo's expression softened deeply. My uncle, Marcus, he said quietly. He passed away a while ago. He was one of the people who believed in me before anyone else did. I wanted this album to show what he meant to me, to show growth, pain, and hope. The room fell silent for a moment. Harmony nodded gently. That's beautiful. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you, he replied simply. The host smiled again, lightening the mood. Well, we can't wait to hear the full album. The Other Side drops this Friday, right? Yeah, Dayo said, smiling again. It's been a long road, but I'm proud of what we made. The audience applauded. Harmony stood and shook his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dayo. Don't forget to stream The Other Side when it drops. The cameras panned out as the crowd clapped, and the segment faded to the show's outro theme. Outside the studio, Sharon was waiting for him. She handed him a bottle of water. You handled that perfectly, she said as they walked out. Thanks, Dayo replied, letting out a breath. It went better than I expected. She laughed. You make it look easy. Maybe, he said, but I'm glad it's done. They both entered the car and drove off, heading back to JD Records, where Alice, Valerie, and Yurik were busy making sure everything stayed on track for release week. Alice was already in contact with media outlets, setting up radio spots and playlist placements. Yurik was on calls with distributors, finalizing shipments of the album's physical copies to stores across the country. And Valerie, learning directly from Yurik, handled emails and follow-ups, ensuring every tiny detail of the rollout stayed organized. The whole label was buzzing again, but this time with pride. The countdown to The Other Side had truly begun. Chapter 117, Album Release. The week passed quickly after the Harmony Lane interview. The episode had gone viral, not massive, but enough to stir new conversations online. Clips of how calmly Dayo answered tough questions impressed fans, since it was well known that new artists almost always slipped under pressure. But it was different with Dayo. People praised his maturity, and soon, The Other Side started trending on music blogs and social media. Alice noticed the traction and got an idea. We can build on this, she said during their morning meeting at JD Records. If we go grassroots, it'll create stronger engagement, real connection. Most artists don't go down that route, Dayo said, leaning back. Some are lazy, and many feel too proud to. Alice nodded, smiling. She shared her plan, doing it the old-school way, with a mix of modern strategy. Dayo agreed immediately. That was exactly what he wanted, to reach people directly. No flashy campaigns, just music. Some called him old school, and he didn't deny it. After all, mentally, he was nearing his 50s. He wanted something that would stand out, something unique. So, for the next few days before the release of the album, he worked like a machine. He hosted live streams every evening, chatting with fans, answering questions, and even previewing short snippets of songs. From there, he joined collaborations with popular streamers and content creators. They played snippets of his songs, joked with him, and helped spread the excitement. At one point, he even streamed a video game session, and though he wasn't great at it, or so he made people believe, still as far as it created buzz he was good. The internet couldn't get enough of him. He tried everything possible to increase awareness for the album. All of this reminded him of his grind back during the global competition wildcard days, sleepless nights, endless streams, and pure determination. This time, though, the energy was doubled, and the results showed in his followers. TikTok. 16.2 m, 28.4 m followers. Instagram, 11.7 m, 20.1 m followers. Twitter/X, 6.2 m, 10.4 m followers. This brought a smile to his face. All his hard work from the global competition was showing. The week went on. By Thursday night, social media was on fire. Hashtag The Other Side trended across multiple platforms, and fan theories about the album's theme filled the comment sections. People even started betting on whether the album would flop or blow up. Real money was put down. It was chaotic, but it kept everyone talking. Another idea that came from Alice. JD Records headquarters felt more alive than ever. Staff stayed late, final checks were made, and everyone waited for Friday midnight. Friday finally arrived. The entire JD Records HQ glowed under warm, dim lights. Large screens displayed the album's artwork. Dayo standing beneath a sky split in two colors, symbolizing life and loss. The hall was full: producers, marketing teams, sound engineers, even janitors. Everyone who had touched the project was there. Alice stood beside Dayo at the center of the hall. Valerie and Yurik handled the setup near the main console, checking the live dashboard that would track streaming numbers. Sharon handed Dayo a bottle of water, smiling nervously. "Everything's ready," Valerie said. "Once we hit play, the whole thing goes live worldwide." Dayo nodded, taking a slow breath. His pulse was racing, but in a good way. He'd done everything possible, and now it was time for the finishing touch. Quietly, he opened his system panel and selected two cards he'd been saving. Global Spotlight card doubles exposure and reach for the next release, 7 days. Regional Expansion card expands fan reach from regional to national level, adding 25% media traction and chart presence. He activated both one after the other, first the Regional Expansion card, then the Global Spotlight card. A faint blue glow flashed across his interface before fading away. This was where his real confidence came from. He knew the album wouldn't fail. The first card, the Global Spotlight, was one he had earned early on. After completing a system mission, he'd been saving it for this exact moment, curious to see how much power it really held. It was like a lifeline. Whatever exposure he was meant to get would double. If he was meant to reach 500,000 people, it would become 1 million. That alone was reason enough to grind as hard as he did. The second card was newer, a reward from his recognition as a regional artist. It boosted his media traction by 25% permanently, and when combined with the Spotlight bonus, it reached 50%, though temporary. All of this brought him peace. Alice looked at him. "Ready? Let's do it," he said quietly. A large digital countdown appeared on the screen. 10, 9, 8. The room fell silent. Cameras pointed toward the big display. 3, 2, 1. The album went live. Cheers erupted immediately. The analytics board on the screen began to tick upward. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of streams in minutes. Dayo grinned. He looked around at the people who had spent months with him. "Bill's on me tonight," he said. "We're all going out to eat." The room exploded in laughter and cheers. Everyone had been working nonstop for weeks, some since the very first recording session. Dayo didn't mind spending. Money wasn't an issue anymore. He was a millionaire now, and if anyone wondered how, it was thanks to Lois' album, Her. It had gone gold and was just shy of platinum. She could have easily passed the milestone if she had done interviews or if Records had pushed it properly, but they didn't. So the album never reached its full potential. 1 month totals: Lois, Her album, JD Records promotion. Spotify, 131,200,000 streams in total stream. Apple Music, 50,300,000 streams. YouTube, Tracks plus Visuals, 117 million views. iTunes/Apple Store purchases, 170,000 purchases. Physical copies, vinyls and CDs, 250,000 units sold. Total first month equivalent units is almost equal to 720,000 units. Chart positions approximate 1 month after release. Billboard 200, around number 85. Billboard Global 200, around number 50. Top song, HER, Lois FTJD, is almost equal to 88,500,000 total streams after 1 month. The total amount made from the album without task was about $3,262,610, and it could have been more if Lois was still under him. He felt pained a bit, but he shrugged it. Now was his moment, and he would make sure to own it. Chapter 118. Reaction to Album 1. While Dayo and his friends and colleagues went to dine after lunch, the reactions from others varied. Across in another place, Vivian sat across from Philip, sipping her drink at home, relaxing. He was already halfway through his plate, talking nonstop like always. "So," Vivian said, resting her chin on her palm. "You've heard about Dayo's new album, right? It drops tonight." Philip rolled his eyes and gave a dry laugh. "Heard? Everyone won't stop talking about it. But honestly, it's going to flop." Vivian frowned a little. "Flop? Why are you so sure?" He leaned back in his chair with a smug look on his face. "Because, come on, Viv. He made that album in what? 2 weeks? No serious artist does that. I've seen rushed projects before, and this one seems destined for disaster. The hype and snippet are just stunning. The actual would be trash. It wouldn't even enter the Billboard." He added. Vivian tilted her head. "You sound pretty confident." "I am," Philip said with a grin. "So confident that I even placed a bet online. $10,000 says that album crashes before the weekend." Vivian almost choked on her drink. "You bet 10,000? "Yeah," he said proudly. "Easy money to be made, even though it's not much. Experts have already analyzed the rollout. No major features, it's bound to fail." Vivian didn't argue. She just forced a smile, but inside, something felt off. She'd seen how Dayo had changed, how he went from having a condition of not being able to sing to singing amazingly in the global competition. He was no longer the same person she used to know. Every move he made since his comeback had been precise. Still, she didn't argue. She just sat there, listening. Philip glanced at his phone and laughed sarcastically. "Oh, look, it's live now. Let's hear this masterpiece." He saw the first track that made his eyes almost drop out. "Say Something," with Luna. Seeing Luna's name, he felt shocked cause Dayo didn't put it out that he was featuring her. He was already having a bad feeling, but he pressed play. The first track. The beat kicked in, clean, full, emotional. And it was amazing. He made a silent prayer that the rest should be crap. The second track followed, then the third. By the time the third song ended, Philip wasn't laughing anymore. He just sat there, his jaw tight. "Not bad, huh?" Vivian said quietly. He scoffed. It's okay. Still overhyped." But even he knew he'd lost that bet. The songs were too good, well-written, well-produced. He muttered something under his breath. How could he record such masterpiece in a few weeks? This doesn't make any sense at all. He grumbled and walked outside. When he was gone, Vivian stayed behind, earphones in, listening to the album again from the start. Each track hits differently now. The sound, the emotion, the growth, it was pure Dayo. She didn't move. She just sat there, listening as the songs played one after another. Her chest ached so much she hated the feeling she was having, which was regret that she could have been with Dayo, and when she remembered that she was out of the music industry, all of a sudden, she felt angry again. She just dropped the song and walked out. Meanwhile, across town, Lois sat alone in her apartment. She had seen all the buzz online. Dayo's album was everywhere. Against her own pride, she opened her phone and clicked play. The first song she chose was Someone You Loved, with Alara. The moment it started, she froze. The mix, the emotion, the chemistry, it was the kind of song she used to dream about recording with him. After all, she liked him. Her fingers tightened around her phone. This could have been me," she muttered under her breath. Every word, every harmony hit harder the longer she listened. Her chest tightened. She replayed it again, this time listening closely to the lyrics. The lines hit deep. She let out a bitter laugh. "I feel so foolish now." Lois stared at the screen for a long moment, then locked her phone and tossed it aside. Her apartment was quiet. Too quiet. She thought about how different things could have been if she had stayed at JD. Maybe she would have been the one on that track. Perhaps she would have been trending right now. But that wasn't her reality anymore. Records had her locked down. No interviews, no live sessions, no direct contact with fans. Every post went through management. They said it was for her brand protection, but she knew what it really was: control. Her own label had turned her into a product they could move around whenever they wanted. And as much as she wanted to fight back, she couldn't. She leaned back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind spinning between anger, regret, and guilt. For the first time, she admitted it to herself. She missed JD Records. She missed the freedom. And most of all, She missed Dayo. Asterisk. Inside the glass-walled office of Records, the hum of the city filtered faintly through the tinted windows. Michael sat behind his wide desk, typing. Quietly, his focus sharp as always. The door opened. Clara, his assistant, stepped in carefully, a tablet in her hand. "Sir," she said, "Dayo's album just dropped. It's live everywhere." Michael didn't look up. His voice was calm, uninterested. "And, well, people are already talking about it online. It's trending." He sighed, still staring at his screen. "Of course it is. Everything that boy does trends for a week." Clara hesitated. "Should I play it?" "Go ahead," he said, without looking up. She tapped her tablet. The room filled with the soft, emotional melody of Say Something, Dayo and Luna's duet. At first, Michael didn't react. His hands kept typing, then slowly stopped. His fingers froze on the keyboard. He leaned back slightly, his brows knitting. He was already caught off guard hearing Luna in the song, which Dayo didn't put out, and he knew the reason. He muttered, "Smart." "Next," he said quietly. Clara skipped to the next track, All of Me featuring Rex. The vocals poured through the speakers, rich and full. He looked up this time. His expression changed. For a long moment, he said nothing. "Next," he muttered again. She played the third one, Someone You Loved with Alara. By the middle of the song, Michael's jaw had tightened. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the wall, his eyes distant. When the track ended, the room was silent. Chapter 119, Reaction to Album 2. When the track ended, the room was silent. Michael exhaled slowly and rubbed his chin. 2 weeks, he whispered. He made this in 2 weeks. How is this even possible? Clara looked nervous. "Sir." Michael shook his head, a gesture that indicated that he wasn't talking to her. He stood up and walked to the window. The city lights glowed against his reflection. His thoughts were in shambles, and he couldn't understand how Dayo was able to make such a quality album in 2 weeks if it were a single. Throughout, it would have been believable, but there were 4 featured artists. He felt that even if he made these songs, they would be crap. This was why he was lax on the issue when Clara brought it to him, who knew that it would later come to bite him in the ass. "Damn," he muttered. He wasn't just angry. He was impressed, confused, and even a little shaken. He had underestimated Dayo again. His plan had been simple. Give the boy some space, just enough time for Senator Reeves to forget him after Marcus's burial. A clean month, then move in. But instead of resting, Dayo had used that space to create something that sounded like it could challenge the global charts. Michael let out a low, sharp laugh, half disbelief, half frustration. "This boy," he said softly, "he always knows where to strike." He remembered the last time he tried to play smart, the Vivian scandal. He had spent money on PR firms, blogs, and online campaigns to bury Dayo's name, hoping the pressure would force him into signing with Records. But Dayo had been one step ahead. He dropped one piece of evidence that flipped the entire situation. The hate turned into sympathy, and the sympathy turned into fame. That was the most expensive mistake Michael had ever made. Now, looking at the dashboard that tracked streams, he knew this was mistake number 2. He turned back to Clara, his voice calm but cold. "When the first week numbers drop, I want them on my desk before anyone else sees them." "Yes, sir," she said quietly. She turned to leave, but before she reached the door, Michael muttered, "Senator Reeves." Clara paused. "Sir." He shook his head. "Nothing. You can go." When the door closed, he stood there staring at the city lights again. He hated this feeling. Not fear, not anger, but something heavier. A boy barely in his 20s was making him feel powerless. Michael's jaw tightened. He was done playing games. While Michael was already planning his next move to slow Dayo down, across the country, there were people doing the exact opposite, pushing the album higher. Live reaction, the other side. The stream went live on Twitch an hour after the album dropped. At the top of the screen sat Ace Parker, one of the biggest streamers in the US known for his chaotic humor and honest reactions. Ace had built a massive following for his music breakdowns and live listening parties. Over 420,000 people were watching live. "All right," Ace said, spinning slightly in his gaming chair. "You all know why we're here." Dayo just dropped the other side. "We're doing a full listen." The chat was moving too fast to read. "This better not flop. I lost $500 betting it won't hit top 50, loudly crying faced. Bro's about to silence everybody. I heard that he made this in 2 weeks. No way, right? Bro above, you are right. 2 weeks for an album and they expect it to work. LOL. A lot of people are going to be shocked by the first song. He. Ace chuckled. Okay, let's hear what the hype's about. He pressed play. The first track, Say Something, with Luna, started. The moment the vocals came in, Ace froze. The sound was clean, emotional, and heavy. He stared at the screen for a few seconds before saying, "Oh nah, this is serious." He even featured Luna, the goddess. "This is crazy, man," Ace shouted, grinning widely. The chat exploded again. Chills. Literal chills. That harmony is insane. Luna is here. Haha, I saw this coming. I can't believe Luna's saying this. I've got goosebumps. This song is going #1. There's nothing you can tell me. Agreed, bro above, #1 or nothing. Who mixed this? This doesn't sound like a 2-week project. You can say that again. Ace moved on to the next track, All of Me, with Rex, and then Someone You Loved, with Alara. Each one pulled a stronger reaction than the last. I bet against Dayo. I feel so stupid right now, loudly crying faced. Haha, I don't feel sorry for y'all betting against. Dayo, bro's basically a movie character. Bro above, you can say that again. Everyone who's gone against him ends up losing. Yup, just like Vivian and the global competition. This album is too clean. Who's Alara? She killed that verse. Yeah, and who is this Rex guy? He's him. This is not luck anymore. I'm going out to get the vinyl right now. OMG, I just reached the store nearby. It's sold out. How? You're not alone. Same thing here. WHYYYYY, loudly crying face. Ace leaned back in his chair, shaking his head. You know what, he said, smiling. Dayo didn't just drop an album. He dropped art. Let's do well to stream. The chat started spamming new hashtags. Hashtag the other side. Hashtag Dayo season. Hashtag rise of JD. Hashtag global takeover. Ace wasn't the only influencer streaming Dayo's album. The others Dayo had worked with during his promo week joined in too, not just because of the hype, but because of Dayo himself. He hadn't only pushed his album, he had pushed them. He told his followers to follow the creators he collaborated with, always giving them credit and respect. That earned him not just admiration, but friendships. There were a few artists who treated them as equals, the way Dayo did, and that made them go all out for him. Even other streamers who had gone live that night joined in. Clips of reactions, people crying, fans screaming, influencers dancing. The whole internet was flooded with it. By the end of the night, hashtag the other side was the #1 trending topic across X, YouTube, and TikTok. Dayo didn't make a statement. The album spoke for him, and those who doubted him found it hard to say anything bad. The whole internet was taken over by Dayo. In one word, this was the perfect debut of an artist. Chapter 120, Day 1 number. While the media burned with excitement, Dayo was home. He had just gotten back from dinner with his team, and the night had been loud with laughter and relief. Before they parted ways, he told them, "Tonight, nobody goes back to the office. Go home, rest. Tomorrow, we start again." He smiled as he said it, but the calm in his voice made everyone obey. At home, the moment he stepped through the door, his little sister screamed. "Dayo," she shouted, running to him. "Oh my God, your album made me cry. It's so beautiful." Dayo laughed and hugged her. His parents stood nearby, smiling proudly. His father gave him a thumbs up. "We listened to it together," his mother said. "It's special. Have you seen what people are saying online?" his sister asked, grabbing his arm. He raised his hands. "Nope. I'm not checking anything until tomorrow." "Why?" she asked. "Peace of mind," he replied with a grin. They all laughed, ate a small late dinner, and went to bed. The next morning, the sun had barely risen when Dayo got dressed and headed to JD Records. He was beyond excited. This was his first album, be it in his old life or this new one, so he was feeling emotions that couldn't be explained in words. As his car pulled up, he could already hear noise from inside. Cheers, laughter, and the kind of energy that only came with good news. The whole label was practically glowing. The smiles on their faces could blind anyone. When he walked in, every head turned. "Congratulations, sir," one of the producers shouted. "You did it," another said. Dayo smiled but stayed calm. "Okay, what's happening?" Alice met him halfway, trying to contain her grin. "Finally you are here. I would have said you were late, but we all came early." "Yeah, And the fact that you said none of us should check it and wait till today is already frustrating enough. And you came later than us. And it's your album. Dayo just stood there, speechless. You might want to sit down first. Alice laughed at his expression. He did. Valerie turned the big screen around to face him. The analytics dashboard was live, numbers updating by the second. The room went silent for a moment as everyone looked at the figures. First day sales and streams. Spotify, 168 million streams. Apple Music, 72 million streams. YouTube, audio plus visuals, 190 million views. iTunes/Apple Store purchases, 480,000. Physical copies, vinyls and CDs, 320,000. Total first-day equivalent units is almost equal to 2.95 million units sold. Record, 3.1 million units, held by Harmony Drake. They all froze. No one spoke for a full 5 seconds. What? Alice was the first to break the silence. Valerie followed, unable to take her eyes off the screen. He almost broke the global record. Wayne covered her mouth, shocked. Oh my God. Yurik looked at Dayo like he was an alien. I've always said it. You are not normal, and this proves it. How is this even possible? Yurik was the most shocked because he knew what this number meant. Some artists in their lifetime might not sell half of what Dayo sold in a day, and Dayo was a complete newbie. The numbers showing on the screen were beyond unbelievable. He wouldn't have freaked out if Dayo had sold that much in a week. That would be within expectations. But to sell 2.95 million in a single day was unheard of for a new artist. Sharon spun her chair, eyes wide. It's official. He just broke the record for the highest first-day sales by a debut artist. Rex was silent throughout the whole thing. He made a silent prayer, thankful that he chose to stay at JD Records. The room erupted. Some clapped, others screamed, and some just stood in disbelief. Dayo leaned back slowly, a small smile pulling at his lips. Yurik then said, "We have to meet the demands. The physical copy is out of stock, and fans are asking for more." "I told you we should have made more," he said quietly. Valerie laughed. "Yeah, but even you didn't expect this." "Maybe," Dayo said, shrugging. "But I believed in it." He was now positive that the cards were working perfectly. Top track, Global Say. Something, with Luna. 87 million total streams in 24 hours. Number 1 on Apple Music Global Chart. Number 2 on Spotify Global Top 50. Number 1 on YouTube Trending, Music. Number 3 on Billboard Hot 100 Debut. Album, The Other Side. Number 1 on Billboard Global 200 Albums. Number 1 on Apple Music Global Albums. Number 2 on Spotify Global Albums Chart. When they saw where the album was on the chart, they blew up. Nobody would believe their eyes. They refreshed more times just to confirm what they were seeing. The morning after The Other Side dropped, the internet woke up to chaos. Music News Network, MNN. This is the most shocking news in music history in decades. Billboard Global. A 2-week album just made history. JD Records newcomer hits massive opening day numbers. Rolling Beat. Everyone thought it would flop. It didn't. It soared. TuneCore Today. Dayo's debut album nearly topples the all-time first-day record. Fans call it a new era. Across all social platforms, his face was everywhere. Reaction clips, reviews, fan theories. Every corner of the internet had something to say. Dayo's The Other Side sets new debut milestone. Industry leaders call it the birth of a global icon. Dayo proved that the first time is not a fluke. It's official. JD broke the record for the highest first-day sales by a debut artist. The big question now, can he break the record for the most albums sold in a week? JD top chart on all platforms, a feat never achieved before by any newbie. Dayo's The Other Side breaks first-day records for a debut artist, industry in shock. At JD Records, everyone stayed long after work ended, celebrating the victory that felt almost unreal. When Dayo finally got a quiet moment, he looked at the screen one last time. 2.95 million. In his old world, he would have broken Taylor Swift's record, which was 2.7 million for the album The Life of a Showgirl. But in this world, the record stood at a massive 3.1 million, and he had come very close. He smiled softly. He didn't break the record, but he was close enough to touch it. And deep down, he knew this was only the beginning. There was more to come. Now it was time to work, to push harder, to break the week. And he was confident he would, because the global spotlight card worked for 1 week. He just had to watch the magic unfold. Chapter 121: The Mystery of the Century. The days following the album release were beyond anything anyone could have imagined, not even for the calculative Dayo. By the next morning, The Other Side wasn't just a U.S. success. It had become a global event talked about like it was the elections. It started on social media, then slowly grew beyond screens until it turned into word of mouth. Every platform, every country, every feed was talking about one thing: Dayo and his album. From New York to London, Lagos to Seoul, São Paulo to Toronto, people were playing his songs. Clips flooded the internet. Fans sang, cried, laughed, and argued. Even people who didn't usually listen to music were talking about him. It was everywhere. Who is this Dayo guy? How does a new artist pull this off in 2 weeks? How is this even possible? This is the mystery of the century. I am not gonna lie, this feels scripted as hell. Yep, you can said that again. Bro is a thing protagonist. This feels like it was brought out of a novel, man. There has to be something wrong. I just turn on my phone after work and this is all I see. Bro above, this is a mystery to everyone. And to believe he made this album in 2 weeks? Impossible. He did. He was in the global competition 4 weeks ago, do the math. No need to explain to clout chasers, JD all the way. Yes. And boy is so fine. Dayo, I want your baby inside me. The comments flooded from every corner of the world: Argentina, Brazil, Nigeria, New Zealand, you name it. All eyes were on Dayo. It wasn't just hype anymore. It was history in the most bizarre way imaginable. Music journalists admitted they hadn't seen such a reaction in decades. Not even established stars had taken over the world this fast. The craziest part? Dayo was still a rookie. The album's songs were now charting simultaneously in over 20 countries, and it was only the second day after release. The whole media was in total frenzy. That only brought up more questions, because most people had never even heard of Dayo before. They woke up one morning and their FYP, homepage, and Explore feeds were filled with him, like he had hacked the entire internet or something. Hashtag The Other Side Challenge was trending on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and everywhere else. It was so infectious that not only fans, but also celebrities joined in with covers, duets, and dance challenges. Different versions of his songs spread across languages and continents. Dancers choreographed routines. Choirs performed Say Something, with Luna, live in French, Korean, and Spanish. By the third day, The Other Side had hit #1 in 42 countries. And it wasn't slowing down. This sudden rise made several artists panic. Many who planned to drop albums that same week began rescheduling their releases. In the United States, it debuted at #1 on Billboard 200 albums, and #1 on Billboard Hot 100 singles, with Say Something, with Luna. Analysts called it a phenomenon that shattered every marketing rule in music. Articles poured out nonstop. The Harmony Post. A new era begins. Dayo's album takes over the world overnight. Billboard Global. He's now officially the youngest artist to debut at #1 in 42 countries. Music Watch US. No label trick, no scandal, just raw connection. Dayo's rise is rewriting the playbook. TuneCore today. Question of the week. Can he break the record for the most albums sold in a week? Questions are being asked. How did he achieve this? JD Records' phones never stopped ringing. News outlets wanted interviews. TV shows wanted appearances. Brands wanted deals. Inside the label, chaos mixed with celebration. Even their system crashed twice from the traffic overload of live sales tracking. Outside, fans camped around the JD building holding posters, speakers, and handwritten signs that read, "The Other Side saved me," and Dayo for life. And Dayo himself? He hadn't spoken a word since release day. He sat quietly with his team, staring at the endless notifications on the screen. He hadn't expected this, not even close. He knew the spotlight card worked, but this was beyond belief. He couldn't even process the amount of attention he was receiving. He wanted to go out and promote, but it was overwhelming. He couldn't step outside without being ambushed by flashing cameras. The world had found him again, and his house was surrounded by media outlets. Thankfully, security kept them away since he lived in a private estate. As the chaos continued, People began making stories about him. Everything about his past was being dug up by both friends and foes. Influencers made conspiracy videos, some claiming he had made a deal with the devil, others saying he was part of a secret group. Each theory was crazier than the last. Streaming platforms crashed again from heavy traffic. Physical album orders couldn't meet demand. JD Records had to contract other producers just to keep up with the sales. Then his phone buzzed. He looked at it and smiled. Min-jae. Hello, my brother, Dayo said immediately after picking up. You call me your brother and haven't called me since. Min-jae laughed from the other end. Haha, nice try, Min-jae. I know you're still preparing for the global competition. Yeah. You already know why I'm calling, right? Haha, can I say I don't? You can try, Min-jae replied, making them both burst into laughter. Then another voice came from Min-jae's background. So, Dayo, you're too popular now to remember your friends, huh? Oh my, is that Her Royal Highness Emily and Her Grace Maya? Dayo teased. The three of them laughed loudly. Dayo, I can't rest without seeing your face. Every time I scroll TikTok, it's your annoying face again. Misha said playfully. Oh really? Is my face that annoying, Misha? Dayo asked in a calm but teasing tone. The three on the other end froze for a moment, feeling a strange shiver and goosebumps run through them before Min-jae broke the silence with a cough. Cough, the reason we called was to congratulate you. The two ladies quickly joined in, smiling into the camera. So tell us, Dayo, Misha asked. How did you do it? Don't say it's luck. No one's buying that. Dayo smiled lightly. I really don't know. Everything just clicked. Min-jae laughed. Haha, I told you he'd say that. All right, ladies, pay up. Apparently, they had made a bet about what Dayo would say. If he claimed it was luck, Min-jae would win. And of course, he did. They all laughed again, talking a little longer about random things. It reminded Dayo how much he valued these friendships. They didn't change how they treated him, even after all the fame and madness. After the call ended, he pulled out his small notebook, scribbled down a few lines, then stood up. He looked toward the window and whispered, Now let's go and make this count. Chapter 122. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Today was the fourth day after the release of the album, and as predicted, it wasn't slowing down by any means. Dayo was about to call Valerie to organize security for a show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, before remembering he had an assistant now. He smiled at the thought, then called Sharon to handle it. The show had always been one of Dayo's small dreams, even in his past life, though he never had the chance to go. This time, he decided to do it. And, of course, he had a plan behind it. Dayo was always 5 steps ahead. This version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire was slightly different. There were more interactions between the host and the contestant, unlike the one on Earth. The drive didn't take long. When they arrived at the venue, Dayo's face lit up with an excited smile, surprising Sharon. Dayo, why are you so excited? She asked, curious. She knew how calm and expressionless he usually was. It's just a small dream of mine to always attend this show. So yeah, I'm excited, he said, chuckling. She looked surprised but nodded. A staff member came to usher them in, and after makeup and prep, it was time. On the stage, the lights dimmed, the cameras panned, and the music kicked in, that iconic dramatic theme every American family recognized. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? The crowd erupted in cheers. The host, Orion Crestwood, tall, charming, with his usual wide grin, stepped on stage, waving to the audience. In the real world, the show is hosted by Jimmy Kimmel, but in this fictional world, we'll go with Orion. And tonight, Orion began. We have someone very special joining us. You've seen him everywhere this week. Even I can't seem to get rid of him. His album The Other Side is breaking records across the globe, and now he's here to test his brain instead of his voice. Please welcome Jason Dayo, aka JD. The crowd went wild. Dayo walked in calmly, dressed in a simple black jacket and white shirt. He waved, smiling as the cheers grew louder. After shaking Orion's hand, he took his seat. Orion smirked. I gotta say, man, this week belongs to you. Your album's everywhere. I can't get rid of your face on my screen, and now you're here on my show. What's the goal, huh? Take over the world. The crowd laughed. Dayo grinned. Hey, Orion, it's not my fault people love this handsome face of mine, right? YSSS, the audience screamed. You see, Dayo teased. They're not complaining. Looks like it's just you. Uh-huh. This is my show. Boy, isn't that right, people? Orion said, pretending to protest. And oh, the crowd roared. Oh, you're in trouble, Orion. Seems like I've taken over your show, huh? Haha, nice try, Dayo. Let's see if you can take control, because I'm coming for you. You can try. Dayo shot back, grinning. The audience laughed hard. Orion clapped once. All right, you know the rules. 15 questions, for lifelines, and $1 million on the line. Ready? Dayo leaned forward slightly. Let's begin. The light dimmed, and Orion's voice came up. Question 1 for a $100. Which of the following is a color? A. Circle. B. Triangle. C. Blue. D. Square. Dayo smiled at Orion. Is that it, Orion? Serially, of course it's B. Oh, really? Enjoy it while it lasts, then is B your final answer? Orion teased. Final answer. Ding. You're correct. Orion said. You've made it to $100. The crowd clapped. Dayo nodded and said to Orion in a taunting but playful tone, bring it on. I would see how long you have that crooked smile of yours. This resonated with the audience. They never expected Dayo to be this fun, but they love the playful drama. Now, question number 2, for $200. Orion announced dramatically. Which of these animals is known for its ability to change its color? A. Elephant. B. Chameleon. C. Penguin. D. Dog. The crowd murmured playfully, already smiling. Dayo didn't even think twice. B. Chameleon. Whoa, fast. Orion teased. Final answer? Of course, final answer. You think I am you in 6th grade. Dayo said, leaning back with a playful smile. Nice one, Dayo, Orion said. Ding. You're correct. Orion shouted as the lights flashed green. You're moving up fast, JD. The audience cheered loudly. A few fans in the crowd shouted, smart and fine, which made Dayo laugh and rub his temple shyly. Orion smirked. You sure you didn't hack the questions before coming here? Hey, don't be jealous, Orion. Genius runs in the family. Dayo replied, grinning. Yeah, sure, the family of overachievers, Orion muttered playfully. All right, Mr. Genius. Let's see how long that brain of yours stays calm. Question 3, $300. Which planet is known as the red planet? A. Earth. B. Mars. C. Jupiter. D. Saturn. Dayo chuckled. You know, if I get this wrong, my school science teacher, Mrs. Grace, is going to roast me for life. It's Mars. Final answer. Correct again. Orion laughed. $300 in the bag. I can already feel this guy's going to give me a hard night. The crowd clapped again, enjoying every moment. Question 4, $500. Orion adjusted his cue cards. This one's easy, but let's see if you overthink it. What do bees produce? A. Wax. B. Nectar. C. Milk. D. Honey. Dayo raised a brow, pretending to think. Milk sounds tempting. The audience erupted in laughter. That's right, bro, that's the answer, Orion joked. Dayo smirked. You wish the answer is D. Honey. Final answer? Final. Ding. Correct. Question 5, $1,000. First safe zone. The lights dimmed slightly as the tension grew. Orion leaned forward. All right, things are getting real now. $1,000, and you'll at least walk home with something if you fail after this. He read carefully. Which of the following people is often called the father of modern physics? A. Isaac Newton. B. Albert Einstein. C. Galileo. D. Nikola Tesla. The crowd hummed. Dayo tilted his head slightly, then said with calm certainty, Albert Einstein. B. Final answer. Ding. Correct. You've secured $1,000. Orion shouted. The audience clapped wildly, some fans standing up to cheer. Orion laughed and looked at the camera. Okay, folks, he's officially richer than I was at 22. Dayo chuckled. Then you've been doing something wrong, Orion. The audience screamed with laughter. Question 6, $2,000. Orion pretended to sigh. Man, this guy's too confident. All right, here we go. In which year did the Global Music Awards first launch? A. 1980. B. 1992. C. 2005. D. 2010. The audience quieted. This one wasn't common knowledge. Dayo paused for the first time, tapping his finger on the chair. The Global Music Awards, that was mentioned in a documentary I saw. Orion leaned closer. Oh, he's thinking now, people. I can smell the smoke. Laughter followed. After a moment, Dayo looked up. It's 2005, final answer. You. Sure. Positive. Ding. You're correct. Orion shouted as confetti flashed on the screen. Oh boy, it's getting hot now. The audience roared with applause. Question 7, $4,000. Orion's smile turned a little more serious. All right, Dayo. You've handled the easy stuff. This one digs a bit deeper. He read from his card slowly, enjoying the pause. In the first Aurelian Aquatics at the Summer Concord Games, which year did swimmer Cairo Hallow win the historic gold that broke the 10-year record? A. 1998. B. 2004. C. 2012. D. 2016. The crowd hummed. A few people whistled. They knew this was tougher. Dayo made a face. Oh no. Swimming? I have to be honest. Sports isn't my strong suit. Orion grinned. You do have lifelines. Phone a friend, 50 to 50, or ask the audience. Dayo nodded. Phone a friend. My brother Jeffrey knows this stuff. He swims for his school. All right, place the call, Orion said, flipping his phone to the studio line. Dayo dug his phone out, hand steady, and hit the button. The studio lights dimmed a little so the call could come through clean. A crackly voice answered after the beep. Yo, Jeff. It's me. I'm live on Orion's show. Need a quick lifeline. Questions coming through. Jeffrey laughed. Bro, live? Okay, do this. Read it. Orion read the question again for the line. Silence on Jeffrey's end for a heartbeat. Then he said, Cairo Hallow. I'm leaning toward 2012. I think so. Dayo held the phone to his ear and smiled. You think so? Yeah, I think so. Pretty sure. Jeffrey replied. Dayo's grin turned teasing but firm. You better not think so, Jeff. If this one messes me up and you're wrong, remember you're in my house. I'll come to your room and whack your ass myself. There was a beat of shocked laughter from the studio and a muffled, embarrassed laugh from Jeffrey. All right, okay, Jeffrey said. 2012, C. I'm going with C. Dayo looked at Orion, then back at the phone. He took a breath, meeting the cameras. C. 2012. Final answer. The lights held on him. The studio waited. And your? Chapter 123, C. C. 2012. Final answer. The lights held on him. The studio waited. Orion's voice echoed through the silence. And your? The suspense dragged. The lights flickered red, then green. Correct. The crowd exploded. Orion stood, laughing and clapping. He got it again. Jeffrey, wherever you are, your brother just made $4,000. Dayo grinned, pretending to wipe fake sweat from his forehead. Man, I thought my brother was about to cost me live TV embarrassment. The audience roared with laughter. Orion shook his head. It seems it's really in the blood. I need to get your brother on the next episode. He'll probably win too, Dayo said, laughing. The cameras zoomed in on his grin, calm, confident, yet full of life. Okay now, question 8 to win $8,000. Orion shuffled his cards, leaning closer. All right, JD. We're getting serious now. He read aloud, voice steady. In literature, which of these fictional books was said to have been written by the mysterious author Eliana Drex? A. Whispers of Time. B. The Painted Veil. C. A Distant Garden. D. Songs of the Forgotten. The crowd went silent. Even the lights dimmed lower, highlighting Dayo's calm expression. Dayo hummed softly. I've read about this woman. Eliana Drex. She vanished after her last book was published, right? Orion's eyebrows rose. Correct. I didn't expect you to know that. Dayo smiled faintly. The answer's A. Whispers of Time. Final answer. The sound effect hit, ding. Orion pointed dramatically. Wow, I am feeling threatened now. The crowd went wild again. Dayo smiled and made a silent prayer for the real owner of the body, because he was the one who held most of this world's art and history in his head. Question 9, $16,000. All right, here we go, Orion said, the lights deepening into blue. This one might trip you up. He read, which element was first successfully split during the discovery of nuclear fission? A. Uranium. B. Hydrogen. C. Carbon. D. Thorium. Dayo crossed his arms. You're testing my science memory again. I'd eat this up 10 out of 10, haha. Dayo took a moment, thinking. The cameras zoomed in. Uranium, he said without hesitation. Final answer. Orion didn't even pause this time. Correct again. The audience gasped, then erupted. Some were already on. their feet, shouting. He was now at $16,000. Orion threw up his hands. This guy's not human. Are you sure you're not an AI in disguise? Dayo laughed. If I were, I'd still look better than you. The crowd screamed with laughter. Question 10 for $32,000. Now the tension returned. The lights dimmed darker than before. A slow bass tone vibrated under the stage as Orion read from his card. All right, JD. This is where most people start sweating and tripping. One wrong answer, and you drop back to $1,000. Ready? Dayo exhaled, nodding. Let's go. Orion leaned in. Which country hosted the very first International Robotics Convention in 1998? A. Japan. B. Germany. C. United States. D. South Korea. The crowd murmured. The question was tough. Dayo's fingers tapped the armrest. He stared ahead, thinking. 1998, robotics. I remember reading that it wasn't Japan because they came second that year. Orion tilted his head, shocked that he even knew that, same as the fans. You sure? Dayo inhaled. Yeah, it was Germany. B. Final answer. The lights froze on his face. Even Orion's expression went still. Then the lights flashed bright gold. He's right again. The audience lost control. Some fans jumped up screaming. Dayo leaned back, smiling quietly, his heart racing but face calm. $32,000. Orion shook his head, still smiling in disbelief. You're killing me here, JD. I swear this is the easiest paycheck I've ever handed out. Dayo grinned. Then maybe you should try harder. The studio laughed again. The lights slowly dimmed into red and blue streaks, setting up the next round. Orion's voice dropped low, dramatic. All right, America, he's crossed $32,000. From here on out, every question doubles. The stakes are higher, the lights are hotter, and I think my blood pressure's going up. He turned to Dayo. Ready for the next one? Dayo cracked a smile, his confidence calm but glowing. Always ready to take your money home. Yeah, let's see about that. The lights dimmed again, and the sound of a heartbeat played softly in the background. The studio was silent now. No laughter, no playful shouts. The tension was real. Dayo sat upright, hands clasped together on his lap, his focus sharp. He had already cleared $32,000. The host, Orion Crestwood, smiled, but this time there was something more serious in his tone. All right, Jason Dayo, Orion said, his voice echoing across the stage. You've made it this far. Question number 10. Only 4.8% of contestants in the show's history ever reached this stage. You're sitting among the elite now, so I have to congratulate you even if you don't win the millionaire. The crowd gasped softly. Even Dayo raised an eyebrow at that statistic. Thank you, Orion, but I am here for a millionaire or nothing. Let's see. Orion continued, turning to the screen. This one's for $64,000. He paused, letting the air hang thick with suspense. Question 10, $64,000. Which of the following? Scientists first proposed the existence of black holes as a mathematical concept. A. Edwin Hubble. B. Albert Einstein. C. John Michel. D. Stephen Hawking. The camera zoomed in on Dayo. He exhaled slowly, thinking, that's not something people usually remember, he muttered under his breath, recalling his younger days reading the encyclopedia and history. Einstein predicted a lot, but I think it wasn't him who coined the term. Orion leaned forward. You still have 2 lifelines left? You could use one. Dayo looked up, smirking slightly. Nah, let's save it. I think it's C. John Michel, the man who suggested it before anyone even believed in such a thing. The audience murmured. Orion tilted his head, impressed. That's quite an answer. Final answer. The studio went dark for 2 seconds. Then, ding, you're correct, Orion exclaimed. Jean Michel, 1783, the first to propose the concept of a black hole. The audience burst into cheers, clapping wildly. The lights flashed, and Dayo finally let out a small grin. Orion laughed. You're a dangerous man, JD. Calm, smart, and way too confident. Who knew our superstar Dayo is a nerd, huh? But now, the next question is where people start sweating. Dayo chuckled. I am more than a nerd. Bring the heat, Orion. Question 11 for $125,000. The music turned deeper, slower. Orion looked serious now. This one's a monster. Ready? As always, Dayo replied calmly. Which of the following? languages is considered the oldest still spoken today? A. Hebrew. B. Tamil. C. Chinese. D. Greek. The audience leaned forward. A few whispered guesses. Dayo rubbed his chin. I'm sure Hebrew was revived. Greek evolved. Chinese too, but Tamil has been in continuous use. Orion raised a brow. You sound sure. I'm sure enough to risk it. B. Tamil. Dayo smiled. He'd studied language in his past life, so this question was a piece of cake for him. Final. Final. A few seconds of silence. The lights blinked red, then turned green. Ding. You're correct again. Orion shouted. Tamil. Over 5,000 years of continuous use. That's insane. How can you be this smart? I mean, most artists are okay, but this level is on another level. The crowd erupted. Sharon clapped from backstage, trying not to grin too hard. Dayo smiled. Oh, you have no idea what I am capable of. Question 12, $250,000. All right, Orion said, leaning forward. You're now at the $250,000 mark. Just 3 questions away from $1 million. Are you sure you don't want to cash out now? I mean, this is a huge amount of money. Dayo smirked. Nice try, Orion. Like I said, I am here for $1 million or nothing. All right, your choice. This one's for $250,000, and I promise, it's brutal. He read the card. In what year did the country of Zimbabwe officially become independent? A. 1980. B. 1983. C. 1991. D. 2004. Dayo chuckled. Oh, now we're bringing politics into this. The crowd laughed softly. Orion smirked. Well, genius, what's your call? Dayo hesitated, but smiled. It seems you forget my mom is Nigerian, so I know my part of African culture and its history. Funny story. Yeah, I have a friend who is Zimbabwean, So, Zimbabwe gained independence from British colonial rule on April 18, 1980. Yeah, I remember the anniversary special. Orion squinted, trying hard not to open his mouth, and even the crowd was awed too. After a bit of silence, he regained himself. Final answer. Final. The lights froze. A heartbeat sound echoed. Ding. Correct. Orion yelled. 1980. My guy, you're unstoppable. The audience lost it. Some people were on their feet, chanting, JD. JD. Dayo leaned back, exhaling, his calm smile returning. Orion grinned wide. 3 questions left, Jason. You've made $250,000. Only 1 lifeline used so far. You realize, if you get the next one right, you'll be the first contestant in 5 years to reach $500,000. Dayo looked at him and smiled lightly. Then I guess it's about time someone did, and more. The lights dimmed again. The heartbeat intensified. Question 13, $500,000. Chapter 124, Winner. Orion adjusted his cufflinks, his grin tighter this time. The tension in the studio was huge as the figures and risk grew. All right, JD, question 13, for $500,000. Only 1.2% of contestants in the entire history of this show have reached this far. The crowd gasped again, then clapped. It was very rare for people to reach this stage, so the fact that someone did was a miracle, and they were witnessing it with their own eyes. The music kicked in, deep, cinematic, building suspense. Orion took a breath and read. Which of the following composers wrote the classical symphony Echoes of Silence, which was later credited as one of the inspirations for the neo-romantic era? A. Frederick Howell. B. Maximilian Dorn. C. Arthur Wells. D. Leon Strauss. Dayo exhaled slowly. He rubbed his temple. This one was tough. He repeated the options under his breath. Frederick Howell. Maximilian Dorn. Orion smiled faintly. Looks like we finally got him thinking. The audience laughed softly, nervous. Dayo's mind ran through what he knew. His hand moved through his long dreads. Echoes of Silence. That piece was composed after the Great Revival War. It was part of the New York Museum's 1940 feature. He nodded slightly to himself. Arthur Wells. I'm sure of it. Are you sure? Final answer. This is to win $500,000. Orion asked carefully. Dayo looked straight at him. Nice try, Orion. Yes, that's my final answer. The lights went red. The entire studio froze instantly. The crowd almost screamed in fear. Then, ding. Correct. Orion shouted, slamming his card on the table. Arthur Wells is the answer. JD, you've just won $500,000. The audience exploded in cheers. Sharon, watching backstage, put a hand over her mouth, half shocked, half proud. Someone in the crowd screamed as it seemed someone had fainted from the scare. Dayo stood up and raised his fist before sitting and leaning back, chuckling and shaking his head. This is wild. Orion laughed. You're unbelievable, man. $500,000, and you've used just a single lifeline. How does it feel? Dayo smiled faintly. Like I'm halfway to something bigger. The crowd cheered again, feeding off his calm confidence. Orion grinned and shuffled his next card. All right. Question 14. This one's for $750,000. You ready? As always. I was born ready. The lights dimmed again, the background sound dropping to a faint, rhythmic thump. Question 14. $750,000. Which of the following is the only known metal that is liquid at room temperature? A. Gallium. B. Mercury. C. Bromine. D. Cesium. Dayo chuckled. You finally gave me something easy. It's mercury. B. Final answer. Just like that. Orion asked, surprised, expecting some hesitation. Just like that. I'm a nerd. Orion, you have to keep up. Haha, yeah. Ding. Correct. Orion yelled. $750,000, JD. I'm starting to think you're not human. The crowd went wild again. Dayo laughed softly. Maybe I'm just built different. Orion raised both hands dramatically. One more question, ladies and gentlemen. One question stands between Jason Dayo and the $1 million mark. The lights went pitch dark. The heartbeat sound returned, louder than ever. The camera zoomed in on Dayo's calm face, composed, unreadable, focused. Dayo, if someone had told me that you would reach this far, I would have disagreed. But here we are. So, I'll ask you one more time. You can choose to leave with $500,000 and walk out of here with that huge money, or play for the mega prize of $1 million. So what do you say? Dayo smiled, took a deep breath, and said, let's ask the fans what they think. Do you all think I should take the offer? And the crowd answered, and oh lo. Dayo turned back to Orion with a smirk. And there's your answer, Orion. I refuse the offer. Orion's tone lowered. Even he looked nervous. Haha, all right, JD, this is it. You get it right, and you walk away with $1 million. You fail? Well, you know the consequence. The $1 million question is. He took a deep breath, then read slowly. In 1961, during the first successful human space mission, which astronaut famously said the words, I see the dawn of our endless sky. A. Yuri Gagarin. B. Alan Shepard. C. Nathan Cole. D. Victor Honlin. The audience murmured. It was tough. The quote sounded familiar, but not quite right. Dayo's eyes narrowed. He repeated the words quietly. I see the dawn of our endless sky. That's not Gagarin, he muttered. He said something else. Alan Shepard's phrase was about prayer. Nathan Cole, American test pilot, but never went to space. Victor Honlin, the German-Russian cosmonaut who took the backup flight in 61. Orion leaned closer. You sound like you're breaking it down in real time. Dayo smiled faintly. Because I am. Are you sure you don't want to use your lifeline to ask? Haha, no. He took a deep breath. It's D. Victor Honlin. Final answer to the $1 million question. Dayo nodded. Final. The audience held their breath. Orion looked at the screen, pretending to hesitate. A heartbeat passed. Another. Then, ding. He's done it. Orion shouted, jumping up from his seat. Jason Dayo, our new millionaire. Confetti exploded from above. The audience screamed, rising to their feet. The music soared, bright and triumphant. Dayo laughed, genuinely this time, and covered his face for a moment before standing. Orion pulled him into a quick handshake that turned into a hug. Man, you are way too smart. If I'd known, I would have said no to this. Dayo smiled. Well, too late, I guess. Yeah, congratulations, bro. The audience chanted. JD, JD, JD. Cameras flashed. Sharon clapped wildly backstage, her eyes watering with pride. Orion turned to the camera, his voice booming over the cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, history has been made. Jason Dayo, the artist who took over the charts, just conquered the hardest stage of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. The studio lights faded to gold, the applause still thunderous. And Dayo, calm, confident, and smiling faintly, whispered to himself, Now let's play chess. Chapter 125. Numbers. Out. Michael sat in his office, staring at the large screen in front of him. He didn't even need Clara to bring him this update. Dayo's face was everywhere. Every TV, every platform, every trending post. It was like the boy had hijacked the entire world. "Clara, come to my office," he said, his voice low but sharp. Less than 10 seconds later, Clara walked in. She looked exhausted. Her eyes were red, her hair slightly out of place. She hadn't slept properly in days. "Why?" Michael said slowly. "Am I still seeing this everywhere?" He turned the tablet toward her. On the screen was Dayo, smiling, laughing, performing, winning. Clara took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice steady. "Sir, we've done everything, inside and outside the books. We've used every strategy possible, but it's not working anymore." Michael said nothing, only stared at her, his jaw tight. "We pushed our S-list artists like PJ to announce surprise albums. We spread rumors, even tried subtle scandals to divert the traffic. We reached out to our contacts inside the social media companies themselves, but according to them, even their algorithms can't explain this. They said it's a mystery. The whole thing doesn't make sense to anyone." Michael's expression didn't change, but his knuckles were white against the desk. "All I hear are excuses, Clara," he said coldly. "There's nothing mysterious about hard work. I don't care what it takes. I want results within a week." She opened her mouth to speak, but he waved her off. "That'll be all." Clara nodded quickly and walked out, quietly shutting the door behind her. Michael stood and began pacing. His head was pounding, his mind spinning. It had been a long time since he'd felt this kind of pressure, and it infuriated him that it was coming from a rookie. King nobody that had just entered the music scene, while he had been here for decades. But he knew Dayo was smart. Too smart. The boy had planned this entire thing while Michael had let his guard down, while he was waiting for the senator to forget Dayo, because they followed each other on social media. He wanted the senator to have forgotten before he struck. And then, boom, the album dropped, taking the entire world by storm. 1 week. Just 1 damn week. Michael clenched his jaw, staring at the floor. He couldn't understand it. Even after tampering with numbers and running interference, the album was still selling more than anything in his entire label's lineup. He wasn't just angry now, he was obsessed. He wanted to know how. What trick? What secret? What formula was this boy using? He had already hired private investigators, hackers, insiders, anyone who could dig up something, anything. But nothing made sense. And Michael refused to believe that it was a coincidence. Not with someone like Dayo. He knew the boy. Cunning, strategic, dangerously patient. Looking at it now, it was almost poetic. Dayo had waited until he relaxed, then struck back with precision. Every move calculated. And the release was timed to perfection when his guard was low. So no, it wasn't luck. He muttered quietly, almost to himself. "Dayo, I don't know what you did, but I'll find it. And if I can't use it, then neither will you." He sat back down slowly, his mind racing with plans. He wasn't thinking about promotion anymore. He was thinking about elimination. If he couldn't control Dayo, then Dayo couldn't sing at all. Not in this industry. Not anywhere. He leaned forward, whispering to himself, "I'm done playing. It's time you learned how ruthless this industry can be." Meanwhile, across the city, Dayo had no idea what storm was brewing. At JD Records, the mood was the complete opposite. "Bro, you actually won the millionaire show. Like, who even does that?" Rex shouted, eyes wide as he stared at Dayo like he was looking at a superhero. Dayo laughed. Yeah, thanks. It was kinda hard though. Kinda hard." Alice said, raising an eyebrow. "You answered 15 questions without breaking a sweat. Even the host was scared of you." Dayo smirked. "Yeah, pretty much. Is that what you want to hear?" The whole room burst into laughter. Everyone was in high spirits. Drinks, snacks, noise, and celebration filled the air. It wasn't just a win. It was momentum. By the next morning, the promotion continued, and its popularity still hadn't dropped. If anything, it was climbing higher. Dayo gathered his team. They were itching to see the numbers, but they made a pact on the second day of the album release. "No one checks the official sales until the week is up. We'll check it together." At first, they hesitated, but eventually, everyone agreed. It became almost like a superstition, a silent pact of confidence. The following days were a blur. Dayo did radio interviews, club appearances, fan meetups, and even surprise pop-ups in small cities. He signed over 3,000 physical copies of The Other Side with his own hand. Everywhere he went, crowds followed. This became another record-breaking hype. He broke a Guinness World Record for the most signed albums. The fans loved him even more for it. They called him the People's Star. Every media outlet wanted to talk about him. By Thursday night, social media was already buzzing with headlines. Dayo's album may have broken the first-week record. The mystery continues. Can anyone stop JD? And when journalists asked Dayo about the rumors, he only smiled and said, "I don't know. Let's wait and see." That simple line went viral. Memes, fan edits, and clips flooded the internet again. By Friday morning, the one-week mark, the atmosphere inside JD Records was tense but hopeful. Everyone was there. Luna, Rex, Alana, Valerie, everyone except Mateo, who was staying a bit far away. Even the featured artists who had worked with Dayo were glowing. They'd gained millions of followers overnight. Dayo stood at the center of the room and smiled at them. Today marks 1 week since we dropped The Other Side. And let me correct that, our album. The team laughed. It's not just my success, he continued. It's all of ours. We made this happen together. They clapped, cheered, and some even got teary-eyed. Valerie smiled, her hands slightly trembling as she sat in front of the big projector. All right, Dayo said, grinning, moment of truth. Let's see the numbers. Valerie pressed the enter key. The room went quiet. The screen lit up. For a few seconds, no one moved. No one breathed. What? Rex whispered. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Luna said, frozen in place. Valerie covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide. The screen flashed the number. And in that silence, every jaw in the room dropped. Chapter 126, 11 million. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Luna said, frozen in place. Valerie's hands covered her mouth. Her eyes were wide, trembling. The screen glowed on the wall. The numbers loaded slowly, line by line. For a few seconds, no one spoke, just the hum of the projector. Then, the number appeared in bold white digits. Valerie's hand hovered over the mouse. Her voice shook. 11 million. Wayne blinked. Wait, 11 million. She nodded. US, 5.1 million. UK, 1.8 million. Worldwide total, 12,027,419 copies sold in 7 days. The entire room went dead silent. Then it exploded. Holy shit, Rex shouted, hitting the table. We actually did it. 11 fucking million. Alara screamed, hugging him before turning to Dayo. Boss, this is unreal. 11 million. You broke every record in history. Yurik walked up slowly, still stunned. I knew you were good, JD, but this? You just broke the world record by double. You're not human, bro. Dayo smiled faintly. We broke it. You all worked hard. You deserve this, too. Yurik grinned, shaking his head. You're a freak of nature, man. But I'm proud I picked the right side. The laughter, cheers, and disbelief filled the air. Luna covered her mouth, tears rolling down her cheeks. This is real. This is actually real. She rushed toward Dayo and hugged him tight. He wrapped his arms around her, whispering, we did it. Then he kissed her lightly on the lips, and the room cheered louder. Alice stood at the back, smiling faintly. Pride mixed with something else in her chest. She'd seen success before, but this was different. Dayo wasn't just winning. He was rewriting the rules. Her heart twisted a little when she saw him and Luna together, but she forced a smile. We did it, she said softly. Dayo didn't jump or scream. He just stood there quietly, staring at the glowing numbers. A rush of emotions ran through him. Happiness, confusion, shock, and something deeper he couldn't name. Back in his old world, the highest first-week album sales were around 3.3 million units. Here, the record was 3.9. But this? 5 million in the US alone. Even, he couldn't believe it. Still, something in him felt off, like the number didn't sit right. His instincts whispered that something wasn't adding up. But for now, he brushed it aside. It was time to celebrate. Across the internet, chaos erupted. Headlines started flooding every corner of social media and news networks. Billboard magazine, JD's The Other Side sells 11 million, the fastest-selling album in history. Rolling Stone, a rookie musician just did the impossible, the first diamond-certified album in a week. BBC Music, global hysteria, JD breaks a century-old record. Spotify charts. Number 1 in 87 countries. 12 songs in top 100. 4 songs in top 10. Apple Music Global. JD's Say Something, with Luna, becomes the fastest streamed track of the year. Audiomack. First artist to surpass 1 billion streams in under 7 days. MTV News. From newcomer to legend, JD's rise is a phenomenon. Talk shows, news anchors, and analysts were speechless. This isn't hype, one host said. It's a generational event. He's not competing with artists anymore, another added. He's competing with history. On social media, it was madness. Hashtags trended across the world. Hashtag JD 11 million. Hashtag The Other Side Record. Hashtag JD Phenomenon. Hashtag Music History. Hashtag Dayo Effect. Fans flooded timelines with shock, memes, and praise. Bro, this guy just rewrote music history. I'm so proud of JD. The Other Side saved my year. This album made me cry, laugh, and dance. 11 million. Makes sense. He deserves every stream. But of course, not everyone was happy. These numbers are fake. No way a new guy sells that much. PR stunt. Nobody even knew him last year. Yup, screams of scam. How is it even possible that a new artist breaks a record that an S artist created? And, of course, the defenders came swinging. Are you dumb? Billboard confirmed it. Spotify, Apple, and BBC literally posted it. Stay mad. He's the GOAT already. Deal with it. People would hate, but the facts remain he had done it. Go and cry, you hatters. Screenshots of the official statistics spread everywhere, silencing most of the doubters. It wasn't PR, it was real, and the proof was everywhere. People called it the JD phenomenon. In major cities like New York, London, Tokyo, and Lagos, his face covered giant billboards. Neon letters flashed. 11 million in 7 days. The new era begins. Celebrities posted their reactions too. This kid just humbled the entire industry. Drake M. 11 million. Unreal. A living miracle. Elisa G. From an unknown to a global icon in 1 week. BBC host Rachel King. Everywhere he looked, every platform, every article, there was only one name trending, JD. Back at JD Records, the excitement hadn't died down. Dayo sat back while the others were still shouting and celebrating. He was quiet, thinking, the higher you rise, the more they want to see you fall. He remembered a message from a friend 2 days ago. Watch your back, JD. The industry doesn't like this, your sudden rise. He knew this would happen, but not so soon. But now he could almost feel the eyes on him. People would think he had some secret formula, something unnatural. They wouldn't believe it was just talent, timing, and strategy. He couldn't tell anyone about the spotlight card. If he did, they'd probably drag him to a lab and try to split his skull open to find the secret. He sighed quietly. Let them think whatever they want. I'll deal with it. Valerie was still by the computer. Should I show the breakdown, boss? Dayo nodded. Yeah, let's see it. The screen flickered again, loading the charts. Album breakdown, The Other Side. U.S. sales, 5,102,345, 5 platinum certified. UK sales, 1,812,930, 3 platinum certified. Global sales, 12,027,419, diamond 12 certified. Spotify streams, 1.7 billion. Apple Music streams, 1.3 billion. Audiomack streams, 980 million. YouTube views, combined 640 million. Billboard performance, 4 tracks in top 10, 12 tracks in top 100. Number 1 album on Billboard. Number 1 album in 87 countries. The room went quiet again, this time not from disbelief, but from awe. Yurik whistled. Man, this is unreal. You've taken over every platform on the planet. Not just him, Luna said proudly, wiping her eyes. We all did this together. Alice nodded quietly. Yeah, but he's the one holding the light. Rex laughed excitedly as always. I don't even know how to celebrate this anymore. Drinks? Fireworks? Jump off a building. Everyone burst out laughing. Dayo smiled, leaning back. His expression stayed calm. Celebrate today, he said softly. We still have work to do tomorrow. They all looked at him, half proud, half in disbelief. How could someone be this composed after breaking history? Yurik shook his head. I'm not even surprised anymore. You're already planning your next move, aren't you? Dayo chuckled lightly. You know me too well. But deep down, his mind was heavy. He could sense a storm coming. People were already calling, asking how he pulled it off. Labels wanted answers. Rivals were restless. Michael. Someone warned him that they, the ones behind the industry, were watching. And Dayo knew it was true. Still, he stayed calm. For now, the world loved him. His name was everywhere. He had achieved what no one thought possible. But he also knew fame like this came with shadows. He looked once more at the glowing screen. The numbers, the charts, the proof of his success, and exhaled. It was a moment of triumph. A moment the world would never forget. But deep down, Dayo could already feel it. Something was changing. Something was coming. And he had to be prepared to weather the storm. With all of these thoughts in mind, Dayo heard a familiar sound. Ding! Chapter 127. After the hype. The week that followed felt strange. Everything had gone quiet. Not completely. JD's name was still out there, but something about the noise had changed. The numbers of streams and sales were still high, but the energy, the buzz, the spark, it was fading faster than expected. And of course, Dayo noticed it before anyone said a word. He could feel it in the way the charts updated more slowly, the way media mentions dropped almost instantly after the spotlight timeline ended, the way other stories started to take over. Scandals, random celebrity fights, fake leaks, viral distractions that had no business trending, yet somehow, they were everywhere. He knew this wasn't normal. After an album sold 11 million in its first week, the second week was supposed to be massive too, maybe 5, 6 million more at least. But this? The decline was sharp. Too sharp to be normal. The projections showed a drop of over 50% in just 3 days after the first week. And while part of it could be because the spotlight card had expired, Dayo knew deep down that wasn't all. It felt tampered with. Like someone had reached into the system and twisted things on purpose to disfavor him. He sat in the studio late that night, the dim blue of the monitors washing over his face. Valerie and Wayne were still in the control room talking about new promotions, but Dayo wasn't listening anymore. His phone buzzed, another headline about a random pop scandal. Something that somehow buried his own success on the trending list. Yeah, he muttered, leaning back in his chair. They're coming for it. He didn't say it in fear. He said it like someone who had already expected this. The next morning, he met with Alice at the label office. She was already waiting, laptop open, eyes sharp. I told you they wouldn't stay quiet, she said. You touched the biggest cake in the industry, Dayo. Everyone wants a piece, or they'll try to burn it. She was referring to Michael. Alice understood just how powerful he was, probably because she had once worked under him. Dayo rubbed his chin. So what's the move? Alice leaned forward. We create a storm bigger than theirs. How? Controversy. She spun the laptop around and showed him a draft plan. The episode of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire airs again this weekend. People already think your win was unreal. So we feed it. Dayo raised a brow. Feed it. Yeah, she said. I'll get our PR guys and fan pages to post doubts. Start a wave online. Say the show's a scam, that no one's ever won like that since '99, that they rigged it for fame. People love drama. They'll dig, argue, and repost. Boom. Attention's back on you. Dayo looked at her for a long moment, then smiled slightly. You're dangerous. Alice grinned. That's why you hired me. Dayo chuckled. Haha. Yeah, and I'm happy with that. By Friday, the internet was chaos again. How can a musician win Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? This has to be scripted. The show's been running since 1999. No one's ever cleared all the questions. Suddenly, JD does? Be for real. Scam of the century. To think I bought his album last week. I could smell it from far away. Yeah, I mean, look at how he answered those questions without stress. No disrespect to JD, but if you're that smart, you shouldn't even be doing music. And as expected, the comments flooded social media. The show's official page was filled with insults, theories, and arguments. People were digging up old clips, comparing contestants, and accusing producers of favoritism. And in between all that noise, JD's name kept appearing. The controversy worked even better than expected. Clips from the episode began trending again, getting millions of replays. Memes, debates, talk shows, everyone had an opinion. But Dayo stayed silent for 2 days. Then, when the noise reached its peak, he posted. At JD_official. I've seen the comments, accusations, and theories, and I can't help but be speechless. But to clear the air, I'll be taking a waste test tomorrow. Be online, and let's end this. That single tweet broke the internet. When he went live the next day, millions joined the stream. He sat calmly at a plain white desk, taking an official IQ test on camera. No flash, no edit, no trick. Every click, every question, every answer was visible. By the end, the score popped up. IQ, 217. Chat exploded. Bro's literally Einstein with vocals. So he really is that smart. Y'all owe him an apology. Genius and talent in one body. Unreal. You're wasting your brain singing, bro. Hey, don't mind them. Keep creating, Dayo. When I saw 217, I froze. Burned myself. I'm suing for damages, haha. I'm a lawyer, and I wouldn't even stand for that. Dayo leaned back, smiled faintly at the camera, then spoke. I guess that settles it. But I'll say this. That $1 million I won from the show, I'm donating it. All of it. The live stream froze in silence. He continued, calmly. I'm setting up an NGO. For the homeless. For kids who don't have a shot. For people who need a start. If this journey gave me anything, it's a voice, and I'll use it to stand for all. He raised his hand, forming the freedom sign. The stream ended there. Within an hour, the entire internet exploded again. Headlines flooded every timeline. JD donates $1 million to start NGO for the homeless. From music to humanity. The star who gave it all back. Genius. Philanthropist. Artist. JD redefines fame. JD's IQ revealed. 217. A genius in the industry. Public test ends all doubt. JD is the real deal. JD, the newbie superstar the world can't stop loving. And the fans? They went wild. The clip of him holding his freedom sign went viral. He didn't just win the game, he won the world. I was skeptical, but now I'm inspired. This guy's built different. Nah, this has to be PR. PR or not, who cares? He donated $1 million. A 217 IQ, and y'all doubted he could win? Come on. Haters can choke. JD all the way. JD wins the tour. I need to scream your song live. The arguments spread fast, clashing across every platform. Hashtag JD charity move, hashtag Dayo effect returns, and hashtag the other side still on top dominated trending lists in over 20 countries. Just like that, JD was back in full control of the narrative. But not everyone was celebrating. Far away, in a quiet penthouse overlooking the city, Michael sat with a glass of wine, watching the entire story unfold on a massive screen. The replay of Dayo's charity announcement played again, his calm voice echoing through the room. Michael smirked faintly. Smart kid. He took another sip, eyes never leaving the screen. He admired the move. Clever, unpredictable, perfectly timed. But he knew how this industry worked. This kind of rise never lasted long. This fun, he muttered, won't last. He picked up his phone and dialed. Clara. The voice on the other end answered instantly. Yes, sir. I saw your work, Michael said. Good job on the interference. You managed to cut the traction faster than I expected. Thank you, she replied. But there's something that needs your attention. The global competition finals are in 2 days, Washington, D.C. They've sent you an invitation. He paused, looking out the window at the glowing skyline. Washington, huh? Yes, sir. Would you like me to arrange your schedule? Yeah, he said finally, setting the glass down. Do it. I'll be there. The call ended. The screen flickered again, JD's smile frozen on the display. Michael leaned back, a thin smirk crossing his lips. Enjoy the spotlight while it lasts, kid, he said quietly. Because soon, the lights go out. Chapter 128, System Level 3. The sunlight spilled softly through the blinds as Dayo slipped on his tracksuit and went out for his early morning jog. The air was cool, quiet, the kind that carried calm before the storm. By the time he got back, sweat clung to his shirt. He showered, threw on a hoodie, and was about to grab breakfast when his phone buzzed on the table. Minjae. He smiled and picked it up. Yo, my main G himself. What's up, superstar? Dayo teased. Superstar. Minjae laughed from the other end. I'm supposed to be telling you that. You didn't even let us breathe with your album and the news everywhere. Dayo chuckled. Come on, that's old news already. Yeah, right. Min-jae said, snorting. Anyway, hope you're coming tomorrow, right? Don't tell me you're skipping out on me. Dayo laughed. How could I miss your big day? I know how important this is to you, and you have to win. Otherwise, all your bragging will be for nothing. Min-jae groaned dramatically. Bragging? Dude, I've been working my ass off. You'd better cheer loud when they announce my name. Of course, Dayo said, leaning on the table. You know I'll be the loudest one there. A playful voice chimed in from the background. Emily, loudest. Dayo, you'll probably distract the judges again like last time. Just sit still, okay? Dayo laughed. Emily, I'm just saying, if Min-jae starts losing, I have to do something dramatic to get the spotlight back on him. Then another voice, Misha, please. You just love attention. You're physically incapable of blending in. Dayo grinned. That's called charisma. Thank you. The four of them burst into laughter, the kind of easy warmth that made him forget everything for a moment. Anyway, Min-jae said, his voice softening. Thanks for showing up for us, bro. It really means a lot. We know how you left wasn't exactly pleasant, so the fact that you're coming back means more than you think. Dayo smiled faintly. Do you want to make me cry? Come on, Min-jae. You know you'd do the same for me. All right, I'll be there soon. And all of you, perform your best. May the best man or woman win. Yeah, Min-jae replied. Big man, don't forget, we still remember you before you turned into a world record-breaking alien. Funny, Dayo muttered with a grin. All right, see you soon. He hung up, shaking his head, still smiling. For a moment, he just stood there in silence. Then it hit him. Right, the system notification. The system had sent him one right after the album release, but between interviews, meetings, and exhaustion, he'd never checked it. He sighed. All right, he muttered. Let's see what you've got for me. A faint chime echoed in his mind, a sound only he could hear. A translucent blue screen blinked to life before him. Ding. System notification. Achievement unlocked. First album released. Reward. System upgrade to level 3. Achievement unlocked. Record breaker. Most albums sold in a week. Reward. Trend insight has evolved into market resonance. +1 random stat. +1 singing stat. Dayo blinked. Level 3? No way. Yes. Then another chime followed. Ding. Upgrade complete. New protocols integrated. System level 3. Features unlocked. 1. Skill integration protocol. Everyday life skills can now be recorded, tracked, and enhanced. Cooking, combat, photography, and other practical talents can now develop into formal skill trees. Example, repeatedly cooking meals, cooking skill added, rank, S+. Each skill contributes to overall performance potential. 2. Emotional transduction. Converts emotional energy into artistic performance enhancement. Allows the user to channel real-time emotions, personal or environmental, into voice, melody, or compositional strength. Emotional states are now quantifiable. Emotional synergy, high plus performance boost / stage aura. Example, Dayo can now compose or sing emotion-based music that subconsciously resonates with listeners. Songs that make people cry, laugh, or feel calm without knowing why. 3. Hypersonic synthesis. The ability to perceive sound frequencies beyond human hearing. When activated, the user can see sound waves around them, instruments, voices, air pressure, and adjust or recreate them perfectly. Practical effects. Instantly tune, remix, or recreate any sound he hears. Detect manipulation in audio or uncover fake mixes, anti-sabotage. Merge two conflicting sounds to form entirely new tones or genres. Dayo stared at the glowing text. You've got to be kidding me. He scrolled back to one section, the evolved skill. Trend, insight, market resonance. He opened the window. Skill, market resonance. Type, analytical/strategic. Description, an evolved form of trend insight. Analyzes real-time industry data, market trends, audience sentiment, media reach, and potential creative impact. Predicts the success trajectory of songs, videos, and other releases while suggesting the best timing for maximum resonance. Perk. Displays estimated global sales, streaming numbers, and regional response metrics in real time. Dayo exhaled slowly, eyes wide. Holy, this is insane. Before his eyes, the room dimmed as a floating holographic map came alive, continents glowing in varying colors. The United States shimmered gold, Europe rippled in blue, Asia pulsed red, each hue representing live market resonance data. He could see the numbers, not just current sales, but projections, audience interest curves, and regional influence zones. Now this, he whispered, a grin stretching across his face, is power. The system had given him exactly what he needed. He had suspected that the sales numbers were tampered with, and now he had a way to confirm it. Every spike, every dip, every manipulated statistic, all visible at a glance. And even better, market resonance could predict future performance, potential sales, streams, chart longevity, and even virality probability. Then another notification blinked. Singing level, IA+. He took a slow breath, then smiled. He could feel it, the difference. His voice felt lighter, smoother. His range, more flexible. It was like something deep inside him had just been sharpened and tuned. He closed the holographic screen and muttered, "All right, I'll check the rest later. For now, let's get to the label." He grabbed his keys, slung his jacket over his shoulder, and left the apartment. The next morning arrived quickly. The streets buzzed with weekend rhythm, chatter, traffic, and music drifting from distant speakers. As Dayo stepped outside, his phone buzzed again. A message from Minjae. "Don't be late. Emily says if you're late again, she's cutting your name out of her notes." Dayo smirked and typed back, "Tell Emily to calm down. The legend's on his way." He slid on his sunglasses and looked up at the morning sky. Despite everything, the pressure, the silent rumors, the enemies watching from the shadows, he felt calm. Things were changing faster than ever. And though he knew he'd soon face new storms, he was ready for them. At least he thought. For now, he just wanted to cheer for his friends, to be part of something simple, something pure, before the next wave hit. He took one last deep breath, smiled faintly, and whispered to himself, "Let's go." Chapter 129, Finals. The drive to Washington felt longer than it should, probably because of the traffic and the thousands of people heading out for the event. Outside the car window, the city glowed with banners, flags, and massive digital billboards, all showing the same thing. Global Competition Finals, live today. It had been 4 weeks since the semifinals ended, and the world had been waiting for this day. Dayo sat in the back seat beside Alice, scrolling through his phone as news updates filled the feed. Everyone was talking about the event again. Hashtags, promo clips, contestant highlights. The build-up was insane. Even though his name wasn't part of the competition anymore, people still connected him to it. After all, it was under his mentorship that most of the finalists first gained attention. Dayo would be lying if he said he didn't feel a little jealous or pained that he wasn't among them. He'd worked hard, but in a strange way, it had all worked in his favor, and he had made peace with that. "You can still feel it, huh?" Alice said, glancing at him with a faint smile. "You might not be performing, but your shadow's all over this show." Dayo looked up. "Yeah, maybe. But this is their moment now." Alice smirked. "Sure. Says the guy the media calls the reason viewership doubled this year." He chuckled softly and looked back out the window. "I just hope they kill it today, especially Minjae." Alice nodded. "He will. I've seen their rehearsals online. They've grown a lot since the last stage." The car pulled up in front of the Capitol Music Arena, a massive dome that shimmered under the afternoon light. Hundreds of fans crowded outside, waving flags and holding signs for their favorite contestants. The sound of chants and camera flashes mixed in the air like thunder and rain. Security cleared a side entrance for VIPs. Alice showed their passes, premium access, and the guard ushered them through. The corridor leading into the hall was wide and polished, filled with staff rushing with clipboards, camera crews, and assistants carrying cables and gear. As they walked, Dayo could hear the faint hum of instruments being tuned from the main stage. Drums, bass, strings, all blending into one massive, living sound. It felt like stepping into another world. "Reminds you of anything?" Alice asked quietly. "Yeah," he said. "Too much." They turned a corner and stopped. Standing by the corridor wall, adjusting his cufflinks, was Michael. For a split second, no one said anything. Then Michael turned slowly, his eyes locking onto Dayo. His smile was faint, the kind that never reached his eyes. "Well, if it isn't the golden boy," he said, voice calm but sharp enough to cut through. "The noise." Alice stiffened beside Dayo. Dayo kept his tone steady. "Michael, Michael stepped forward, smooth and unhurried. Didn't think I'd see you here. Thought you'd be too busy bathing in the internet's praise. I'm just here to support a friend, Dayo replied. Michael's lips curved upward. Support? That's sweet. But tell me, Dayo, do you really think all this noise you've built is going to last? Dayo didn't answer. Michael leaned closer, voice dropping low enough for only the two of them to hear. You think you're smart, huh? Breaking records, playing the hero, pretending you're untouchable. But tonight, you'll see what real control looks like. By the end of this show, you'll understand where the power truly sits. Dayo met his stare without flinching. If that's a threat, you'll have to do better. Michael smirked, amused. Oh, it's not a threat. It's a promise. He brushed past them, the faint scent of his cologne lingering in the air, and disappeared down another corridor toward the VIP section. Alice exhaled. And there goes partiality. It's already rigged before starting. She shook her head. She'd worked for the global competition long enough to know Michael practically owned the show. His influence was everywhere, and people bent to it. Or they were washed out, like she had been once. Everyone just swallowed it quietly. Dayo sighed. I don't know. But whatever he's planning, he's confident. Don't think too much about it, Alice said. Let's just go and watch the show. He nodded. They continued walking, entering the vast hall through the inner gate. The moment they stepped inside, the noise hit. Roaring applause, flashing lights, cameras sweeping across the crowd. The place was packed to the brim. Thousands of people from different countries, sponsors, industry figures, and reporters. The stage stretched in a circular design, surrounded by massive LED screens projecting the event logo and live visuals from backstage. It felt like a global festival. Bright colors washed over the room. Dancers in warm-ups stretching at the side, technicians checking light angles, judges seated at the front rows, all waiting for the clock to strike showtime. Alice pointed toward the far left. That's our spot. VIP Booth 7. They made their way there and sat down. The booth had a panoramic view of the stage and a glass table stocked with drinks. Dayo adjusted his wristband and glanced around. People were still taking photos, waving miniature flags, watching countdown screens. The atmosphere was electric. On the main display, clips of the finalists played one after another. Minjae, Emily, Misha, Frank, and several others from different regions. Each clip ended with the same tagline. One stage, one world, one champion. That's Frank, Alice said, pointing at the tall, confident contestant from New York. Rumor had it Michael's company had invested millions in him before the finals. Dayo nodded slowly. Yeah, I know. After all, he almost ruined my team's performance. Alice laughed softly. True. I still remember that. Then she added, her smile fading. If Michael meant what he said earlier, he's already set something up. Dayo's jaw tightened. I know. The lights dimmed slightly as the announcer's voice boomed through the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global Competition Finals 2025. Broadcasting live from Washington, D.C. to over 130 countries worldwide. The crowd erupted. Cameras panned across the finalists, the judges, the roaring audience. Dayo clapped along with everyone else, masking the unease building inside him. He couldn't shake Michael's words from his mind. By the end of this show, you'll understand where the power truly sits. He didn't know what that meant exactly, but he knew Michael wasn't bluffing. Still, he forced himself to focus. This wasn't his stage tonight. It was Minjae's, Emily's, and Misha's. They deserved this moment. A popular artist opened the event, heavy drumline, electric guitar, synths. The screens flared bright red, dancers flooded the stage, and the crowd moved like a wave. Alice smiled. They really went all out this year. Dayo nodded, but his eyes weren't on the stage. They drifted to the opposite VIP section, where Michael sat comfortably with his assistant beside him, phone in hand, typing calmly. Their eyes met across the hall. Michael smiled again, slow, deliberate. Knowing. Dayo looked away. Something was coming. He didn't know what yet, but he could feel it in his gut, that same tension that comes right before a storm. He leaned back in his seat, exhaled, and whispered under his breath. Whatever it is, just don't affect my friends. The lights on stage flared brighter as the next act was announced. The finals had officially begun. Chapter 130, Rigged? The stage lights dimmed, and a wave of bright gold swept across the massive arena. The global competition finals had officially begun. Cheers shook the walls. Flags waved in the air. Cameras zoomed in on faces full of anticipation. Every continent had its representative. Every fan had someone to root for, and the world was watching. "Welcome to the grand finale." The host's voice boomed through the hall, echoed by the crowd's roar. 8 finalists. 1 stage. 1 global champion. Dayo and Alice sat in the VIP booth. The screen below displayed the lineup. Minjae, Emily, Misha, Frank, Sophie, Amara, Mateo, and Lucas, artists from different corners of the world. One by one, they performed. Mateo, the pop singer from Italy, opened with a fierce EDM track. His performance was flashy, filled with dancers and pyrotechnics. The crowd cheered, phones in the air. Amara, the R&B artist from Africa, followed with a soulful ballad that had the hall swaying. Lucas Rivera, from Brazil, delivered a heavy rock fusion piece that rattled the speakers. The energy climbed higher with every set. Then came Misha. Her outfit shimmered silver under the lights. The moment she stepped out, the crowd screamed. She sang with calm precision, but a voice full of raw emotion. Midway through, she switched to a high register that silenced even the noisiest corners of the hall. When she ended, the entire arena erupted in applause. Even the judges stood briefly to clap. "Beautiful control," Alice murmured. "She might be top 3. Dayo nodded silently. Then came Emily. Her stage was different, calm, artistic. She played live piano while singing, surrounded by soft blue lights. It wasn't the loudest performance, but it hit deep. Her voice trembled with emotion, especially during the bridge where she switched into a spoken line that made the audience gasp. "She's improved," Dayo whispered. "Way better than before." "Yeah," Alice said softly. "That was almost flawless." And then came Minjae. The arena went wild before he even sang. The crowd chanted his name. "Minjae, Minjae," in unison. He was calm, poised, and confident. The ladies screamed the loudest, shouting "Appa." He stood under a single spotlight. No band, no dancers. Just a mic and a slow piano. The melody began, a mix of English and Korean, telling the story of his childhood, his family, and his dreams. Every word carried weight. His voice cracked at points, not from mistake, but from emotion. It was real, and it hit everyone in the heart. By the time he finished, the entire hall stood. A standing ovation that lasted over a minute. The cameras caught tears in people's eyes. Dayo smiled faintly. "That's it. That's the one." Alice nodded. He just locked himself in top 3 easily. Then came Sophie Zhang, a performer from China with a bright pop anthem full of choreography. Her energy was loud and infectious, and the audience danced along. She closed strong, earning loud cheers. Finally, it was Frank's turn. The lights turned red. Smoke filled the stage. Frank walked out in a sleek black suit, flanked by backup dancers. His song was aggressive, a hip-hop track about rising above the weak. His rap was sharp, his moves confident, and the performance looked expensive. But compared to Minjae's raw emotion, it felt mechanical. Flashy, yes, but something about it lacked soul. Still, the crowd clapped loudly, waving banners with his name. When the song ended, Frank smirked, pointing his mic toward the audience before walking off. Alice leaned back. "Okay, visually strong. But emotionally, nothing beats Minjae tonight." Dayo didn't reply. He was watching the judges' table. Michael sat just behind them, phone in hand again, typing something without even looking up. After the final performance, the host returned to the stage, microphone in hand. And now, the results. The massive LED screen behind him began flashing names and colors. The tension in the hall thickened. Every contestant stood in a line, faces tight with nerves. The first elimination. A pause. Mateo. Polite claps. The second elimination. Amara. A sigh spread through the crowd. 2 gone. 6 left. Next up, Emily. The sound that followed wasn't applause, it was shock. The crowd gasped. Even the judges exchanged looks. "Emily," people whispered. "Wait, what?" Dayo's brows furrowed. "What the hell?" Alice leaned forward. "That's not right." Even Emily looked confused on stage, her smile forced. She bowed politely and stepped back, but her eyes said it all. The next name dropped, and this time it was louder. The 4th position, Minjae. The hall fell into stunned silence. Then the whispers started again, louder, angrier. No way. That's impossible. Did they even watch his performance? He had the loudest ovation. How is this even possible? This feels so staged. The fans murmured so long that it took a while to calm the arena. The judges didn't give any explanation and simply waved at the MC to continue. Dayo's fists clenched. His expression stayed neutral, but Alice could see it. He was furious. Min-jae bowed slowly, forcing a small smile as the camera zoomed in. His eyes searched the audience, and when they found Dayo, he gave a small nod, like saying it's fine, even though it wasn't. Dayo exhaled slowly. He didn't believe this for a second. Then came the final three: Misha, Sophie, and Frank. The third place goes to Misha. The audience clapped, though half-heartedly. The second place, Sophie. The screams rose, mostly from her fans. And then, as the confetti dropped, the announcer's voice rang loud. And the winner of the Global Competition 2025 is Frank Kane. The arena erupted, but not in full celebration. Some cheered, but others booed loudly. The air was split between applause and disbelief. Frank raised his trophy high, smiling like he expected it. Cameras flashed from every direction. Alice muttered, "There it is." The setup. Dayo didn't move. His jaw was tight. He didn't need eyes to know this was staged. The whole thing felt like a familiar pattern of manipulation, like someone had rewritten the rules in plain sight. Across the VIP section, Michael sat smiling, calm, pleased, proud. Their eyes met once more. And in that silence, it was clear he was sending a message. The real game had just begun. Chapter 131, Min-jae's Story. Across the VIP section, Michael sat smiling, calm, pleased, proud. Their eyes met once more. And in that silence, it was clear he was sending a message. Dayo just shook his head in disappointment. He had expected something like this to happen, but not to this extent. He felt so bad cause he thought he was at fault, and Min-jae was collateral damage. He looked back toward the stage, searching for Min-jae, and saw Frank celebrating. Almost instantly, their eyes locked. Frank gave a strange smirk. Dayo read his lips. Clearly, I won and you lost. The usually composed Dayo tensed, but he quickly took control of his emotions and calmed himself. He just hoped the fans could see through the whole thing. The internet exploded. After all, it was the Global Competition Finals, and people were not happy when the final ranking appeared on screen. 7th, Mateo. 6th, Amara. 5th, Emily. 4th, Min-jae. 3rd, Misha. 2nd, Sophie. 1st, Frank. A wave of confusion swept through the audience. People began whispering. Wait, Emily? 5th? Are you serious? Min-jae's performance had everyone crying. How is this even possible? Top 3 is an understatement. He should be number 1. I smell something fishy. Frank was good, but not that good. Online reactions came even faster. This show is rigged. There's no way Frank won that fairly. Did they even watch Min-jae's set? Nah, this is why I stopped watching last year. Remember when they kicked JD out? Same pattern. Every time, the wrong person wins. Frank's been the villain since day one. Global Competition 2025 just lost its credibility. But strangely, those comments didn't stay visible for long. Whenever people refreshed their feeds, the complaints were gone, replaced by rows of polished, congratulatory posts. Congratulations, Frank. You deserve it. The best singer alive. What a powerful performance. Frank is number 1. Such an amazing performance. I'm so happy he won. It was almost as if someone were wiping the negative ones away. Alice frowned, scrolling through her tablet. They're filtering the threads, she muttered. See? The top comments are all clean. Almost too clean. Dayo didn't answer. He turned toward the opposite side of the hall, to where Michael Smith sat in the VIP corner, suit perfectly tailored, a small, smug smile on his face. Their eyes met again, and in that second, Dayo knew Michael was watching him check online. Michael raised his glass slightly, as if in a toast. His lips moved, no sound, just a silent taunt. You see what power does? Dayo looked away, exhaling quietly through his nose. He didn't respond. He didn't need to. Michael was showing that even here, at a global event, he could rewrite the ending. After the ceremony, the backstage area was quiet except for camera flashes and crew packing up. Min-jae sat on a folding chair, staring at the floor. His eyes were red, not from anger, but from exhaustion. Misha sat beside him, silent. Emily stood near the mirror, arms crossed, trying not to cry. When Dayo walked in, the room shifted. Min-jae looked up immediately. Dayo forced a small smile. You did great out there. Min-jae chuckled dryly. Yeah, great enough for 4th place. Dayo walked closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. No, I mean it. You had them in tears, man. Even the fans were speechless. Everyone knew it. Min-jae shook his head. Guess it doesn't matter. The silence stretched before he added. Voice breaking. It just feels unfair, you know? I've worked for this since I was 15. I really thought this was my year. Emily sniffed, wiping her eyes quietly. You were the best tonight. Everyone knows that. Dayo crouched slightly in front of Min-jae. Hey, listen to me. You didn't lose. Not really. Sometimes, the people with the most power write the endings before the show even starts. Min-jae looked up. You mean Michael, don't you? Dayo didn't reply. His silence was answer enough. Then Min-jae's expression softened. He smiled weakly. You know, I used to think you exaggerated about how brutal the industry was. Guess I was wrong. Dayo nodded. It's okay to be angry, but don't let it consume you. You're still you. The Min-jae who moved an entire arena with one song. A tear escaped Min-jae's eye. He stood and hugged Dayo tightly. Thanks for coming. It means a lot. I know. Things didn't end well when you left. Dayo patted his back. Forget that. I told you I'd show up, didn't I? They stayed like that for a few seconds before Min-jae finally laughed faintly. Man, if you start crying, I'll actually lose it. Dayo chuckled. Then let's not. Let's just call this a bad day, not the end. Emily joined them, hugging both. Bad day, not the end, she echoed, smiling through her tears. After this, both Emily and Misha's families came to meet them, and they waved them goodbye. Dayo sat with Min-jae, and he looked at him. So, is there anything you want to tell me? Min-jae acted surprised, like he didn't understand what Dayo was speaking about. Huh, what do you mean? Dayo smiled, and looked into his eye, and said nothing. The quietness seems to have gotten to Min-jae, and he finally broke the silence. So when did you find out? When we were in Korea for the 2nd round, and you didn't mention them, but I didn't want to force you to talk about it, which was why I kept mute. Min-jae gazed at Dayo, and whispered with tears in his eyes. Thank you. And continued. You know that meeting you had been the best thing that happened to me. You never asked, even when you were curious and came here even after all that happened to you. Dayo just sat and listened, saying nothing. It happened when I was 10 years old. I was already making a bit of a wave in the industry, and then, on one occasion, we were hurrying for a competition and we met an accident on the way, killing everyone but leaving me unscathed. I felt so guilty that I was the one they were rushing for, and I was the only one left alive. My mom, dad, and even my little sister, gone, just like that. I was broken beyond repair, and the only thing I could do was push harder so their sacrifices wouldn't go to waste. Dayo's chest tightened. He sat quietly for a moment, letting the weight of the words settle, then moved closer and placed a comforting hand on Min-jae's shoulder. Hey, he said softly. None of what happened was your fault. You've carried too much alone, but you made them proud tonight. Every note you sang, they were there with you. Min-jae wiped his eyes, managing a shaky smile. Thank you, Dayo. You really know how to make people feel seen. Dayo gave a faint smile back, but there was sadness in his eyes. I just don't want to see you lose more because of me. Min-jae frowned. What do you mean? Dayo exhaled. You saw what happened out there. Because of me, Michael interfered. You could have been 2nd, maybe even 1st. But you got dragged down because of my issues with him. I can't let that keep happening. Min-jae shook his head immediately. Don't say that. It's not your fault. Dayo looked down for a moment before speaking again. Still, I think you should stay as far away from me as possible. Not because I want to, but because it's safer for your career. You've worked too hard to let my mess pull you under. Min-jae gave a small, bitter laugh. Funny thing is, my label already said the same thing. They told me if I don't cut ties with you after this, they'll cut ties with me. Dayo's heart sank. They actually said that? Yeah, Min-jae nodded. They were expecting nothing less than the top 3 from me. And now that I didn't make it, they'll probably follow through. But honestly, he smiled faintly. I don't regret meeting you, even if it costs me something. For a few seconds, Dayo said nothing. Then he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small silver flash drive, simple and unmarked, and held it out. Min-jae blinked. What's that? Dayo smiled softly. A gift. Don't open it yet. Not here. Wait until you're back in Korea. Min-jae looked confused. Why? What's inside? You'll see when it's time, Dayo said quietly. Just promise me you won't touch it until then. Min-jae studied his face and nodded slowly. All right, I promise. Good, Dayo said. Let's just call it a parting gift from me to you. Min-jae gave a half smile. You make it sound like we're not going to see each other again. Dayo chuckled softly. Who knows what happens next? But that, he nodded at the flash drive. That's for your next chapter. Min-jae turned the flash drive in his hand. You're giving me your work, aren't you? Dayo gave a cheeky smile. Maybe yes, maybe no. You will find out when you're home. Min-jae shook his head in disbelief. Did you just make rhythm now? They talked for a bit before Min-jae left for his hotel. Chapter 132, Michael's Offer. When they finally stepped outside, the cold Washington air hit Dayo's face. He stopped for a moment, watching the crowd disperse and the bright stage lights fade behind him. Alice came up beside him, arms folded. You know this isn't over, right? Dayo sighed. Yeah, I know. He just started, and he means business. She glanced toward the hall where Michael had been sitting. He made his move tonight. This was just a warning. He's coming for you. Dayo looked up at the sky. Let him warn all he wants. I've made up my mind. I'd rather work as a delivery man than work under anyone, least of all Michael. Alice smiled faintly. Good, because the next storm is going to be worse. Dayo didn't answer. He just stared ahead, expression calm but eyes sharp. Deep down, he already knew this was only the beginning. He turned to leave, the faint city lights reflecting in his eyes. Let's go, he said quietly. We have work to do. The noise of the hall faded behind him, replaced by silence, purpose, and the quiet promise of another fight to come. Just then, someone tapped his shoulder. Turning back, he saw it was Michael's assistant. Good evening, she said politely. I'm Clara, Mr. Michael's assistant. Dayo nodded. And what can I do for you? Mr. Michael would like to see you. Okay, sure. Lead the way. Let's go, Alice. He wasn't surprised. He already knew Michael would call for him. What he didn't know was why. Clara coughed lightly. He only wants to see you. Oh. Dayo glanced at Alice. I'll be back. He turned back to Clara. All right then, he said evenly. Lead the way. She led him through the quiet backstage corridor and out into the cold night. A sleek black limousine was parked by the curb, engine humming softly. Clara walked up, knocked on the tinted glass twice, and said, Sir, he's here. Then she stepped aside and opened the door. Dayo entered. Inside, soft jazz played from hidden speakers. The air smelled faintly of expensive cologne and aged whiskey. Sitting opposite him was Michael, legs crossed, suit immaculate, a glass in hand. Dayo, he said smoothly, smiling as though they were old friends. I've been waiting for you. Have a seat. Dayo smirked, but complied, sitting calmly across from him. So, Michael, he said evenly, to what do I owe this meeting? Michael chuckled, studying him. He couldn't get used to how fearless Dayo was. Rare, in an industry where everyone either feared him or worshipped him. Oh, relax, Dayo. Let's just talk for a while. He poured another glass and slid it across the table. Here, relax. Have a drink. Dayo accepted it, but didn't sip. Thanks for the offer, he said politely. But I don't take alcohol, professional purposes. Michael laughed softly. You know, I can't remember the last time someone said no to me. And here you are, saying no twice in the same breath. He leaned back, amused. You're funny. He swirled his drink once before continuing. So, Dayo, your album. I'm not going to lie. I've never seen anything like that. The way you took over the internet, the momentum, the reach, it was unbelievable. Dayo smiled slightly. He could already see what Michael was doing. Fishing. Testing. He decided to play along. Haha. Coming from you, Michael, Dayo said lightly. I'm honored that you took note of it. Michael smirked. He could tell Dayo was dodging the question, refusing to show any cards. He decided to dig deeper. Yeah, he said, leaning forward. I've got my whole team studying how you did it. How does someone record an album of that quality in just 2 weeks? Dayo kept his tone steady. Michael, I don't even know how to explain it myself, he said, forcing a small laugh. It was a phenomenon, the kind that even I couldn't fully understand. Everything just clicked. He went on describing how he recorded, mentioning the countless late nights, the endless retakes, the lucky harmonies from his featured artists, the last-minute fixes that somehow became magic. He painted the whole story vividly, but it was clear Michael wasn't listening. Dayo could tell the older man didn't care about the process. He wanted the secret, the system, the part Dayo could never reveal. Michael's face, calm before, turned grim. "Enough," he said sharply. The word cut through the car like a blade. Dayo stopped talking and looked straight at him. "Any problem, Mr. Michael?" He stretched the "Mr." deliberately. Michael narrowed his eyes. "You know, you're too smart for your own good, Dayo." Dayo gave a light laugh. "Haha, I've been told that since I was 2. I'm flattered to hear it from you. You wouldn't mind humoring me again, Mr. Michael?" Michael stared at him for a long moment, still trying to understand how Dayo could be this casual, this fearless. Finally, he asked, "Do you plan on having a future in this industry?" Dayo smiled faintly. "Of course." "Michael, then I'll ask you for one thing," Michael said smoothly. "If you can give me that, I'll stay out of your way. No interference with your label, your friends, or you." Dayo leaned back, pretending to look intrigued. "Oh, and what might that be?" Michael's tone shifted, his words measured. "Your album's success was unnatural. It dominated the entire internet for a week straight. No other story, no trending tag, nothing could break through it. Even the social media outlets couldn't stop your numbers from climbing. You created something beyond ordinary PR. I want to know how." He paused, smiling faintly. "If you can tell me, and keep it between us, you'll be in the clear." He sat back, confident, thinking he'd cornered Dayo with an irresistible deal. Dayo smiled quietly. If he really had a secret, something humanly explainable, maybe he would have considered it. Maybe, but he didn't. The system was his alone, and it wasn't something he could share, even if he wanted to. He met Michael's gaze squarely. "If I told you I had no secret, would you believe me?" Michael's expression twitched slightly, but he kept calm. "No, I wouldn't." "Then you'll have to," Dayo said simply. His voice dropped into something quiet, resolute. "Because I don't have any secret, any formula, or any trick. It just happened. I was as surprised as you were." He said it, hoping, foolishly, that Michael might believe him. But the chances were 0. Not close to it. Absolute 0. Michael's calm slipped. His jaw tightened as he leaned forward. "Does this seem like a joke to you, JD?" he snapped. "If you don't agree to this deal now, you might not have much of a career left. So," he leaned closer, "will you hand it over or not?" Dayo swallowed once, picked up his untouched drink, and finally took a small sip. Water, not whiskey. Then he met Michael's eyes again. "Mr. Michael," he said quietly, "you called me smart not long ago. Do you think I don't understand the situation I'm in?" He smiled slightly, almost sadly. "I do. Which is why I'm telling you seriously, I don't have what you're looking for. You yourself can testify that I attract attention easily. But there's no secret formula here." He spoke not from fear, but from restraint. He had no interest in fighting Michael, not now. His foundation was still too small. If avoiding conflict kept his people safe, that was the wiser move. But it seemed Michael wasn't in the mood for reason. "You're too smart for your own good," Michael hissed. "I gave you a chance, and you messed it up. Remember this moment, because you just triggered your own downfall." He knocked twice on the glass. The car door on Dayo's side clicked open. Dayo stood up slowly. But before stepping out, he looked back, his gaze colder than before, carrying a quiet, lethal calm. The kind of look that didn't belong to a pop star, but to someone who had seen war. "Mr. Michael," Dayo said softly, "I'll say this once." He paused. "You can touch me or my label. But don't, ever, touch anyone around me. Don't even think about it." He smiled faintly, but his eyes were steel. "I may be a small fish to you now, but if you cross that line, I'll personally end you. And everyone is backing you." Then he turned and walked away without looking back. The car door shut behind him with a dull thud. Michael sat there for a long moment, the echo of Dayo's words hanging in the air. For the first time in years, he felt something he didn't recognize, a flicker of unease. He stared at the empty seat across from him and muttered quietly, "Who is Dayo?" Chapter 133, Dig Deeper. Michael, who felt that aura, knew what it meant and muttered, "Who is Dayo?" Different questions flooded his head. Had he killed someone? He had been in the industry for so long and had met all kinds of people. He could easily distinguish energy, and what he felt from Dayo wasn't ordinary. It was chilling, an aura that hinted Dayo had killed before. Not once, but maybe more than once. Yet he couldn't be sure. Michael thought for a while, then picked up his phone. "Hello, I need something done tonight," he said, sounding urgent. "And what would that be?" "Investigate Dayo Jason tonight. Everything, from the start. Check if he has any criminal record. Dig deep. I need answers tonight, and I'll triple your payment if you can get it on time." The person on the other end paused before replying. "You know I don't like rush jobs, but I'll take it and get back to you." Michael ended the call and rested his hand on the door, still baffled and unsettled by the way Dayo had looked at him. As his thoughts drifted away, the sound of his phone vibrating pulled him back. Seeing the caller ID, he sat up immediately and answered. "Good evening, Ma." His voice lost the authority it had moments ago. "Skip the pleasantries. Were you able to retrieve the information from him?" Michael swallowed hard before replying. "No, Mai." The voice cut him off sharply. "No excuses, Michael. You know the rule." Michael held his words back. "Yes, Ma. And your next line of action?" He hesitated. Normally, he would have said he'd dismantled Dayo completely, but the feeling Dayo gave him earlier made him think twice. "Michael, it seems you've grown soft," the woman said coldly. "Should I?" "No." Michael almost shouted. "There's a new development, that's why." The line went quiet, a sign for him to continue. Michael took a breath. It's the aura he gave off. It was different. It felt like he'd seen death, or caused it. The person on the other end was silent for a while. Then she said, "What's your take on this?" "Personally," Michael replied slowly, "I feel something's off. Maybe he's being backed by the other side. But if that's true, it doesn't add up why he wouldn't reveal it. So what are you going to do? Give him space like last time?" The voice asked. "No, not again. I've learned not to underestimate him. He's got pull. If he's really from the other side, his reaction will show it. But don't go in blind." "I won't. I already have someone digging deeper to be sure." The woman hummed quietly. "All right, handle the situation. We can't have any loose cats running around in our backyard." "Noted, Ma." The line went dead. Michael let out a slow breath of relief and muttered, "Dayo, you've cost me a lot, and you will pay for that." He knocked on the glass door, and the car started moving. A few minutes later, Dayo stepped out of the limousine, breathing in the cold night air. The sky above Washington was calm, but the front of the arena was chaos. Reporters swarmed everywhere, cameras flashing, microphones raised, and voices overlapping the moment they saw him. "There he is, Dayo Jason. JD, can we get a word with you? JD, what do you think about tonight's result?" Alice, waiting nearby, quickly walked up beside him. "Looks like they've been waiting for you," she muttered. Dayo sighed. "Yeah, I can see that." Before he could take another step, the reporters crowded in. The flashes were blinding. He lifted a hand slightly to calm them. "All right, one question at a time," he said firmly. A young reporter spoke first. "Dayo, a lot of people are calling the global competition finals rigged. Do you agree with them?" The question hit hard. Alice's head turned sharply, but Dayo didn't flinch. He paused for a moment, then said evenly, "Well, I think the people saw what happened tonight. You don't need me to say it." A few reporters gasped quietly as cameras zoomed in. Another voice shouted, "So, are you saying the results were unfair?" Dayo met the reporter's eyes. "I'm saying when someone moves an entire arena to tears and still walks home with fourth place, something, somewhere, doesn't add up." The crowd buzzed instantly. Recorders clicked on. Alice stepped closer, whispering, "Careful, Dayo." He smiled faintly. "Just telling the truth." Another reporter asked, "So, in your opinion, who do you think deserved to win tonight?" Dayo didn't hesitate. "Min-jae." The name echoed through the crowd. "Min-jae," one repeated. "You mean the same contestant who placed fourth?" "Yes," Dayo said simply. "Min-jae." He looked directly into the cameras. "I watched every performance. What he did tonight was pure art, a story in motion. That's what the world saw, and that's what I'll always respect. I'm sure you all saw it too." All the microphones pointed toward him now. Someone asked, "Then why do you think he lost?" Dayo smiled faintly. "I'm not in a position to judge that. But I've been in this industry long enough to know when things don't go the way talent deserves." The silence that followed was heavy. Even the reporters didn't know how to push further. Then one of them asked, "Aren't you afraid that speaking this way might affect your relationship with the global competition committee or other labels?" Alice glanced at him nervously, but Dayo just shook his head. "If being honest ruins a relationship, then maybe that relationship was never real to begin with. A few reporters exchanged surprised looks. His tone wasn't angry, just calm and firm. Every word carried weight. Another reporter quickly asked, "So, what's next for you, Dayo? After everything that's happened tonight?" He gave a small smile. "What's next? Work. That's all I've ever done. You win some, you lose some, but the music doesn't stop." Alice smiled faintly beside him. She could tell exactly what he was doing. He wasn't just answering questions. He was creating a distraction. Because before Dayo went to see Michael, they had planned to avoid the media entirely. The fact that he was taking time to speak now, in this tone, meant something had gone wrong. One last reporter leaned forward. "Do you have anything to say to your fans or to the contestants tonight?" Dayo nodded slowly. "Yeah, to my fans, thank you for standing by me, even when things don't go as expected. And to the contestants." He paused, looking straight into one of the cameras. "Just keep your head up. Sometimes losing doesn't mean you lost. It just means you stood in the wrong spotlight." The reporters froze for a second, realizing what he had just implied. Cameras flashed rapidly. "Dayo, what do you mean by that? Are you saying something went wrong behind the scenes?" He smiled calmly. "No." Further comment. Alice tugged gently at his sleeve. "Let's go." Dayo nodded and began walking away as security stepped in to hold the reporters back. The flashes and voices followed him, but he didn't look back. The reporters turned toward each other, whispering. An older reporter spoke up. "The industry's about to see something big." "Why do you say that?" a younger one asked. The man chuckled. "You're too young to get it. We all know how Dayo avoids the media. And now he suddenly walks in and drops this kind of statement? What does that tell you? That trouble's brewing somewhere." "Exactly. Well, let's head out. We might not even get to print this segment." "Huh? You think so?" "No. I know so. But," the young reporter frowned. "Weird old guy, whatever. Let's go. This story's too juicy to keep quiet." Chapter 134, Plans and Temptation. When they finally got into the car, Alice let out a long breath. "You just threw a grenade into the media, you know that?" Dayo leaned his head back, eyes half closed. "Yeah," he said quietly. "That was the point." She looked at him for a moment, then smiled slightly. "You really don't know how to stay quiet, do you?" He chuckled. "Not when silence means losing." Dayo sat in the car with Alice, and it was quiet for a while. He was thinking about how he had released a killing aura that screamed danger to Michael. He hoped that even if it didn't stop him, which he knew was impossible, at least it would give him a break or a little time to think and create plans, because everything was falling apart faster than expected. This was one of the reasons he did that interview. He hoped it would at least stall Michael or put pressure on him. Then he remembered that the interview might not even be aired or released, and he felt deflated. "Dayo, what happened? You've been quiet since your talk with Michael. You do know that you have to speak, right?" Dayo sighed and went on to tell her everything that transpired between him and Michael. Upon hearing what happened, she looked at Dayo and understood why he pulled the media move. He looked a bit sad. She moved closer to him and tapped his shoulder, leaning forward. "I've seen your growth, even though not from the start. You're smart and can think of a way out. So calm down, take a deep breath, and let go." Dayo looked at Alice, who was close to him, and he could feel her breath crawling on his skin. He didn't know if he was hallucinating, but he could feel her upper part close to him. He took a deep breath, trying to clear his head and think of a plan to stall Michael, because he knew that with everything going on, he probably wouldn't be able to stop him. Just then, he felt a palm on his lap, but an idea struck his head, and he almost screamed out, though he tried to reduce his voice. "Yes." "Huh." Alice, who had ulterior motives, felt shocked at why Dayo suddenly said yes. Dayo smiled at Alice and even pecked her on the cheek. "Thank you, Alice. I have an idea. I'll pitch it to you tomorrow." Dayo came down from the car in a rush and waved as he walked toward his house. His heart was beating fast. He almost lost control when he was with Alice. "Oh, Alice, what's going on in your head?" Although he kind of sensed that Alice had a thing for him, and of course, as someone young and healthy, he was interested. After all, she was hot. He couldn't bring himself to do anything since he had something with Luna. Although they had not decided to define what they had, he knew they did everything couples did. Damn, this was why I told Luna I didn't want anything serious. In his past life, he didn't get married but had a kid he wanted to free. He was what one would call a player, although he was not one. If he saw a lady he liked and she was interested in having a good time, he was ready. He want perfect after all even he looked. This was why he told Luna he was an asshole. He couldn't resist mature ladies, unlike younger ones. After all, he had the mentality of someone in his mid-50s, so he had more appeal for the likes of Luna and Alice, who were more mature. So, having been seduced by Alice brought him those feelings he had in his past. He just shrugged this thought off first. He had to settle the fire that was about to break, and decided to write down the plans he had. Of course, he had thought of a plan, not that he just ran out. System, skill, market resonance. It was late. At night. Michael sat at his study desk, looking at the phone lying quietly. He was waiting for an update concerning Dayo. After a while of waiting, the phone finally rang. Ring. He picked it up immediately. So, the person took their time before replying. Well, he has no criminal records, only a fight in the United States. But this is where things get interesting. He's from a military background. His father and late uncle were both military, and he has combat ability, judging from the fight scene. As for whether he's ever unalived someone, I'm 80% sure he hasn't, but that doesn't mean he can't. I'll send you something now. Then Michael received a picture. He looked confused at what he was seeing until he heard the other voice continue. What you're seeing are his marksmanship scores from when he went shooting. You can see there's no score less than 9, right? Michael was too shocked to answer and just hummed. These were his scores. Less than 2%, maybe even less, of the entire U.S. force can get this kind of score. Mind you, this was all from a huge distance. So from what I've found, there's a very low chance of him being a killer, but as I said, he could become one. One said in a factual tone. Okay, one. I'll send the payment via the usual route. Thanks, Michael said, a bit absent-minded. He sat still, the voice of Dayo still lingering in his mind. I may be a small fish to you now, but if you cross that line, I'll personally end you and everyone backing you. The first thing that came to his mind was, how did Dayo know he was being backed by people? The number of people who knew that in the industry was less than his right-hand men. And second, the fact that he said he would end him kept echoing in his mind. Michael had been in the industry for more than 20 years. Of course, he had received death threats and worse from people, but this one felt different. He couldn't point out what it was, but he felt it deep in his bones. Still, he couldn't stop or give Dayo a break, because every time he said he wanted to, Dayo ended up gaining an unseen advantage. So whatever was bothering him, he would bury it. He picked up his phone. Clara, be ready. Tomorrow is when we strike. Tomorrow? Sorry. Yes, sir, she quickly replied. Good. He ended the call after that. He rested on the couch when a female hand touched him. Michael, come in. Let me take those thoughts off your mind, the young lady said as she caressed Michael. Michael gave a sinister grin and picked the lady up roughly, going full craze. The female either didn't feel pain or had gotten used to it, but the night went fast for Michael. Chapter 135. Where did you see these songs? The morning came quickly. Dayo, who barely slept, had a rough night calculating and planning ways to reduce the impact of Michael's attack. He had already accepted that he couldn't fully stop him. After all, the people behind Michael, and Michael himself, had been in the industry for a long while, and it hadn't even been up to a year since Dayo came into this world. He was lacking in influence. If it were his old world, none of this could have happened. But that was then. Now he had to focus. He forced himself to stand, dizzy but determined. He woke up early like it was a biological clock and did his normal routine, jogged and streamed like nothing was happening or about to happen. Upon reaching home, he had already told his family what was going on so they could be prepared if they saw or heard anything. He quickly made breakfast. It was Monday, so his siblings would be going to school while his parents went to the restaurant. After eating, he left immediately. While he was on his way, he received a call. Min-jae. Haha, my friend, how was your trip? Hope it wasn't too stressful. Min-jae, on the other line, stayed quiet without saying anything. Huh? Min-jae, are you there? Dayo was forced to ask. This was weird. How? That was all Min-jae said. Confused, Dayo asked. How what, Min-jae? Talk to me. Dayo could hear a deep breath from the other line before he spoke again. How did you get what was in the flash drive? Oh, you mean the content of the songs? Of course, they're mine. Dayo, talk to me. How did you get those songs? Min-jae's voice was laced with surprise, confusion, and disbelief. Haha, Okay, calm down, bro. I already told you. They're mine, Dayo answered coolly. But how? I haven't even gone through all 50. I've only checked 7, and I'm not going to lie, they're top-notch. Hee hee, and you're this shocked? Dayo smirked before continuing. You should probably check everything before calling me. What do you mean? Min-jae swallowed a huge gulp before asking. Are you saying all the songs are of this quality? Dayo smiled. Just check and let me know when you're done. Okay. And Dayo, thank you, he said quietly. Dayo smiled. Don't thank me yet. It didn't take 30 minutes before he saw Min-jae's call again. Brew, where did you see these songs? Min-jae asked, this time sounding completely overwhelmed. Before Dayo could speak, he heard someone, maybe Min-jae's neighbor, shouting in Korean for him to keep his voice down. That made Dayo laugh. After calming down, Min-jae asked again, where did you see these songs, Dayo? If I told you that I wrote them, would you believe me? I'd have to say that's a lie. First, you're not Korean-born and never lived here. The tone, language, everything in those songs, they're not something you just know. Secondly, the quality doesn't even drop, it increases. These songs are the kind that stay on playlists for months. Songs that could be called generational. So no, I wouldn't fully believe you're the sole writer of these songs. Haha, seems you don't believe me, huh? Well, check the copyright online. That should be enough to reduce your suspicion. Min-jae did just that while they were still on the call, and the results glared back at him. But how? Why? When? Min-jae couldn't even form proper sentences. Dayo smiled. Leave the how and when for now. First things first, the why. I already knew your label dropped you because of me, so I did the needful. As for why, well, I'll be pushed out of the US circle soon. So, I want to start building something that's never been built before. And that's where you come in. You're the first person I'm telling this. Min-jae took time to reply. Bro, is this what I'm thinking? Dayo laughed. Haha, I can't read your mind, bro. What are you thinking? You're planning to build an empire, to isolate and dominate the music industry? Haha, I like the way you think, but think deeper. Wait, don't tell me. Min-jae paused, realizing what Dayo meant. Haha, yes. Not only the music industry, but the entire entertainment industry, Dayo laughed. Min-jae swallowed for the nth time that day. Dayo, your appetite is bigger than I expected. Haha, the bigger, the better, Dayo said, his confidence fueled by the new feature of the system that allowed him to learn any skill and have it appear on the system dashboard. But how do you plan on doing that? A step at a time, Min-jae. You'll be in charge of the Asia continent. Wait, Dayo, calm down. Can you explain? Min-jae sounded flustered by everything happening. Okay, let me break it down for you. I want you to be in charge of the Asian entertainment industry. We'll start small. First, Korea. I'll be sending you funds to start something that'll more than sustain you. I'll also give you a 10% share as the CEO. Dayo, this isn't 10% too much? Min-jae asked. He knew what it meant to own that much of something. Dayo laughed. Haha, you think it's too much? Once you start working, you'll realize I've actually given you less than you deserve. Haha. Alright, I hear you. So what about the name of the label and the structure? Calm your horses, Min-jae. I'll send you all the details soon. For now, just go through the songs and arrange them first. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Dayo looked ahead and saw he had arrived at JD Records. Alright, bro. I'll call you once I have the structure complete. He cut the call and immediately called Valerie. Call the heads of departments for a meeting. Alright, I'll do that now. Valerie answered quickly. She could tell from his tone that it was urgent. The whole label could feel the change in the area, and they knew something was coming. Chapter 136. This is not goodbyes. The meeting room at JD Records was silent, so silent that the faint hum of the air conditioner sounded like thunder. Everyone sat around the long, oval table. Valerie, Alice, Yurik, Luna, Rex, and the other department heads. Their eyes were fixed on Dayo, who sat at the head of the table, hands clasped, face unreadable. He looked tired but calm, the kind of calm that came before a storm. I'm sure Alice and Valerie have already brought you all up to speed. Dayo began, his voice steady but firm. You know what's happening. You know who's behind it, Michael. The room tensed immediately at that name. Even the newer staff members understood what it meant. Michael wasn't just another rival. He was a shadow in the music industry, an underboss whose influence stretched far beyond the charts. Some avoided eye contact. Others clenched their fists under the table. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything, Dayo continued. Going up against Michael isn't easy. You all know the kind of person he is. He doesn't play fair, and he doesn't lose. A heavy silence followed. Then Dayo leaned forward, his tone softening slightly. I'll be honest with you. I won't force anyone to stay. If you feel like this is too much, the pressure, the risk, the uncertainty, you can walk out right now. I won't hold it against you. I won't blame you. You have families, lives, dreams, I understand. For a long moment, nobody moved. The room was frozen. Then, finally, one man at the far end stood up slowly, his head bowed. I'm sorry, sir, he said quietly. This label changed my life. Working here has been the best experience I've had. But Michael's reach is too wide. I can't afford to risk my family. I'm sorry. Dayo nodded once. No hard feelings. Thank you for being honest, and thank you for what you've contributed. The man bowed slightly and left the room, and two others followed. The door closed softly behind him, and the silence that followed was heavier than before. Dayo looked around the room, meeting each pair of eyes one by one. For those of you still here, thank you. I mean that. From now on, everything we do together. He paused, then exhaled deeply. Now, let's get to why I called this meeting. He picked up a remote and turned on the screen behind him. Numbers, charts, and market graphs appeared. Global sales reports, streaming analytics, digital trends. You all know the album we released not more than 3 weeks ago, Dayo said. The official reports say it sold 11 million copies. A few heads nodded. Luna crossed her arms, curious. But what if I told you, Dayo said slowly, that the album actually sold 15 million? The room stirred. Murmurs spread instantly. Yurik blinked hard. Wait, what? 15 million? Valerie frowned. That's impossible. The reports were tampered with, Dayo finished calmly. Everyone froze. He turned back to the screen and tapped a button. A new set of data appeared. One that looked sharper, cleaner, untouched by manipulation. This is the real figure, he said. The official reports were altered. The album didn't sell 11 million. It sold 15. Murmurs rose around the table. Someone demanded, How do you know? Where did you get this? Dayo's smile was small and closed. I have my ways, he said. I can't disclose my sources, not yet. Alice leaned forward. But how do you know Michael's behind it? Dayo smiled faintly, but there was no humor in it. Because I followed the trail. Whoever tampered with the data didn't cover their tracks well enough. The system traced internal interference, directly from people inside Michael's label. And the transfer logs connect right back to him. The room went silent again, every face filled with disbelief and a growing mix of anger and fear. You're saying you can prove it? Luna asked slowly. I can, Dayo replied. I have the evidence. Hard proof. The moment I release this, the entire industry will know who's been rigging numbers and silencing artists. And Michael knows what that means. He stood up, placing both hands on the table. Michael doesn't want to be known. He thrives in the shadows. If his name ever reaches the headlines, if the media even whispers about him, his entire operation collapses. The team exchanged glances. They all knew it was true. Michael's power depended on secrecy. Exposure was his greatest weakness. So what's your plan? Valerie asked quietly. Dayo's gaze softened. Simple. I'm going to cut him a deal. They all looked confused. He continued. I can't stop him. Not completely. His influence is too deep. But I can make him look elsewhere. If I offer him a deal, me for the label, I might be able to protect all of you. Alice shook her head in disbelief. You mean? You're leaving? For a while, Dayo said. I might have to step out of the spotlight. Out of the music scene. But that's fine. It's better me than the entire label. The room fell quiet again, but this time the silence felt heavy, emotional. Rex clenched his jaw and said in his hot, blood-headed manner, You've done too much for this label to walk away like that. Dayo smiled faintly. And that's exactly why I have to. Because if I stay, Michael will burn everything to the ground just to get to me. Valerie looked down, fighting back tears. You can't face him alone, Dayo. That's suicide. I'm not trying to fight him, Dayo replied softly. I'm trying to buy time. Once the storm passes, we'll rebuild stronger. But for that to happen, JD Records has to survive. Yurik, who has been silent for a while, Dayo, I know this is hard for you. We would always be here if need be. Dayo smiled. I know. Dayo glanced around the table, at every face that had followed him through chaos, growth, and triumph. This isn't goodbye, he said finally. It's just a shift in the game. You all keep things running. I'll handle Michael. The team sat quietly, some nodding, others too stunned to speak. After a long pause, Alice whispered, Then we'll make sure JD stays alive. For you. Dayo gave a faint smile. Good. That's all I need. He picked up the remote again, shutting down the screen. The bright light faded, leaving the room in soft, muted tones. Prepare everything, he said. As he stood, if anything happens, stay united. No leaks, no fear, no backing down. Everyone stood with him, a quiet determination replacing their initial fear. As he turned to leave, Yurik called out, Dayo, what happens if Michael doesn't take the deal? Dayo paused by the door. Then, he said quietly, I make sure he wishes he had. And with that, he walked out, the weight of the industry on his shoulders, but a plan burning quietly in his mind. Chapter 137. Let him wait. After handling the meeting, Dayo took his leave. He tightened the file in his hands as he sped down the street, thoughts swirling faster than his car's wheels. He had made peace with what was coming. The idea that he might not be able to do what he loved most, music, burned deep inside him. But when he looked at what was at stake, he took a long, steady breath and kept driving. He soon arrived at Michael's label, an unmistakable structure that could be seen from over 5 kilometers away. The bold logo gleamed proudly at the top of the towering building. At one glance, anyone could tell it was a place with history, wealth, and power. Dayo parked and stepped out, fixing his collar as he walked toward the glass doors. Inside, the reception area took his breath away. White marble floors, polished walls that shimmered under bright lights, and a reception desk nearly 8 meters wide. It all screamed luxury and dominance. The aura alone could humble anyone walking in for the first time. Dayo approached the desk. Hello, good afternoon. The young woman at the desk looked up and froze. Good aft. Wait, oh my God, you're JD, right? Oh, you know me? Dayo asked, genuinely surprised, or maybe just pretending to be. Know you? I'm a huge fan. I've had your album on repeat since release, she said, almost breathless. Dayo chuckled softly. Wow, I'm honored to have a fan as beautiful as you. The receptionist blushed. Oh, JD, stop. You're such a flirt. Oh, really? And I haven't even tried yet. Haha, nice try, she said, composing herself. So what brings you here? Well, I came to see Michael. Oh, okay. Is he expecting you? No, but I'm sure he'd want to meet me, Dayo said with quiet confidence. Well, it doesn't really work like that. Oh, Dayo feigned disappointment. She hesitated, then smiled. But I can help you. That's lovely of you, Zara. Thank you. No problem. Just have a seat. I'll get back to you. Dayo smiled and took a seat on one of the sleek white couches. After a moment, Zara returned with a small tray, 2 bottles of water, and a pack of cookies. I figured you might be thirsty, she said kindly. You've been out there in the sun. Dayo smiled, a bit taken aback. Wow, thank you. That's thoughtful. Zara shrugged, smiling. It's nothing. You look like you needed it. Dayo chuckled and took the water. You're a rare one, Zara. She laughed lightly and went back to her desk. Meanwhile, Zara picked up the phone. Hello, Clara. Zara, how are you? Came the voice on the other end. I'm good. So, JD's here. He wants to meet Mr. Michael. Clara's tone changed instantly. JD? He's there right now. Yeah, he is. All right. I'll get back to you soon. Moments later, Clara knocked on Michael's door. Come in, his voice commanded. Clara stepped inside. Sir, Dayo is downstairs. He said he wants to speak with you. Dayo. Michael leaned back, a faint smirk curling at his lips. How interesting. Now that we're about to take action. I don't know, sir. Should I call him up? Michael thought for a moment, eyes narrowing. No. Let him wait. Clara hesitated. Okay, sir. She went back out and called the reception desk. Zara, Mr. Michael says Dayo will have to wait a bit. Zara sighed softly. All right. I know what to do. She hung up, then waved at Dayo. JD, Mr. Michael's currently in a meeting. You'll have to wait a bit. Dayo could read people easily. Her tone, her eyes. He already knew what was happening. But he smiled politely. No problem. Minutes turned into an hour. Then an hour and a half. Dayo's patience finally ran out. He stood, walked to the desk, and said calmly, "Zara, can you do me a favor?" "Sure," she said quickly. He handed her the file. "Please give this to Mr. Michael. It might speed things up. I'll be in my car." Zara blinked, flustered. "Oh, okay." She watched him leave, a small pang of guilt in her chest. Moments later, she called Clara. "Dayo dropped something off? And, thanks for making me the villain." "How?" Clara asked. "He found out." He said, "This should hasten Mr. Michael," and left. "He's waiting in his car." Clara's tone changed immediately. "He said that?" "Yeah, he did. Give me the document. We'll talk later." Clara hung up, grabbed the file, and hurried back to Michael's office. "What is it, Clara?" "Sir, Dayo dropped this and left." "Huh. Let me see." Michael took the file and began reading. Within seconds, his relaxed posture stiffened. His face darkened as he flipped through the pages. He slammed his fist on the desk. "Go and find Dayo now." Clara jumped at his tone. "Why, yes, sir." Clara rushed out, her heels echoing across the marble floor. She spotted Dayo's car parked outside and hurried toward it, breathless. Dayo," she panted. "Mr. Michael will see you now." Dayo turned his head slowly, his expression unreadable. "You can tell him to meet me here," he said flatly. "After all, I waited close to 2 hours. He can do the same." He rolled up the window before she could reply. Clara knocked gently on the glass, hoping he'd respond, but he didn't even look at her. With no other choice, she went back inside. When she reached the reception, Zara noticed her expression immediately. "What happened? He didn't come?" Clara sighed. "No. He said he won't." Zara muttered under her breath. "Power. Struggle." "What?" Clara asked, raising a brow. "Nothing," Zara said, then straightened. "Why don't I go talk to him? He seems like a nice person." Clara hesitated. "Are you sure? You don't have to get involved." "There's no harm in trying," Zara replied softly. "Who knows? Maybe he'll listen." Clara nodded reluctantly. "All right. Thank you in advance." Zara smiled faintly. "Don't thank me. We're friends." Zara walked outside alone. She approached the car and knocked gently on the window. Dayo looked up, saw her face, and sighed, then rolled the glass down. "Zara," he said calmly. "What's up?" "I know you know why I came," she said with a small smile. "I don't want to go," Dayo replied simply. Zara nodded. "I get it. But please." Clara can be hard sometimes, but she's not a bad person. It's just the way things work here. Situations make people act differently. Dayo studied her for a moment. Her sincerity was clear. Then he smiled faintly. "Fine. But only because of you, not anyone else." Zara exhaled, smiling brightly. "Thank you so much. I really appreciate it." "Hold up," Dayo said, reaching into the back seat. He pulled out a signed copy of his album and handed it to her. "You've been kind to me since I walked in. You deserve it." Zara's eyes widened. "Oh my God. Thank you so much. This means everything." Dayo smiled. "Nah, thank you for being decent." Zara grinned. "You're welcome, JD." Dayo chuckled, then stepped out of the car. As he passed the reception, he gave Clara a simple nod. No words. Clara swallowed, feeling both relief and guilt. She fell into step behind him as they walked toward Michael's office. And as he reached the door, a silence heavier than steel settled around him. Dayo took a deep breath and entered the office. Chapter 138, Compromise. Clara knocked lightly on the door before pushing it open. Michael was standing by the window, his back to her, looking out over the city. "Sir," she said softly, "Dayo is here." Michael didn't turn around. "Let him in." Clara stepped aside, and Dayo walked in slowly, his face calm but unreadable. Their eyes met briefly. Two men who understood that what would be said here could change everything. When Clara left and the door clicked shut behind her, silence filled the office. Dayo stood for a moment, then spoke first. "You wanted to see me?" Michael finally turned around, his face tight but controlled. "I think it's the other way around, isn't it? You're the one who barged into my office with your accusations." Dayo took a slow breath. "I didn't barge in. I came to talk." Michael's eyes narrowed. "Talk? You think coming here with threats counts as talking?" Dayo's tone remained even. "I'm not threatening you, Michael. I'm showing you evidence. Evidence that links you and your label to tampering with my album, and not just minor changes. You rewrote the entire formula behind the numbers, A whole 4 million sales manipulated and never came to light. Michael tilted his head slightly, pretending not to understand. You should be careful with your words. These accusations are baseless. Dayo smiled faintly. Baseless, you say? If documents in your hands prove otherwise, we can go further, you know. For a brief moment, neither of them said anything. The air felt heavy, thick with unspoken tension. Michael finally moved closer, his hands behind his back. You've got a lot of confidence walking in here like this. Do you know who you're talking to? I know exactly who I'm talking to, Dayo said calmly. That's why I came here myself. I'm not hiding behind lawyers or statements. I just want one thing, stay away from my label. Michael's jaw twitched. You think it's that easy? You think you can walk into my office and tell me what to do? Dayo met his gaze without blinking. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm giving you an option. Leave JD Records alone. Focus on your empire, your deals, your secrets. But don't touch what's mine. Michael gave a quiet laugh, more irritation than amusement. You're bold, I'll give you that. But you're also naive. You have no idea how deep this game goes. People like me don't lose, Dayo. We decide who wins. Maybe, Dayo said evenly. But you made one mistake. You left traces where you shouldn't have. I've got proof of what you did. And you know better than anyone what happens if that becomes public. Michael's face darkened. Are you trying to blackmail me? No, Dayo replied quietly. I'm trying to make peace. I'm offering you a way out. You leave my people alone, and I don't pull that trigger. I know you will take action against me, but I repeat, leave my label and people alone. Michael turned away, pacing slowly behind his desk. You're trying to make it easy for me not to take action. You think this conversation changes anything? It changes everything, Dayo said. Because now you know that I know. And you also know that if you push me, I'll burn it all down, including you. I know you might survive, but your cover would be blown, and I'm sure you don't want that. Michael stopped walking. He turned around, expression cold but curious. You've given me more stress than anyone in this industry combined. Do you even understand what kind of fire you're playing with? Dayo's voice was calm, steady. That's your problem, not mine. The two men stared at each other for a long moment. The silence between them said more than their words ever could. Finally, Michael said quietly, this deal you're talking about, it won't work. You can't negotiate with people like me. Dayo shrugged lightly. Then I guess we're done talking. He turned toward the door. Stop, Michael said sharply. Dayo paused, half turning his head. Michael's expression softened, almost tired. You should have accepted what I offered at the beginning, Dayo. You would have had everything going for you. Fame, support, fans at the highest level. But you chose to go against me. Dayo gave a faint smile. I don't like being controlled, and that's what your label does. Moreover, you've cost me a lot, Michael. But believe me when I say this, I'll be back, one way or another. Michael leaned against his desk, arms folded. In this industry, there's nothing left for you. You won't come back. Not here. Dayo's eyes didn't waver. We'll see. He turned, opened the door, and walked out. The hallway outside was quiet, almost peaceful compared to the tension inside that room. Michael watched him go, his expression unreadable. He didn't say another word. As the elevator doors closed, Dayo let out a slow breath. His hands were steady, but his heart wasn't. He knew he had settled that Michael wouldn't touch his label, but not him, and he felt at peace that nobody around him would be affected. Clara, get in here. Michael shouted. He didn't want to lose composure in front of Dayo. That was why he acted calm, but he was far from calm. The evidence Dayo brought was more than enough to put his label in harm's way, and he knew that all of this didn't belong to him alone. He had people to answer to. The moment they sensed weakness, being taken advantage of them, or stood in their way to get something they want, they would cut that person off totally, and that included him. From his conversation with Dayo, it seemed that Dayo knew he had people above him, which was why he proposed such a deal. He knew that if the news reached his high-ups, they would definitely ruin him. Dayo knew this was his weakness. How the foo asterisk K did he know this? Michael's brain was spinning when he heard Clara's voice. Yes, sir. She sounded calm so as not to annoy Michael more than he already was. Who handled Dayo's tampering? That would be Pete, sir. Tell him not to return to the office again, Michael said in a cold, deadly voice. Clara flinched a bit, but nodded and walked out. Michael leaned back in his chair and muttered, Fine. Dayo, I'll leave your people out of this for now. As for you, I will crush you till you turn to dust and no longer exist in the eyes of the public. Chapter 139, Michael Action 1. Dayo reached JD Records exhausted. The conversation with Michael had cost him a lot of energy, but it had gone the way he wanted. For now, his label was spared. He allowed himself a small, short relief before stepping into the building. Then the relief evaporated. Something in the studio felt off. People moved with purpose and panic. Phones buzzed constantly. Staff ran past him in small groups, heads bent over screens. The air smelled like burnt coffee and worry. His phone buzzed with Urik's name. Urik. Dayo, come to the meeting room. Now. He didn't wait. He threaded through the foyer and pushed into the room where the heads of department had already gathered. Valerie, Luna, Rex, Alana, Wayne, and Urik were there, faces tight. Ah, Dayo, you're here, Urik said. Without ceremony. There's fire on the mountain. Michael started. He moved fast. So fast, Dayo dropped into a chair. He tried not to sound surprised. He remembered Michael's look. He had expected retaliation. Of course, he would react immediately. What did he start with? Dayo asked with a tired tone. Valerie pushed a tablet toward him. Watch. Dayo accepted it. The first clip began, a stitched compilation of snippets, interviews, offhand jokes, backstage footage. The edits were clean but malicious. Audio had been manipulated to make him sound dismissive of fans and collaborators. The video cut to a deepfake clip that had him swearing at a religious group. The caption across the bottom read, Dayo exposed, arrogance, disrespect, and worse. Rex slammed a fist on the table. Who made this? Valerie scrolled. Multiple sources. First appeared on a handful of anonymous channels, then hit a cluster of paid influencer accounts. It blew up inside an hour. Dayo sighed. He is starting small, so it doesn't come up as staged. Dayo turned toward his team. Our next line of action is to debunk it. No need to throw money at it. Use word of mouth at least to fight back a bit. We already know the outcome of this battle we are about to enter. Alice looked worried. But Dayo, why don't? Dayo smiled at Alice. There's no use fighting a losing battle. We win some, we lose some. Today we lose, but we will surely win again. Before Dayo could finish, his assistant Sharon rushed in. Sir, you need to see this, Sharon said, worry written all over her face. Dayo looked at her calmly. Okay, take a deep breath, Sharon. Let me see. The moment Dayo saw it, his jaw tightened. The next attachment opened, a notice from a digital distributor, copyright takedown received. 5 songs from his new album were temporarily removed from 2 major streaming services. The notice listed multiple claims and referenced tracks that were allegedly prior works. That's the first move, Valerie said. Fraudulent copyright claims. Dayo felt heavy. This was a weak point for any artist. Once your copyright is questioned, even if you're proven innocent, it leaves a stain on your career that can be hard to wash away. It cut deep. Dayo looked at Urik. How do you think they did this? Urik had already been looking and said, they used shell companies to file strikes. That's why some streams dropped overnight. The platforms auto-blocked the tracks. His stomach dropped. Who filed them? We traced the filing IDs to a cluster of shell accounts, Valerie said. They point back to firms connected, indirectly, to Michael's network. It's clean enough to look legitimate at a glance. Damn. Dayo cursed under his breath. He could have bypassed this by hacking, but the problem would keep piling up. He had to go through the normal route to clear his name. Normally not less than 1 week, but considering Michael was behind it, he was looking at no less than a month. Assuming no underhanded techniques were used, this would cripple his popularity as the album sold well, and this was also a prime period for streaming, and if taken offline suddenly, it would lose momentum and credibility. Dayo muttered under his breath. Nicely played, Michael. So what's the online reaction so far to the released news? Alice shook her head. Worse than expected. Michael is taking this seriously with the manipulation and paid artists. It's already trending at number 9. Dayo sighed and looked at the fan comments. I fucking knew it. There's no way he could sing all those songs himself. Yeah, but who knew that he was a thief, eh? Haha, JD, the thief of the century. I don't believe this. JD would do no such thing. Boy, you above are dumb or daft. Look at the evidence being used against him. What pissed me off was when he insulted my religion. Who does that? Boy Scout Dayo. No matter what you all say, JD is a king, dud. Yes, of course, he is a king. King of thieves, haha. Haha. I can't get enough of this, hee. There's someone behind all of this. I can feel it. Yeah, same here, but the truth always comes out. What truth? You JD fans should just accept that JD is a monster. You can say that again. A F** king monster. JD, say something. Say what? He is guilty, ASF. There is nothing to say. Dayo didn't read everything and just put the tablet down. He felt heavy but oddly light inside. At least some people would always choose what they wanted to believe. He saw the paid narratives, but chose to stay calm. Okay, we do what we do. Stay calm. Do not overreact. Let this play out. We already know the outcome, so don't spend. Just contact our people to try to reduce the hate. That's all. Let everything flow the way Michael wants. They all nodded. So are you going to make a statement or something? Dayo smiled. It's too early to do that. That's what Michael hopes, that I react. He has more in his arsenal. We wait till he finishes, then I apologize and exit if I must. Not now. Yurik nodded. As expected of you, always 5 steps ahead. Dayo smiled. All right, I am leaving. You all should do the same. Dayo stood and walked out of the meeting room. Chapter 140, Michael Actions 2. As Dayo walked out, Alice followed and tapped his shoulder. So are you avoiding me now? Alice said, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Dayo shook his head. He had partially been avoiding her, not fully, because he'd been busy and didn't want to have the conversation. Says who? How can I avoid such beauty? Dayo smiled cheekily. Alice looked stunned for a moment, then regained herself. Dayo, I know the other day was a bit abrupt, but that's how I feel, and I won't hide it. I just wanted to apologize if I came on a bit too forward. Dayo was surprised. He thought she wanted to apologize for a mistake. Who knew it was the other way around? She'd come to apologize because she felt she'd been too forward. Wow, I don't even know what to say. I'm beyond speechless, Dayo said, half stunned. I don't need you to say anything. Just wait and watch me steal your heart, she said, looked around, gave Dayo a quick peck on the cheek, and walked away fast. Dayo jerked a little, stunned. He wondered how Alice did it. It felt like a switch in personality. Sometimes she would be playful and cheerful. The next moment, she could be all serious. The change was shocking, even to Dayo, but he just shrugged it off. Just then, he received a call. Luna? Hey, bae, what's up? Dayo said as he walked toward the staircase. I'm fine. I'm outside waiting for you, Luna said, sounding a bit shaky. For real? He asked, surprised. Yeah, come down. All right, you'll see me now. As Dayo reached downstairs, he saw Luna leaning on his car. He went and hugged her, then went for a kiss, and she dodged. We are outside, Dayo, she said with a hint of annoyance. Dayo was taken aback a bit, but smiled. My bad. So what do I owe this surprise visit? What do you mean? Can I come and visit you? She said, small frown. Of course you can. Dayo smiled as he hugged her. Well, I saw the news and wanted to come and cheer you up. Wow, I'm so lucky. Thanks, bae. Dayo smiled. Yeah, just hopping already, Luna said with a small smile. They left a bit later. Dayo drove Luna home and then headed home himself. While on his way, he felt Luna change. He couldn't pinpoint it, but his instincts picked up a shift in her behavior, especially someone close. He shrugged it off. He had urgent things to do, and his mind was quickly occupied. The following days were oddly quiet, but Dayo was not at ease. He was still battling the copyright issues, and the online dragging about him hadn't reduced. Rather, it increased. It had been a week since the first incident, and, just as predicted, Michael struck again. Sharon came to tell him something, and he asked her to call a meeting. Upon arriving at the hall, everyone was already present. Dayo looked up. What's the update? Alana opened another thread. We've got a story running in 3 tabloids about a private video supposedly showing misconduct at a studio party. It's been doctored to show you touching people. We also got word that Mateo, your feature, is publicly distancing himself. A statement dropped on his socials says he regrets working with JD Records. Their manager called this morning. They say they were informed and need to protect the artist. Sabotage collaboration, Rex said. They blackmailed the feature into stepping away. Dayo just smiled. He had already received a call from Mateo before all of this. Mateo told Dayo they had a picture and video of him on drugs. Dayo told him to go with the flow, but Mateo wanted to argue. Dayo said to him, "Even if you don't, they'll find another story. So go with the flow. Protect yourself." First, Dayo shrugged from his deep thinking and asked, "What else did he put out?" Valerie rubbed her temples. They went for the tour. Two of the venues canceled upcoming appearances citing safety concerns and permit issues. One local council pulled a permit for the reunion pop-up. Inspectors cited crowd control and a late application. We've got emails showing a related city official received a request to review our files. Paid influencers and permit pull, he said as his brain worked at full capacity to read Michael's moves. They're trying to choke the tour and control the narrative. Dayo sighed. He had announced his tour in the second week after the release of his album and was expecting to start next month. But with the look of things, he couldn't make the quick cash he wanted. "What are the chances of the show being canceled?" Dayo asked, looking at Alice. "Very high, but I would suggest we cancel it ourselves rather than being pushed out," Alice replied. Dayo thought for a while before nodding. If the issue kept dragging on, he might not be able to host the show in peace. The local police or event agencies could shut the place down mid-show due to safety issues, so it was best to cancel. After all, fans hadn't started paying yet, so this reduced the issue of refunds. "All right, handle the cancellation of the show. Come up with an excuse and promise that I will hold it soon," Dayo said. "Okay, is that all, or is there still more?" he asked. Urich handed him a printed folder. "And this, 3 separate cease and desist letters filed by people claiming you stole compositions from them. The plaintiffs are minor artists, and 2 are actors hired through a legal firm with ties to a network that handles reputation management for big labels." "Fake lawsuits," Dayo said. "They're piling junk cases, so we're tied up legally and financially." Dayo rested his back on his chair. His mind was spinning and working through the mess. Lawsuits were one of the most annoying ways to keep someone busy. Once they start, they never really end. If you wanted to get someone, you just had to pin something on them and tie them down before bringing up the next thing. Dayo finally said, "These lawsuits, I don't want us dragged into court battles this month. Negotiate stays or dismissals where possible. We fight the bad faith suits with counter-evidence and move fast." Dayo sighed, tired. He understood what Michael was doing. He could have just taken Dayo out once and really fast, but he wanted Dayo to feel a bit of peace and strike each time, slowly diminishing his shine. "I wouldn't forgive this, Michael. I promise," Dayo muttered. Chapter 141. In-game. Michael sat in his office, a faint grin on his face. For the past few weeks, everything had gone his way. Dayo had been pushed to the edge, dragged through scandal after scandal. Yet he still refused to speak. Any other artist would have cracked by now, but Dayo remained silent. It was irritating, but also impressive. Michael leaned back and exhaled slowly. "Stubborn kid," he muttered under his breath. "You really think you can survive this long in my world?" He picked up his phone. "Clara, come in." Moments later, Clara entered the office, holding a small tablet. "Yes, sir." Michael watched her quietly before asking, "How's everything going on the Dayo situation?" Clara was caught off guard a bit, as this past week has been the happiest she had seen her boss, but she found out it was because Dayo had been a thorn in his side. He had been handled. She couldn't help but praise Dayo a bit for making a whole overload of the music industry worry, and happy for leaving the industry. Clara straightened. "Everything is going smoothly, sir. We've stripped him of public sympathy. The leaks, copyright strikes, fake lawsuits, they've all taken effect. His image is at its weakest point." Michael nodded. "Good. So what's next?" Clara scrolled on her tablet. "Now we move to what we call the endgame. It doesn't involve JD Records directly. We'll respect the agreement you made. But this will focus on Dayo himself. His name, his presence, his connections." Michael raised a brow when he remembered that Dayo had threatened him to spear his label, but he shrugged, as without Dayo, the label was bound to crumble. "Go on. We're hitting his digital footprint," she continued. "We've already set coordinated mass reports through automated accounts. Within 24 hours, his social media pages will start getting flagged and restricted. We're also releasing AI-generated clips that show him acting unstable, rants, anger outbursts, things that look real enough for fans to believe." Michael's grin widened a little. "Destroy the man, not the label." Clara nodded. "Exactly, sir. Once his pages go down, brands will pull away, interviews will be canceled, and nobody will want to work with him. The label might still stand, but without him, it loses its heart. Michael stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the city. Good. Make it fast. I want this to be over before the weekend. When it's done, I don't want to hear that name again. Yes, sir, Clara said. The system's already in motion. Within the next few days, Dayo will be blacklisted completely. No streaming access, no verified accounts, no visibility. He'll disappear from the industry without us touching his company. Michael gave a small laugh. Perfect. Erase him from the map. If he wants to play independent, let him see what the world looks like without a platform. Clara nodded and left the office quietly. Michael remained by the window, still staring out. The city lights flickered in the distance. For him, the game was almost done. The boy who had once challenged his empire was about to vanish. This ends now, Dayo. Meanwhile, Dayo sat in his studio, scrolling through his phone. For the first time in days, the place was quiet. No meetings, no calls, no interviews. Just him, sitting for peace and quiet. He opened his social feed. Error. Try again later. He frowned, refreshed the page, and saw the same thing. Then he switched to another app. Same result. He opened the label account. This page is temporarily restricted due to unusual activity. He leaned back slowly, exhaling through his nose. So this is it. A knock came on the door. It was Valerie and Rex. They looked uneasy. Boss? Alice started. We've got a problem. Major one. Your social accounts are gone. Like, not suspended, wiped. Valerie handed him her tablet. We tried logging in from 3 different IPs. All accounts, your personal, your stage name, even your management page, they've all been flagged and removed. Platforms are calling it a security measure. But this kind of coordination doesn't happen by accident. Dayo skimmed the screen. His handles were gone. His videos missing. His followers zeroed out. Every trace of him online was being erased in real time. All his hard work was disappearing right in front. He had amounted to more than 70 million followers on all platforms. And now, he set the tablet down calmly. Michael. Valerie nodded slowly. Yeah, it's him. We checked the source reports. Most of the takedowns came from mass bot activity. Someone paid a serious network to flood the system. Yurik paced around. This is wild, man. You can't even post a defense. You're trending again, but this time it's all fake. Screenshots and twisted clips. It's like they're trying to delete you. Dayo rubbed his face, then smiled faintly. They are. That's the endgame. Both looked at him, confused. He leaned forward. Remember what I told you? He won't touch the label. He'll come for me instead. This is his way of cutting me off completely. Valerie sighed. What do we do then? Nothing, Dayo said quietly. Let him finish. Yurik turned sharply. What do you mean, let him finish? He's burying you. Dayo looked calm, almost detached. He wants me to panic. He wants me to rush out a statement or fight back. I won't give him that. The more noise I make, the more it feeds his narrative. I'll wait. Valerie frowned. Wait for what? For silence, Dayo said. When everyone stops talking, that's when I'll talk. And take my step back. He stood up, stretched, and walked toward the window. Outside, the night was heavy with rain. The city lights looked dull and blurred through the glass. Tell everyone to go home early, he added. No press, no posts, no reactions. Let him think he's won. Rex hesitated. And if this doesn't work? Dayo smiled slightly. It will, and if it doesn't, then I'll rebuild. From zero. Again. Valerie looked at him for a moment, then nodded. All right. And also arrange the press conference we discussed about, Dayo said. Noted. They left the room, leaving Dayo alone with the soft patter of rain and the flickering screen of a phone that could no longer connect to anything. He sat there for a long time, staring into the reflection on the window, his own face fading against the dark city, and whispered, This isn't the end. It's just the pause before the return. Chapter 142. I Can Never Be Forgotten. Dayo woke up feeling both heavy and light. It was a strange mix, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time, but he savored it. He went through his usual morning routine, jogging along the quiet streets, though this time he didn't stream himself jogging. The silence felt odd, but he reminded himself this might be his new normal. When he returned home, he made a quick breakfast for his family. After a while, they all sat down to eat together. The morning was quieter than usual, but Dayo knew why. With a soft cough, he said, Okay, you all should start talking. It's not like I was always a celebrity. His family of 5 laughed together, and for a moment, the tension lifted. Dayo smiled and said, "This doesn't change anything. The good thing is I get to spend more time with you all. For me, this is for the best." They nodded, agreeing silently. After breakfast, Dayo dressed simply, a black top with his hoodie, baggy trousers, and a small silver chain. He took a deep breath, picked up his bag, and stepped into his Mercedes. The world outside was already in chaos, reacting to the events that had been unfolding. News outlets and blogs were flooded with headlines. What's going on with JD? Is Dayo quitting? Music? JD records silent after global wipeout. JD social flagged as using bots. Dayo is mentally unstable. JD's social media accounts under investigation. Music world in shock. Dayo goes silent. JD records collapse, sends industry reeling. Dayo's break. Temporary or permanent exit? Fans rally behind JD amid scandal. Fans were worried. Some defended him, others mocked. The air was heavy with confusion and speculation. Media houses prepared for the scheduled press conference. Cameras set up, microphones ready, reporters murmuring, hashtags already trending. Dayo arrived at the hall, calm and composed, unbothered by the crowd. He walked in alone, with no team or assistants by his side. Flashes of cameras immediately captured his presence, the reporters scrambling for questions. He simply stood there, motionless, silent. The room gradually quieted, the only sound coming from the occasional click of cameras. Dayo Finley stepped forward, tapping the microphone. "Good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming," he began, pausing briefly. "I know many of you have questions, but please allow me to speak uninterrupted." "Thank you." Dayo nodded, then took the microphone. "These past few weeks have been something I can't explain fully," he began. "I'm sure most, if not everyone here, is aware of what's been happening. I've seen the love, I've seen the hate, and I've learned from both." He paused, taking a sip of water. "Now, I know the questions in your minds. Are the allegations true? Did I really not create my songs? Are the lawsuits accurate? Do I have anger issues?" Dayo gave a faint, almost mocking smile. "The answers don't really matter. They never do. We all know what the truth is, and we all choose what to believe. Nothing I say would change the narrative." Many reporters had expected an argument or a confrontation. Instead, they were met with calm. Some have been instructed by their management to make things hard for Dayo, and some were paid to do the same. So this shocked them as he didn't fight it. "I'm sure most of you are confused as to why I called this press conference. It's simple, a break." The room went silent. Every eye was on him. Only the hum of cameras and microphones filled the space. "Yes," Dayo continued, "you heard me right. A break. For now, I'm stepping away from the industry. Not because I've lost, but because I've given all I can. I can say with my chest that the industry has felt my presence, whether you like it or not. I might be gone, but I can never be forgotten. My name, JD, has written history. I shattered the world record for the most sold album. That's a fact that can never be buried." He let the words hang in the air, calm but resolute. "To my fans, to my people, to everyone who believed, thank you. This is not goodbye forever. Just goodbye for now." Dayo's voice remained steady and composed as he stepped back from the microphone. The reporters were stunned, unsure how to respond. Some tried to ask more questions, but he only gave short, grounded responses. "It doesn't matter anymore. What matters is peace. Everything happens for a reason." He waved faintly to the crowd and walked off the stage. Cameras kept flashing, capturing every moment. Online, reactions exploded instantly. Clips went viral within minutes. A TikTok video showed Dayo waving calmly as reporters shouted questions. Twitter threads trended worldwide, with fans expressing sadness, admiration, and disbelief. Instagram stories flooded in with screenshots of headlines and short video clips. Reddit posts debated whether this break was temporary or permanent. YouTube reaction videos quickly accumulated millions of views. Some comments were critical, some sarcastic, some emotional, but every post carried the weight of the moment. Despite attempts to moderate some of the comments, the speech had already left an impact. It was being called, "I can never be forgotten." Although majority of the comments were bad due to the past week's scandals, does that choose to believe? Believed. Even Michael, watching from a distance, couldn't help but clap quietly in respect. He realized that if had not been careful, that Dayo speech could have turned the tables completely. For Dayo, it was more than just a press conference. It was a release. After the whirlwind of scandals, lawsuits, and personal losses, Vivian's problems, Luna's song, his uncle's death, Michael's interference, the pressure had been relentless. For the first time in a long time, Dayo felt light. The storm hadn't ended, but he had chosen his silence. Chapter 143. For years, 1. What does it mean to disappear from the industry? It means having no social life of any kind, nothing that brings attention. And that was exactly what Dayo did. The question still lingered. Why didn't Dayo fight back? The reason was simple. First, he wasn't strong enough. Second, he didn't know the right people or connections. He wasn't wealthy enough. Hence, Dayo took a break. A 4-year break. During that time, a lot happened. The first and most painful was Luna breaking up with him. It was a quiet day when she asked Dayo to meet her in a coffee shop. Dayo could already sense something was off. He had sensed it for a while, but anytime he asked, she always said the same thing. Nothing, you're just overthinking it. The conversation they had that day still replayed in his head. Dayo, Luna said softly, her fingers wrapped around her cup. We need to talk. Dayo leaned back on the chair. He didn't speak. He just looked at her and waited. I saw you that day, Luna continued. Outside JD. With Alice. He frowned slightly. You saw me with Alice? Yeah, she said, voice steady but her eyes shaky. I saw her kiss you. You didn't even mention it afterward. Dayo sighed. He knew was guilt for not telling her. Luna, that wasn't. She cut him off. You don't have to explain. You once told me who you are, remember? You said you're an asshole sometimes. You were right. He looked at her carefully. The fact Luna was the only woman in both worlds that could have made him change his ways, and the fact that she thought he would cheat, that broke a piece of him. You really think I'd cheat on you? She laughed softly, not angry, just tired. You don't have to sleep with someone to cheat, Dayo. Sometimes it's the silence that says everything. He wanted to argue, to explain what really happened, but her expression told him it was over before the words could leave his mouth. So that's it, he asked quietly. A sharp pain ran through his chest. That's it, she said. You don't have to worry, I won't make a scene. I just can't do this anymore. He nodded slowly. All right, if that's what you want. Luna stood, grabbed her bag, and paused for a second. You'll be fine, Dayo. You always are. Then she walked out. Dayo sat there for a while, staring at the empty chair across from him. He didn't chase after her. He just sat there and let the noise of the CAF fill the silence. This happened just a few weeks after the press conference. Dayo was pained beyond reasoning because, deep down, he knew he would have felt guilty even if she hadn't left. After all, Luna was the only one, both in his old world and this one, that he truly had a strong connection with. Months passed. The pain never really went away, but he couldn't let it weigh him down. He was already behind schedule on the things he needed to do. After coming to terms with his feelings, Dayo started working. First, he invested heavily in his parents' restaurant, turning it into a structured business. His mind worked like a machine, and he used it to its fullest. He found loopholes in the system, introduced recipes that didn't exist in this world, and created dishes with a completely different flavor identity. That move changed everything. He strategically bought new equipment, hired a professional manager, and rebranded the entire operation. Within 2 years, the restaurant had over 35 branches across the United States and was slowly expanding worldwide. People loved the brand's authenticity and family feel. His parents still worked there, but he handled the funding and strategy. The restaurant was already in the process of obtaining a 5-star rating. Dayo personally made sure they got the best quality ingredients. He personally interviewed and hired chefs, tested their mastery, their personality, and their training level. Then, one night, the system gave him a notification. SS Plus, you're close to SSS-. This shocked Dayo a bit, but brought a smile on his face. But that wasn't his only investment. He had another talent, tech. In his previous world, he had once created an app. Now, he wanted to rebuild it here with a tweak. JD Secure Systems, focused on digital protection. This idea came from what happened with Michael. He wanted to create something that could stop identity theft, media manipulation, and data leaks. Since he had already built a similar app before, it didn't take him too long. about 4 months to complete this new version with added features. He hired skilled developers and a small legal team. Within a year, they rolled out an app that could detect fake videos, deep fakes, and even secure personal data like social security numbers. At first, people were skeptical. But over time, more users joined, and it grew fast, so fast that Google and other companies tried to buy him out. Dayo refused. Instead, he proposed a deal, shared exchange shares. They were angry at first, but when JD Secure hit 8 digits, almost reaching 9, they came back. By then, Dayo had raised the terms, and they had no choice but to agree. Investors came in droves. He distributed shares, but still made sure to remain the majority shareholder. He later appointed a competent CEO to be the public face of JD Secure Systems. No one knew he owned it. He kept it that way. Next came JD Records. He hadn't abandoned it. In fact, he returned as a producer, working quietly behind the scenes. He offered fair prices, slightly below market rate, but with guaranteed quality. This attracted talent fast. He signed 3 new artists, 2 with S-Class talent John and Alex, and 1 with SS talent Sarah. He didn't rush them into releasing songs. Instead, he trained them personally, molding their sound and discipline. During that period, both Rex and Elena released their albums. Although it wasn't exactly what Dayo wanted, thanks to Michael's interference, he made sure the albums were good but not too good. They still sold over 500,000 copies in the first week, which was massive for new artists. Slowly, JD Records began reviving. Whether Michael noticed or not didn't matter. They had a deal, and Dayo was following through. The next focus was his other label, the one in South Korea, where Min Jae was in charge. Chapter 144. For years, too. The next was his other label, located in South Korea, where Min Jae was in charge. As expected, when Min Jae first arrived in South Korea, the label there dismissed him. To their surprise, he didn't react. He simply gave a silent bow and walked out. Dayo later sent Min Jae $3 million, about 4.3 billion Korean won. With the money and songs Dayo gave him, Min Jae started to build from the ground up. Before signing any artist, Min Jae always called Dayo first. Dayo would either approve or reject the artist after a short review. Even with all the workload on him, Dayo still made sure that Min Jae released his own album, an album that dominated the Korean charts and even slipped into the US charts with a bit of push from JD Records. Dayo then had Min Jae recreate a BTS-style group. He personally helped find the members during one of his trips to Korea. Afterward, he gave Min Jae more work, this time expanding toward the Chinese market. China has the largest population in the world, Dayo had said. The market there is too big for anyone to eat alone. Build something there, too. Min Jae didn't argue. He hired new management and began building slowly. Within 2 years, JD's branch had gained a foothold in South Korea, Japan, and China. Little by little, Dayo was building something powerful, and all of it was done quietly. Last but not least, he founded a small NGO that focused on youth creativity and rehabilitation. He funded charity drives quietly, often appearing in person without media coverage. The goal was simple, to give back to the community. But with Dayo, nothing stayed simple for long. The NGO grew quickly, expanding across continents. He started flying around the world to provide aid to athletes, retired soldiers, and children in need. In the process, he met influential people, business leaders, philanthropists, and politicians. It was one of his long-term plans. He didn't rush to use those connections. Instead, he played the slow game, helping a few major figures with political donations and sponsorships. In return, they quietly pulled him into their circles, adding his name to their list of trusted partners. Every move was deliberate. Every friendship was strategic. Little by little, Dayo was building an empire, one that spanned across industries. And no one knew. During those years, Dayo didn't just build. He learned. Quietly, he studied film, production, script writing, and the business side of the movie industry. He knew that music alone wasn't enough. He needed a foothold that Michael couldn't control. After a long while of learning, his skills in script writing and movie production were both at an A+ level. But Dayo didn't rush to make a movie in the US. The cost was outrageous, even though he had the funds. Instead, he sent one of his rewritten scripts to Min Jae in South Korea. asking him to find a small but competent studio willing to produce it under JD Pictures. The script was based on the Korean blockbuster Train to Busan, which Dayo had rewritten with new characters, locations, and pacing. Same concept, but his version had a deeper human tone. That was the moment JD Pictures was born. Dayo smiled as he watched the sunset. By the end of 4 years, his life had changed completely. He was no longer an upcoming artist. He was an empire. He opened the report of all his ventures and couldn't help but smile. 1. JD Kitchen restaurant chain. What started as a family restaurant had become one of the fastest-growing casual dining chains in the United States. Within 4 years, JD Kitchen had 44 branches across 28 states, with pilot outlets in Canada and the UK. Its annual revenue exceeded $75 million, with projections climbing higher each quarter. Despite the scale, Dayo still let his parents handle day-to-day operations. He only stepped in during expansion talks. The restaurant had become the family's pride and a stable financial pillar. 2. JD Secure Systems, tech company. JD Secure Systems was one of Dayo's smartest moves. It began as a small app to detect deep fakes and forged media, born from his own experience with manipulation. For years later, it had grown into a major cybersecurity firm, providing AI-based identity verification and authenticity tools to corporations and celebrities worldwide. The company's valuation sat at $800 million, still rising. Dayo retained 55% ownership, making him the majority shareholder. He wasn't the public face. He left that to Naomi Trent, the capable CEO he hired. Under her leadership, JD Secure Systems partnered with multiple governments to counter misinformation, earning global credibility. This venture quietly made Dayo one of the most influential figures in tech circles. 3. JD Records, U.S. branch. Though Dayo stepped away from performing, he remained active as a producer and mentor. JD Records had slowly regained its power. The artists he trained, Rex, Alana, Sarah, Alex, and John, were thriving. Rex's second album went platinum in 9 months. Alana won her first international R&B award. Sarah, with a Billie Eilish-like edge, sold 30 million albums across 2 releases. Alex sold 25 million, and John crossed 20 million in combined sales. This shocked the industry as they expected JD Records to be reduced to the ground after Dayo's exit were shocked. And as for Michael, he stayed, and did nothing. After all, Dayo had something he didn't want exposed, but that didn't mean that he didn't pull a string or two to make things hard for the label. The label worth around $380 million. 4. JD Asia, Korea, Japan, China. In Asia, Min Jae had turned Dayo's idea into reality. JD Asia now managed 2 boy groups, 1 girl group, and several solo artists, all charting consistently. Min Jae himself became one of Korea's youngest respected executives and still made music under JD. The company's regional valuation stood near $300 million, and Dayo maintained quiet oversight, sending songs, funding projects, and reviewing contracts. 5. JD Foundation, NGO. The JD Foundation, his charity arm, matured faster than anyone expected. It had grown into an international NGO recognized by multiple global agencies. It provided education, rehabilitation, clean water projects, and creative support programs across developing nations. Insiders in philanthropy circles whispered that the JD Foundation was among the most transparent and reliable in the U.S., small but deeply impactful. Together, these ventures placed Dayo's total net worth around $1.3 billion. Not counting hidden royalties and private holdings. Dayo muttered, $1.3 billion, quite a sum for a reincarnated person. He never posted online. He never announced a comeback. Yet the world still whispered, where's JD? What is he planning? Or maybe it was Dayo's doing. And while he was still thinking about staying quiet, he heard that familiar sound. Ding. System notification. You have been inactive for 1,600 days. A global superstar cannot remain silent. Engagement level, critically low. If the user doesn't make waves soon, the system will automatically terminate. Chapter 145, Engagement level. Ding. System notification. You have been inactive for 1,600 days. A global superstar cannot remain silent. Engagement level, critically low. If the user doesn't make waves soon, the system will automatically terminate. Dayo looked surprised. He never thought the system would say that. From the start, he never really understood how it existed. He just accepted it since it had helped him once. Now that he was finally building something stable, it was asking for engagement. His mind started spinning. What could he possibly do? He remembered the simple definition of a superstar, someone dazzlingly skilled in any field. Any field, he thought. It didn't have to be music. Maybe he could do something else that drew attention. But what? He had planned his comeback for the end of the year, yet it seemed the silence wasn't good for the system. Just then, he heard a familiar voice. "Good morning, boss," Sharon said, looking down because Dayo was shirtless. "Ah, Sharon, morning. You're quite early today," Dayo replied, picking up a shirt and pulling it on. "Hee, boss, you have an early appointment for the NGO. The swimming competition to raise funds for underprivileged kids," she said, glancing up once he finished dressing. "Ah, yes. Speaking of kids, how's Zara? It's been a while since I saw her." Sharon smiled warmly. "She's doing fine. She asks about you all the time, the uncle who bought her toys." Sharon gave a genuine smile, happy she chose to work here. Not all bosses are as attentive as Dayo to their staff. Dayo laughed softly. "All right, tell her I'll visit again one of these days. For now, let's head to the event." "Okay, sir." When they reached the venue for the swimming competition, Dayo was quickly surrounded by kids. He smiled as he handed out small candies and chocolate bars. The little act brought wide grins to their faces. The event was hosted by a recently retired Olympic champion who had contacted Dayo to help raise funds. And of course, Dayo had agreed, which was how he found himself here now. The children were grouped by age and were competing among themselves. There would also be a friendly celebrity race to raise awareness and funds for clean water projects and children's welfare. While all this was happening, Dayo's mind still wandered, thinking about what he could do to make a real comeback. Someone tapped his shoulder. Turning, Dayo smiled. "Ah, George. Sorry, I didn't notice you came in." George, the retired Olympic champion, chuckled and shook his hand. "Dayo, it's fine. You looked lost in thought." "All good. Yeah, just thinking a bit," Dayo said, waving it off. "Okay, I wanted to tell you the adult heat is about to start. You're not joining." Nah. I'll pass. It's been a while since I swam." Nope, it's not me asking," George said slyly. "It's the kids." Dayo sighed. Nice try, George. I'll pass." "Huh. Okay, I asked nicely," George said, walking away with a grin. Dayo smirked, but kept thinking. A few minutes later, small hands grabbed both of his palms. Then more hands followed, tiny fingers clutching his arms. "Brother Dayo, come and swim." "Yes." Brother George said is the best. "Yes," he said if you won, he would buy us big presents for Christmas. "Please win for us. Please. Pretty please." Dayo froze for a second, caught off guard. Before he knew it, the children had dragged him toward the starting line of the pool. The lane next to him already had swimmers stretching and laughing. He looked left and saw George smiling like a man who had just won a bet. Dayo sighed and muttered, Fine, fine." With a reluctant motion, he took off his top, and the crowd gasped. The sound rolled across the pool, stands like a wave. Cameras clicked. People whispered. His toned muscles and defined abs were hard to ignore. Embarrassed, Dayo quickly pulled on a tight-fitting swim shirt, but it didn't hide much. George tapped his shoulder. "Wow, who knew you were this fit?" Dayo smirked. Hee, I know. You wish it were you." Yeah, whatever you say," George replied, laughing. The referee called everyone together and explained the rules. It was a standard 50-meter freestyle race. First to reach the end wins. There were 8 swimmers, some celebrities, some NGO representatives, a few retired athletes, and now Dayo. He stood at the edge of the pool, breathing deeply. He hadn't competed since his Navy training days, but the smell of chlorine and the sight of calm blue water felt nostalgic. He stretched his arms once, then crouched slightly, ready. "On your mark," the ref said. Dayo closed his eyes briefly. "Set." He exhaled slowly. "Go." Everyone dove instantly, water splashing everywhere, except him. Dayo hesitated for half a heartbeat, still lost in thought. Then he blinked, refocused, and jumped in. The moment his body hit the water, something shifted. It felt natural, too natural. The cool rush surrounded him, muffling the world above. His mind went quiet. There was no noise, no pressure, just movement. He stretched his arms forward, legs kicking rhythmically, strokes smooth and powerful. He didn't think about winning. He didn't think about speed. He just swam, feeling the water glide past, every motion measured, every pulse steady. Stroke. Breathe. Stroke. Breathe. The crowd's noise faded. Time didn't matter. All he felt was the rhythm, the resistance, and the peace that came with it. When his hand finally hit the wall, he stayed there, chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. For a second, he didn't even check if he'd won. The world above was still a blur until he heard faint cheering and saw flashes from cameras. He turned his head slightly. To his left, only one person had reached the wall, George. George's expression wasn't normal. It wasn't smug or teasing. It was shock, pure disbelief. Dayo blinked, confused. What? He muttered under his breath, wiping water from his eyes. George was still staring, almost speechless. Chapter 146, The Call. Dayo blinked, confused. What? He muttered under his breath, wiping water from his eyes. George was still staring, almost speechless. They both instinctively turned to the electrical scoreboards and looked at each other again. The whole indoor pool went quiet. The scoreboard read: 1. George Miller, 25.45. 2. Dayo Johnson, 25.50. 3. Ryan Cole, 26.02. 4. Nathan Lee, 27.33. 5. Daniel Cruz, 28.59. 6. Alex Grant, 30.01. 7. Liam Park, 30.12. 8. Marcus Allen, 30.45. The crowd burst into loud cheers, screaming in excitement as the replay appeared on the screen. George was still breathing hard when he turned to Dayo. Water dripped from his hair, his chest rose and fell fast, and yet he still found the strength to grin. Bro, you're a beast, George said, half laughing, half panting. How the hell did you swim like that? You had a professional training, or what? Dayo wiped his face with a towel and chuckled. Nah, man. No training. Just normal day-to-day swimming. George shook his head. Nah, that can't be. You almost caught me, and I've been swimming my whole life. You've got crazy natural speed. Dayo just shrugged. Guess I missed the water more than I thought. George pointed at him. You know you could actually compete in the Olympics, right? Dayo laughed. What? Olympics? Nah, I'm not built for that. George smiled. You sure? You were half a second behind me, and I wasn't even holding back. You might think you're rusty, but if you trained, man, you'd shock the world. Dayo just smiled and shook his head. You won, bro. That's what matters. Kids ran toward them from the crowd, cheering. Brother Dayo, you almost won. You're the best, one shouted. Dayo crouched and patted a few of them on the head. Almost doesn't count, right? He said playfully, smiling. The kids laughed. Next time, you'll win. He gave them a thumbs up, then waved as the organizers wrapped up the event. George came over again, still shaking his head. For real, man. You shocked me today. I've been retired for 2 years, but I've never seen anyone with that kind of raw power. I actually broke one of my last year records just trying to beat you. Dayo raised a brow. That bad? Yeah, George said with a grin. That good? They both laughed and went to grab towels. Cameras flashed a few times, but Dayo barely noticed. He wasn't used to people seeing him like this anymore, away from music, away from all the noise. Later that evening, George posted a short clip of the race online with a caption. Almost lost to JD in a charity swimming competition. Man's built different. The post didn't go viral, but it sparked small reactions across the internet. Fans joked in the comments. JD can sing and now swim? What can't this guy do? He disappears for years and comes back and almost beating an Olympics champion, even he is retired. Man just needs to join the Avengers at this point. It trended lightly on Twitter for a few hours before fading, but a few sports blogs picked it up. Nothing huge, just mild curiosity. Meanwhile, George's phone was flooded with messages from old friends, most of them teasing him. One caught his attention, a text from his former coach, Richard. Heard you lost to a musician? George smirked and called immediately. Coach, you won't believe this guy, George said. He's got something. Raw, natural strength, zero technique, but the power is insane. Richard chuckled on the other end. You mean JD? The singer? Yeah, that's the one. You should see the video. He nearly beat me. George, Richard said, still skeptical. You're talking about a pop artist. I'm not scouting celebrities for YouTube views. George laughed. I'm serious, coach. Look at the clip first. A few seconds of silence passed before Richard spoke again. Wait, he's using no technique at all. Just raw strokes. And he's still that fast. Exactly, George said. I was going full speed. He caught up halfway and nearly overtook me. That's impressive, Richard said thoughtfully. If he actually trained, he could qualify for national trials. But I doubt he'd be interested. George smiled. You'd be surprised. The guy's full of surprises. Richard sighed. Fine. Send me his contact. I'll think about it. Will do, coach. After hanging up, George leaned back in his chair. He watched the replay one more time and couldn't help but grin. Man, what are you made of, JD? A few days later, Dayo sat in his office at JD Foundation. Papers were spread across his desk. New charity programs, sponsorship letters, and proposals for expansion. He'd been thinking deeply about something new. He wanted to do more. Not just charity, impact. Something global. Something meaningful. He remembered when he finished the race and George called him a beast that sparked something. Why not replicate Mr. Beast intense? What if I tried that, he muttered to himself. Big projects. Real impact. Something that touches lives, but in a fun way. Sharon peeked into the office. Boss, everything okay? Dayo smiled. Yeah, just thinking. Maybe it's time we start something new. Another foundation branch? She asked. Not exactly, he said. Something different. Something the world doesn't expect. Before he could explain further, his phone rang. The caller ID read George. He answered. Hey bro, what's up? Yo, JD. George said, his tone unusually serious. Quick question, how would you feel if I told you there's a chance for you to compete in a world-level swimming event? Dayo blinked, confused as to where this was coming from. Wait, what? I'm serious. I talked to my coach. He saw our race. Man, he's interested. Said if you trained properly, you could qualify for the nationals. Dayo laughed. Nah, bro, stop joking. I'm not joking, George said firmly. You've got talent. Real talent. Think about it, JD. Maybe this is your next wave. The line went quiet for a few seconds. Dayo leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing slightly as he stared out the window. World level, huh? He murmured. Yeah, George said. If you're in, I'll set it up. Dayo exhaled slowly, unsure what to say. He looked at the open documents on his desk, the plans, the budgets, the schedules, all the work he'd done to stay quiet and stay focused. And yet, for the first time in years, something in him stirred again. He smiled faintly. All right, George. Let's talk. The call ended there. Chapter 147, 22.01. Throughout the journey to meet George, Dayo's mind was occupied with different thoughts about what to expect and whether to follow the plan or just stick to the first one. After all, he knew that becoming a professional athlete would take a long time, and he needed something that could yield results fast. But one thing kept bugging his mind. How was he this fast? Although back then, when he was still in service, he was fast, he was never this fast and strong. Thinking about everything together, there was only one answer that came to mind. It was when he drank that potion. It seemed the potion had done more than heal his voice. He had noticed it before, but thought it was probably due to him being young again. But when he saw his score from the competition, he knew he had become stronger and faster than he was in his prime. This was how he came to the conclusion that the potion he drank was what enhanced his strength overall. Upon reaching the meeting place, he saw George standing beside a man probably in his mid-50s. Good morning, George, he said as he shook George's hand before turning to the man and greeting with a bright smile on his face. You must be Richard Mill, sir. It's an honor to be in the presence of such a legendary figure. Richard, hearing Dayo greet him, felt a flush of embarrassment, not in a bad way, but a wave of pride. He smirked and looked at George. You didn't tell me his mouth was this sweet when you introduced him, George. Hearing that, they all laughed together, dissolving the tense atmosphere. So, Dayo, Richard said, George here thinks you have what it takes to compete in the world of swimming. Dayo smiled and replied, That's news to me too, sir. Oh, really? Then what do you have to say about the race you had with him? The race? That was just pure amateur luck. I might not be able to replicate that, Dayo answered calmly. Meanwhile, George, who witnessed the whole conversation, just shook his head and said, All right. Enough of the humble act, coach. Let him warm up and get into the water first. That'll determine everything instead of you both talking like politicians." This made both Dayo and Richard chuckle. Dayo quickly did his warm-up, a bit of stretching, and after about 10 minutes, he was ready to swim. Starting on the line, he waited until he heard, "Go." He dove right in, and unlike before, he was giving it his best, pushing himself with every stroke, keeping his breathing steady even as he increased his pace. He touched the wall and raised his head to catch his breath. So how did I do?" he asked, looking at George and Richard, who both froze, unable to believe the figure they were seeing. Dayo walked out and looked at the number. He was surprised. After all, he did his research, and the number was amazing. He swam the 50 meters in 22.01 seconds, which was 3 seconds faster than his last race. With a score like this, he was just shy of qualifying for the Olympics, which required 21.91 seconds, just a few milliseconds away. To be precise, 0.005 seconds. Richard looked at Dayo and said, "Dayo, you have the talent for this sport. In fact, you were born for it. Let's work together." Dayo sighed. I really want to accept your offer, but..." Richard looked tense and cut him off. "But what?" asked. "You both know that I'm a pop star, and I'll soon be doing a comeback. There's no way I'd be able to juggle the two together. Moreover, I have a new project I'm working on, and it'll take too much of my time." Richard, hearing this, felt deflated. He knew this might be the end of the discussion. But George, on the other hand, asked, "But do you want to do it?" Dayo smiled. It seemed George was getting him. "Of course, I want to represent my country and win awards. Who wouldn't want that?" George turned to Richard and smiled. "Coach, it's pretty simple. If you accept, he'll train with you when he's ready." Richard was about to interrupt when George calmed him down, saying, "Coach, we just watched him almost beat the qualifier, and this is someone with no history of swimming in any competition. So just take the chance and work with his schedule. If it doesn't pay off in 3 months and you don't see improvement, you can leave." George looked at both Dayo and Richard. Dayo nodded, and his gaze moved toward Richard, who thought for a while before nodding his head. He smiled coldly and said to Dayo, "The little time you'll train with me will be hell, so get your mind ready." Dayo smiled and said, "I'm always ready." This brought a smile to George's face. Well, that's settled then. The trio then went out for a quick meal together, bonding and getting to know each other. After that, Dayo began training that same day. He started from scratch. Dayo left the pool feeling tired and a bit traumatized, but upon getting home, he saw his family. His sister Janet was now taller, same with his brother Jedfer, who had grown muscles. As for his parents, they remained the same, except that his brother was now in his last year of high school and already thinking about where to attend university. His sister, meanwhile, had become a small influencer on her own, with more than 2 million followers across all platforms. She was currently in her first year of high school and was now a bit of a rebel, as expected of a teen. But Dayo had his way to tame her if she went overboard. While his brother was now matured and calm, a trait he took from his dad. His family's life had improved a whole lot, and he was happy about that. Chapter 148, You Are Ready. The week that followed was nothing short of hectic. A national-level competition was coming up in just 2 weeks, and Coach Richard wanted Dayo to participate. After all, Dayo had never competed in any real tournament, and Richard believed this would test his limits. Dayo, meanwhile, was double-tasking. Between his swimming training and planning new content ideas for his upcoming project, his schedule was packed. He spent hours every night sitting at his desk, writing down concepts, sketching outlines, and noting ideas for future videos or music campaigns. It felt like his brain was constantly moving. Richard couldn't hide his surprise at how adaptable Dayo was. For someone who hadn't been professionally trained, Dayo never complained once. He simply did the work, and did it well. By the end of the first week, Richard was stunned to discover that Dayo's swim times already placed him among the top 20 athletes in the United States for the 50-meter freestyle. That was after just 1 week of training. Richard had been coaching for more than 20 years, and he had never seen such raw potential. Dayo's focus, his learning speed, his endurance, all of it was unnatural, almost frightening. It made Richard watch him more closely, curious to see how far he could go. As the competition drew closer, Dayo found himself growing excited. His body was stronger than ever, and his technique was improving fast. Then, one morning after practice, he heard a familiar sound. Ding. Stats updated. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 22. Status, regional artist, level 6, level 4. Singing, A+. Writing, S-. Acting, A+. Visual, A+. Instruments, guitar, SS+. Flute, A+. Piano, S-. Violin, A-. Movie production, A+. Scriptwriting, A+. Swimming, A+. Cooking, SS+. Computer, SS-. Music production, SSS+. Video editing, A-. Potential, SSS+. Skills, Prodigy's instinct. Status viewer. Perfect match. Market resonance. Archive vault. Skill integration protocol. Emotional transduction. Hypersonic synthesis. System level, 3. Active effects, mission 3. Skill upgrade, applied to stats above. Special endorsement buff, active, plus 5% reputation gain, plus 5% brand interest. Mission reminder. You have been inactive for 1,600 days. A global superstar cannot remain silent. Engagement level, critically low. If the user doesn't make waves soon, the system will automatically terminate. Reward, none. Punishment, termination of system. Dayo stared at the glowing interface. His status had dropped from level 6 to level 4, and the system made it clear that inactivity was the reason. The low engagement level had cost him progress. Still, some things had changed in interesting ways. His acting skill had improved from B- to A+ after the 4 years he'd spent learning film and production. His visuals, something he assumed referred to his charisma and on-camera appeal, had also increased from A- to A+. The rest of his stats stayed mostly the same, but his list of core skills told the real story. His movie production and scriptwriting abilities were both at A+, which was incredible progress in such a short time. Normally, it would take a professional writer or producer 7 to 10 years to reach that level. Dayo had done it in 4. That progress came from one ability, the Prodigy's instinct. It doubled his learning rate, no matter the skill. Combined with his already high IQ of 217, it made him unstoppable. Whether it was producing, directing, or studying new concepts, he learned faster than most people could dream of. Then there was cooking, which had climbed from S+ to SS+. That one was both a blessing and a curse. His sense of taste had become incredibly sharp, meaning he could no longer tolerate low-quality food. Still, it was a skill he was proud of, and it helped his restaurant empire stay unmatched. His computer skill, now at SS-, remained his edge in the tech world. Every time he touched a computer, new ideas flooded his head, new tools, apps, or systems that could change industries. But he'd purposely slowed down, focusing instead on diversification, which kept his skill from going even higher. Everything he'd achieved, his restaurants, record label, tech company, and even his production studio, all connected back to one foundational ability. Skill Integration Protocol. This ability was the true core of the system. Skill Integration Protocol. Everyday life skills can now be recorded, tracked, and enhanced. Cooking, combat, photography, and other practical talents can now develop into formal skill trees. Without this ability, none of his other powers would matter. The Prodigy's instinct only worked on system-recognized skills, but skill integration allowed him to turn real-world abilities into measurable stats. It was the bridge between talent and mastery. That was why he could master so many fields so quickly. It was why he could build companies, make music, and still learn to swim like a professional in record time. And now, swimming had officially joined the list. He smiled to himself as he studied the glowing blue panel. If the world only knew what kind of monster I've become. He let out a small laugh. Hee. Before he could finish, a firm hand landed on his shoulder. Stop daydreaming, Richard's voice called out. You still have more laps to go. Dayo froze for a moment, glancing at his coach. It was strange, being ordered around by someone when he was technically a billionaire. But here, in the pool, he wasn't a businessman. He was just an athlete. Come on, Dayo, Richard shouted. We have less than a week before your first competition. Push harder. Dayo dove back into the water, arms slicing through the surface in smooth rhythm. His mind cleared, his focus sharp. The only sound he heard was the echo of water and Richard's voice yelling from the side of the pool. Stroke. Breathe. Kick. Stroke. He reached the wall, touched, and pulled himself up, panting. Ah woo. He turned toward Richard. So? How did I do, coach? Richard looked at his stopwatch and grinned. You're ready. Dayo blinked, unsure. For what? For the world to finally see what you're made of. The words hung in the air, and Dayo felt something stir inside him. Excitement, anticipation, and maybe a little fear. Whatever it was, it told him one thing clearly. His comeback wasn't going to be simple after all. He is not simple Dayo anymore. Chapter 149, Richard Rival. The week blurred away, and today they're traveling to where the competition is being hosted. Dayo was a bit tense, even though he had been training. After all, this was his first time competing in a national team in both his lives. Richard, who sat beside Dayo, could see that he was a bit tense, which was usual, as first-timers. Always had nerves, even pro athletes did, so it was quite normal. Dayo, are you nervous? Dayo smiled and nodded his head. Yeah, a bit. Richard gave his usual smile. Good, then it means you care. So hold on to that feeling. Dayo just hummed and kept looking outside as they were about to land, and their destination was Sacramento, California. Upon landing, the whole of California had a warm day of about 13 degrees. Dayo, Richard, and Sharon finished their checks and moved to their hotel, which was the official host hotel designated for the competition. They all went to their respective rooms, as the competition would start in 2 days, so rest was paramount for peak performance. Meanwhile, Michael sat in his office, staring quietly at the tablet screen in front of him. The video on display was a clip from a small charity event, the same one where Dayo had gone up against George in the swimming race. He leaned back in his chair, one hand under his chin, the other tapping the desk lightly as the replay ended. He muttered under his breath, "What are you playing at now, Dayo?" The video wasn't gaining any attention online, barely a few thousand views, but that didn't matter. Michael had learned long ago that when it came to Dayo, nothing was ever simple. Every move, no matter how small, had a reason behind it. He paused the video, staring at the frame where Dayo touched the wall, almost beating George. After 4 years of silence, he whispered, "You," suddenly show up in a charity swim. Clara, his assistant, stepped into the room with a tablet in hand. "Sir, should I keep monitoring?" Michael nodded without looking away from the screen. "Yes. Whatever happens, anything at all, I want to know." Immediately. "Yes, sir." Clara bowed slightly and left the room. The door shut softly, leaving Michael alone with his thoughts. He let out a quiet sigh and swiveled his chair to face the window, his reflection faint against the glass. "It can't be him, can it?" he murmured. But then again, with Dayo, you never know. He sat there for a few seconds, lost in thought. The last time he underestimated Dayo, for years ago, it had cost him a lot. His peace, almost his position, and his career. Dayo still had evidence that could ruin him if it ever came to light. That alone made Michael uneasy. "Whatever you're planning," he muttered again, "I'll be watching." 2 days later, the morning sun rose gently over Sacramento, casting a golden hue over the wide streets. The city was lively as usual, and the pool complex hosting the national competition buzzed with activity, and a few media houses were there to cover it. Dayo, Richard, and Sharon walked side by side into the registration area. They had already signed up earlier in the week. This visit was just to confirm their details. The air inside was cool and smelled faintly of chlorine. Dayo looked calm on the outside, but deep down, he could feel his heartbeat quicken. This was his first real competition, not a small local event or charity race, but a national-level contest. He would never have believed that he would find himself here, but now he is here, a national champion for the first time. They finished confirming their details, and as they turned to leave, Richard suddenly froze. He spotted someone familiar across the hallway, a man in his late 40s, tall, sharp-eyed, wearing a navy blue jacket with the logo of the National Swimming Federation. Before Richard could turn away, the man called out, "Richard." Richard's body stiffened. He turned slowly, forcing a polite smile. "Martin, it's been a while." Coach Martin smirked and walked closer, his hands in his pockets. "A while indeed. You've been avoiding me, huh? What's this? You training athletes now?" Richard stayed calm. "Something like that." Martin's tone grew mockingly light. After what you did, you've got the nerve to stand here with another athlete. Dayo's eyes moved between the two men. The tension was clear, thick enough to taste. He could tell from the way Richard's jaw tightened that this wasn't a friendly reunion. Then Martin's gaze shifted toward Dayo. Your face looks familiar, he said, squinting. Where have I seen you before? He tried to scan through his memories to see if he could recognize Dayo, but all in vain. Dayo didn't answer. He simply looked at him, his face expressionless. Before Martin could say anything else, another voice joined in. Hey you. A younger man, probably in his mid-20s, stepped forward. His build was lean but muscular. From his stature, you could tell that he was an athlete. His name tag read Alex. You can't just ignore Coach Martin like that, Alex said sharply. Do you know who you're standing in front of? This is the assistant coach of the national swimming team, soon to be the head coach. Dayo turned his head slightly. And so, Alex frowned. What did you just say? Richard could already feel things escalating. Dayo, let's just go. But Alex didn't stop. Do you even understand how this sport works? If you ever hope to have a career in swimming, you need to respect people like Coach Martin. Dayo's tone stayed calm, but his words were sharp. Respect is earned, not demanded. That caught everyone off guard, even Sharon, who blinked in surprise. Alex stepped forward, his voice louder now. What did you say? Richard grabbed Dayo's shoulder, trying to steer him away, but Dayo was already done pretending. His gaze hardened, his voice flat. You heard me. Both of you can go fuck yourselves. The hallway went silent. Richard muttered quickly. That's enough, Dayo. Let's go. He nodded at Martin stiffly and walked off with Dayo beside him. Sharon followed quietly, glancing back once before they exited the hall. Outside, the tension finally broke. Richard exhaled, rubbing his temples. You really don't hold back, do you? Dayo shrugged. He started it. Richard chuckled softly, shaking his head. That man, Martin, he used to be my colleague. We both coached for the national team years ago. But something happened. A scandal involving a young swimmer's doping test. The results were tampered with, and I took the fall for it. Lost my spot. He got promoted. Dayo listened quietly, his face unreadable. So he ruined your career. Richard didn't deny it. Something like that. Dayo's expression softened slightly. Don't worry. I'll make sure he's the one watching from the sidelines next time. Richard laughed at that. A tired, honest laugh. That's the spirit. Chapter 150, JD swims? Richard laughed at that. A tired, honest laugh. That's the spirit. Later that afternoon, the first round of the preliminary heats began. Swimmers gathered near the pool, stretching and adjusting their caps. The sound of whistles and splashes echoed across the vast hall. Dayo stood by the edge of the pool, rolling his shoulders. Richard came up behind him. Remember what I said, the coach murmured. Don't show them your full strength yet. Just do enough to qualify. Dayo nodded. Got it. The referee raised his whistle. On your marks. Dayo crouched, muscles tightening. Set. The whistle blew. He dove forward, slicing into the water like a blade. His movements were smooth and precise. Each stroke carried power but restraint, just enough to keep him ahead without revealing the full extent of what he could do. Although he still looked a bit amateurish from the way he swam. After all, it had not even been 2 weeks since he started learning swimming professionally. From the stands, Richard watched closely, standing beside Martin and Alex. Martin scoffed. Still the same old Richard. Your athletes are always rough around the edges. Alex smirked. I can already see a dozen mistakes in his form. But by the time they finished speaking, Dayo had already touched the wall, first in his group. Richard smiled to himself. Well, the mistakes don't matter now. Dayo surfaced, breathing hard, water dripping down his face. Richard approached and patted his shoulder. Nice work, he said with a grin. Exactly how I wanted it. Dayo gave a small nod, his chest rising and falling steadily. The crowd cheered faintly in the background, but his eyes were calm. For him, this was just the beginning. Martin looked at Alex and said seriously, watch out for that boy. I'm going to check more on him. Alex looked a bit annoyed that his coach told him to look out for Dayo. Coach, this boy doesn't even have a proper form while swimming. Why show? Before he could complete his sentence, the look Martin gave him made him shut up. Are you the coach or am I the coach? He paused, not waiting for an answer. I've known Richard for more than 7 years, and he's never once made a mistake when it comes to an athlete. An example, even if we want to ignore it, is George Hall, The Olympic champion, Martin said as he looked at his young athlete. Alex, who heard this, was a bit pissed but kept it inside. Everyone knew that George was an athlete trained by Richard, and even after he was fired, he didn't listen to anyone, not even Martin, until he retired. Martin went out and made a few calls to get to know who Dayo was, and after hearing it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out that Dayo was a pop star. "Richard, what are you playing at? Has your standard gotten that low?" Martin muttered, walking back toward Alex, who was warming up. "Hey, Alex, do you know an artist named JD?" Martin asked. "Huh? JD? I think I've heard that name." "Ah, yes. I remember. It's been a while, but I remember that he left the music scene, if my memory serves me right." Alex looked confused as to why his coach was asking, since he'd known him for a while, and his coach didn't like Gen Z pop stars. "Why are you asking, coach?" Martin smirked and replied, his eyes unfocused as if he was still surprised by what he found out. "You wouldn't believe it if I told you." Alex was taken aback since his coach rarely used such terms when speaking with him. "Humor me, coach. That boy that Richard is walking around with is actually a pop star, JD by name," Martin said in disbelief. "What? No way. A pop star wanting to swim professionally? Does he think this is a concert or an audition? Haha, this is the craziest thing I've seen in a while." Martin muttered in a low voice. "That makes two of us." "Well, that aside, remember, slow and steady. We're here to pump up your wings." Alex nodded slowly at his coach's words. "Yes, coach," he said, though his mind was already elsewhere. He knew why he was really here. The whole reason for entering this event wasn't just to compete. It was to build his confidence before the upcoming Olympic Championship. Every heat, every race was meant to sharpen him, to make him the next face of the national team. At least, that was what his coach told him. He adjusted his cap and walked toward his lane. The water shimmered under the bright arena lights, and the sound of whistles echoed through the hall. When the signal came, Alex dived in cleanly, cutting through the water with practiced precision. His form was sharp, his turns perfect. When he reached the wall, he slapped it hard and raised his head, breathing heavily. The scoreboard blinked his name, first in his group, without any doubt. He smiled to himself. "Good," he muttered, climbing out of the pool. He could already imagine the headlines about his performance later that night. As he toweled off, his eyes drifted to the far side of the pool. There, he saw Dayo, or JD, as the internet once knew him, standing beside Richard, stretching quietly before his next round. Something about the sight made Alex pause. He frowned, pulled out his phone, and zoomed in. The angle was perfect. He snapped a quick photo. An idea formed instantly. Opening his social media app, he typed, "Am I the only one seeing this? Is JD, the pop star, actually competing in a national swimming event?" He hesitated for a second, then hit post. Within minutes, the notification bar started buzzing. Likes, comments, shares. The post spread like wildfire. At first, it was disbelief. "LMAO, this can't be JD. Photoshop maybe. Nah, there's no way the singer's in a swim meet. Wait, hold on, that face does look like him though. Is JD making a comeback as an athlete now? I thought he disappeared from music. What's going on?" Some fans dug up old clips from his music days, comparing his build. Others argued it wasn't possible, that JD had no social media anymore, no verified account, no official statement. But the image was clear, and the resemblance was undeniable. Within hours, the post crossed 100,000 views, then 200. Different blogs and fan pages began to repost it with captions like, "JD spotted at a national swim event. Eyes. Pop star JD, from the mic to the pool." For the first time in years, JD's name began to circle the internet again. Chapter 151, Go. Dayo, who was oblivious to the changes online, had just finished another race, coming out first again. People were already starting to stare at him, and some even whispered that he looked familiar, though they couldn't remember where they had seen him. Dayo noticed all of this and felt strange. It had been long since he showed his face. Like this. Most times, he wore a mask to cover up and prevent people from recognizing him. This was how he disappeared from people's eyes, and now it was time to come back. Dayo arrived at his room and laid on his bed, about to sleep, when he heard a knock on the door. "Who is there?" Dayo asked as he wore his top while getting down from the bed. "Boss, it's me. There's something you have to see," Sharon replied, her voice sounding urgent. Dayo opened the door with a calm face. I hope this news is worth you cutting my sleep, Sharon. Yes, boss. Come take a look at this, she said as she walked in, pulling out a tablet and showing it to Dayo. I came across this when I reached my room, Sharon said, handing Dayo the tablet. Dayo smiled as he looked at the content and muttered, so he really did fall for the trick? Boss, did you know about this? Sharon asked, confused. Haha, not really. I just pushed him and never knew he would take a leap. Dayo smiled, amused by what he was seeing. Ah, boss, speak in a language I understand, Sharon said as she faked a frustrated voice. All right, hold your horse, Sharon. I have seen interviews of Alex and made a profiling of him as someone who doesn't like being belittled, so he would act out. And I knew Martin would check my name and probably tell Alex, who would see it as an opportunity for fame. Funny thing, Dayo continued after drinking water. I even saw when he was taking this picture, and I posed well so I would look good. Don't you think I looked good in the picture? Sharon looked at Dayo and shook her head. She had been working for Dayo for about 4 years, and each time he came up with something more amazing than the last. She had gotten used to seeing Dayo do things normal people would consider abnormal. When I think I know everything about you, you bring a new thing. Dayo laughed and said, we learn every day, eh? Yes, I do. She smiled. All right, let me allow you to rest. Tomorrow is your big final, and from the looks of things, we should be expecting a reunion. Haha, all right. Tomorrow then. He walked her to the door. Yeah, tomorrow, boss. She waved as she walked out. The next day came fast. It was the big final. Dayo was excited and nervous. He slept quite late, but woke up early as usual, did his routine exercise, but was still jobless since the final was in the evening. He decided to take a stroll, but the moment he stepped out of the hotel, he saw a crowd and was flabbergasted. Most of them wore his merchandise, albums, hoodies, shirts. The moment they spotted him, he made a U-turn immediately and walked back instantly in a stealthy manner to avoid gaining attention. Arriving back in his hotel room, Dayo shut the door quickly and leaned against it, exhaling slowly. His heart was still beating fast from the near-fan encounter. He immediately grabbed his phone and called Sharon. She picked up on the second ring. Hello? Bo. Sharon. Dayo cut in, voice low and irritated. What's happening outside the hotel? Sharon cleared her throat. Ah, boss, sorry. You were sleeping when I called earlier. I wanted to inform. No. Dayo interrupted again. Something is wrong. I saw the missed call and wanted to call back when I went out for a stroll. Then I went outside. What's going on out there? Boss, she sighed. I was actually on my way to come tell you. You shouldn't go out without your mask. The crowd outside, they're your fans. Some of your old fans came for the finals because of the rumors. Dayo blinked. Rumors? Ah, that Alex thing. It got traction. Yes, boss. The rumors that you were participating in the national competition spread a bit. Nothing massive, but enough to gather your hardcore fans. They've been waiting since morning. Dayo rubbed his forehead. What the fuck? Seriously, though a part of him was secretly happy. Yes, she said with a small laugh. Your fans are loyal, even after 4 years. He paced slowly. So how do we leave now? There's no way I'm walking through that crowd like this. That one is simple, Sharon replied. It's still morning. The finals start in the evening. By then, most of them will leave for the venue. We'll sneak out through the staff exit. I've already arranged with hotel security. Dayo breathed out. Good. It's been a while since I've been in that kind of crowd. Don't worry, boss. Just rest and prepare. I'll call when it's time. Asterisk. Evening came quickly. Sharon knocked on Dayo's door. Boss, we're ready. Dayo wore a dark hoodie and mask as they moved quickly through the hallway. Richard joined them, holding his bag. Together, they slipped out through the staff exit, entered a black SUV waiting at the side, and drove straight to the venue. When they arrived, the moment Dayo stepped out of the car, a cluster of fans waiting near the entrance screamed, "Oh my God, JD. Dayo, I love you. You finally came back. JD, please wave. Go for the win, JD." Some even held cards. Dayo froze for a second. Then he smiled. A small, genuine smile. He lifted his hand and waved. A warm feeling spread through his chest. Even after 4 years of disappearing, people still remembered him. Some even traveled just to watch him swim. He didn't expect it, but it felt good. Very good. Richard placed a hand on his shoulder. Let's go. Focus. They began walking toward the building, but halfway there, two familiar figures stepped into their path. Martin and Alex. Martin smirked the moment his eyes met Richard's. Well, Richard, your standards have truly dropped. From coaching champions to training pop stars. He glanced at Dayo with a mocking smile. I hope your celebrity swimmer is worth the embarrassment. Alex folded his arms, staring at Dayo with a cocky grin. I'll see you in the water, Alex said. Let's settle it in the pool. Dayo didn't flinch. He simply nodded once. No problem. Richard exhaled slowly. Let's go, Dayo. Ignore them. They walked past, and Alex shot Dayo a sideways glare, but Dayo didn't even look back. Inside the arena, swimmers were warming up, water splashing everywhere. The crowd was loud, the air thick with excitement. This was one of the biggest events before the U.S. Championships. Although there was always a crowd, today was different. Dayo still had his charm and pulled people to come. Dayo looked around and saw his family waving at him. He was shocked at first, but a bright smile appeared on his lips, and he waved back. Dayo and Richard moved to their assigned lane. Dayo removed his hoodie and started stretching. Calm your breathing, Richard reminded him. Do your warm-up. Don't think of anything else. Dayo nodded and continued stretching. Minutes later, all swimmers were called to their lanes. Richard stepped aside. Remember, swim clean. Swim your race. Forget Alex. Your family is watching. Make them and yourself proud. Dayo stepped onto the block. The referee lifted a hand. Swimmers, on your marks. Dayo crouched, fingers gripping the edge. Set. The hall went silent. Go. Thank you for reading. Gifts and GT votes are highly appreciated. Chapter 152, Operation Comeback. Go. The buzzer echoed through the whole arena. Dayo launched forward the same second, his body cutting through the water cleanly. The moment he entered the water, his mind went blank, but full. It felt like everything inside him was switched off except one thing. Move. He didn't look left. He didn't look right. He didn't check who was beside him. Every muscle in his body pushed with everything he had. His strokes were sharp, heavy, and fast. His legs kicked like he was trying to break the pool itself. The water rushed around him, but he barely felt it. His mind was fixed on one thing, the wall ahead. Just get there. Push, 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 push. His chest burned. His arms screamed to take a break or pause, but he didn't slow down. He kept going until his fingers finally slammed into the finish pad. Beep. Dayo's head came out of the water, gasping, his breath harsh and loud. For a moment, he didn't even know what had happened. Then he turned and saw Alex touching the wall too, only a fraction of a second behind him. Alex's eyes were wide open, staring at Dayo like he had seen a ghost. They didn't speak. They just stared at each other, both breathing heavily. Then they slowly turned their eyes to the electronic scoreboard. Lane 4, Dayo, 21.40. Lane 6, Alex Hall, 22.03. The arena froze for one full second. Then, the crowd exploded. Screams, cheers, whistles. People are shouting his name. JD, 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 JD. Dayo blinked, shocked for a moment. He had just broken the Olympic qualifying mark by more than 1/10 of a second. He had actually done it. Richard rushed to him, grabbing him into a tight hug. Yes, yes, that's what I'm talking about, the coach shouted, his voice cracking. You did it, Dayo. You really did it. Dayo laughed breathlessly, still shaking from the effort. Coach, I can't feel my arms. Good. Richard smacked his back. Haha, that means you earned it. They separated, and Dayo immediately looked around the stands. His family was there, all of them on their feet, screaming at the top of their lungs. His little sister was waving a banner. His brother was shouting like he had lost his mind. His parents looked emotional, clapping with so much pride on their faces. Dayo couldn't help smiling. He raised both hands and waved at them. His mother was wiping her eyes, while his father gave him a solid thumbs up. That alone made his chest tighten. After a few minutes, everything calmed down, and the award ceremony began. The announcer stepped forward with a microphone. In third place, we have. The crowd clapped politely as the third swimmer received his medal. In second place, Alex Hall. A louder cheer followed. Alex stepped forward, but his jaw was tight, and he didn't look happy. He nodded stiffly, accepting his medal. And in first place, A small pause. Jason Dayo. The arena erupted again. Dayo walked forward calmly, smiling, waving lightly at the audience. The gold medal was placed around his neck, and he bowed slightly. He took the mic for a short speech. "This is my first competition," Dayo began, breathing in. "And I'm really grateful to even stand here today. I want to thank my fans for showing up even after a long while. I love you all. I want to thank my coach, Richard, for believing in me." He glanced at his family. "And I want to thank my family for supporting me always." Then he turned slightly to Alex. "And most importantly, I want to thank my opponents. Without you guys pushing me, I wouldn't have made it this far." He gave Alex a small, teasing smirk. Alex's face tightened, his teeth clenched, but he forced a smile. In his head, he was swallowing the biggest bitterness of his career. "Motherfucker," was all Alex could think. Dayo turned back to the crowd and lifted the medal slightly. "Thank you, everyone." The cheers rose again. Dayo left the podium with his medal still hanging on his chest. Sharon rushed to his side, almost vibrating with excitement. "Boss," she whispered, eyes shining. "It's time." Dayo looked at her, then at Richard, then back at her again. He exhaled slowly. "Operation Comeback can begin." Sharon grinned. "Finally." Richard raised a brow. "Operation what?" Dayo laughed lightly. "Long story, but let's just say, for years is enough." Sharon added, "We originally planned to launch this at the end of the year, or even next year. But since swimming happened, we need to push everything forward." Dayo nodded. "Yeah, the timing is perfect. No need to wait anymore." They all walked out through the back exit of the venue as security helped control the crowd. The noise outside was loud, filled with fans shouting his name over and over. Dayo didn't say it out loud, but the truth was simple. He missed this. He missed seeing people excited because of him. He missed knowing the world still remembered his name. The internet was already on fire before Dayo even got back to the hotel. On Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere, his name was climbing the charts. People were reposting Alex's earlier picture. People were sharing clips of Dayo diving, swimming, and celebrating. Everything had gone wild. Comments everywhere. "Wait, hold on, JD? JD? As in the JD? Am I the only one who thinks this swimmer looks exactly like Dayo? Bro, that's not looks like, that ISM. Nah, this has to be edited. JD can't swim at that level." Edited how? It's a national competition, not a TikTok filter. 4 years of silence, and he comes back as an athlete? Is this PR? How will this be PR? It's literally a national sports event. Nah, I'm convinced this guy is on something. His improvement is too sharp, feels like he is using a drug. Shut up. Not everything is drugs. Some people are actually gifted. Different fan bases were arguing back and forth. Some of JD's old fans were screaming in excitement. Some new people didn't believe it was him. Then someone posted a clip of his qualifying time. 21.74 seconds. Comments exploded instantly. What? 21.7? That's Olympic level. Nah, this is wild. How did nobody know he could swim? This guy left music and became a monster athlete? I thought he disappeared. Now he is breaking records? The news didn't seem to be going down anytime soon. Back in the hotel, Dayo sat on his bed, scrolling through reactions. He didn't talk. He just watched. Sharon smiled at him. "It has started, boss." Dayo nodded slowly. "Yeah, after 4 years." He looked out the window at the bright city. Operation Comeback. He exhaled deeply. Is officially live. Thank you for reading. Gifts and GT votes are highly appreciated. Chapter 153, Verified Account. The fans were not calming down at all. If anything, the noise kept getting louder by the hour. Dayo knew what he was doing. He didn't hide. He let the whole world know that he was back. And he didn't hold back when pushing the already hot news. Every clip of his swim was still trending. He made sure to get the clips from the pool and leak them. Every post, every comment, every small detail involving him was going viral. People were posting old pictures, old memories, clips of his past shows, and his songs began to trend again. Some were even crying on live videos, saying they missed him. And then, another news dropped. A screenshot appeared online. JD verified. Instagram, verified. Twitter, verified. TikTok, verified. YouTube, verified. New accounts. All active. All real. People lost their minds instantly. Comments flooded everywhere. OMG, he's back for real? I thought it was just swimming. But now social media too? My boy returned like Thanos. 4 years of silence, and he comes back We're eating good tonight. Now this guy is unserious. How can you leave for 4 years and come back like this? Do you know how powerful you must be to disappear and still trend effortlessly? This is history. Someone posted a screen recording of his follower count jumping every second. 10K, 30K, 70K, 200K, 450K, 600K, 900K, 1 million. Every refresh added thousands more. Old fans were screaming, "We waited for you. We never left." New fans were screaming too. "I don't even know this guy well, but I love him already." It felt like a global festival. Nothing was calm. Nothing was normal. Everything about Dayo was everywhere. Looking at everything, Operation Comeback was a success, and a lot of people were happy, while some weren't. Michael sat alone in his office, surrounded by documents and unfinished contracts. His phone had been buzzing nonstop, but he ignored it until Clara stepped in. "Sir," she said, holding a tablet, "there's something you need to see." Michael didn't even look up at first. "What again, Clara? What now?" Clara walked closer, placed the tablet on his desk, and tapped the screen. Michael's eyes slowly lifted. Videos, comments, articles, reactions. Dayo's metal picture. Dayo trending. Globally. Dayo opening new accounts. Dayo breaking records. Michael froze. "What the hell?" he muttered. He scrolled. More reactions. More videos. More people praising him. More shock. Michael leaned back slowly, confused and angry at the same time. "Why can't this boy just stay quiet?" he said under his breath. For years. For years. And this is what he comes back with. Clara watched him quietly. Michael continued scrolling, almost in disbelief. How did he become this? He stopped, shaking his head. This doesn't make any sense. Clara finally spoke. "Sir, should I pull up more details?" Michael waved his hand. "No. You can go." She nodded and left the office. The moment the door closed, Michael picked up his phone and dialed a number. Someone answered immediately. Michael didn't waste time. "I want everything," he said coldly. "Everything that has been happening with Dayo for the past 4 years. Every move. Every record. Every rumor. Dig it all up." He paused, breathing heavily. "And don't stop until you find something." He ended the call. The office fell silent, but his mind was the complete opposite. He was already seeing his career ending, because they had asked him to finish Dayo socially, and now he was back. His mind started thinking of what he could do. After all, sports was not his domain, and it couldn't be manipulated. Dayo, you're giving me a headache," after returning 4 years later. Michael muttered as he felt his head growing hot. Meanwhile, Dayo had returned and was now sitting in the conference room of JD Records. Wayne, Valerie, Ulrich, Alice, and the other heads were already seated and waiting. Sharon stood by the door. Dayo looked at the familiar faces he hadn't seen in a while and smiled. "All right, what are the numbers saying?" Valerie clicked, and the live numbers filled the projector. TikTok, 12 million. Instagram, 10.6 million. X, Twitter, 6.2 million. YouTube, 3 million. Ulrich spoke first. "That's over 30 million followers in less than 24 hours, Jason." Dayo kept his face calm. He watched the chart spike, lines shooting straight up. Wayne tapped the tablet and pulled up streaming stats. Streams are up almost 200% across the board. Old songs, album tracks, demos, everything. People started trending your older clips and pushing streams hard. Dayo let that sink in. He'd built this. He knew the risk and the payoff. He had planned to stay quiet a bit longer, but momentum didn't wait for plans. "Good," he said finally. "Keep it up, but smart." He turned to Valerie. "Focus on the music. I won't be releasing anything for a while. Don't let the old tracks fade. Push playlists, sync placements, radio, everything that gets those songs in front of ears again." Valerie nodded. "We'll prioritize the catalog and playlist pitching. Push the top 5 singles first, then the deep cuts." Dayo looked around the room. "I don't want hype stunts or cheap fire. Organic reach, strong placements, and steady growth. Make sure our people in Asia coordinate with Minjae. The China and Korea teams need to push content that works in their markets." Ulrich raised a point. "Should we engage with the new follower surge directly?" Responses, live Q&As. Dayo shook his head. "Not yet. Let the accounts breathe for now. We harvest the attention with streams and placements." Later we decide what comes next. Wayne leaned forward. You sure you don't want to ride the wave publicly? Dayo's stare was steady. I know what I'm doing. For now, protect the music. That's the asset. Everything else will follow. They all nodded, focused and ready. The spike on the screen was not just numbers, it was an engine. Dayo swallowed and repeated the plan again, precise and calm. Operation Comeback wasn't finished. The room got to work. Chapter 154, JD on the street. A week passed quickly. Dayo kept training, kept working, with Richard who didn't let Dayo slack at all. He was like Dayo's second assistant. The moment he saw Dayo's schedule free, it was time to train. Dayo's popularity didn't slow down. Instead, it increased. Dayo broke the record for gaining the highest number of followers in both one day and 1 week simultaneously. By now, across all platforms, he had gathered over 60 million followers, a number that didn't even feel real yet. This afternoon, he wasn't at the pool. He was sitting in a quiet lounge with someone he hadn't seen in years, Timo, an old friend from before fame swallowed everything. Timo was a close friend back then in high school. Timo was still the same. Same bright smile, same restless energy. He did content creation, small street videos, little skits, random giveaways whenever he had money. Dayo met him when he was returning from California after the competition. He sat by the other side of Dayo, and only when Dayo went to the toilet did Timo remember him. At first, Dayo thought Timo was a fan, but a quick flashback from his memory reminded him who Timo was. The reason for this meeting was simple. Dayo wanted to do content like Mr. Beast, but he couldn't do it alone, so he wanted to hire someone. When he saw Timo, he remembered that Timo sometimes filmed people at bus stops, sometimes surprised homeless folks with food or clothes. His page was small but genuine. That was why Dayo liked him and wanted to work with him. They sat opposite each other, drinks on the table between them. So, Timo said, leaning forward, "You're really back." Dayo smiled. "Looks like it. And you want to start what? Some big content thing?" "Yeah." Dayo nodded. "I've been thinking about giving back. Not just with money, with ideas. Projects. Challenges. Stuff that helps people but still entertains. But I don't want the usual celebrity hype. I want something real. And different. Something that people enjoy and benefit from." Timo rubbed his chin. "Something real? I like that. And with your page blowing up every day? Bro, we can push anything." Dayo chuckled. "That's why I called you. I want you to work with me. Create with me. I need someone who already understands the streets and what people respond to." Timo blinked, shocked. "Me? Work for you. Work with me," Dayo corrected. "You've been grinding on your own for years. It's time people see it." A slow smile spread across Timo's face. "If we do this, we have to start strong. Something simple but catchy." "Exactly," Dayo said. "So what do you think? Would you work for me?" "Haha, of course I would." A wide grin was written all over his face, and he couldn't wipe it away. Dayo smiled. "All right, that's good. Now let's plan the first one." They both leaned over the table, a notebook between them. "What about helping students?" Timo suggested. Surprise people with school fees. Maybe those with student loans or transportation issues. Simple, but meaningful. "That's a good idea," Dayo said. "But let's make it interactive. Something that connects people. Maybe a challenge. Maybe a hidden clue. Maybe a random act that spreads itself." Timo's eyes lit up. What if we spin a wheel for strangers on the street? Whatever it lands on, they get it. Could be groceries, a phone, paid bills, anything. Dayo nodded slowly. Yeah, that works. It's fun. It's wholesome. And for the students, we ask questions on what they want the most and help those who need it the most. Timo grinned. "And with your popularity right now, it will explode." Dayo leaned back in his chair, satisfied. This was exactly what he wanted. A new beginning that wasn't about fame, but about purpose. "All right," Dayo said, tapping the notebook. "Let's make this our first content." Timo laughed. "Done. When do we start?" "Tomorrow." And just like that, the first step of Dayo's new public journey began. Simple, intentional, powerful. And it would shock the world. The next morning came faster than they expected. Dayo wore a plain hoodie, cap, and glasses. Timo carried the filming gear in a small bag. They met outside a busy mall in Texas. Neutral ground. Not too loud, not too quiet. Timo looked around. "Bro, you sure?" Dayo smiled. "We said tomorrow. This is tomorrow." They set up the small spinner wheel, Colorful, simple, with options written boldly. Groceries, school fees, rent support, new phone, paid bills, cash gift, mystery box. And at the bottom corner, a small box labeled JD Treats, Premium Chocolate. Timo laughed at the name when Dayo told him yesterday. Jad, what does that even mean? It's short for my name. Jason A. Dayo, Dayo replied. And it sounds calm. Makes sense for a chocolate brand. It worked. The package looked clean, black and gold with a simple JD logo. Dayo felt a bit cringe because Mr. Beast had his own chocolate brand, so he wanted to have his own, which was already on the cards. After all, with a cooking skill of SS+, he was able to come up with a chocolate that rivaled a lot of top brands in the world. Now he was here to market and gift it to the world. Let's start, Dayo said. Timo hit record. The first person they approached was a tired-looking college student holding a backpack that had seen better days. Hey, Dayo said softly. Want to spin for a chance to win something? The girl looked shocked. Wait, JD. Yes, Dayo laughed. It's me. Come, try it. People nearby turned immediately. Phones came out. Whispering started. No way. Is that JD? He's actually outside? Bro, he looks different. But it's him. It's the hair for me. I recognize him anywhere. The girl spun the wheel. It stopped at school fees. Her eyes widened. No way. Dayo nodded calmly. How much do you owe? She stammered. $5,000. He paid it on the spot. She burst into tears and hugged him. People clapped. Cameras flashed. Timo kept filming everything and also participated. Dayo saw this and muttered, "It seems we would have to hire a videographer." Next was a middle-aged man trying to get food for his kids. He spun. Groceries. Dayo pushed a cart with him, paid for everything, and handed him 2 packs of JD treats for his kids. People screamed, JD is back. Bro, this is insane. He's just out here helping people? Is this a movie? He's actually real? He's not hiding anymore. Some recognized him from his old video. Some recognized him from the swimming competition. Some recognized him from TikTok. Everyone wanted to see him. But Dayo remained calm, smiling, moving from one person to the next. Chapter 155, Timo. Dayo and Timo didn't stop yet. They left the area and moved to the next location. They met a homeless man with a cardboard sign. Want a spin? Dayo asked gently. The man hesitated but nodded. Okay. The wheel spun and stopped at rent support. A crowd began forming again, just like the other locations. The homeless man didn't understand what was happening at first. Dayo explained he was paying for temporary housing for him for the next few months and would get him cleaned up. The man cried so hard, he couldn't even speak. People recorded everything, not to mock him, but because the moment felt too real to ignore. Dayo handed him a pack of JD treats too. For you, he said. The man hugged him weakly. Dayo then helped the man into his car. They drove to a salon, got him cleaned up, shaved, and even did pedicure for him. After that, Dayo took him to pick a small apartment and paid for 6 months up front. By this point, the homeless man was already shaking with tears. Dayo had to calm him down. Afterward, they went shopping for basic home items. Before leaving him, the man hugged Dayo tightly and thanked him again and again. Hours passed. Dozens of people spun the wheel. Some won big, some won small, but everyone walked away with something. Timo kept shaking his head. Bro, this is insane. This is going to blow up. It's not about blowing up, Dayo said. It's about doing something that matters. Timo nodded. Yeah, but it will still blow up. Haha, yeah, it will. Dayo smiled. And it did. Even before they finished filming, clips were already spreading across social media. People were tagging each other, arguing, shouting, screaming. JD is outside in Texas doing giveaways. This guy left for 4 years and came back like this? I just saw him pay his students' fees live. The way he smiles hasn't changed. He's too real. He's different. I didn't expect this at all. Some didn't believe it. This has to be fake. Deep fake. No. He's right here. I saw him. He gave me chocolate. Since when does JD have a chocolate brand? Within minutes, hashtag JAD treats, hashtag JD is back, and hashtag JD Texas giveaway climbed to the top of every trending list. Timo zoomed in and ended the last clip with Dayo waving at the camera. First content complete, Dayo said. Timo laughed. Bro, this is bigger than I thought. Dayo just smiled quietly. Now it was time for the editing, which was one of his hidden skills. He decided he would only edit this first video himself. After this, he would hire someone else. Editing was a long, tiring task, and he didn't want to bury himself in it. For hours later, after adding effects, cutting parts, adjusting sound, and inserting his old songs naturally into the scenes, he looked to his side and saw Timo sleeping on the couch. Dayo tapped him. "It's done, Timo. Check this out." Timo sat up immediately. You're done." Dayo nodded. "Yeah, check it." The video started with the JD icon fading in, then switched to the first scene. The lady with the backpack, her shocked reaction, soft emotional music under the clip, and smooth transitions. Dayo had used his old songs carefully in the background, subtle, not forced. This was another form of promotion, but natural, not desperate. The video ended with Dayo smiling at the camera. "This is your boy, JD." Then the camera turned to Timo, who was grinning. "And your boy, Timo." Then back to Dayo. "I'm back and out on the streets showing love to everyone out there. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe on my YouTube. There are surprises waiting for you, so be ready." Dayo sat back and looked at Timo. "So what do you think?" Timo stared with his mouth open. "You edited this in 4 hours?" Dayo blinked. "Was it that bad?" "No, bro, it's too good. I spent half a day and can't get anywhere close to this." Dayo just stayed quiet. Timo shook his head. "Dayo, is there anything you can't do?" Dayo gave a smug smile. "Nope. I'm not sure there is something like that." "Ugh. Oh my God. And he's not even humble about it," Timo said dramatically. They looked at each other and burst into laughter almost instantly. "So," Dayo said, "tomorrow we go again. But I'll look for someone who's into camera work so you can also show in the videos more." Timo froze, surprised. His eyes turned red instantly. Dayo noticed. "Yo, bro, you good? Why are you teary?" Timo sniffed. He had been going through a lot, although he never said it. He honestly thought Dayo just needed him as a camera guy, not knowing Dayo saw him as more. And it wasn't Timo's fault to think that way. Everywhere they went, people only recognized Dayo, never him. "Thanks, bro. I really appreciate it," Timo said, voice shaky. "You better hold that tears here." Dayo tossed him a set of keys. "This apartment is yours. The documents are under the table. And the car outside? Yours too." Timo stood up instantly. "What? Are you serious, bro?" Timo asked in shock. "This is too much, why?" Dayo smiled. "LOL, you deserve it, bro." Dayo had done his research. He knew Timo was struggling. And even with his problems, Timo still gave to the poor and smiled while doing it. Dayo didn't tell him, but he also paid his sister's university fees and cleared his parents' loan. To Dayo, what was the point of helping strangers while ignoring someone close to him who was drowning? This was Dayo's belief: grow together. "All right, enough crying. Let's post this video," Dayo said, walking back to his chair. Timo wiped his eyes, smiling through the tears. "Yeah, let's do this." Dayo smiled at this, made a silent prayer before hitting the post button. Now, all he had to do was wait to see if all his hard which he knew would pay. Chapter 156, Instant Exposure. The moment the video hit the internet, it exploded. One of the reasons the video was an instant massive hit was because this was the first thing Dayo was posting since he came back after 4 years, and the internet attacked it like a hungry hyena. People had waited too long. Some had even given up hope of him ever coming back online. So the moment the notification appeared, it was like the whole world suddenly pressed pause. Within minutes, numbers started climbing at a speed that didn't even look normal. TikTok had the highest numbers, with more than 55 million followers flooding in. His Instagram climbed to about 35 million followers, and his X, Twitter, crossed 20 million followers with ease. People were following him on every platform like their life depended on it. Comments flew nonstop. Notifications were vibrating so fast that even Sharon had to mute her phone because it was making her anxious. Under the TikTok video, "Where is the full video, OMG? JD is making content now? I thought I was dreaming. JD does charity? Y'all acting surprised? He's been doing charity for years. Don't you know he once donated the whole 1M prize he won? Wait, JD has an NGO? Yes. Check his Linktree. He didn't disappear completely. You just weren't paying attention. My gosh, I feel like a bad fan for not knowing JD had an NGO. Look at the lady. Crying. Imagine how long she's been carrying that stress. Now that old man broke me. This is real humanity. Where is the full video? It's on his YouTube. He said only the full one is there. Bro, I'm running there now. JD is a content creator? Who is this man? I miss JD the musician, but this content is fire. Both can exist. Let him cook. Why does he look even younger than 4 years ago? Bro, what water is he drinking? JD is one of the few people that can disappear for years and come back like he never left. His YouTube received more than 800K followers in the first hour, just 200,000 less than the record held for the fastest 1-hour subscriber growth in history. By the end of the day, he had gained more than 15 million new subscribers, bringing him to 40,000,000 plus subscribers. A number that didn't even make sense. People had been starving for 4 years, starving for anything connected to JD, and the internet attacked the video like hungry hyenas. Even people who didn't know him before were now getting pulled in by the hype. More comments kept coming. Finally found the full video. This is edited. Now look at their reaction. This is real. Deep fake, maybe? Nah, I was there. I saw him live. He even gave me chocolate. I mean, how can somebody call this fake? Look at the tears of joy in the eyes of the people. LOL, hired actors are rampant. You upstairs need therapy. And why would he do that? Someone who is worth more than you can ever be. Oh, that's deep, hee. Yeah, you can say all you want. This is PR and nothing else. Haters in the building. You will cry. JD is back, and he is going nowhere. But I expected new music, not a video content. Although I like the content. Yeah, you upstairs mirror my thought. Well, he can't rush it. I am new here, and I just listened to JD's song for the first time. How did I never hear this masterpiece before? LMAO, I just ordered an album now. I'm going to get JD treats. Heard it has that homemade feeling. Doing the same too. Me 3, ha. Even the chocolate brand, JD Treats, trended at number 3 globally, with people ordering packs of the chocolate from different countries. Some stores even ran out of stock within hours. By the end of the day, JD's YouTube had crossed 50 million subscribers, making it one of the fastest jumps in history. Across all platforms combined, Dayo had more than 160 million followers. Before he left, he had around 200 million. And now, in less than a week, he had gained more than half of what he previously lost. Inside JD Records headquarters. Meanwhile, Dayo was in his office at JD Records. Wayne, Valerie, Ulrich, and Alice sat around the meeting table with tablets in hand. Charts, numbers, graphs, all of them rising like crazy. Wayne cleared his throat. All right, so updates. Valerie slid her tablet to Dayo. Your numbers have doubled across every platform. Literally doubled. Streams have shot up by more than 500% in the last 24 hours. Ulrich added, your old album, The Other Side, sold over 100,000 digital copies today alone. After 4 years of silence. Alice tapped her screen, and 3 songs re-entered the Billboard charts. Say Something FT Luna is back at number 132, Heavenly is at number 190, and the album The Other Side re-entered the Billboard 200 at number 178. Wayne smiled. And this is all from a single content video. No promo. No interviews. Just the video. Valerie looked at Dayo. Your editing trick worked. Using your songs as background audio. People went back to replay them. That's what caused the spike. Ulrich nodded. Everywhere online, they're calling this the greatest unplanned comeback in modern entertainment. Alice added softly, they missed you, JD. And it shows. Dayo leaned back in his chair, absorbing everything quietly. He had expected growth, but not this. Not a wave strong enough to resurrect a 4-year-old album and push it back onto Billboard. He exhaled slowly, eyes steady. Good, he said. Then let's keep going. Everyone in the room nodded. Ulrich checked his screen again. Oh, and some people are asking for new music. Dayo smiled. Yeah, I know they would ask. But that's on pause. So we let them starve? Ulrich asked. Kind of. But why? We already dealt with Michael and his weak point. Dayo smirked, playing with the pen in his hand. Michael wasn't an issue from the start. What? They all said almost at the same time. The room went silent. They genuinely believed Michael was the reason Dayo hadn't released anything. Hearing that he wasn't the real reason made all of them more curious. Alice finally broke the silence. So who is it? Dayo gave a playful smile. You all will know in due time. Then he heard a familiar sound. Asterisk ding. Chapter 157. Life of Min Jae 1. Min Jae woke up slowly, blinking at the ceiling for a few seconds before sitting up. He stretched his arms and dragged himself out of bed. When his feet touched the cold floor, he sighed and walked toward the bathroom. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, and glanced around the room with a small smile tugging at his lips. If anyone had told him years ago that he would one day live in a mansion like this, he would have laughed in their face. Back then, he could barely afford rent. Now, he woke up every morning in a house big enough to confuse him sometimes. He shook his head lightly, still smiling, grabbed his brush from the counter, and walked out of the room. The hallway was spotless. Everything lined up neatly. As he walked toward the dining room, he heard faint sounds from the kitchen. The dining room was open and close to it, so he could see her immediately. His girlfriend, the one who had been with him through everything, stood by the counter mixing something in a bowl. Her hair was tied up, and she wore simple home clothes, but she looked perfect to him. Min-jae walked up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Yobo," he murmured softly in Korean, "what are you cooking?" She laughed and turned her head slightly. "Since when did you start asking? You always eat everything. Are you suddenly judging my food?" Min-jae raised both hands in surrender. No, never. Your food is perfect." She shook her head and tapped his forehead playfully. "Good. Because you eat like a child." He laughed and kissed her cheek before letting her go. "I am your kid." Yobo laughed. She had been with him since before fame, before money, before recognition. When his parents passed and his whole world collapsed, she stayed. She helped him, managed the house, and practically became a part of the family. Losing her was something he didn't even want to imagine. He sat at the dining table while she set the plates. They ate together quietly, talking about little things, the weather, his schedule, her plans for the day. After breakfast, he grabbed his jacket, slipped on his shoes, and headed out. The driver pulled up immediately. "Good morning, sir," the driver said as Min-jae got in. "Morning," Min-jae replied. His assistant climbed into the front seat and turned around to hand him a tablet. "These are the updates for today," she said. She began swiping through different profiles and progress reports. First, the BTS Global Tour. Everything is on track. Ticket sales are insane as usual. They're preparing for the big Japan show next month. Min-jae nodded. "Good. Make sure their alignment with the Japan label is stable. No last-minute issues." "Yes, sir. Already taken care of." She swiped again. "And for the new girl group, recordings are going smoothly. Studio sessions booked. Production on schedule. We are only waiting for the final vocal profile of the last member." "Okay. No problem. Continue." She tapped the final file. "And this?" She paused, her eyes widening slightly. "This is the update concerning the movie Train to Busan." Min-jae raised a brow. "The one we received from above, right?" "Yes. The movie project. The one they handed to you last quarter. The studio wasn't secured, so the team went ahead and bought it outright. It was cheaper and faster." Min-jae leaned forward. "So production started?" "Yes. They've already filmed the first chunk. The set is ready. They're waiting for you to visit today." He nodded, a spark of excitement hitting him. He had been waiting to see how the project would turn out. It wasn't a huge movie, but it had potential, and he wanted to make sure everything aligned with Dayo's vision. "All right," he said. "Let's go to the set." The assistant nodded and relayed the instruction to the driver. Min-jae sat back in his seat, scrolling through the files again, his mind already shifting into work mode. Upon arriving at the set, Min-jae looked around. This was his first time coming to a film set, apart from when he recorded his music video, which was about 2 years ago. Min-jae stepped out of the car and looked around. The set was bigger than he expected. Lights, props, cameras, staff running around. Everything felt alive. Different sections were marked out with signs showing where each scene would be filmed. As he walked forward, a man approached him quickly. "Min-jae SSI?" the man asked. Min-jae turned. "Yes." The man bowed slightly. "I'm Director Jang-wook." Min-jae bowed back respectfully. "Ah, Director Nim. I've been looking forward to meeting you." Director Jang-wook smiled. "Not at all. Your reputation precedes you. I've wanted to meet you for a while." They shook hands, and Min-jae looked around again. "The set looks good." "We're trying our best," the director said. "Your team told me you were coming, so I cleared some time." Min-jae nodded. "I just wanted to see how everything is going." Director Jang-wook tapped the script he was holding. "May I ask, who gave you the script?" "The one for the new Train to Busan project." Min-jae hesitated for a second, then smiled lightly. Someone I know? Someone with good instincts. A friend. Something like that, Min-jae said, shrugging. The director opened the script a little and shook his head in amazement. Well, whoever gave it to you, they're a genius. This script is incredible. I'm not exaggerating when I say it has blockbuster potential. Min-jae raised a brow. Really? Yes, director Jang Wook said with confidence. I've worked with hundreds of scripts, and this is one of the most unique ones I've seen in a long time. The pacing, the emotion, the action, everything is balanced. If executed well, this can break records. Min-jae let out a small laugh. That's surprising. Good surprising. It's full of twists, the director continued. Even I didn't see some of the story turns coming. Whoever wrote this understands how to keep an audience hooked. Min-jae nodded. All right, that's good to hear. I only came to look around and get a feel of the place. Director Jang Wook asked, Are you leaving already? Yes, I just needed to check the progress. The director nodded respectfully. Understood. Min-jae paused. So, when will filming begin? We're only waiting for the final orders, Director Jang Wook said. Once you give the go-ahead, we start immediately. Min-jae nodded once. You can begin. Everything looks good. Director Jang Wook gave a satisfied smile. Then we'll get to work right away. Min-jae gave him one last nod and turned to leave the set, hands in his pockets, mind already shifting to the next thing on his schedule. Chapter 158. Life of Min-jae 2. Min-jae's car stopped at the entrance of a tall skyscraper with the Korean letters U written boldly at the top. Anyone who lived in Seoul knew the building. It was the headquarters of JD Korea, one of the biggest entertainment and media branches in Asia. The moment he stepped out, workers standing near the entrance bowed immediately. Good morning, Director Min-jae. Good morning, sir. He nodded back casually. He had gotten used to it, but sometimes it still felt strange. Years ago, he was just a trainee struggling to survive. Now people bowed the moment he walked past. He entered the lobby, stepped into the elevator, and a soft ping later, he was already on the highest floor. His office. Calling it an office was an understatement. The space was beautiful, floor-to-ceiling windows, polished marble floors, minimalist furniture, and a view of the entire city. Every time he walked inside, it hit him again that this life was real. He dropped his jacket on the chair, sat down, and opened the stack of documents waiting for him. Contracts, financial approvals, memos, schedules, the usual things he handled every day. His assistant walked in. Sir, these are the documents needing your signature this morning. Min-jae nodded. Leave them. She placed them on the table gently and stepped back. Also, sir, you have a meeting with the board of CEOs in an hour. All right, I'll be there. She left quietly. For the next 30 minutes, he signed, reviewed, corrected, and approved different documents. The work was heavy, but he was used to it. When the time reached, he stood, grabbed his phone, and headed to the meeting room. Inside the boardroom, several CEOs stood up immediately as he entered. Director Min-jae, they greeted. Bowing. He nodded. Good morning. The meeting wasn't long. It was mostly updates from the music division, the China branch, and the new training centers. They discussed revenue, new auditions, contract renewals, tours, and upcoming projects. After the meeting ended, he returned to his office and barely sat when his assistant rushed in again. Sir, you have to prepare. You're the guest of honor at the cultural award show today. He blinked. Today? Yes, sir. The organizers just called. They want you seated in the front row. He sighed lightly but nodded. All right, let's go. When he arrived at the venue, cameras flashed immediately. Security cleared the path, and as he walked in, people bowed so deeply it almost made him uncomfortable. Director Min-jae. Sir, welcome. He smiled politely, shaking hands, bowing back gently. Every major figure in the Korean entertainment industry seemed to recognize him. Some greeted with respect, others with admiration. A few looked at him with envy. It was overwhelming, but he handled it calmly. He sat through the event, made a short appearance on stage, took photos, and spoke with a few producers who wanted collaborations with JD Korea. By the time he left the building, the sun was already setting. Back in the car, he leaned his head on the seat and released a slow breath. The day was long, but productive. As the car moved, he stared out the window, watching the city lights pass by. Sometimes all of this still felt unreal. He remembered the day he almost lost his contract. He remembered the fear, the pressure, and the nights he cried alone. If Dayo hadn't stepped in, if Dayo hadn't insisted he was meant for something bigger, Min-jae knew he would not be where he was today. He smiled weakly. Let me call him. He dialed. The call rang once, twice. Yo, CEO Min-jae, Dayo answered, voice full of energy. You finally remembered me today. Min-jae rolled his eyes. I've been busy, you demon. Dayo laughed loudly. Nah, who sent you? Big man. I beg, get out. Min-jae said in a Korea-ish Nigeria pidgin English. Your pidgin has improved, Dayo said, sounding impressed. Before NKO, I have a few Nigeria friends over here, haha. Min-jae says. They both laughed. Anyway, Min-jae said, I wanted to update you on the movie. Oh, how far? They started filming. I went to the set today. The director said the script is amazing. He thinks it'll be a potential blockbuster. Good, Dayo replied calmly. That's what we want. Also, people in the movie industry are skeptical. They're saying we dominated music in 3 years, so now they're mocking us that we can't do the same thing in film. Dayo hummed. Let them mock. The more they underestimate us, the easier the entry. Min-jae shook his head. Bro, you're really a demon. You're just realizing? They both laughed again. But seriously, Min-jae continued quietly. This movie, the studio, everything, sometimes I think about it, and I wonder why me? You could have chosen someone more experienced. Dayo paused for half a second before answering. Because you don't run from hard work. Because you're loyal. Because you care. And because I knew you would grow into this. I told you from the start, you'll be a giant someday. Min-jae swallowed. He looked out the window again, the city lights reflecting on the glass. I'm grateful, Dayo, he said softly. For everything. My life, my career, even Yobo, everything changed because of you. Then don't thank me, Dayo said. Just keep going. That's all I want. There was a comfortable silence. Finally, Min-jae chuckled. CEO JD advising CEO Min-jae, look at life. You better respect your boss. A beg shift. They laughed again. All right, Dayo said. Call me when you reach home. Sure. Later. He cut the call and slipped his phone back into his pocket. The car turned into the long road leading to his mansion. Min-jae stared ahead, feeling something warm in his chest. Life had changed, and it was still changing, all because one person believed in him when no one else did. He smiled to himself. Tomorrow, he would continue again. The grind never stopped. Not for him, not for JD, and not for what they were building together. Chapter 159, Mall Content. The moment Dayo dropped the call with Min-jae, he stood up from his chair. All right, guys, I'll see you later. I've got somewhere to be. Today, he said casually. Wayne raised an eyebrow. Did anyone else hear him say Michael isn't even the problem? Valerie leaned back. Yes, and honestly, I don't think he was joking. Ulrich folded his arms. He's planning something. The question is what? Alice sighed. Whatever it is, he'll tell us when he's ready. For now, let's just follow the flow. Dayo was already gone. Outside, Timo was waiting with the filming bag. You ready? Timo asked. Yeah. Today's content is the mall run, Dayo said. Let's make it simple but fun. They entered the mall through the staff entrance. The manager, an older white man in a polo shirt, greeted Dayo the moment he saw him. Oh my God. Sir JD. Welcome, welcome, he said, shaking Dayo's hand with both of his. Dayo smiled politely. Thanks for allowing us shoot here. Anything you need, just let us know, the manager said, and quickly stepped aside. They entered the mall and immediately felt eyes turning toward them. It didn't take long before a girl pointed at Dayo with wide eyes. Oh my God, JD. People around her gasped. Some shouted softly, some froze. The girl rushed toward him, hands covering her mouth. You're JD. You're actually JD, she said, almost crying. Dayo laughed lightly and smiled. Yeah, it's me. What's your name? Haley. Oh my God. I'm shaking, she said. You follow me on YouTube? Dayo asked. Yes. I watched your latest video twice, she said immediately. Good. Want to play a game? Her jaw dropped. Me? For real? Sure, Dayo nodded. Call someone. Your boyfriend, your friend, anyone. She nodded fast. My boyfriend. I'll call him now. Within 2 minutes, the boyfriend came jogging in, confused until he saw Dayo. No way, he said, pointing at him. Ain't no way. Dayo laughed. Okay, listen. The game is simple. You get this cart. He tapped a huge empty shopping cart. And whatever you can fit inside in 5 minutes, you take home. The couple looked at each other like they just won a lottery. You have 2 minutes to plan, Dayo added. They moved aside, whispering fast, gesturing like people planning a heist. Timo positioned the camera while Dayo stood a bit back, hands in pockets, watching. All right, Dayo said. Ready? Yes, they both yelled. Timo held the camera up. On your mark, set, go. They ran immediately. The guy sprinted to the shoe section, grabbing boxes like a madman. The girlfriend rushed to electronics, dragging headphones and mini speakers. People in the mall started gathering. Some laughed, some cheered. Go for a bigger box. Grab the air fryer. Take the PS5, bro. Y'all are too slow. Stack it sideways. Everyone was shouting something. The mall was loud and chaotic, but in a good way. Timo kept pace behind them, breathing into the camera like he was part of the challenge. Dayo just watched, smiling. 2 minutes left. The cart was already packed, but they didn't stop. They ran back and forth adding more things, snacks, towels, perfumes, clothing, anything they laid their eyes on. 1 minute, Timo shouted. The girl panicked and threw chocolate bars on top. The boyfriend almost knocked someone over trying to grab a blender. 30 seconds. The crowd started chanting with Timo. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. Timo yelled. They froze, breathing heavily. The cart was overflowing, items stacked like Tetris blocks about to collapse. Haley covered her mouth. Oh my God. Her boyfriend laughed nervously. Bro, we're cooked. Timo checked the cart. Dayo, I think you're finished for this one. Dayo pretended to look stressed. Oh, I knew it. I knew somebody would bleed me dry today. Everyone laughed. So Dayo said, how much do you think all this is? The couple stared at the cart, thinking hard. Maybe like $5,000, the boyfriend guessed. Maybe $7,000, the girlfriend added. Let's find out, Dayo said. They pushed the cart to the cashier. Scanning everything took almost 15 minutes. The final number popped up. $15,324. The couple gasped. Dayo blinked twice. Ah, you people are thieves. Everyone burst out laughing. But he took out his card anyway. I said whatever you can fit, he said. So I'm paying. The cashier looked shocked but processed it. After everything was packed, Dayo shook their hands. Congrats, guys. Enjoy everything. Thank you, they screamed, hugging him. People clapped as Dayo and Timo walked out of the mall. That was wild, Timo said. Oh, that's nothing, Dayo replied calmly. And just like that, the second content of the comeback project was done. Before the couple left with their cart full of items, Dayo reached into the filming bag and pulled out 2 packs of JD treats. He handed one to each of them. And don't forget this, Dayo said. Best chocolate out there. Homemade feeling. Make sure you try it. They both beamed. Oh my God, thank you. I've been looking for this everywhere. Dayo laughed. It's spreading fast. Soon you'll see it in stores too. They hugged him again before leaving with their bags and gifts. Dayo and Timo didn't stop. The moment they stepped outside, they took a short break, drank water, wiped sweat, and headed straight to the next mall. Let's do one more before we wrap today, Dayo said. Timo nodded. Yeah, one more banger. At the second mall, Dayo decided to switch the challenge. Right in the center of the mall, he drew a giant triangle on the floor with tape. People were already watching. Dayo raised his voice. All right, new rule. Whatever you can stack inside this triangle without anything falling, you take it home. The moment something drops, you lose. Everyone gasped. Oh, this one's tough. I want to try. No, let me try. A tall guy stepped forward. I'll do it. You sure? Dayo asked. Yeah, why not? He shrugged casually. Okay, Dayo said. Your time starts after we talk strategy. What do you study? The guy smirked. Architecture. Timo almost dropped the camera. On. Dayo, you're finished. This one will ruin your account today. Dayo laughed. Oh, so you stack things for a living? Well, kinda, the guy said with a shy smile. People around them cheered loudly. Architect man. You got this. Make him pay EIE. Dayo rubbed his forehead. I'm cooked. Timo counted down. 3, 2, 1, go. The guy moved fast but careful. He started with shoe boxes, then stacked small electronics, then towels. He arranged everything like he was building a real structure. People clapped with every perfect placement. He stacked perfume sets, Hair dryers, snacks, anything he could find. The triangle was almost full, but he kept going. Bro, calm down, one man shouted. You want to collapse them all? Bro was actually building on Dayo's money. Everyone was laughing. Finally, the guy brought a pack of orange. He placed it gently on top of a PS5 box. Everything shook slightly. The crowd held their breath. And it fell. Timo shouted. Stop. Time is up. Chapter 160, The Road to Nationals. Timo shouted. Stop. Time is up. The architect threw his hands in the air. People screamed and clapped. Dayo walked forward slowly, staring at the stack. This is witchcraft, he said. Everyone burst into laughter. The architect grinned. I didn't want anything too big. I just didn't want the structure falling. Dayo shook his head. Nah, you finished me. They scanned everything. Another big bill. But when he saw the smile on the face of the architect, Dayo paid it quietly, like it was nothing. After all, he was a hidden billionaire. Before the guy left, Dayo handed him a pack of JD treats. For you. Thanks for playing. The architect smiled. I'll frame this wrapper. Dayo laughed. Please don't do that. Just eat it. The guy bowed and walked away with his things. Dayo and Timo smiled. Another successful content made. Timo said, Yeah, dashta. Dayo phone interrupted. Coach Richard. He stepped aside and picked up. Coach, what's up? There was a short pause on the line. Dayo, how are you doing? I'm good, coach. What's happening? Dayo could hear the tense from Richard's voice. Coach Richard's voice carried a kind of pressure behind it. It's time. Nationals are around the corner. The Olympic qualifiers are coming fast. We need to prepare. We need to enter the national team selection. If we want to compete internationally, this is the moment. Dayo nodded, even though the coach couldn't see him. Of course. That's one of my biggest dreams. Just tell me what you need. The coach tried to sound normal, but Dayo could hear the stress. Good. I'll send you the schedule later. Rest well today. Sure, coach. Oh, and nice content. I enjoy your content. Sure, coach. The call ended, but Dayo kept looking at the phone for a second. Something fell off, but he pushed it aside. A few days passed quickly. Dayo divided his time between heavy training and shooting content. Every video he posted blew up. His follower and subscribes count kept climbing every single day. Brands were reaching out. Fans were reacting like crazy. His subscribers on YouTube reached 65 million. Although the hype reduced a bit, it was still put there. But even with all the noise around him, every morning he still hit the pool before sunrise. Coach Richard pushed him harder now. More laps. More drills. More timing checks. Dayo didn't complain. He wanted it badly. He kept his mind blank while training avoid any distraction. There were speculation on him online, but he shunned everything and focused on what was in his front. Meanwhile, in a quiet sports complex downtown, a different kind of meeting was taking place. For top coaches sat around a table, files stacked everywhere. These were the coaches responsible for selecting swimmers for the National Olympic team. Jason, the head of swimming, sat at the top. Coach Martin, the assistant, sat beside him. Two other senior coaches were on the sides. They had been arguing for over 20 minutes. One coach tapped a file. We have to talk about Dayo. His numbers are insane. Another coach nodded. He beat Alex. Clean. Everyone saw it. Martin rolled his eyes. That day was a fluke. It wasn't a fluke, the first coach snapped. Look at his timing. It's already inside Olympic range and constantly at that. Why are we pretending not to see it? Martin leaned forward. We already have Alex. He's consistent. He's been under the program longer. That doesn't mean anything. The other coach fired back. If Dayo is faster, then he's faster. Simple. The argument grew hotter until suddenly. Knock, knock. Jason knocked his hand on the table. Enough. Everyone went silent. Jason looked around the room slowly. I didn't call you all here to waste time arguing like children. The Nationals will decide everything. Not us. Not our opinions. He pointed at the files. No more fighting. The pool will pick the best swimmers. That's final. The winner would be the face of our national team. Everyone nodded reluctantly. Meeting over. As they left the room, Martin pulled Alex aside into a small empty corridor. Alex frowned. Coach, you called me. Martin lowered his voice. Listen carefully. Everything is on the line. You must win. You can't let Dayo take your spot. Alex sighed. I know, coach. I'll try my. Trying is not enough, Matthew interrupted. He reached into his bag and pulled out a small container. Not a steroid, but something that could give a temporary boost. Illegal, but not easy to detect. Alex stared at it. Coach, are you sure about this? Matthew stepped closer. Do you trust me? Alex didn't answer. Matthew continued. This formula is better than what others are using. It won't show up. Use it before the heats. Don't tell anyone. Alex held the container, shaking slightly. Okay, coach. Matthew patted his shoulder. Good. Now go home. Train hard. Alex walked away quietly, staring at the thing in his hand. He knew this could either make him or break. But when he remembered how bad he felt when he lost to Dayo, he didn't want to feel like that. He muttered, staring at this. Go hard or go home. I am winning this. A few weeks later, the day finally arrived. Nationals. The stadium was filled. Cameras were everywhere. Officials stood with clipboards. Fans carried banners. The atmosphere was loud, energetic, and full of pressure. The swimmers were called in for warm-ups. Dayo stepped into the stadium wearing a black tracksuit, headphones on, eyes focused. People whispered as he walked past. That's him. That's JD. Is he really that fast? I saw his numbers online. He's dangerous. Yup, and a superstar at that. I can't wait for the race. JD for life. JD for the win. Fans held banners screaming and shouting other contestants' names also. Dayo ignored all of it. Coach Daniel met him by the pool. You ready? Dayo nodded. I've been ready. The first heats were starting soon. The path to the Olympics began here. Everything was about to change. A huge change. Chapter 161. Build up to the Nationals. Dayo arrived. At the aquatic center early in the morning, gym bag hanging from his shoulder, headphones around his neck. The place was already buzzing. Athletes stretching, warming up, talking with coaches, and officials moving around with clipboards. He wasn't nervous, just focused. Well, that was a lie. He was a bit nervous. After all, this wasn't just any Nationals. This was the Nationals, held by the U.S. itself. It was a huge deal. But he took a deep breath and muttered under his breath. Let's do this. As he walked in, a few swimmers turned and smiled. Yo, Dayo, you made it. Man, it's been a minute. He recognized most of them. People he had met during the California competition. They shook hands, hugged lightly, laughed a bit. It felt good seeing familiar faces, but there were also a lot of new ones. Older guys who had competed in the previous Olympics. Experienced swimmers who carried themselves with the ease of people who had been here for years. And then he saw a familiar face. George Miller, the man who changed his life. George had been one of the fastest 50m swimmers in America before he retired. He was also the one who gave Richard, Dayo's now coach, Dayo's number not long ago, because after swimming with Dayo and finding out the boy had never received professional training, he knew Dayo had something special. That decision brought Dayo all the way here. George smiled immediately when Dayo approached. Look at you, George said, patting his shoulder. Bro, you grew into the monster I said you would be. Dayo laughed. You're the one who pushed me into all this. Don't act surprised. George shook his head. Nah, you did the work. I just passed you to the right person. Before they could talk more, another voice joined in. You're the one everybody's talking about now. Dayo turned and saw Evan Blake, one of the top current sprinters and an Olympic finalist 4 years ago. He was tall, lean, confident. From his look alone, one would know he didn't need to brag to prove he was good. And he had already proved it in the last Olympics. Evan waved at George. You, old man. It's been a minute. George smirked. Me? Old? You've grown balls now, Evan. Evan smiled. Haha, of course you're old. If not, why don't you jump in the pool? Let's find out. Dayo tried to keep a straight face as Evan and George bantered. Oh, now you have the guts to say that? Need I remind you how you cried after I hooped your ass continuously before leaving the swimming world? George smirked. A small crack appeared on Evan's smile, and George and Dayo noticed it instantly. They couldn't hold it anymore. They burst into heavy laughter. Evan had no choice but to join. Evan hugged George. I miss you, bro. Yeah, I can see that, George replied, hugging him back. Evan turned toward Dayo and said, They're saying you're the fastest 50m guy in the country now. Dayo shrugged. I just swim, man. And from what I've heard, you're the fastest, not me. Really? Evan smiled. Well, we'll see about that. The three laughed a little before moving on. The place became busier. Warm-ups were starting soon. But Dayo could feel it. The focus, the pressure, the expectation. This nationals wasn't like the one he competed in back in California. This was bigger, louder, more serious. The real gateway to the Olympic team. Dayo checked his schedule briefly before heading to stretch. His coach, Richard, met him halfway. "Stay sharp," Richard said. "Remember what I told you." Dayo nodded. "You think I can try the 100m too?" Richard didn't even pause. "No." Dayo laughed lightly. "Coach." "Dayo," Richard cut him off. "Focus. The 50m is your world for now. One storm at a time. Maybe you can try that after this year ends. And need I remind you that you're not a full-time swimmer?" "All right," Dayo sighed. "I hear you." Richard hit his shoulder playfully. "You better. Just stay focused and bag this race." Day 1 heats. Dayo stepped on the blocks. Gun fired. And he dove in almost instantly. The difference was immediately clear in his reaction speed and technique. Dayo was improving, and improving fast. He won. Clean. Sharp. No surprise. Alex won his heat too. Fast, but tense. The third guy, Evan Blake, the Olympic finalist, destroyed his own heat, leaving everyone behind. The next draw came out, and Evan, Alex, and Dayo were all placed in separate groups again. People already understood what the organizers were doing, keeping the three of them apart, so they wouldn't face each other until the finals. Nobody complained. It made sense. They were the big three of this event. Day 2, semi-heats. Same energy. Same pressure. Dayo finished first again, by a clear distance. Alex finished first too, looking more composed, but anyone who paid close attention would notice his chest rising too fast, faster than normal. Evan also finished with a crazy time that made a few swimmers whisper, "Damn." The rumor spread fast. The final is going to be insane. Dayo versus Alex versus Evan. Everyone could feel it. The tension was rising and the pressure was thick. Day 3, final arrangements. After training and recovery, Dayo was sitting with a few athletes he had met earlier. Someone said loudly, "Bro, the organizers are clearly separating Dayo, Alex, and Evan." Another replied, "They want all three in the finals. It's good for the crowd." "You think Dayo is winning this?" "Uft. He's the one with the fastest time right now." "Alex is hungry though, look at him." "Evan is more experienced and more stable." "This final, bro." Dayo didn't respond. He just listened quietly. He wasn't scared. He wasn't overconfident either. He was simply ready. This was why he trained. This was why he suffered. Regardless of how many people doubted him, he was ready. And the crowd and media were shocked. JD, the superstar, actually qualified for the national finals. And now, everyone knew. He zipped his bag slowly and looked toward the massive pool. Tomorrow was the finals. And everything was about to get real. Chapter 162, National Finals. The morning of the finals, Dayo woke up slowly and sat on the edge of his bed. He took a long breath and stared at the floor. He still couldn't believe he had come this far. Just a few months ago, he was still thinking about how he would make a comeback with music since the system gave him a mission. And everything began with a charity swimming competition, the one moment that changed his entire life. Now he was here, the U.S. Nationals. People trained their whole lives to get this chance. Some never even made it past the state level. But somehow he was here. He smiled a little. Not everybody was lucky enough to get a system like him. Not everybody survived the things he had survived. He looked back at his past life, the pain, the suffering, the years of struggle, and said quietly to himself, "It's time to enjoy." Everything moved fast after that. Warm up, stretch, fast track to the aquatic center. He was already with his coach. Warm up was almost over. Athletes were gathering for the final call. Richard watched him for a few seconds and finally asked, "You nervous?" Dayo scoffed. "If I say no, will you even believe me?" Richard burst into a small laugh. "Obviously not." "Yeah, I'm a bit nervous," Dayo admitted. "But I'm trying to keep myself together." Richard stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Dayo, listen, look around you." Dayo did. Athletes stretching. Athletes jumping. Some athletes were shaking their arms to stay loose. "All of them," Richard continued, "have been swimming since they were kids. They've spent years and years preparing for days like this, and all are more experienced than you." He tapped Dayo lightly on the chest. "But you are different. You started swimming just a few months ago, and you are here. That tells you something." Dayo stayed quiet. "You have talent, Dayo. Immense talent. And no matter what happens today, there's a very high chance you're still qualifying. Even if you don't win this final. Richard exhaled slowly. So brief. Don't let the nerves choke you. Use them. Nerves can push you if you handle them right. Dayo nodded. I'll try, coach. Richard smirked. Try? Boy, you'd better do more than try. You know what you're capable of. Dayo smiled back. Yeah, I know. The final. 8 swimmers. 8 lanes. 8 people who fought through everything to get here. The silence in the arena was heavy. Nobody was cheering loudly yet. It felt like the whole place was holding its breath. Dayo stepped onto his block. To his left and right, Evan Blake and Alex Carter. 3 of the fastest sprinters in the country, all in one race. The organizers made sure to put them together for a known reason. The announcer's voice echoed. Swimmers, on your mark. Everyone bent forward. Set. The world went silent. Go. Boom. All 8 splashed into the water at the exact same moment. The tension was crazy. Dayo, Evan, and Alex were neck and neck. Same rhythm. Same strokes. Same intensity. But then, Evan suddenly picked up speed. His arms were slicing through the water violently. Faster than normal, faster than expected. Dayo noticed it immediately. Alex noticed it too. The crowd gasped. Dayo pushed harder, trying to match Evan's sudden burst. The wall was getting closer, fast. Evan was slightly ahead. Dayo was right behind him. Alex right beside Dayo. 10 meters. Meters. 5 meters. Alex suddenly exploded forward. His body stretched. Dayo followed just behind him. Everything inside him focused on one thing. Touch the wall first. They reached. Touch. Dayo's fingers hit the wall almost exactly when Alex's did. Evan's hand came right after. Everyone looked up at the scoreboard. The arena erupted instantly. Alex, 21.37. Dayo, 21.41. Evan, 21.50. Alex won. Dayo came second. Evan third. The noise in the stadium shot up. Evan smacked the water in a bit of frustration, breathing hard. Dayo's heart dropped a bit. He wasn't angry, just disappointed in himself. He wanted first. He knew he could get first. But he also knew this was his first nationals. He took a slow breath and forced a small smile. Before he could think too much, Evan swam closer and bumped his shoulder. Lightly. Yo, come on, Evan said, catching his breath. Second place at your first nationals? Bro, that's insane. Don't beat yourself up. Dayo smiled weakly. Thanks. Alex turned toward them. He wasn't celebrating loudly. He just smirked. A small, sharp smirk that didn't look friendly at all. And muttered, This is no circus, losers. Evan rolled his eyes immediately. Don't mind him, Evan muttered. He thinks he is above everyone because he won today. Dayo didn't reply. His eyes were focused on something on Alex's fair arm. A tiny mark near the inside of his elbow. Very small, but clear. Too clear. Dayo's eyes narrowed. His mind raced for a second, with different thoughts running through his mind. Did he use something? The breathing. The sudden burst. After he had wasted energy keeping up. Everything connected too easily. He didn't say a word. He had watched all of Evan and Alex's clips and studied them, so he knew for sure that Alex doesn't have the power to do a final burst as he uses that towards the middle. Dayo walked out of the pool area and met Richard waiting at the tunnel. Richard hugged him instantly. Second place. Dayo, that's huge. Congrats, man. Dayo pulled back slightly and lowered his voice. Coach, I think Alex used something. Richard frowned. What do you mean? I saw a pin mark on his arm, Dayo said quietly. My eyes are sharp. I know what I saw. Richard's expression hardened. He himself was not surprised but acted. Surprised after all he had been in swimming for more than a decade and a half. You're serious? Yeah, Dayo replied. But I'm not using it as an excuse. He swam well. Richard nodded slowly. Still, we'll keep our eyes open. He clapped Dayo gently on the shoulder. You did amazing. Second place at nationals. You're going to the Olympics. Dayo finally let a real smile show. He realized that. He still made it. Even with everything, he made it. The crowd shouted his name. JD, 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 JD. Dayo smiled as he waved at them. Even if he came second, he still had people happy for him. Chapter 163, News. All the media houses present at the Nationals rushed back to their headquarters almost immediately. Producers were shouting, editors were running around, and every social media team was already typing at full speed. Why? Because anything with Dayo's name on it was guaranteed to blow up since he came back. He has been on the forefront of the news with every move he made. And this wasn't a regular headline. A world-famous musician transitioning into an athlete. Not just participating, but placing second in the U.S. Nationals, qualifying for the Olympic trials. This was the kind of story newsrooms dreamed of. And for the people, this was like a fairy tale that was happening. Within an hour, articles began pouring out from everywhere. ESPN, breaking news. JD surprises America. Music icon places second at U.S. Nationals 50-meter freestyle. A 4-year absence from the music scene, and JD returns as an Olympian-level athlete? This is one of the most unexpected career pivots in sports history. Sports Illustrated. The JD phenomenon. From Billboard to Olympic trials. His start is explosive. His form is clean. His acceleration is frightening. People will doubt, but this kid is the real deal. USA Today. JD's shocking swim stuns the nation. Crowd favorite JD finished second behind Alex Carter in a nail-biter finals race. Fans are calling it the greatest national storyline in years. The Washington Post. Is JD the most gifted cross-industry talent of this generation? From breaking records in the music industry to Olympic-level performances, JD continues to redefine the word prodigy. But not everyone was impressed and were skeptical. Deadspin. Relax. JD isn't Michael Phelps. Let's all calm down. The guy is talented, sure, but America loves overreacting. One race doesn't make him the next swimming hero. TMZ Sports. JD, music star turned swimmer. Miracle? Or marketing? Some online fans claim the entire thing is a PR stunt. Others say he's simply gifted. One thing is sure. JD knows how to break the internet. New York Post. Fans go crazy after JD takes silver, but is the hype too much? He's fast, but is he ready for the international stage? Not everyone is convinced. And of course the entertainment side of the world jumped in. After all, it was JD. Billboard. JD goes viral again, this time in the swimming pool. Streams of his old songs surged 600% in the last 48 hours. The comeback is officially real. Rolling Stone. From Golden Wave to the real waves, JD rewrites his legacy. A rare artist who thrives in multiple worlds. His discipline shows. Variety. JD, music, movies, and now sports? The triple threat expands. With his studio launch in Korea and now an Olympic-level performance, JD proves he's not slowing down anytime soon. Twitter/X exploded with trending tags. Hashtag JD swims. Hashtag JD at nationals. Hashtag JDVS Alex. Hashtag Olympic JD. Hashtag from music to medals. Millions of comments poured in. Some supportive, some emotional, some doubtful, some harsh. But everyone had something to say. He's unbelievable. Who else returns after 4 years and qualifies for the trials? You don't just say qualifiers, put it in full Olympic trials. I am waking up and hearing JD that just shot content is in the Olympic trials. How? Hee brother from above, welcome to the club. I never even knew that he swam. This man is built differently. Literally. At this point I have to start questioning if this is even possible. Like his bro in the Avengers? JD, you inspire me. I'm crying, bro. Bro just created history. First he broke the most sold album in a week and now went to the Nationals to take second man. Let's see what he does internationally. Nationals is not Olympics. Bro probably got lucky. Calm down. Why are you all screaming? It's just second. You above, why don't you go and do it? No, that's too harsh, brother above. Let him just qualify for the Nationals first before thinking of reaching trials. PR stunt. Watch him drop out when things get hard. He's disrespecting swimmers who train their whole lives. Both you two above are dense. Does PR take the numbers into consideration? Bro literally scored at 21.41, and some brain-dead fool would say this is PR stunt. He let them cry all they want. All we know is JD is going to the Olympics. JD to the Olympics. JD to the Olympics. JD to the Olympics. I don't care what anyone says. JD is him. He can sing, write, swim. What can't he do? Nothing. JD is Superman. He's Superman, my foot. You all are dumb. JD is using. I was waiting for this comment. Let's see someone defend this. Yup. JD fans, where are you? This has to be the most dumbest thing I have seen. Do you think they don't test them before and after they race? No, don't explain that way. Let's say if he did use. Does that mean if an average person uses drugs they can qualify? Of course not, because they have to have talent and train. Let them cry. JD is talented. He achieved this time, 21.41 in his second month of training. Do you even fathom what that means? It means this is just his surface of talent. Seeing this comment made me relieved. I thought Dayo was actually using. You can rest at ease. If you look at Dayo's page, he was fighting the use of some certain drugs in countries where he went to do volunteer work. So there's no way he is using. Even if he is using, JD for life. JD for life. JD for life. I am not abandoning him again. And then, a few analysts and journalists noticed something. A pattern. A small detail. The close timing between Alex and JD. How sharp JD's form looked. How fast he improved within months. Improvement that takes more than a few months. Dayo achieved in lesser time. From not being able to pass George, the former Olympic champion, to being able to stand his ground in the United States swimming system. Some started asking, is JD the biggest natural swimming talent the U.S. has seen since the Phelps era? The noise got louder. Opinions clashed harder. But one thing was clear. JD was officially the story of the entire nationals. And the world wasn't ready for what was coming next. Chapter 164. I will do anything. And while the whole internet was exploding with news, tweets, articles, praise, arguments, excitement, and noise, the person at the center of it all was sitting quietly on his bed, looking at his phone screen with a calm smile on his face. Dayo exhaled deeply. Then, ding, a familiar blue light flashed across his vision. System notification. You have been inactive for 1,600 days. A global superstar cannot remain silent. Engagement level, critically low. If the user doesn't make waves soon, the system will automatically terminate. Status, complete. Evaluation, legendary. Reward generating. Upgrade a random skill. Status viewer upgraded talent vision. Talent vision. You can now analyze any individual across any field. Their talent, potential, limitations, hidden advantages, weaknesses, and growth ceiling are now visible. The moment Dayo saw it, he froze. Then, this is too OP, he whispered, blinking twice. For a few seconds, he just stared at the floating window. The old status viewer only analyzed an artist, singing talent, writing skill, stage presence, potential, and entertainment. Simple, straightforward. But this was a universal detector, a monster of a skill. If someone had talent in swimming or any sport, he would know. If someone had potential in coding, he would know. If someone had a natural gift in acting, business, sports, art, engineering, he would know instantly. It didn't matter the field. One glance, and the truth of a person was in front of him. He wouldn't have to guess. He wouldn't have to risk bad hires. He wouldn't have to fear betrayals. He could read his rivals, his competition, his staff, anyone. It was perfect. Too perfect. Dayo's eyes widened, and his smile stretched, so wide his cheeks hurt. Yes. He punched the air like a child who just got ice cream. This wasn't just a skill. And it came right when he needed it the most. Ding. Status returned to Regional Artist, Level 6. Dayo immediately jumped off the bed and started spinning around the room, attempting breakdance moves he hadn't done in years. He almost slipped, caught himself, then burst into laughter. He sat back down, breathing heavily. All right. Let me check my status properly. He tapped the window. Stats updated. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 22. Status, Regional Artist, Level 6. Singing, A+. Writing, S-. Acting, A+. Visual, A+. Instruments, Guitar, SS+. Flute, A+. Piano, S-. Violin, A-. Movie production, A+. Scriptwriting, A+. Swimming, A+. Cooking, SS+. Computer, SS-. Music production, SSS+. Video editing, A-. Potential, SSS+. Skills, Prodigy's instinct. Status viewer, talent vision. Perfect match. Market resonance. Archive vault. Skill integration protocol. Emotional transduction. Hypersonic synthesis. System level, 3. Active effects, mission 3. Special endorsement buff, active. Plus 5% reputation gain. Plus 5% brand interest. Dayo scanned through everything, humming happily. Nothing major had changed except the talent vision upgrade, but that alone was enough to make him feel like he had a superpower. His eyes then landed on one small thing. Special endorsement buff. He nodded slowly. He had earned it way back during the global competition quarterfinals, but never used it. At the time, he didn't feel ready. But now, he smirked. He would use it after he qualified officially for the Olympics. That would be the perfect moment to maximize its effect. Just as he was about to check the system shop, his phone rang. Valari. Dayo smiled and picked it up. Hello, Valari. Her voice exploded through the speaker like she had been waiting all day to scream. Dayo, thank God you picked. We saw everything. Oh my God. We wanted to come, but the label is crazy right now. Album sales, press calls, meetings, everything just scattered today. But when you touched that wall, everybody in JD Entertainment was screaming. Dayo laughed softly. It's all right. I know you're busy. No pressure. Wait, she said. Let me switch to video. The screen flickered. Suddenly Dayo saw a group of familiar faces squeezed together in front of the camera. Alice, Rick, Wayne, Rex, and Leah. The 5 artists he signed into his label. All of them waving like children greeting their uncle. JD. Congratulations. Bro, you killed it. We're so proud. Silver medalist what? Dayo, you're insane. He couldn't help it. He burst into laughter. Thanks, guys. Love you all. He was smiling so much that his cheeks hurt, but not only because of their cheers. The system upgrade still had his heart racing. But seeing his people supporting him made the moment sweeter. Wayne leaned close to the camera. Bro, you look calm. Oh, were you calm at all? Rick scoffed. Calm, cool. I could hear his heartbeat. From here, and we weren't even in the same state. Everyone laughed. Valari adjusted the camera. Listen, we're handling everything here. You focus on the Olympic trials. Don't worry about anything else. Dayo nodded. Got it. Thank you. They joked, argued, teased each other, and laughed for a few more minutes before finally ending the call. The moment the screen went dark, Dayo dropped the phone gently on the bed and took a deep breath. He was happy, genuinely happy. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the same building, Alex Carter, the national champion, the man who took first place, was not smiling. Not even a little. His private room looked like a scene from a crime show. Towels on the floor. Water bottles smashed. A chair flipped over. His swim cap torn in half. Alex was pacing back and forth like a man losing his mind. Fuck. Fuck this shit. He slammed his fist against the locker door so hard the metal rattled. I won. I finished first. I did everything right. So why is no one talking about me? Why is it all JD this and JD that? His chest was rising and falling fast. His eyes were bloodshot. His jaw clenched so tight it looked painful. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He beat Dayo. He touched the wall first. He won clean. Well, not clean. Yet Dayo, the guy who finished behind him, was the headline everywhere. Everywhere. The frustration boiled over again, and he kicked a stool so hard it flew across the room. The door suddenly opened. His coach, Martin, walked in. Alex, what the hell happened here? Alex turned sharply, breathing hard. Coach, can you imagine? I won. I beat him. But nobody cares. All the media is talking about is JD. JD this, JD that, JD the miracle swimmer. What about me? Martin closed the door quietly, sighed, and leaned against the table. Alex, calm down. Calm. Alex yelled. Why should I calm down? Because you know exactly why the attention is not on you, Martin said, voice steady. The gap between you and JD was tiny, barely split seconds. And JD, he's a phenomenon, a superstar, a story people love. His presence overshadows everyone. Alex's expression twisted into anger and disbelief. That's not fair, he muttered. I worked for years. And he comes from music and takes everything. No, I refuse. Coach, I'm ready. I'm ready to do anything. Anything it takes to make the media talk about me. Martin raised an eyebrow slowly. Anything? Yes, Alex said immediately. I don't care about the risk anymore. I just want the spotlight. Tell me what to do. Martin's lips curled into a small, knowing smirk. All right then, he said quietly. If you're truly willing, there is something. Alex stepped closer, eyes desperate. I said I'm willing. Anything. Martin nodded slowly, almost too calmly. Good. Then listen carefully. He walked closer and closed the door behind them. What came next would either make Alex a superstar or destroy him completely. Chapter 165, New Mission. After a long time of calming down, Dayo was able to sleep, but as usual, Dayo woke up before his alarm. He lay still for a moment, staring at the ceiling, letting the silence wash over him. The nationals were behind him, but the Olympic trials were creeping closer every day. His body felt tired, but his mind was sharper than ever. He reached for his phone, ready to check messages. Ding! A familiar blue screen flashed in front of his eyes. New mission unlocked. Olympic trials. Objective: reach the final round of the U.S. Olympic trials. Bonus objective: set a new personal best under 21.30 seconds. Reward: unknown. Penalty: none. Dayo blinked. What? The system is giving me missions again. It's been a while I received. He sat up quickly, rubbing his eyes. It had been so long since the system gave him a real mission. The last few upgrades came from evaluations, not tasks. The last set of missions he received were from the global competition days, so seeing the task gave him more motivation to push harder. And more so, this was the first time he was seeing that the reward is unknown. This added a bit of mystery and excitement. About time, he muttered with a smile. This was the kind of push he loved, the kind that made him feel alive. At the training grind, Coach Richard didn't waste time. From the moment they returned home after nationals, Richard had booked a special training lane for Dayo. This wasn't regular training. It was Olympic-level preparation. Drills, sprints, starts, breathing cycles, video analysis, strength training, recovery sessions. Anything that involved training, Dayo was doing it. While all of this was happening, a quick thought came to his head. Why don't I test the talent vision on Coach? Talent vision activated. Target acquired. Status: Richard Miller. Age: 46. Former career: competitive swimmer. Past swimming talent: A+. Past swimming peak achieved: yes. Former strengths: sprint freestyle: A. Endurance: B+. Turns: A. Current career: professional coach. Coaching talent: S. Coaching potential: SS+. Current evaluation: technique analysis: A. Athlete management: A. Training strategy: S. Long-term athlete development: S. Growth ceiling: very high. Overall rating: S. Potential rating: SS+. Note: Coach has massive room to grow. Peak nowhere near reached. Dayo looked at Richard's status and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. He had a potential of A+ in swimming when he was swimming back then, and now had a talent for coaching of SS+, and had just realized only S, meaning there was room to grow in coaching. This brought joy to Dayo's face. After all, having a coach with S coaching him and a potential for SS+, and he was just in his mid-40s, which was still young when it came to coaching. Dayo smiled. His respect for Richard increased by another fold and listened to everything that he said without complaints. Every day was a loop of pain and progress. But Dayo still balanced it with content creation. He needed it to keep the system's engagement level up. So between training sessions, Dayo and Timon would shoot quick challenges, funny clips, charity scenes, and vlog-style updates. His days off were used for content creation, and he had fallen in love with it. The joy that it brought to the faces of the winners was something that genuinely brought a smile to Dayo's face. So anytime he was not training, he was shooting content with Timon. And of course people would talk, and online started complaining. Why is he shooting content? Aren't Olympic trials next week? PR stunt. He's not taking this seriously. How is he training full-time and posting videos? Bro is doing everything except preparing. This is BS. How can you have time to shoot content? This increases my theory when I say this guy is using. Yup, I agree. How else is he able to take time to swim and shoot content? But the truth was simple. He was preparing. He was just built differently. He knew his body and build better than anybody. What someone would take months to achieve, he could achieve in weeks. So he knew one thing. People would talk, and there was nothing he could do about them. So as much as he wanted to win, he needed to portion his time. And resting was part of winning. When he wasn't in the water, he needed his mind on something else. Content helped him breathe, relax, and reset. So to Dayo, the noise didn't matter. Not now. Each day passed faster than the last. Athletes around him were sharpening their form. The swimming world was heating up. Interviews, predictions, analysts, all building hype. Dayo felt the tension. Every morning, when he stepped into the training center, the energy in the air felt heavier, as if everyone understood how close they were to the biggest moment of their lives. But he kept going, one dive at a time, one turn at a time, one stroke at a time. Meanwhile, Alex stood in front of a mirror, breathing heavily after another sprint session. Coach Martin stood behind him, arms crossed. "How do you feel?" Martin asked. Alex wiped sweat from his forehead. "Stronger. Faster. But, Coach, are you sure they won't detect anything? I mean, this is the Olympics." Martin didn't look worried at all. "Calm down," he said. "USADA doesn't test for this particular enhancer. The formula came from a private lab. They're not affiliated. You'll be fine." Alex swallowed hard. "Coach, this feels risky. You said you wanted the spotlight, didn't you?" Martin replied. "You said you were willing to do anything. Now focus. You want to beat JD? Prove you're the real number one? Then stop doubting yourself." Alex closed his eyes briefly. "I trust you, Coach." "Good," Martin said with a cold smirk. "Now let's test your new time." Alex stepped away and prepared for another sprint. His heart was pounding, not from the training, but from everything he was risking. And he felt the risk was worth it as he broke his time limit again. This brought a grin on his face. "Dayo, better watch your back. I am coming for you harder than you can imagine," Alex muttered as he gazed at the sky-blue water. Back in his hotel room the night before the trials, Dayo finished stretching and dropped onto his bed. His muscles ached, but the good kind of ache, the type that comes from pushing your limits. He opened the system one more time. The mission glowed softly. New mission unlocked, Olympic trials. Objective, reach the final round of the U.S. Olympic trials. Bonus objective, set a new personal best under 21.30 seconds. Reward, unknown. Penalty, none. He didn't feel scared, just determined to win whatever the case may be, and he was ready for the Olympics. He'd come too far to back down now. Dayo stood, went to the mirror, and took a deep breath. "Tomorrow," he whispered to himself, "I become an Olympic athlete." Chapter 166, Something Brewing. While Dayo was preparing for the Olympic trials, someone else was having sleepless nights because of him. Michael. It had been a long, draining month for him. Every headline, every clip, every trending topic was centered around one name, Dayo. The same Dayo he thought would fade away forever 4 years ago. Now the boy was everywhere, making a comeback so loud that Michael couldn't escape it even if he tried. He had been pretending to ignore it, but the moment the news broke that Dayo had qualified for the Olympic trials, something snapped inside him. And that was when the phone call he feared finally came in. His phone vibrated. He looked at the caller ID. His stomach tightened instantly. He picked up. "Michael," the cold, stern female voice said. "What am I seeing online about this Dayo?" Michael swallowed. "Ma, honestly, I'm as surprised as you." You what?" She cut in immediately. "You don't know how to fix this because he's in a different field?" Her tone froze his spine. "Michael, did I make a mistake placing you where you are, giving you a second chance after the disaster you caused last time?" Michael's voice trembled. "No, Ma, not at all. Good," she said sharply. "Find a way to drain him. I don't care how. He has stepped into something he shouldn't have. If his comeback succeeds, say goodbye to your position." The call ended. Michael didn't even hear a goodbye. His hand tightened around the phone until, crash, he smashed it on the ground. Fuck. The scream ripped from his chest like fire. People on the entire floor probably heard it. Employees froze in confusion. Michael, the calm, polished boss they had known for years, had never yelled like that. He stood in the middle of his office, breathing so hard his shoulders shook. His eyes were bloodshot, his dark skin turning red from rage. 15 years in the industry. 15 years building a reputation. 15 years establishing power. And all of this pressure, all of this fear, all of this anger, was because of one person. Dayo. "I swear," Michael hissed under his breath. "I could kill you, Dayo." He tried to calm himself down, but every time he remembered the threat he received, the warning that he could lose everything, the fire returned. Crash. He threw a mug at the wall. Coffee splattered everywhere. "Clara," he shouted. He didn't need to call twice. Clara had already been standing outside, terrified after hearing the outburst. She stepped in slowly. Her eyes scanned the broken mug. the shattered phone, the scattered documents, but she said nothing. "I'm here, sir," she whispered, bowing slightly. "What I asked for," Michael said, his voice cold and sharp. "Were you able to find any lead?" Clara trembled a little and unconsciously stepped back. "Sir, I'm still new to this kind of investigation. I tried, but—" "You would what?" he snapped. "Find a solution." Her fingers dug into her palm. She kept her eyes down. "I'm sorry, sir. All I hear from you is excuses," Michael growled. "Hire people. Use contractors. Use investigators. I quadrupled the budget. Go deeper. I don't care how you do it." "Yes, sir." "You're dismissed." Clara stumbled backward, nearly tripping, before she finally reached the door and left. Sweat covered her forehead as she walked away. She couldn't understand what Dayo had done to trigger this level of rage. Whatever it was, it felt like something big was coming. Inside the office, Michael finally calmed down enough to sit. He looked at the city through the glass wall. His jaw tightened. "Dayo," he muttered, "you've made things uncomfortable for me. Twice. I almost lost my position because of you. Twice." His eyes darkened. "No, not again. This time, I'll ruin you before you can destroy me." A heavy silence settled in the office after her exit. Michael finally walked to his desk, breathing slower now. Then he picked up another phone, his private line, and dialed a number he hadn't used in years. The person on the other end answered after 3 rings. "I told you I don't like rush jobs." "I'll triple your premium price," Michael said immediately. A long pause followed. Then a calm male voice replied. "What's the job?" Michael exhaled. "Same as 4 years ago. But this time, I need evidence for everything Dayo has done, everything he's doing, and every move he might make. Dig into him. Completely. I want everything." All right," the voice finally said. "Await my response." The call ended. Michael leaned back in his chair, his expression a deep, cold frown. "You almost cost me my career once," he whispered. "And now you're doing it again." He slammed his fist on the desk. "Not this time, Dayo. Not this time." After a while his office was cleaned and his mind finally. "Cool." He stood up and pressed a button on the desk. "Call Clara," he said into the office intercom. A few minutes later, she re-entered the room, still nervous. "Sir, you asked for me?" Michael folded his arms. "Go to PR." "PR, sir." "Yes," he said firmly. "Tell them we're going full force on Dayo." Clara blinked nervously. "Full force how?" "Every angle," Michael said. "Rumors. Stories. Pressure. I want every media outlet questioning him." Clara's fear grew. "Sir, what angle are we pushing?" Michael stepped closer. "Start with this. Make the world believe Dayo is using drugs." Clara's eyes widened. "Sir, that's serious." "Exactly. Serious is good. But sir, without proof. Create some." Michael snapped. "Fabricate what you need to fabricate. Fake documents. Fake leaks. Anonymous witnesses. Informants. Screenshots. Whatever." Clara's heartbeat raced. "I want the public talking," Michael continued. "I want the news questioning him. I want social media fighting. I want every forum, every rumor page, every sports group doubting him." Clara swallowed hard. "Yes, sir. I'll begin immediately." "Good. Leave." Clara rushed out, almost tripping over her own feet. Michael turned back toward the window, looking down at the glowing city. A slow, cruel smile crept onto his face. "Let's see how you survive this storm, Dayo." His voice dropped to a whisper. "This time, I'll ruin you before you ruin me." Chapter 167, Olympic Trials. 1. The Olympic Trials. For most athletes, that phrase alone was enough to make their stomach tighten. Because what did it really mean? It meant recognition. It meant you were strong enough to stand in the same room as the best in the country, even if you didn't qualify for the Olympics. It meant your name carried weight. It meant you weren't average. And for the swimmers, the competition was brutal. Across all events, more than 900 athletes had gathered here, each chasing the same dream. For many, this would be their first and last Olympic trial. Age, injuries, life. Everything was catching up to them. Some had one chance left. Some had waited 8 years for this moment. Inside the Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, the massive NFL arena had been transformed. A temporary 50-meter Olympic pool shimmered under the lights. Cameras flashed everywhere. Families filled the seats. You could almost taste the tension in the air. For the 50-meter freestyle alone, nearly 100 swimmers had registered. but only 2 would go to the Olympics. The format was simple, but unforgiving. Heats, top 16 fastest times move on. Semifinals, 16 swimmers become 8. Finals, only 2 qualify for the Olympics. Dog eat dog. No second chances. No excuses. Dayo inhaled slowly, taking everything in. The sound of footsteps. The smell of chlorine. The buzz of nervous athletes stretching and whispering to themselves. His eyes scanned around casually, or at least that's what it looked like. In reality, he was using talent vision. Everywhere he looked, small translucent panels flashed briefly. B+ talent. A talent. A talent. A talent. He kept walking. Then, S+ talent. S+ talent. His brow lifted slightly. As expected of the United States, the talent pool here is insane. Just in his immediate area alone, he counted 2 S+ talents, several A's, and many B+ S. And this was only the 50M event. He didn't feel intimidated. If anything, he felt more alive. But he noticed something: some of the athletes had temporary stat like he checked. One of them had a potential of C+, and he had achieved his potential, but by the side it showed in bracket. Gregwell. Talent rating, B+. Current level, B+-, A+, temporary. Condition, slight decline beginning. Factor, using enhancement. Dayo was shocked when he saw the factor, but he knew this happened, but seeing it himself was another thing. He just hoped they were caught on time, so as not to sabotage the national team. 2 races today. The semifinals and finals tomorrow. That was the plan. When Dayo reached his designated area, the crowd erupted instantly. JD. JD the champion. JD swim. JD swim. JD swim. The sound rolled through the stadium. Dayo placed a hand over his chest and made a small knightly bow. The screams grew louder. He smiled and waved before heading to the blocks. A few swimmers from previous meets approached him. Haha JD, take it easy on us. Oh. Last time I didn't even see your back. Yeah bro, don't embarrass us today. Dayo laughed. I'll try not to. Their good energy warmed him a bit. He expected some resentment. After all, he was the newcomer stealing a spot, but maybe because he treated people well, the relationship felt surprisingly friendly. He wasn't obsessed with being loved, but who didn't like a good atmosphere? Soon the referee signaled. Everyone stepped onto their lanes. The stadium quieted. The beeping sound came. Go. Dayo dove in instantly. The water wrapped around him, cold and sharp. The field moved together at first, almost equal. At 25M, still tight. At 30M, Dayo's strokes sharpened, a natural instinct, almost like gears shifting on their own. He surged forward. He didn't go full force, just enough. Touch. Beep. He looked up. 21.89. A clean time. He smiled, pulling himself out of the pool as the crowd cheered. He shook hands with everyone, congratulating those who passed, encouraging those who didn't. As he stepped aside to grab his towel, a swimmer jogged up to him. Bro, my little boy is your biggest fan. If I don't get your autograph, he might chase me out of the house. Dayo chuckled. No walla. Walk with me, my hand is still wet. I'll give you a signed album and merch. I still have some. The man, Sam, blinked. He didn't expect that. Most celebrities said things for show. But Dayo meant it. Ah, thanks man. They walked together. And just then, a familiar voice called out. Yo, Dayo. Or should I say JD? Evan Blake grinned as he walked toward them. Haha Evan. Either one works. I'm doing good. Just finished my race. Dayo smiled. Yeah, I saw it. Evan said, eyes narrowing slightly. Are you holding back? Dayo smirked. Does it matter? Sam laughed. Leave him, Evan. This one is secretive. Evan bumped fists with Sam. How far, bro? All good. Good luck on your race. Thanks. Anyway, Dayo, see you. I'll expect you in the finals. Evan waved and left. Dayo watched him go. Then an idea flashed. Let me check him. He activated Talent Vision. Talent Vision activated. Target acquired. Evan Blake. Age, 27. Talent rating S. Current level, A+. Potential reach, S. Condition, slight decline beginning. Age factor, approaching peak limit and injury. Dayo's eyes narrowed slightly. He expected S+ or SS based on how talented Evan looked. But instead, he found something more surprising. Evan was an S, talent, but he had stopped just one step below his true potential. And from the slight downward curve, Dayo could tell. Evan would soon start declining. Age was already catching up, and he had injury on no wonder. Which meant, even with higher talent than most swimmers at the trials, Evan might never reach the full peak nature intended for him. No wonder he fights so hard, Dayo thought. Some people peak early, others peak late. But Evan is one of the unlucky ones. And with the look of things, this would be his last Olympic. Still, Dayo respected him more. He closed the panel gently. Sam noticed his expression. Why are you looking at him like that? Dayo blinked, smiled casually. Nothing. Just admiring him. Evan is really working hard. Sam snorted. Yeah, unlike some people. Both of them made eye contact. They didn't need to mention the name. Alex. Speaking of Alex. Dayo glanced around slowly. No sign of him. Not in the warm-up pool. Not near the stretching area. Not even in the changing lane. He frowned slightly. I'll check his talent later. Wherever he is. For now, Dayo focused on the next race. And the next step toward the Olympics. Chapter 168, Olympic Trail 2. Alex, who Dayo was looking for, was having a conversation with his coach on strategies. So, Coach Richard, what's your take on how I should swim the heats? Richard thought for a while before replying. Stay off anything for now. You can pass everyone around you. Alex paused. I'm all right, Coach, I would do that. Good. Get ready for warm-up. Oh, before I forget, Dayo had a score of 21.89, Richard added, with a smirk forming on his lips. Hearing this, Alex felt his heart spike. He had to perform better. All right, Coach, I will beat that score. Richard just smiled. He didn't need to say anything. He knew how to hype his athlete without saying much, especially those who were young and wanted to achieve much. All right, good for you. I will go and check the other athletes. Richard waved at Alex, who was warming up. Richard, as the deputy director of swimming in the national team, had other athletes, and many of them were under his control, so he went to check and motivate them. While he was going, he thought about Dayo's time, and he couldn't help but feel that Dayo was using something, because it was unexplainable that someone starting swimming could get this kind of score and improvement. He wanted to find out what Dayo was using and use it for his athlete, also in the process claim Dayo as his athlete. He had a plan in mind and was already in motion. Asterisk. The Olympic trials were running hot, and the tension in the entire building felt different from yesterday. Everyone knew today's races would decide who moved to the semifinals, and those semifinals would decide who met in the final clash. For Alex, this was the most important morning of his entire life. He had finished his warm-up, stretched his shoulders, and taken one last look at the scoreboard before walking to his lane. His coach Martin's words still echoed in his head. Dayo hit 21.89. That alone was enough to make Alex's chest tighten. He hated how hearing Dayo's name made something inside him twist, but it also made him want to swim faster. A lot faster. Alex's first heat. The announcer's voice boomed. Heat 4, men's 50-meter freestyle. Swimmers, on the block. Alex stepped up. He inhaled. Exhaled. Focused. Beep. They dived. Alex hit the water hard, slicing straight. Through like he was built for this. His strokes were fast, clean, sharp, faster than anything he'd shown publicly. The moment he touched the wall, he looked up at the screen. 21.82. He blinked. Good. But not enough. His coach gave a small nod from the side, and Alex immediately got out of the pool, preparing for the next heat. Alex's second heat. Again, he stepped onto the block. Again, he inhaled. Beep. Another clean dive. Another strong sprint. He touched again. 21.75. This time he allowed himself a small smirk. Better. But not enough. He needed more. He needed to shake the trials, break expectations, and make the media talk about him. And he knew he still had one more race today. Evening, Alex's final heat. When it was time for his last race of the day, the arena felt louder. More cameras. More analysts. More people whispering his name next to Dayo's and Evan's. Alex stepped into the water. His heart beat too fast. His head felt too hot. But all he could think about was Dayo. Beep. He exploded off the block. This dive felt cleaner, quicker, sharper. His strokes didn't feel like strokes. They felt like a machine was moving his arms for him. He dashed to the finish like a bullet. Touched. Looked. 21.57. The crowd reacted immediately. A few gasps. A few cheers. A few analysts rushed to take notes. This was the best time of the trials so far. Alex stepped out of the pool with fire in his eyes. He wasn't smiling wildly, but he felt the satisfaction settle deep inside his chest. He wanted the media to talk. He wanted America to see him. Maybe they finally would. Dayo's semi-final heat. Earlier that afternoon, Dayo had already done his own races. He and Evan were placed in the same group for their semi-final heat, which immediately drew more cameras. People knew these two would make the final. The question was, who would lead? When the buzzer went off, both swimmers dove at nearly identical speed. For the first half, they were completely level, almost like a mirror race. But at around 30 meters, Dayo's stroke subtly changed. Longer, sharper, cleaner. He glided past Evan like he was shifting into a higher gear. Beep. Dayo finished at the wall and looked up. 21.68. He smiled slightly. Not his best ever, but a very good semi-final time. Evan's score popped up. 21.74. A solid second place in the heat. Evan swam over, breathing heavily, smiling. Tell me you weren't holding back. Dayo chuckled. Maybe a little. Everyone watching knew what the finals were shaping up to be. Dayo, Alex, Evan. 3 different stories. 3 rising fires. 3 people the entire stadium couldn't stop talking about. NBC Sports posted almost immediately. The big 3 of the 50M, Dayo, Alex, Evan. Tomorrow's final will be explosive. ESPN added. Fastest scores so far. Alex at 21.57. Dayo at 21.68. Evan at 21.74. Expect a war. And fans online were even louder. JD is him. Alex came to fight. OMG. Evan's steady consistent, he's dangerous too. Finals tomorrow equals madness. Everyone could feel what tomorrow would be. Dayo was sitting in the crowd as he watched Alex finish his race first. When he checked his stats, he was stunned not because of what he saw, but because of why GE didn't see. Talent vision activated. Target acquired. Alex. Age, 21. Talent rating, S+. Current level, A. Potential reach, S+. Condition, good. Dayo was stunned HW though that Alex was using, but seeing that the system marked him as clear created doubt in Dayo's mind. It was until Dayo checked it again and saw that Alex's current stats showed an A. WIV was 2 level below A+. This made Dayo understand that he did use, but HW didn't use it in the heat because if he could win without it. But all of this was speculation. The finals would speak the truth, and he couldn't wait, and he would win regardless of whatever happens. Chapter 169, Drama Before the Finals. The finals for the Olympic 50 meters freestyle were finally here, and the crowd was massive, far beyond anything anyone expected. Even the seats weren't enough. People stood in the aisles, along the walls, outside the stadium, anywhere they could find space. Media houses flooded the place, and everyone knew the reason. Dayo. The past few weeks had been unbelievable. Everything surrounding Dayo, the sudden rise, the talent, the story, news outlets couldn't get enough of it. A global superstar stepping into the Olympic trials? It was something nobody had seen before. No wonder the media came in swarms. Normally, the stadium would be packed for trials, but not like this. This time people couldn't even find a spot to sit. Some were outside, cheering at giant screens before the event even started. Most of them were wearing shirts with Dayo's face on it, already calling him number 1 and predicting him as the champion. Police and security forces were deployed everywhere just to keep things in order. They didn't want a stampede on their hands. Eventually, the contestants began filling in, and the national anthem echoed across the stadium. With that, the U.S. Olympic trials final officially began. Dayo sat with the other swimmers, watching the early events as he waited for his turn. After some time, he felt the urge to use the bathroom and told the team staff around him. As soon as he left, one of the athletes nearby quickly sent a message to a number saved on his phone. Seconds later, the phone rang. "Hello," the athlete whispered. A man's voice came from the other end. "Are you sure he went to the toilet?" "Yes, he just stepped out." "Which door?" "Door 5. The one by the athletes section." "Good. What about the money? When am I getting it?" "I'm sending it now." "Okay." The call ended. Meanwhile, Dayo approached the bathroom when someone called out to him. "Excuse me, sir, please wait." A man in a nose mask and janitor uniform rushed toward him. Dayo paused. "Yeah? What's wrong?" Some toilets are out of service," the man said, adjusting his mask nervously. Dayo noticed the gesture. Something felt off, but he didn't think too deeply about it yet. Oh, all right. Which one is working? Follow me, the man said, pointing down the hallway. Just then, another janitor burst into the area, breathing heavily. Sorry, you can't. He stopped when he saw the first janitor standing right there. At that moment, Dayo looked at both of them. Both wore uniforms, but details didn't match. Shoes different. Stitching different. One was sweating too much for a janitor who supposedly worked indoors. A smirk formed on Dayo's lips. He had already figured it out. You know what? Dayo said calmly. I'll just use the one on the right. I hope that's okay with both of you. The two fake janitors looked at each other, embarrassed and completely exposed. Seeing they didn't speak, Dayo smiled. Silence means yes. He walked into the restroom, did his business, and walked out casually. I'm done. You can use it if you need it, he said with an amused smile. Both men remained silent, watching him leave. The moment Dayo stepped out, his expression changed. He hadn't reacted inside, but now it was clear someone wanted to frame him. Someone thought he was using, and they wanted to set him up. His face darkened. This type of thing wasn't new to him. He had prepared for it long before coming here. After 4 quiet years of training and surviving the industry, he wasn't the same Dayo anymore. He dialed quickly. Hello, Max. It's time. There are 2 of them here. I want you to follow up. You're nearby, right? Yes, sir. I'm here with Bella. Max replied immediately. Good. Track them. Find whoever sent them. Noted. Dayo hung up and headed back toward his seat. His eyes scanned the athletes around him. One of them lifted his head slightly, saw Dayo approaching, and immediately looked away, almost flinching. Dayo smirked. Got you, little rat. He typed quickly. I found the rat. Just scare him a little and get the name of who he reported to. After sending the message, Dayo sat back down, acting like nothing had happened. His mind went back to the race. The finals were getting closer. 20 minutes later, the final swimmers were called for warm-ups. While stretching, Dayo finally spotted Alex. He decided to check his stats again. He activated Talent Vision. Talent Vision activated. Target acquired, Alex Carter. Age, 21. Talent rating, S+. Current level, A-, temporarily boosted to S-. Potential reach, S+. Strength, exceptional final 25 meters. Condition, good. Factor, using enhancement. Dayo narrowed his eyes. Alex looked over, noticed Dayo staring, and smirked. You're done today? He whispered with confidence. Dayo shrugged lightly. A part of him felt the weight of it. Even with his A+ current form, going up against someone temporarily boosted to S- was not a small thing. But he breathed out slowly. No. Matter what enhancement someone took, you still couldn't swim faster than you were naturally built for. There were limits. Even drugs couldn't break certain barriers. Dayo scanned the warm-up area again and noticed something else. Almost every athlete trained by Coach Matthew had boosted stats. All of them. He exhaled and rolled his neck. Well, here goes nothing, Dayo muttered. The finals were about to begin and Dayo was ready for it. What motivated him the most was the mission. New mission unlocked, Olympic trials. Objective, reach the final round of the U.S. Olympic trials. Bonus objective, set a new personal best under 21.30 seconds. Reward, unknown. Penalty, none. I don't know the reward, but I can't wait for this. Dayo knew he could pass the time on a regular base while training, but it was quite different when the actual competition comes with all the crowd and pressure. Let's do this. Dayo muttered, his eyes unfocused with different thoughts. Chapter 170, Trials Finals. Coach Richard tapped Dayo lightly on the shoulder. Why are you zoning out? Dayo blinked and turned to him. Coach, remember what I told you about Alex using? Richard's expression sharpened immediately. He tugged Dayo a bit closer so no one would overhear. Yeah? What happened? Dayo smirked quietly. Well, it's not just Alex. It's all the athletes under Coach Matthew. Richard froze. All of them. Dayo nodded calmly. Yes, every single one. Richard looked suspicious now. And how do you know all of this? Dayo gave a small smile. Believe me, Coach, if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Just watch them while we swim. Richard stared at him for a moment. 2 months of working with Dayo had taught him one thing. The boy didn't talk loosely. If Dayo said something, it usually meant he had solid reasons behind it. Richard finally exhaled. All right, for now just focus. No matter what they're using, they can't beat talent. And you have that. Go out there and finish this. Dayo smiled and nodded before returning to warm up. Richard watched him walk off, his mind spinning. If what Dayo said was true, today's race was going to cause a storm nobody expected. Warm-ups ended. The officials began calling the swimmers for the final lineup. The organizers followed the same pattern from nationals. Dayo, Alex, and Evan were placed close together. It was deliberate, everyone could tell. The crowd loved the matchup, and the officials wanted the energy. The stadium was roaring. JD, 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 JD the Rocket. Let him cook. JD swim. Dayo stepped forward calmly, jaw relaxed, eyes steady. It was loud, almost too loud, but he had learned how to drown noise out. Even with the entire stadium vibrating, he stayed grounded. A group of fans near the barrier shouted again when he looked their way. They screamed louder, some waving shirts with his name, some waving Nigerian flags. He raised his hand, slightly, signaling them to calm down. They only screamed louder. Dayo chuckled under his breath. His heart was steady. He turned and saw Alex staring at him. Alex's expression told a story without words. Oh, so you're enjoying the attention? Let's see if you smile after the race. Alex muttered something under his breath, too quiet for anyone else to hear, but Dayo knew exactly what it meant. It was written all over his face. Dayo didn't react, just a slow blink. Calm, unmoved. It irritated Alex immediately. He clenched his fist, jaw tightening. Let's see how you talk when I beat you at the finish line. He whispered, barely audible. On Dayo's other side, Evan stretched his arms, listening to the crowd. He gave Dayo a subtle nod. Dayo nodded back. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium. Finalists, take your marks. Everything fell silent. The air grew heavier. Every athlete crouched. Every camera zoomed in. Every fan held their breath. Dayo eased into his starting stance. Eyes forward. Body loose. Mind empty. Just swim, he told himself. With a deep breath, he waited for the sound. Beep. They exploded forward. As expected, Dayo's start wasn't the fastest. He wasn't a strong starter. His strength came later. Alex also started slow, but slightly sharper than Dayo. Evan was somewhere in between. The others pushed aggressively too. 8 bodies sliced into the water at nearly the same time. For the first 10 meters, they were almost completely even. Dayo kept his strokes calm. Long. Efficient. No rush. He could hear faint hints of the crowd, even underwater. Come on, JD. Let's go. Push. But his mind muted everything. All he could feel was the water and his heartbeat. By 15 meters, Alex began inching ahead. Just a tiny lead, half a shoulder. By 20 meters, the gap stretched slightly more. Dayo saw it through the blur of bubbles. Alex's legs were kicking aggressively, clearly boosted. Dayo didn't panic. Just reach 25. That's all. 25, and then go. His mind stayed blank. Focused. One breath. One push. They reached the 25-meter mark. And that was when everything changed. The moment Dayo crossed 25 meters, something inside him snapped. Not fear, not desperation, but a clean, sharp resolve. I'm not losing to someone who's cheating. His strokes tightened. His body fell into perfect rhythm. His kick sharpened like someone flipped a switch. His entire pace surged instantly. The crowd noticed it first. He's moving. JD is closing. Oh my God, look at his speed. Go. JD push. His acceleration wasn't magical. It was controlled, refined. Years of work compressed into raw execution. He sliced through the water as if it was nothing but air. Smooth. Explosive. Precise. Alex felt the movement beside him and widened his eyes underwater. He kicked harder, trying to maintain the lead. For a moment, he stayed ahead. Just a moment. Then Dayo caught him. Then Dayo matched him. He refused to let all his sacrifice go in vain and pushed. Alex's heart clenched. He gritted his teeth, arms burning, legs shaking. But he couldn't stop the inevitable. Dayo pulled ahead with each stroke. By 40 meters, he was fully leading. Alex and Evan chased behind, but they were chasing a shadow. Dayo kept pushing. His last 10 meters felt like a full sprint inside the water. His arms slapped the water with power. His legs kicked like engines. The wall was right there. Finish this. He stretched his arm. Bam! His hand struck the wall. He kept his head down for half a second, breathing hard, water dripping off his face. Then he lifted his head slowly. Alex surfaced at his side, panting, wide-eyed. Evan surfaced too, staring in disbelief. The other swimmers touched the wall one after another. Dayo turned his head toward the scoreboard. The screen refreshed. The numbers loaded. The crowd erupted so violently the stadium shook. Dayo's lips curled into a slow smile. A calm, satisfied smile. The kind that said everything without saying a word. The scoreboard said everything. Chapter 171, 20.87. 20.87. That was the time staring back at Dayo and the rest of the stadium. For about 5 whole seconds, the entire arena went silent. No breathing. No movement. Just shock. Then, a roar exploded through Lucas Oil Stadium so loud it shook the floorboards. People screamed from every direction, the sound bouncing off the walls, echoing back, doubling. Even the fans outside who were watching on the giant screen screamed loud enough that their voices leaked inside. JDDDDD. 20.87. What? This guy is not normal. Olympic champion time in the trials? The commentators were yelling all over each other. Cameramen were running like they forgot they were at work. Even some officials stood frozen, staring at the scoreboard as if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Dayo himself just stood there, blinking. He looked at the time again. 20.87. His fingers tightened around the pool edge. His chest rose and fell. He didn't understand how he managed it. He knew he pushed himself at the end, but this? He looked around, confused, surprised, almost laughing from disbelief. The crowd screamed louder when they saw his reaction. He slowly lifted his hand to wave, and the arena erupted again like he just scored a game-winning goal. Even the swimmers who finished were looking at him like they were witnessing something unreal. Then Dayo turned and saw Alex. Alex's face was twisted, shock mixed with anger, confusion, fear. He muttered under his breath, his voice shaking. Why, how? How did he pass me? This doesn't make sense. I was ahead. I was ahead. I was ahead. How? Dayo heard every word. He wasn't even angry. He just pitied him. But the person he pitied the most wasn't Alex. It was Evan. This might be Evan's last ever chance to qualify for the Olympics. He was 27. His window was closing. He trained for years, sacrificed everything, stayed disciplined, and still fell short because of this madness happening around them. The officials released the final results. 1. Dayo, 20.87. 2. Alex, 21.45. 3. Evan, 21.73. 4. Michael Brooks, 21.81. 5. Chase Warner, 21.90. 6. Leo McKinney, 21.95. 7. Tyler Rhodes, 22.01. 8. Mason Hall, 22.05. The crowd went wild again at Dayo's number being displayed twice at the top. Evan just stood there, staring at the screen. His eyes were red, not from water, but from pain, deep pain. Dayo walked up to him. Yo, he said quietly. Evan looked away immediately. I'm not crying. Dayo replied, giving him a small side smile. Evan let out a shaky breath. This was it, man. This was my last shot. Dayo placed his hand on his shoulder. Listen, there's always a surprise waiting somewhere. Don't close your mind. Evan frowned. What surprise? Dayo chuckled. If I tell you, it won't be a surprise. But bro, don't give up. Stay in shape. A lot can happen before the actual Olympic lineup is sealed. Just stay ready. Evan stared at him for a long second, then nodded slowly. Thanks, man. No walla, Dayo said, giving his shoulder a pat. The stadium was still shaking from noise. People were jumping, hugging, waving shirts, recording everything, calling friends, messaging family. NBC, ESPN, CNN, Fox, local sports stations. Every major media outlet rushed like crazy. People to send the footage back to their headquarters. This wasn't just a great swim. This was Olympic-level time. This was world-class. And it came from someone who had stepped away for years, returned, trained for a few months, and shattered expectations. Some media houses were already typing headlines. JD the Phenom. 20.87. A star is born again. America's new comet. JD breaks the internet again. Fans started leaving immediately after Dayo left the pool area. To them, the show was over. They came to watch Dayo, and Dayo gave them more than enough. Backstage, the place was chaos. Reporters were scrambling. Coaches were whispering. Officials were arguing about checking equipment, as if the timing system must be glitched. But nothing was wrong. Dayo simply swam out of his mind. He took pictures, shook some hands, signed some autographs. But he was tired. Everything had drained him mentally, not just physically. So the moment security opened a pathway, he slipped out with them and headed straight to the car. Back at the hotel, Dayo finally sat on his bed, towel around his neck, hair still wet. His phone buzzed every second for mentions, tags, reposts. But he ignored all of it. He took a deep breath. Ding! A familiar blue glow flashed across his eyes. Dayo exhaled and sat upright. All right, let's see what you're saying this time. The system unfolded slowly, line by line. Rank upgrade acquired. Swimming skill rank. A+S. Dayo froze. Wait, what? He blinked twice. S-. He rubbed his eyes and checked again. Current rank, S. It hit him then. That moment in the race where everything went silent, where he stopped thinking and just moved, where something inside him snapped and pushed him forward. That was when he broke through. He remembered how it felt. Unreal, smooth, like the entire pool became lighter for him. He leaned back slowly, staring at the glowing text, a long breath leaving his chest. So that's what happened. He kept staring, smiling without realizing it. Stats. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 22. Status, regional artist, level 6. Singing, A+. Writing, S-. Acting, A+. Visual, A+. Instruments, guitar, SS+. Flute, A+. Piano, S-. Violin, A-. Movie production, A+. Scriptwriting, A+. Swimming, S. Cooking, SS+. Computer, SS-. Music production, SSS+. Video editing, A-. Potential, SSS+. Skills, Prodigy's instinct. Status viewer, talent vision. Perfect match. Market resonance. Archive vault. Skill integration protocol. Emotional transduction. Hypersonic synthesis. System level, 3. Active effects, mission 3. Special endorsement buff, active. Plus 5% reputation gain. Plus 5% brand interest. New mission unlocked, Olympic trials. Objective, reach the final round of the U.S. Olympic trials. Bonus objective, set a new personal best under 21.30 seconds. Reward, unknown. Penalty, none. Status, completed. Seeing this, Dayo smiled. Now let's see what the unknown reward is. Chapter 172, 6 words. Stats. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 22. Status, regional artist, level 6. Singing, A+. Writing, S-. Acting, A+. Visual, A+. Instruments, guitar, SS+. Flute, A+. Piano, S-. Violin, A-. Movie production, A+. Scriptwriting, A+. Swimming, S. Cooking, SS+. Computer, SS-. Music production, SSS+. Video editing, A-. Potential, SSS+. Skills, Prodigy's instinct. Status viewer, talent vision. Perfect match. Market resonance. Archive vault. Skill integration protocol. Emotional transduction. Hypersonic synthesis. System level, 3. Active effects, mission 3. Special endorsement buff, active. Plus 5% reputation gain. Plus 5% brand interest. New mission unlocked, Olympic trials. Objective, reach the final round of the U.S. Olympic trials. Bonus objective, set a new personal best under 21.30 seconds. Reward, unknown. Penalty, none. Status, completed. Seeing this, Dayo smiled. Now, let's see what the unknown reward is. Reward loading. Checking achievements. Reward generated. Reward. All stats increased by 1. Dayo blinked. Then blinked again. What? 6 words. 6 simple, harmless-looking words. But they hit him like thunder. All stats increased by 1. He read it 5 times before his brain even processed it. All stats increase by 1. He froze. Then, what? He clapped a hand over his mouth instantly. Too late. From outside the door, he heard Sharon's voice. Sir? Are you okay? Yes. Yes. I'm fine. Dayo shouted quickly. Just Excitement. Look away. Sharon replied slowly, then walked off. Dayo stayed silent until her footsteps disappeared. Then, oh my God. He sat on the bed, staring at the panel again, his mind racing. This reward wasn't small. It wasn't normal. It was ridiculous. He had trained for years, performed, acted, produced, learned instruments, and yet one single reward just pushed everything up. Singing? Higher. Acting? Higher. Writing? Higher. Swimming? Higher. Movie production? Higher. Even his guitar, which was already insane, jumped from SS plus to SSS minus. His cooking? Also SSS minus. This was unreal. He suddenly felt his heartbeat rising again. Calm down, calm down, he muttered, placing both hands on his head. He lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling like information was rushing through his body, like new gears were slotting into place one by one. For about 10 minutes, he didn't move. He just breathed, letting everything settle in. When the pressure in his chest finally eased, he sat up. Damn. He looked at his hands. His fingers felt lighter, stronger, more precise. He opened his mouth and hummed a single note. It rang out, clearer, sharper, richer than anything he had ever produced. Whoa! He hummed again. The sound vibrated through the room. It didn't even feel like he was trying. It felt like something had been unlocked. He stood, stretched, and suddenly felt his muscles respond instantly, like they understood him better now. He clenched his fists. Swimming at S level? That's crazy, he muttered. No wonder that race felt different. He tested a few steps, shadow swimming with his arms. His movement was smoother, more controlled, more explosive. He was no longer an A+ swimmer trying to break into the elite range. He was in the elite range now. This is mad. He shook his head and went into the bathroom. Took a quick shower. Let the cold water run through his hair while he processed everything. When he stepped out, towel around his shoulders, he felt like a new version of himself was sitting inside his body. A better version. A scarier version. He then looked at the stats. Name, Jason Dayo. Age, 22. Status, regional artist, level 6. Singing, S-. Writing, S. Acting, S-. Visual, S-. Instruments, guitar, SSS-. Flute, S-. Piano, S. Violin, A. Movie production, S-. Scriptwriting, S-. Swimming, S. Cooking, SSS-. Computer, SS. Music production, SSS+. Video editing, A. Potential, SSS+. Skills, Prodigy's instinct. Status viewer, talent vision. Perfect match. Market resonance. Archive vault. Skill integration protocol. Emotional transduction. Hypersonic synthesis. System level, 3. Active effects, mission 3. Special endorsement buff, active. Plus 5% reputation gain. Plus 5% brand interest. Almost all my stats are in S only. Violin and video editing, this is massive, man. Dayo muttered. He was still wiping his face when his phone rang. Max calling. Dayo answered immediately. Yeah, Max talked to me. Sir, Max said, voice firm. I got some information on one of them. Dayo sat down on the bed, his expression sharpening. And the second one? Dayo asked. That one slipped, Max replied. He was careful. He didn't panic. It feels like his route runs deeper, so I'm still tracking him. Dayo leaned forward. All right, what do you have on the first one? Max exhaled. Not the full identity yet, but everything points to someone within the swimming staff. Someone who has access to the athlete movement schedules. That matched Dayo's prediction too well. I already sent his number to your private line, Dayo said. With a little push, he'll break. Okay, sir, Max said. Before Max could speak again, Dayo added. And Max, look into that drug I told you about. The enhancer. I want the supplier, the lab, the testing chain, everything. And when you find it, drop all of it to the right agency anonymously. Understood. This is important, Dayo continued. The sooner those using enhancements get caught, the better. And make sure no one traces it back to us. No worries, sir. Bella and I are on it. Dayo nodded. This was why he hired them. Max and Bella were no joke. Both had SS+ potential in investigation and were currently around A+ level. They weren't just private investigators. They were specialists. And Dayo needed specialists. Being famous meant enemies. Being successful meant being targeted. Being extraordinary meant people would try to drag you down. He couldn't afford to fight blind anymore. Keep digging, Dayo said. Find every piece of dirt that matters. And don't stop until you get the whole picture. Yes, sir. He cut the call. Dayo leaned back in the chair, exhaling slowly as the weight of everything settled on him. Come for me, he whispered to no one. Come for me if you want. He smiled faintly. But I'll come back 10 times harder. He stood, stretched again, feeling the power running through him like a quiet engine. This isn't Dayo from 4 years ago, he murmured. This is Dayo 2.0. Then he looked at the dark window, the reflection of his new self staring back. And whoever is behind this, he said softly, prepare yourself. He tapped the panel again, because he was ready now, more ready than he had ever been. Let's see how far we can go. Chapter 173, Reaction to Time, 1. While Dayo was celebrating and catching his breath, the entire internet was already in shambles because of his score. The news outlets, as always, did not spare anything. Every platform had something to say. ESPN, breaking news. Pop star Jason Dayo shocks Olympic trials with insane 20.87 seconds. The sporting world froze tonight after 22-year-old musician Jason Dayo swam a 20.87 in the 50m freestyle at the U.S. Olympic trials. Fans expected a good performance, but nobody expected a sub-21 swim. Dayo now holds the fastest time of the night and one of the fastest ever recorded at the trials. Coaches, swimmers, and spectators stood in disbelief for several seconds before the arena finally erupted. NBC Sports. From stage to starting block, Jason Dayo delivers a shocking 20.87. NBC analysts described the moment as unreal and borderline historic. One commentator added, "This kid isn't just participating. He's threatening Olympic podium territory." Bleacher Report. 20.87. Let that sink in. They highlighted how Dayo beat top contenders, including Alex and Evan, both expected to qualify above him. People assumed he was here for buzz. Instead, he walked in and produced an Olympian-level sprint. The Athletic. A musician just outswam America's best sprinters. The Athletic wrote a short analysis explaining how rare it is for a non-career swimmer to deliver such a time. He didn't just qualify. He dominated. BuzzFeed Entertainment. Pop star Jason Dayo just broke the internet and possibly physics. He sings, he dances, he produces, he writes. And now he casually drops a 20.87 like it's nothing? Be serious. Rolling Stone. Jason Dayo's 20.87 swim sends fans into full meltdown mode. Rolling Stone highlighted the stadium reaction. For 5 seconds, the whole arena went silent. Then it turned into chaos. TMZ Sports. Musician clocks 20.87. Is Jason Dayo even human? TMZ reported the shock and the spike in online traffic. TMZ's site crashed twice. That's all we're saying. YouTube headlines trending. Dayo's 20.87 full race. Crowd reaction is crazy. How did a musician outswim pros? 20.87 explained. Why this time is insane. Alex's face when Dayo passed him. Comment sections. ESPN top comment. I came to laugh, but now I think he's winning a medal. Rolling Stone top comment. Dayo is living 6 lives at once. NBC Sports top comment. 20.87, not normal. Someone test his DNA. CNN Sports. Jason Dayo qualifies for the Olympic trials final with stunning 20.87. In one of the most unexpected performances in Olympic trials history, Jason Dayo secured first place in his heat and overall ranking. Analysts said his finish would be competitive even on the world stage. Sports Illustrated. Jason Dayo's 20.87 has officially rewritten expectations. No one had Jason Dayo in their Olympic projections. Now everyone is rewriting their charts. USA Today, sports column. A pop star just became America's most unexpected Olympic threat. It's not just the time. It's the way he did it. Calm, confident, almost effortless. You don't swim at 20.87 by luck. Reuters. Dayo stuns U.S. swimming community with 20.87 seconds. The 22-year-old musician drew global attention after clocking a 20.87 in the men's 50-meter freestyle. Alex and Evan trending side by side. Alex's real-time realization. A clip of Alex staring at the board, blinking twice, his lips moving. How? Fan caption. Brother's whole worldview reset. Evan's pain was personal. Broken heart. Evan staring at the scoreboard, hands on his waist. Top comment. He trained 10 years, and Dayo showed up 1 year ago loudly crying face scald. TikTok explodes. Sound used in 192K videos. The stadium going silent plus the scoreboard showing 20.87. Most used caption. When the singer decides to outswim swimmers. News. Jason Dayo trending worldwide after shocking 20.87 swim. Celebrities across Instagram posted their shock. Some joke they're afraid to challenge him at anything now. Variety. Pop star Jason Dayo goes viral after record-level swim. As if dominating the charts wasn't enough, Jason Dayo has now dominated the pool. Pitchfork. Jason Dayo drops his fastest track yet, 20.87. Interviews and athlete quotes. Former Olympian on NBC. We may be looking at one of the most naturally gifted athletes of this generation. Analyst reviewing replay. This acceleration, it doesn't make sense for someone without 10+ years of sprint training. Fan reactions outside the stadium. People were screaming, Dayo, Dayo, Dayo. A viral clip showed a guy jumping into a fountain shouting, 20.87 baby. A mother holding her son yelled, he's going to Paris. International. Media. BBC Sport. American pop star surprises with 20.87 at Olympic trials. Sky Sports. Jason Dayo's 20.87 turns heads worldwide. Twitter/TikTok comments. At Starboy. I swear Dayo is not normal. At Coach Drew. This kid moves like he has a scriptwriter. At Mermaid Girl 22. Imagine being Alex. I deactivate my socials instantly. At Thefanalic. 20.87 from a musician is disrespectful to physics. At Swim World News. 20.87 from a pop artist? What is happening? Loudly crying face fire. At USA Swim Fan. Bro, Evan and Alex trained their whole lives for this, and Dayo said, hold this 20.87. At Dayo Nation, we told y'all. Y'all didn't listen. And of course, not everyone believed Dayo's time was clean. Y'all are dumb as F. He has never had such a close time. Why suddenly so fast? Let them deceive themselves. We all know he's using. You people don't understand improvement in sports. Most athletes need months for milliseconds. How did he drop a full second? He started swimming how long ago? 2 months. The score is not pure. They should check him very well. No way this is natural. Yup, I agree. I just pity Evan. Yeah, he should have been the one who qualified. Justice for Evan. Yeah, I have fact that it was meant to be Evan and Alex that qualify, but Dayo just came into the picture. Yeah, so much for fairness. This is rigged. We all know that an investigation has to be held to check this sport. At drug agencies help investigate, there's something fishy going on. Inside, it's just time the truth will come out. But JD's fans were never going to stay quiet while people drag their idol. Chapter 174, Reaction to Time, 2. And of course, not everyone believed Dayo's time was clean. Y'all are dumb as F. He has never had such a close time. Why suddenly so fast? Let them deceive themselves. We all know he's using. You people don't understand improvement in sports. Most athletes need months for milliseconds. How did he drop a full second? He started swimming how long ago? 2 months. The score is not pure. They should check him very well. No way this is natural. Yup, I agree. I just pity Evan. Yeah, he should have been the one who qualified. Justice for Evan. Yeah, I hate that it was meant to be Evan and Alex that qualified, but Dayo just came into the picture. So much for fairness. This is rigged. We all know an investigation has to be held to check this sport. At drug agencies, please investigate. There's something fishy going on inside. It's just time. The truth will come out. But JD's fans were never going to stay quiet while people dragged their idol. They immediately fired back. You all are delulu as hell if you think Dayo is using. Why are we revisiting this again? Like, these haters never learn. This is Olympic trials. Of course they test before and after, meaning he's clean. I feel explaining again is just a waste of strength and time. Yeah, I saw one idiot saying, it takes time to see improvement, but what they fail to put into account is talent. The more talented a person is, the faster they grow. Yup, I agree. I remember back in college, a friend of mine barely read, while I read 5 hours like crazy. When exam time came, bro aced it, and me, I just passed. So yeah, let me highlight it. Talent. Yeah, speaking of using, nobody noticed Alex? Yes. I thought no one would bring this up. Statistically speaking, Evan should be faster, but Alex just suddenly started peaking. How? There's been rumors that it's the coach giving them something. Yeah, I still remember a few years ago about the whole situation. But they wouldn't say this now. All they see is Dayo, so haters ducking everywhere. People would hate, so let them hate. No, I disagree. We have to find a way to stop it. I am a hardcore fan, and I will spam and report any account that badmouths Dayo. Hee hee. I like that idea. Operation Clean JD Reputation. Cute name. I agree with you. Isn't this a bit too toxic? I mean, I love JD, but is it not too much? Nope, it's not. People shouldn't badmouth someone without evidence. We're fighting against it. So who's in? Operation Clean JD Reputation? I'm in. Me too. Me 3. Hee hee, me 4. Alright, let's go. While all of this was happening online, Michael sat in his office, scrolling through the news by himself for the first time in a long while. What he saw made his head boil. He muttered under his breath. I thought I told Clara to release this news. He picked up his phone immediately and dialed a number. My office. Now, Michael's voice thundered through the office. I told you to make sure the PR team dragged Dayo down. Didn't I tell you that? Didn't I make myself clear? Clara stood stiffly in front of him, her tablet clutched against her chest. Sir, I already told PR, she said carefully. They said they were waiting for some things. Waiting for what? Michael snapped, his voice sharp enough to cut the air. Are they blind? Are you blind? Look at the internet. People are already lifting him like some hero. He slammed his palm on the table. I don't want hype. I want him dragged down. Now. Clara swallowed hard. She had seen Michael angry many times, but this was different. This was the kind of anger that made your stomach drop. Sir, they said. I don't care, Michael barked. Use our backup pages. Use the ghost accounts. Use the burner handles. I don't care what method you use. Drag him down. That's an order. Leave whatever you're doing and handle it now. Yes, sir, Clara whispered, already trembling slightly. Get out. She turned quickly and hurried out before he exploded further. As she walked down the hallway, she muttered under her breath. God help whoever is on the receiving end of this man today. She reached the PR department, pushed the glass door open, and called out. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Heads popped up immediately. The manager frowned. Clara, we're in the middle of. No excuses, she cut him off. Her voice shook, but she kept it firm. Boss is furious. I repeat, furious. Start Dayo's matter right now. Use all accounts. All platforms. Push the narrative immediately. Clara, the manager tried again. No. Listen carefully. She leaned forward. I'm only going to say this once. Start what you were instructed to start. Because if you don't, it's not me you'll deal with, it's him. And you know how he gets when he's angry. The room went silent for a few seconds. Then the manager nodded quickly. Okay. Everyone move. Now. Chairs rolled back, keyboards clacked, and phones came out. Clara exhaled shakily and left. Back in Michael's office. Michael was already on another call. So how far? He asked sharply. What did you find? The voice on the other end hesitated. That boy is something else, the man said quietly. He found out I was watching him. He actually noticed me when I was trying to collect evidence. Michael's eyes narrowed. I didn't ask for praise. I asked for information. Don't annoy me. Yes, sir. Sorry. The investigator cleared his throat. Dayo has grown. A lot. He's not the same boy from 4 years ago. Stop speaking in riddles, Michael growled. Talk. I mean it literally, sir. He has expanded. Financially. Strategically. It's actually shocking. Michael leaned forward. Explain. Well, the investigator hesitated again. He's worth over $1 billion. Michael blinked. What? Yes, sir. 8 billion what? Naira. No, sir. A pause. Dollars. Michael froze in his chair. That's impossible, he muttered. He has a house here and one in Korea. That doesn't add up to $1 billion. That's the thing, sir. He has businesses you don't know about. A lot of them. I'm preparing a full report now, but I'll summarize. The investigator continued. In the last 4 years, he built a restaurant chain. He invested early in a tech company, a very successful one. He backed 2 startups that blew up. He owns shares in multiple entertainment platforms. He has silent partnerships with studios. He owns a production line, several patents, and even some international real estate blocks. Michael rubbed his forehead, stunned. Did he plan this? All these things. How old is he again? 22. Yes, sir. Michael leaned back, breathing deeply. The room felt too small. So he finally said, "Any update on the drug evidence?" "Yes. I analyzed the urine we got from the janitor's setup. If they're smart enough to use urine containers, it means they're hiding something. We'll need a blood sample or hair follicle to be sure." Michael nodded irritably. "Whatever you need. But get it fast. I need answers." "Yes, sir. I'll keep you updated." Michael ended the call and sat back slowly. Confusion, anger, shock, all mixed together. He whispered to himself, "This is about to get crazy. How did he become like this? How did he hide so much?" His fingers tapped the table restlessly. For the first time since this rivalry began, Michael realized something unsettling. He didn't know who he was fighting anymore. Chapter 175, PR Stun. The moment Clara left Michael's office, the pressure inside Records shifted like a storm rolling in. She walked straight to the PR department with shaky hands, clutching her tablet and trying to steady her breathing. Michael had been angry before, but what she just saw, that was different. That was dangerous. She pushed the PR door open without knocking. Every head turned. "Everybody stop what you're doing," she said, her voice tight. The manager of PR, Lewis, blinked behind his square reading glasses. "What's happening?" Clara didn't waste time. "Boss wants everything on Dayo started now. No waiting. No processing. No, we're finalizing it. Start dragging him immediately." Lewis frowned. "We already told him the strategy is." "Lewis," Clara cut in sharply, "I'm not repeating myself. If you don't start now, he will come here himself. And you know how he gets." The room fell absolutely silent. Lewis swallowed whatever excuse he wanted to give. "All right, team. You heard her. Open all docs. Pull out every template. Let's start." Chairs rolled. Keyboards clicked. Screens lit up. Within seconds, the smear machine was awake. Clara stepped back, watching the madness unfold. God help Dayo, she thought quietly, because the world is about to get ugly. Records' PR team went into full attack mode. The label had been around for more than 30 years, a standing giant in the industry, and this was where Michael pushed all his agendas. When wanted to bury someone, they buried them properly. Lewis clapped his hands once. "All right, you heard Clara. We're working tonight. Let's get started." Marvel, open template 1. Drug allegation format. Now, within minutes, the first fake article was ready. Fake article number 1, Sports Daily Check, fake outlet. Shocking discovery. Anonymous insider claims Jason Dayo might be under investigation. An unnamed official within the Olympic Swim Committee reportedly raised concerns after Jason Dayo's surprising 20.87 performance. Sources suggest irregularities in his sample, prompting further review. "These sudden improvements don't happen naturally," the insider claimed. Lewis nodded. "Push that. Next. Make it fast and make it real. No loopholes." Fake article number 2, Olympic Watch 24 News, fake page. Performance-enhancing drug claims rise after Dayo's suspicious 20.87 swim. Analysts question whether Dayo's stamina and speed were enhanced. One coach, who requested anonymity, stated, "You don't jump a full second in 2 months without help." Fake article number 3, Verify Sports Media, fake verified style blog. Leaked. Screenshot suggests Dayo's team might be hiding something. A blurry screenshot leaked online showed a chat labeled JD Support Backup with messages saying, "Delete everything before test. Make sure the sample is clean." Everything was fabricated. Fake images flood the internet. AI edits that looked questionably real. An edited picture of Dayo holding a steroid vial. A fake photo showing a locker tagged JD beside syringes. A photoshopped medical report showing abnormal testosterone levels. AI-generated footage of Dayo running from a testing center. Lewis reviewed them and smirked. "Good. Push all of them." Troll bots activated. Another PR subgroup logged into dozens of burner accounts. They posted things like, "Breaking, Dayo failed his first test. Retest pending. He's being investigated." Bookmark this tweet. "Dayo fans better hide." Embarrassment loading. Hundreds, then thousands, then tens of thousands of comments rolled in. All orchestrated. All paid for. This wasn't a small smear attempt. This was a $7 million coordinated attack, funded by Michael. And it was still cooking. He was going all out to bury Dayo. The fake articles were pushed out, and trolls, both paid and naturally hateful, did the rest. The internet flipped overnight. Cheers turned into suspicion. Admiration turned into panic. Comment chaos begins. X/Twitter, trending. Hashtag Dayo cheated. Hashtag fake 20.87. At SportsDocker77. I knew it. Nobody swims like that naturally. At Advanced Support Group. Justice for Evan. That spot was his. Doping ruins sports. At Alex Fansonley. Alex trained for years. Dayo trained for months. Make it make sense. At Swintrith blog. Stop defending a cheater. This is serious. Instagram comments under NBC post. 20.87 My foot. He should be banned. Something is off. Dayo is a fraud. No wonder he kept disappearing. Reddit threads pop up instantly. r/swimleaks. Evidence Dayo's camp is deleting files. All fake screenshots. r/True Sports. Unofficial sources say Dayo is under review. Facebook mom groups join in too. I don't let my kids watch cheaters. He should apologize to Evan and Alex. This generation no longer respects honesty. Back to the PR room. Lewis leaned back, watching fake articles go viral in real time. We're trending on 7 platforms already, he said proudly. Boss will be pleased. Clara didn't smile. She felt her stomach twist. But she couldn't show weakness. Good, she said quietly. Keep going. At Michael's office. Michael leaned back on his leather chair, scrolling through the chaos he created. Finally, the narrative was shifting. He dialed a number. Are you seeing the internet? He asked. Yes, the voice replied. It's everywhere. Good. Make sure it spreads globally. I want him drowning. The woman on the other end chuckled. That won't be hard. Michael ended the call, exhaled, and leaned back. This is just the beginning. He didn't mention to anyone, not even that caller, what he found about Dayo being a billionaire. He had his reasons. The internet was literally on fire. Imagine spending more than $5 million just to defame someone, money many wouldn't see in their entire lifetime. And that was what Michael poured into burying Dayo. By evening, YouTube was full of Dayo exposed videos. TikTok had fake breakdowns and expert analysis. Drug specialists on Instagram gave fake interviews. Swim forums called him the biggest fraud since 2008. International blogs reposted the lies. Trending pages recycled the same fake story. In under 3 hours, Dayo went from hero suspect. Millions saw it. Millions believed it. The smear campaign worked, and the internet was on fire. The narrative was changing, and it was changing fast. With a whole lot of people believing it and charging towards Dayo's page, but Dayo's fans remained calm, not believing what they saw. After all, it wasn't the first this was happening. Chapter 176. Silence. The moment Dayo stepped out of the private terminal, pulling his small travel bag behind him, he expected the familiar roar. Fans screaming his name, banners lifted, cameras flashing in admiration. He expected warmth. Instead, what he met was the complete opposite. The very second the automatic doors slid open, a swarm of cameras and microphones slammed into his space like a wave crashing on a shore. Dayo, is it true you used performance enhancers? Jason, why are you silent? Are you running from the investigation? Why aren't you addressing the leaked reports? Are the allegations against you true? Don't you feel guilty about making Evan fail? Microphones were shoved at his chin. Cameras were pushed close to his face. Bags of equipment nearly hit his shoulder as everyone tried to get the angle. Reporters didn't even wait for his reaction. They talked over themselves, screaming accusations loudly enough for the entire airport to hear. It wasn't just sports reporters. Some were gossip bloggers. Some were drama outlets hired to stir chaos. And many were the PR puppets Michael paid for. Dayo paused for a moment. It was loud, too loud. Questions overlapping, accusations firing from every direction. But unlike what they expected, Dayo was calm. His face didn't show fear. He didn't stutter. He didn't shrink. He didn't panic. He simply adjusted his hoodie, breathed slowly, and let the noise flow past him like wind. A reporter shoved a mic into his chest. Why did your time drop a full second, Jason? Are you doping? Another yelled. Why did evidence show up online of you injecting something in your arm? Explain that to the public. Another screamed. Are you prepared to be disqualified if the investigations confirm the allegations? Security finally rushed forward, forming a barrier around him, trying to pull reporters away, but it was chaos. Flashes, shouts, hands grabbing forward, phones pointed inches from his face. Yet Dayo didn't flinch. He raised one hand, not aggressively, just calmly. Silence. It wasn't loud. It wasn't threatening. But the confidence in his tone made the crowd pause without realizing they had obeyed. Dayo looked around at the sea of microphones. First of all, he said, voice steady, this is an airport. You all know I am a public figure, but that doesn't mean you get to obstruct an entire environment. The reporters exchanged glances. His tone wasn't angry, it was too calm. Dayo continued. Second, if you have questions based on official statements from the Olympic trials, the National Committee, or the Anti-Doping Agency, then you can ask them. He paused. But none of those bodies have said anything. So what exactly are you all shouting about? Some reporters stiffened. The ones Michael planted tried to push harder. But what about the leaked articles? Fake, Dayo replied bluntly. If you want to report gossip from bots and anonymous pages who formed overnight, that's on you. But don't expect me to panic over lies. His calmness rattled them. And lastly, Dayo said, giving them one final look. I don't owe any explanations based on rumors. When I'm ready, if necessary, I will call a conference. Until then, stop blocking the airport. Respect the space. He lowered his hand, stepped back, and simply said, now excuse me. The reporters froze, stunned at how composed he was. This wasn't the reaction they planned for. They wanted fear. They wanted shaking hands. They wanted stutters they could twist into headlines. They wanted a clip of him panicking. Instead, they got a calm, unbothered 22-year-old who walked through them like smoke. Security moved quickly and escorted him through the crowd as cameras scrambled again, trying to recover from their shock. Max and Bella were already waiting by the black SUV outside. They opened the door immediately as Dayo entered, and the security slammed it shut behind him. Inside the car, Dayo exhaled deeply. Let me guess, he said, not even looking up. Michael. Max nodded. Exactly who you're thinking. Bella added, we got the call from the tech agency. The evidence you asked for, we collected everything. Screenshots, payments, the pages he used, all the accounts connected to them. Everything. Dayo leaned his head back, expression unreadable. So what do you want us to do? Max asked. Dayo opened one eye slowly. Nothing, not yet. Not now. Max paused. Nothing. Exactly nothing, Dayo said calmly. Michael wants noise. I won't give him any. I'll make him eat his words, just not now. He rested his elbow on the window. I'm waiting for something. Once I get it, we'll move. Until then, hold everything. Bella nodded quietly. Understood. Oh, Dayo added. Keep digging into that drug. Find the supplier, the lab, the distribution line. When you get enough, send it as an anonymous tip. Let the agencies do their job. We'll handle it, Max replied. Dayo nodded once. Good. The car fell silent as they drove. Online reactions. Within minutes, the airport video hit social media, and the internet exploded. At Swim Talks, brew his calmness? That's a man who knows he's clean. At Vibe Aesthetic, the way he shut them up with just silence. LMAO iconic. Edged world. Every time I almost believe the lies. This man reminds me who he is. At Olympian fans, look at his aura. Pure confidence. Not a single shake. I respect it. But the haters came too. At Expose Lies. Being calm doesn't mean he's innocent. This is called media training. At Anti-JD. Y'all are dumb. He's obviously on something. Why else so calm? At Swim Justice. Investigate him now. This man is a fraud. At Sharp. Look at him acting cool. They should arrest. At Z-Lord. Dayo is a scam, and he needs to be put down. JD's fans replied instantly. At Dayanation. Okay. Enough. Operation Clean JD Reputation 2.0. Let's go. At Guardians. Spam every fake article. Report every bot page. Clear his name. At JD_Army. We are 280M plus strong on social media. Move. At Familia. Any page posting lies, report, dislike, block. No mercy. At the cleaners. He protected us with calmness. Now we protect him with numbers. The internet didn't just heat up. It ignited. Within an hour, over 120,000 fake pages posting anti-Dayo content were mass reported. Within 2 hours, hashtags like hashtag JD stays clean, hashtag leave Dayo alone, hashtag stop the witch hunt hit the trending list worldwide. Michael had paid over $5 million to flood the internet with lies. But JD's fanbase was a storm he could never outspend. And Dayo, sitting quietly in the SUV, simply closed his eyes and muttered, "It's fine. Let them drag me. Soon, everything will flip." Chapter 177, Max and Bella. The internet had never seen anything like what happened next. For hours, it felt like the entire world had turned against Dayo. Articles, fake screenshots, edited images, manipulated interviews, twisted headlines. Everything was flooding every platform at once. It looked like the smear campaign was winning. But something shifted. Something nobody expected. Dayo's fanbase, over 200 million strong, rose like a tidal wave. And the wave hit back hard. At first it started small. Someone posted a fake article, and within seconds, 10 replies dragged the writer. Then 20. Then 100. Then thousands. Within 30 minutes, nearly 100,000 accounts that posted defamation, hate, or evidence against Dayo got spammed, mass-reported, flagged, and permanently banned. People who tried to mock him had their pages flooded. People who commented "cheater" had their posts buried under thousands of replies. Influencers who jumped on the trend suddenly started deleting their captions. It wasn't normal internet activity. This was organized. This was powerful. This was the movement his fanbase promised. Operation Clean JD Reputation. And this time, they weren't calm. They weren't quiet. They weren't polite. They were relentless. Some people even posted videos crying. "I swear, I believed the lies for 5 minutes. 5. I should be ashamed. How did I fall for this again after 4 years?" Others were apologizing publicly. "I almost believed them again. Something is wrong with online media. This is crazy." People posted side-by-side screenshots showing how many accounts were disappearing every minute. Some even celebrated it. One post read, "Bro, it hasn't even been 1 hour and Twitter/X has banned 60,000 plus accounts. JD fans are not playing." Another, "This movement is insane. These guys are too powerful. Even trolls are scared." And someone else wrote, "You guys better think twice before you say nonsense about Dayo again. We are everywhere." By the second hour, even platforms began issuing warnings. "You are commenting too fast. Slow down. Your report frequency is unusually high. This is your last warning." But the fans didn't stop. Not today. Not when their idol was being dragged over lies. It forced many of the early haters to quietly delete their comments and run. Some even locked their pages. Some deleted their entire accounts. For the first time in 4 years, Dayo's supporters took full control of the narrative. It wasn't just a comeback. It was a counterattack, and it was brutal. Meanwhile, in a quiet living room, far away from the chaos of social media, Max and Bella sat on opposite couches, files and tablets spread everywhere. They weren't stressing about the internet. They were focusing on the mission. Max leaned back, rubbing his eyes. "You seeing what's going on online?" Bella nodded slowly. "Yeah, it's wild. But forget that for now. We need to talk about the investigation." "Right." Max exhaled. "Let's start there." Max's background. Max Parker hadn't always imagined himself doing security or investigations for a superstar like Dayo. He grew up in Minnesota, raised by a single mom who worked 2 jobs. He wasn't rich, but he was smart. Extremely smart. By 17, he earned a full scholarship to study criminology and forensics. He graduated with honors, top of his class. Then everything crashed. He applied for job after job, interview after interview, but something was holding him back. A professor he had beef with? A jealous classmate? Someone sabotaging his references? Whatever it was, every door stayed shut. He spent months depressed, working part-time at a grocery store just to survive. He almost gave up, until one night he saw a video pop up online. "If you believe you have talent in investigation, analysis, combat, or intelligence work, report to this address. Interview tomorrow." He almost ignored it. But he went. And that's where he met Dayo. The interview room was silent. Max expected a panel, formal. Questions, background checks. Instead, Dayo looked up at him for barely 10 seconds, tilted his head slightly, and said, "You're hired." Max froze. "Sorry, what?" "You're hired. Someone wronged you. Come work with me instead." Max didn't understand how he knew that, but Dayo didn't explain. He simply stood up, shook Max's hand, and walked out. And from that day, Max never stopped being loyal. Of course, Dayo saw a potential of a triple S. Of course, he would hire. Bella's background. Bella Ogunlade had a completely different story. Her father was Nigerian, her mother American. They relocated to the US when she was young. Growing up, Bella was fierce, smart, athletic, and stubborn. Her dad taught her self-defense and discipline. Her mom enrolled her in martial arts, gymnastics, and advanced problem-solving programs. She studied cybersecurity and psychology, graduating early with an impressive record. But Bella wanted excitement, not a desk job. She joined underground sparring leagues for fun, hacked complicated systems for practice, and even helped solve 1 or 2 crimes unofficially. Then the same interview clip Max saw appeared on her screen. She thought it was a scam until she arrived. She walked into the room, ready to give a long speech about her credentials. But Dayo took one look at her and said, "You fight well, and you think even better. You're hired." Bella blinked. "You haven't heard anything yet. I don't need to." And like Max, she joined. Back to the living room. Bella leaned forward. "So, what's your read on all this?" Max shrugged. "Boss is calm. Too calm. That means he already expected this." "I thought so too," Bella said softly. "He told us a lot, but reading him is still hard." "Same here." Bella picked up her tablet. "Anyway, update on the investigation. I found the location." Max sat up. "Which one?" "The lab." "Yeah. I've been tracing the people connected to Coach Matthew. One of them used a burner phone, but I got the endpoint location after 3 hours of tracking. I think I found the building." Max whistled. "Damn. Nice." Bella smirked. "And you?" Max opened his notebook. "I found the guy we lost track of last month. The one who gave that the information Dayo going to the toilet? I connected him to a second number. I think I know where he's hiding." "Perfect. So who do we go after first?" Max thought for a moment. "The lab." Bella nodded. "Yeah, that's where the real evidence will be." "Tomorrow morning?" "Tomorrow morning." They clinked their water bottles together like 2 soldiers preparing for a mission. Chapter 178, PR in Shambles. The internet kept erupting without stop. Every hour brought a new wave, a louder, angrier, more chaotic backlash. The smear campaign Records launched was massive, but Dayo's fanbase was something else entirely. Posts dragging him barely lasted 10 minutes before being buried under a full-blown digital war. Anyone who uploaded a fake article, anyone who edited an AI photo, anyone who tried to break news about Dayo was drowned in reports. Some accounts got 30,000 plus reports within 2 minutes. Some got 50,000. A few unlucky ones crossed 100,000 reports almost instantly. By the first 30 minutes, nearly 100,000 accounts across multiple platforms were permanently banned. Trolls, fake outlets, burner accounts, even big pages that thought they were untouchable. It was unlike anything the internet had seen in years. Videos popped up of people deleting their comments out of fear. Tweets were disappearing in real time. Even forums that normally didn't care about celebrity drama were locking threads because the spam bots and fan armies were too fast and too organized. This wasn't random chaos. It was a movement, and it was ruthless. For years ago, Dayo's supporters were scattered, quiet, and easily drowned out. Now, they were a force of nature, loyal, coordinated, and vicious when they needed to be. People who tried to defame him were literally begging online. "Please stop reporting my account," loudly crying face. "I swear I didn't mean it. I deleted the comment. My business page is gone." Because I said he cheated? Dayo's fans owned the internet, and they were not playing. Asterisk. Meanwhile, inside Records' PR department, the chaos in the building was nothing like what was happening online. The moment the stats dashboard refreshed, Lewis stood from his chair in confusion. "Why? Why are our posts dropping in reach?" he whispered. Cheryl, one of the PR analysts, looked pale as she pushed her glasses up. "Sir, the accounts we used earlier, they're gone." Lewis blinked. "Gone how?" "Suspended? Shadow banned." "Sir," she whispered. "Everything is banned. Completely banned. Even the long-standing bot farms. Even our old burner pages. All wiped out." Lewis stared at her like she was joking. Another staffer ran in. Lewis, we're receiving pushback. Heavy pushback. The threads on TikTok? Gone. Instagram? Deleted. Reddit? Locked. Our servers are throwing warnings because too many of our accounts are getting mass reports. Lewis swallowed. What are you saying? I'm saying, Dayo's fanbase is not normal, she said. We've never seen anything like this. They're coordinated. They're everywhere. It's like fighting the entire internet. Before Lewis could speak again, his phone rang. Clara. He picked it quickly. Clara? Clara, what's going on? Why is the situation reversing? We just launched everything. Clara's voice was low and tense. Lewis, listen to me. I don't know what's happening either. But whatever it is, it's not good. Boss expects results, and right now everything is collapsing. I know, she answered. Our accounts are disappearing. We've lost nearly every outlet we used. Even some of the backup farms are wiped. Clara exhaled shakily. I'll talk to boss. But Lois, you need to find a solution. Fast. If he realizes the pushback is this intense, he'll explode. Understood, Lewis said. We're trying. But honestly, I've never seen an online pushback like this. Clara hesitated before hanging up. Lewis, good luck. She ended the call. Lewis leaned on his desk, suddenly aware that his hands were trembling. Things were no longer going according to plan. They were falling apart. And if she doesn't look for an answer, it seemed her time working here was looking short, because she knew how much had been invested just for this project. So failing wasn't an option, she had to find another way. Asterisk. Across the city, inside a discreet black SUV parked by a quiet street, Max and Bella were reviewing documents on their tablets. Bella was the first to speak. So this is the building, she said, zooming into the digital blueprint. A wide, rectangular lab structure appeared on the screen. 3 floors, reinforced side panels, limited windows, and a strict access point. Testing facility, Max muttered. Private contracts. But the name doesn't show up on any public registry. That's already shady. Bella nodded. I checked the perimeter cams. 12 cameras total. 2 facing the front, 2 in the parking lot, another 2 covering the back entrance. The rest are internal. Max exhaled. What about security? 3 guards, Bella said. 2 rotate outside every 15 minutes. 1 stays in the monitoring room. Max leaned back. So getting in isn't impossible. We just need timing and silence. Bella swiped her screen again. I also traced that burner phone from the guy you were looking for. Remember the one that disappeared? Max nodded slowly. The informant. Yeah. The number pinged once near this location. Not long ago. Max smiled slightly. So the dots connect. They do, Bella replied. Which means someone inside here is connected to the drug distribution chain. After a moment of silence, Max asked, what about the lab's internal layout? Bella zoomed in deeper. 3 main corridors. The left wing is storage. The right wing contains the testing rooms. The middle is admin and security. The sample archives are underground. Max raised a brow. Underground. Yeah, Bella said, tapping the blueprint. And that's where the interesting stuff usually is. He closed the tablet and looked at her. So what do you think? She buckled her seatbelt. I think we start with the lab. If we crack that part, everything else will fall into place. Max chuckled lightly. Lab first it is. Bella nodded. Let's move. The longer we wait, the more the situation outside gets messy. Max opened the car door. Bella checked her holster. The air outside was cool, quiet, and still, completely opposite from the online battlefield raging across the world. Ready? Max asked. Bella smirked. Always. They stepped into the night, eyes sharp, movements controlled. The mission had officially begun. And inside that lab, answers waited. Answers. Michael was praying no one would ever find. Chapter 179, New Time. Ready. Go. Coach Richard blew the whistle sharply, and Dayo dove straight into the water. Right away, Richard noticed something unusual, the reaction time. It was faster than before. Much faster. There was no hesitation in Dayo's launch, no delay between whistle and movement. It was clean, sharp, explosive. Dayo cut through the water with ease, pushing left across the lane. His form was different, more refined, more controlled, yet somehow more powerful. Even his turns were cleaner. Richard watched him, unable to hide his growing confusion. This wasn't a normal improvement. Not even close. A few seconds later, Dayo hit the wall with a slap that echoed lightly in the empty pool room. Richard pressed the stopwatch. He stared at the time. His eyes widened. His jaw dropped slightly. He looked again, thinking maybe his finger slipped or he misread something. Nope. Same result. What? He whispered. He couldn't even speak. The number blinking on the stopwatch didn't make sense. It didn't align with any logic he'd ever known about sprint swimming or training improvements. Dayo's speed didn't just increase, it skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Dayo climbed out of the pool, towel around his shoulders, grinning. Coach, how did I do? No response. Richard was completely frozen. Dayo walked closer and tapped him lightly. Coach, you good? Richard snapped out of it like someone waking from a trance. Yeah, I'm good. So what's my time? Dayo asked again, unable to hide how excited he was. After all, he'd recently received a massive upgrade. He knew something would change. He just didn't know by how much. Of course, he knew from an A+ athlete to an S(a)(2) improvement. Richard didn't speak. He simply turned the stopwatch around and showed the result. Dayo blinked, then blinked again. Then his mouth slowly stretched into a smile. Huh. Nice. Nice. Richard repeated, baffled. Dayo, this is beyond nice. This is ridiculous. If I didn't know you well, I would swear you were using something. Dayo laughed. Thanks, coach. Oh yeah, and I wanted to ask something. Richard walked toward the bench and sat, leaving space for Dayo beside him. All right, what is it this time? It's about trying other lengths. Richard looked at him for a long moment before letting out a helpless sigh. If this were months ago, I'd have said no immediately. But seeing this, he shook his head. You're not normal. So, yes, you can. Thank you, coach. Dayo interrupted quickly. Let me finish. Richard shot him a look. Okay. Dayo raised his hands in surrender. You can try other lengths, Richard continued. But only if you hit this exact time again. Prove this wasn't a fluke. Deal, coach. I'm ready. Richard followed him back to the pool, still half in disbelief. The whistle blew again, and Dayo flew. When Richard checked the stopwatch again, he nearly dropped it. Dayo beat his previous time by a comfortable margin. Richard's head spun. This doesn't make sense, he muttered. If he didn't personally know Dayo, the boy's work ethic, discipline, routine, entire life, he would have assumed drugs. But even enhancers couldn't push someone this far. Not in this way. Not this fast. This wasn't science. This was talent. Pure, terrifying talent. All right, Richard finally said, rubbing his forehead. Fine. You can start training for other lengths. Thanks, coach. And does this mean I could participate in the Olympics? Richard froze mid-step. Huh? No, of course not. Why not? Dayo asked innocently. Richard frowned. Because the trials have already been held. Dayo tilted his head and gave a small, almost mischievous smile. And what if most of the athletes were found using enhancers? Richard blinked sharply. What? And what if? Dayo continued calmly. The next athlete in line was also using. Richard slowly stood straighter. Then the next person would be chosen. And if that person didn't meet Olympic qualifying time, Richard went completely blank. He stared at Dayo. Talk to me properly, he said. What are you trying to imply? Dayo's smirk grew. What if I told you that more than 50% of the athletes in the heats were on enhancers? Richard's voice shot up. That's impossible. Dayo shrugged. Time will prove it. How? Richard demanded, trying to wrap his head around it. Dayo, the drug tests improve every year. Oh, coach, you know why, Dayo replied softly. The investment governments put into anti-doping tests and the money private labs pour into enhancement tech are not on the same level. Some of these labs are 5, 10 years ahead. Even if they detect something, it'll be too late. Richard sat down heavily. This topic cut deep, very deep. He was fired from the national team years ago over a doping scandal he didn't commit. This brought back memories he didn't want to revisit. So, Richard whispered, do you have evidence? No, Dayo said. Not yet. Richard stared. Then what's the plan? Dayo checked his watch and smiled faintly. I'll get the evidence. It's just a matter of time. Huh. Before Richard could ask anything else, Dayo's phone rang. The caller ID made Dayo smile. Max. Hello, Max. Boss. Is it done? Yes, boss. It's done. Any complications? None. They didn't even realize anything. Good, Dayo said. Regroup. I'll tell you what to do with the evidence soon. All right, boss. Good work. Thank you. Dayo ended the call and turned to Richard. Coach, he said calmly, it's done. What's done? Richard asked. The evidence has been acquired. Richard's eyes widened. Oh wow. So what happens next? Well, Dayo said, wiping his hair with the towel, I just need to handle it carefully. If this leaks the wrong way, they'll realize someone's digging. So I need this to go smoothly. Richard nodded slowly. Be careful. And if you need help, tell me. I still know a few clean coaches. I'll keep that in mind. Dayo smiled. They continued training like nothing had happened, but both their minds were somewhere else entirely. Later that evening, Dayo drove home, quiet, thoughtful, replaying everything in his head, the timing, the scandal, the evidence Max obtained. As he parked and stepped out, he muttered to himself, things are about to get really interesting. Chapter 180, Operation. Max dropped his phone and exhaled before turning to his partner. Well, you heard the boss, he said, grabbing his jacket. Let's move. Bella nodded and pushed herself up from the chair, stretching her arms a little. All right. They walked out of the small safe house office and headed toward the car. As soon as they entered, Bella leaned back in the passenger seat, letting her head rest against the seat cushion. Max glanced at her as he started the engine. Are you that tired? Bella opened one eye and smirked. Yeah, what do you think? We've been awake for almost 20 hours. Max chuckled. Fair enough. Just sleep. I'll handle the driving. Bella didn't argue. She shifted slightly, folded her arms, and closed her eyes. The car moved out slowly, and as they drove, Max's mind drifted. Flashback, a few hours earlier. Max and Bella stood over a large wooden table inside their temporary base, both of them bent slightly as they studied the blueprint of the lab. The papers were spread everywhere, building layout, camera positioning, guard shifts, delivery times, ventilation routes. Whiteboards on the wall were filled with diagrams, arrows, and quick notes. Bella tapped the blueprint with a pen. So this entire west wing is the storage section. Cold room, digital filing zone, freezer area. According to the informant, that's where they keep samples that failed the first check. Max folded his arms. Which means if there was any tampering, it's probably starting from there. Exactly. Bella shifted to the next sheet. Now here's the issue. They've increased the number of guards. Last time we checked, it was 8. Now it's 12. For extra guards? Max asked. Why? No idea. Either they changed the schedule, or someone suspects something. Max rubbed his jaw. If they suspected someone, they'd lock the whole place down. Adding only 4 guards means something else. Bella nodded. Maybe they're expecting new supplies. Max sighed. Which means movement. And movement means an opening. The two of them studied the map quietly for a moment. Bella pointed to the east entrance. This might be our best bet. The delivery trucks arrive here. Between unloading and scanning, there's usually a 15-minute blind spot. Max nodded slowly. And camera reset cycle is every 7 minutes. So if we time it right, we enter between those 2 gaps. Bella. Finished. Max looked at the diagram again. Security cameras inside? 22. But only 3 matter. These ones, she tapped the center hallway. Because they cover the main junction. If we bypass those, the rest are avoidable. Max exhaled. All right. So we use the equipment Dayo provided. Bella smirked. Obviously. It's top of the line. The jammer alone costs more than my apartment. Max laughed. Worth it. Bella stretched a bit and leaned against the table. So the plan stays the same. Enter through the east wing. Disable cameras. Extract the sample files. Copy everything digitally. And leave through the maintenance hallway. Max nodded. Yeah. Smooth and quiet. Bella looked at him. Let's just hope nothing unexpected happens. Max shrugged lightly. With Dayo as our boss. Unexpected things are almost guaranteed. Bella scoffed and rolled her eyes. True. They both went back to reviewing the blueprint one last time. The blueprints were spread out on the table. Max stood on one side, Bella on the other. Both of them were quiet now, eyes tracing routes, guard rotations, access points, weak spots. This was the last check before they made their move. Bella pointed at the east wing. Max, this is still the best entry point. 2 guards, 1 camera, and the loading dock covers your silhouette for at least 10 seconds. Max nodded. Yeah, I go in first. You stay by the van and control the feed. If anything changes, you alert me immediately. Bella smirked lightly. When do things ever stay the same? Exactly why you're staying outside first. Max replied, folding the last sheet. He checked his gear, jamming device, microscanner, gloves, the small flat torch that looked like a credit card, a mini cutter, portable drive, fake ID, and the small sterile containers Dayo prepared in advance. Bella checked hers too, though she would join later. Just don't try to be a hero in there, she said. Max chuckled. I'll try. They packed everything quietly and left the room. Inside the van, minutes before entry, the lab building sat in front of them. Tall white walls, quiet parking lot, perfectly clean surroundings. Too clean. Exactly the kind of place where illegal things hide under a spotless image. Bella sat at the back of the van with 3 monitors opened. One showed external cameras. One showed a digital layout of the building. The last showed the real-time blocker system. Max stood beside the sliding door, head lowered as he put on gloves. Sound check, Bella said. Loud and clear. Signal check. Strong. Heart rate stable. Max shot her a look. Seriously? Bella shrugged. I'm monitoring everything. Don't complain. He smirked. All right, I'm going in. Bella opened the door. Move. The infiltration begins. Max slipped out, staying low behind the van for 2 seconds before crossing toward the loading dock. The timing had to be perfect. Deliveries had left 15 minutes ago, which meant the dock was empty, but not yet rechecked by the guards. Bella watched through the hacked external feed. Left guard walking toward the south corner. She whispered into his earpiece. You have a window of about 12 seconds before he comes back. Max didn't respond verbally. He moved. He reached the wall, pressed his back against it, and slid sideways to the small maintenance door. He pulled out the forged card Bella created earlier and tapped it against the lock. 1 beep. 2nd beep. Door unlocked. Max slipped inside immediately. Bella exhaled. You're in. Inside the east wing. The hallway was long, white, silent. Max walked like he belonged there, even though he clearly didn't. The camera above blinked, but Bella already had its feed looped. Camera frozen, Bella said. You're good for the next 45 seconds. Max nodded, even though she couldn't see him. He moved through the first hallway, then turned left toward the sample storage section. A guard walked out of a side room suddenly. Max quickly grabbed a clipboard from a shelf, held it against his chest, and walked forward confidently. The guard glanced at him. Max nodded. Evening. The guard nodded back without suspicion. Evening. Max didn't slow down until he reached the next section. Bella whispered immediately. Be careful. 2 more guards are heading your way from the central corridor. You need to cut across to the cold room before they reach the junction. Max moved faster. Now, he approached the cold storage door and used the small code card to bypass the panel. Door unlocked. He slipped inside. The moment the door shut, the temperature dropped sharply. White shelves. Silver racks. Labeled boxes. He pulled out the sterile containers Dayo gave him and began collecting samples according to the numbers Bella was reading out. Rack C, 12, bottom row. Box number 44, she said. Max located it, opened it, and carefully stored a portion of the sample into the container. Next, he whispered, Rack F, 7, 2nd shelf. He moved quickly but carefully. The cold room wasn't the main target. The evidence was. But Dayo wanted everything: samples, chemical ingredients, and documentation. Max finished the last sample and sealed the containers. Then he moved into the ingredients section. Chapter 181, Birthday? The ingredient room. This room was more protected. Scanners lined the door. Bella warned him. Max, this door has thermal detection. You can't touch the handle directly. Max used the flat torch to heat the metal slightly until it matched body temperature. The scanner blinked green. He entered. Rows of chemicals, neatly organized. Vials, powder containers, liquid samples. And behind a glass panel, restricted supply. Bella's voice came again. 3rd column. Blue label. Take 1. That's the enhancer stabilizer. Max collected it, then gathered 2 more that Bella highlighted. He placed everything into the impact-proof case. Now, the files, Bella said. He exited the ingredients room and walked toward the records chamber. This was the hardest part. The records room. The hallway had 2 cameras. Bella looped one, but the second was moving. Max, wait. Camera rotation cycle changing. Max stopped behind a metal cart. Give me 10 seconds, Bella muttered. Max waited. Bella worked. Okay, now move. Max rushed forward, slid his card into the reader, and entered the room. Rows of shelves, binders, printed reports, digital logs. He plugged his portable drive into the central terminal. Transfer started, Bella said. 3 minutes. Max pulled printed files meanwhile, the names of athletes they suspected, the dates of submission, the drug batch numbers. Everything. He stuffed them into a file bag. Suddenly, Bella's voice cut through sharply. Max, 2 guards heading to your door. I don't know why. You need to hide now. Max's eyes shot around the room. No closet. No blind corner. Only one option, under the central table. He slid under immediately. The door opened. 2 guards entered, chatting casually. You heard? They're upgrading the system again. Seriously? Another upgrade? Yeah. Supposedly someone tried breaching last month. Max held his breath. One of the guards walked close to the table. His foot stopped inches from Max's face. Bella's voice came quietly through the earpiece. Max, don't move. The guard stood still for a second, then turned. Away. Let's go check the West Wing, one guard said. Door shut. Max exhaled. Bella whispered. Transfer complete. Get out. Max grabbed the drive, secured it, and exited the room. Bella joins the mission. As Max reached the checkpoint, Bella's voice changed. Max, stop. The guards changed position. You can't exit alone. I'm coming inside. What? Bella, no. Too late. Bella slipped out of the van and headed toward the east door. She moved fast, bypassed the disabled camera, and reached Max's position in under 30 seconds. She looked at the bag he carried. You got everything? Yeah. Bella nodded. Then follow me. The south hallway is clear. We'll exit from the maintenance gate. They moved together this time, synchronizing steps, keeping low. One guard turned the corner ahead. Bella grabbed Max and pulled him behind a supply rack. The guard passed them without noticing. They continued. Finally, they reached the back maintenance exit. Bella tapped her device on the lock. Door opened. Both of them slipped outside quietly. They crossed behind the dumpsters, moved around the fence, and reached the van. Max opened the back door. Bella entered quickly. Both of them sat, breathing hard. Max held up the evidence case. Everything. Bella nodded. Everything. Max smirked. Good, let's call the boss to update him. Okay, do that. Bella said as she sat upright. Hello, Max. Boss. Is it done? Yes, boss. It's done. Any complications? None. They didn't even realize anything. Good, Dayo said. Regroup. I'll tell you what to do with the evidence soon. All right, boss. Good work. Thank you. Max dropped his phone and exhaled before turning to his partner. Well, you heard the boss, he said, grabbing his jacket. Let's move. Bella nodded and pushed herself up from the chair, stretching her arms a little. All right. They walked out of the small safe house office and headed toward the car. As soon as they entered, Bella leaned back in the passenger seat, letting her head rest against the seat cushion. Max glanced at her as he started the engine. Are you that tired? Bella opened one eye and smirked. Yeah, what do you think? We've been awake for almost 20 hours. Max chuckled. Fair enough. Just sleep. I'll handle the driving. Bella didn't argue. She shifted slightly, folded her arms, and closed her eyes. The car moved out slowly. And as they drove, Max's mind drifted. Dayo drove home with a lot on his mind. Max and Bella's call replayed in his head. The evidence was finally in his hands. He was thinking about the best way to use it. When he pulled up to his house, something felt off. No lights. No movement. The place was completely dark. He frowned. By this time they should be home. He checked the time. 9:30 p.m. Where did they all go? He muttered as he grabbed his keys. He walked toward the door. Instantly his senses sharpened. The house felt too quiet. He stepped in carefully. No lights were on. No sound. Nothing. His instincts kicked in, slow steps, body slightly lowered, ready for anything. He moved toward the switch, hand hovering over it. Click. The lights flipped on before he touched it, and a deafening scream erupted. Happy birthday, Dayo. Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday. Dayo jumped back, so hard his fist nearly came up for a punch. He froze. Then he blinked. The room was packed. Alice, Ulrich, Wayne, Valerie, his parents, his signed artists, Coach Richard, Timon, nearly everyone he knew. They were all smiling, shouting, recording, even live streaming. Confetti shot into the air. Music started playing. Someone popped a small sparkler cake from the kitchen. Dayo just stared, eyebrows high, confused, shocked, but smiling. What? The hell, he said, overwhelmed. I forgot it was even today. Just immediately, his little sister Janet jumped and hugged him. Happy birthday, Day, big bro, I love you. Dayo hugged her in a mild, love you too, lil sis. Dayo looked at everyone around and smiled. This is a surprise. Alice ran forward and hugged him. We know. That's why we planned it this way. Wayne slapped his back. Guy, you think we'd let you skip your birthday? Valerie waved her phone. The stream is at 500,000 viewers already. Coach Richard laughed. You scared me this morning, but you scared yourself more. Just now. Everyone laughed. Dayo finally relaxed, rubbing the back of his neck. Damn, you guys really got me. His mom stepped forward with a warm smile. You work too much. Today you rest. Dayo looked around again, the surprise finally settling in. The room glowed with lights. People were talking, filming, cheering. His name was all over the decorations. For a moment, a long moment, he forgot the stress outside, the accusations, the chaos online. For this one night, he was just Dayo, surrounded by the people who loved him. He smiled softly. All right, let's celebrate. Chapter 182 Reunion? The party was already in full swing by the time Dayo settled in. Music filled the living room. Lights were dim but warm, and people he cared about were scattered everywhere, laughing, talking, dancing, eating, recording videos, teasing each other. For a moment, he just stood still in the center of it all, watching everyone. It hit him harder than expected. 5 years. He had been in this world for almost 5 years now. 5 years of working, grinding, building, fighting, improving. 5 years of trying to be useful, trying to make a name for himself, trying to be someone worth respecting. And somehow, in the middle of all that, he forgot something simple, that people could plan something for him too, that people cared enough to surprise him. He swallowed slowly. It wasn't sadness. It wasn't shock. It was gratitude. Pure gratitude. People always saw him as the guy who gave, who supported others, who uplifted everyone around him. He rarely got anything back, not because they didn't want to, but because Dayo rarely slowed down enough to let people do something for him. Tonight was different. Tonight, the love was pointed at him. He exhaled and smiled. Alice brushed past him with a plate. Valerie danced barefoot on the rug. Wayne held a camera, streaming. Even his coach Richard was there, wearing a sweater instead of his training gear. Timon was leaning on the balcony railing, waving at the stream chat. The younger artists he signed, Jaron, Mimi, Calix, were shouting somewhere in the background. Every corner of the room felt alive. Dayo sat on the arm of the couch, finally letting the shock settle. He watched the people he had helped in different ways enjoy themselves like everything was normal. No pressure, no training, no nonsense, just peace. Timon walked toward him with a bottle of soda and a grin. Bro, he said, raising it slightly. Happy birthday. Dayo smiled. Thanks, man. And thanks for coming. Come on, don't make it sound formal. Timon laughed as he sat beside him. You've done too much for me already. Me showing up is the bare minimum. Dayo shook his head lightly. Still, I appreciate it. Timon leaned back, scanning the room. By the way, I wanted to tell you before, the audience is asking for more content. Your numbers are crazy right now. Even with everything happening online, it's like your presence doubled overnight. Really? Dayo raised a brow. Really? Timon nodded. Your swimming clips, your behind-the-scenes videos, even old music content, everything is blowing up. They want more. And honestly, I think we should plan something big sometime this week. Dayo nodded slowly. All right, let's talk tomorrow. For sure, Timon said. But for now, enjoy. No work talk. Dayo laughed. Fair. While they spoke, the doorbell rang. Everyone paused for a split second before going back to whatever they were doing. It wasn't unusual. People were still arriving. Jennifer, Dayo's younger sister, jogged toward the door. I'll get it, she said. She pulled it open and screamed. A sharp, surprised scream, not of fear, but shock. Oh my God. Dayo immediately stood up, confused. Jennifer turned toward him with eyes wide before stepping aside. When Dayo reached the doorway, his breath caught slightly. Luna stood there. The one person he didn't expect tonight. The one he honestly believed would never show up to something like this. She looked the same, soft, composed, beautiful, but there was something extra tonight. Something unfamiliar in her expression. Maybe nerves. Maybe surprise. Maybe both. They both froze for a second. Luna? Dayo finally said. She gave a small smile. Yeah. Hi. He blinked. You came. I wasn't planning to, honestly, she said gently. But you sent me gifts every year, even after everything. It didn't feel right not to give you something back. So I just decided to come. She lifted a small, neatly wrapped gift in her hand. And I didn't know you were having a party, she added quickly. I honestly thought it would be just you at home. Dayo shook his head lightly, still processing. No, it's fine. It's just unexpected. But you can come in. She nodded and stepped inside. Some people stared quietly, not judging, just curious. Alice, from across the room, paused for a second before resuming her conversation. Dayo led Luna into the living room. The music softened as more people noticed her entrance. He guided her to an open space near the couch. Do you want a drink? He asked. Water is fine. He handed her a bottle from the cooler, and they stood for a moment. So, Luna said softly, Happy birthday, Dayo. Thank you. Then she offered him the gift. He took it carefully, and their hands brushed for a split second. It was brief, barely a second, but he felt it. And she did too. He could see it in her eyes. I hope you like it, she said. I'm sure I will. Dayo didn't linger after that as a few people came to talk to Luna. He went back to the party and danced with his brother and parents. Before long, it was getting late, the sky was darkening, and people started leaving. Alice walked up to him, smiling. I'm heading out, she told Dayo, pulling him into a gentle hug. Oh, all right. Thanks for coming. She kissed him lightly on the cheek. It wasn't romantic, but it was intimate enough. See you tomorrow, she whispered. Alice stepped back, gave him a small wink, and said, Good night. Good night, Dayo replied. He felt someone's eyes on him. He didn't even need to turn. He already knew it was Luna. He ignored. He'd be a liar to say he didn't feel like a jerk a bit. Even though he and Luna broke up because of Alice, it was for the best, and if they didn't break up, Dayo would have cheated, which he didn't want to. That was why, when she came for a breakup, he didn't argue much. He knew the kind of person he was, and he had already told Luna before they started that he was a player, and she still went ahead. He felt guilty. That was one of the reasons he sent gifts to her every year, even after the break. Still, the words lingered. As the night went on, Dayo talked to a few more people, laughed, danced, and enjoyed the moment. He escorted several guests to the door as the party slowly quieted down. When he returned, Luna was sitting alone on the couch, twisting the bottle cap slowly between her fingers. Dayo walked toward her. Hey, he said softly. She looked up. Hey. And that's where the moment truly started. Chapter 183, Luna? The house was quiet now. Most of the guests had gone. The music had slowed down, and the warmth of the birthday surprise still lingered in the air. Dayo was standing near the dining table, picking up empty cups, still smiling to himself. It had been a long night, a happy one, a rare moment where he wasn't thinking about work, training, evidence, or the next move. Just people who cared about him. People celebrating him. He couldn't remember the last time he felt something like that. He heard footsteps coming from the hallway and turned. Luna. She was standing there again, hands folded in front of her, looking a little unsure, like she didn't want to interrupt him. The soft light behind her made the moment feel unreal. She looked older in the way life matures someone, not in the way it takes something away. Her hair was tied back loosely, and she wore a simple sweater, nothing special, but Dayo felt the familiar hit in his chest. The same one he always felt when he looked at her. He inhaled slowly. Hey, he said. Hey, she replied, stepping forward. Everyone's gone. Yeah, just you left and me. She smiled a little, not the full smile he remembered, but something small. Honest. Dayo gestured at the couch. You can sit. She nodded and walked over, sitting gently. Dayo joined her, leaving a little space between them, not because he wanted to, but because he didn't trust himself if he sat too close. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Luna finally broke the silence. I'm sorry for coming without telling you. I didn't even know they were hosting a surprise party. I just came. You surprised me, Dayo said. A lot. I know. She laughed softly. Your sister screamed so loud when she opened the door. That's Jennifer for you, Dayo said. I actually thought she was overreacting as usual. Then I saw you. Her eyes softened. You didn't look happy when you first saw me. No, Dayo shook his head. I just didn't expect it. I haven't seen you in 4 years. 4 years, she repeated quietly. And somehow, it feels like yesterday. Silence settled again. Dayo leaned back slightly, rubbing his palms together. How have you been? I've been good, Luna said, though her voice carried a small shake. Life is steady, calm, predictable. She paused. Sometimes too predictable. He nodded slowly. She took a small breath. I saw you everywhere. Online, TV, streaming, competitions, music, everything. You're everywhere, Dayo. Sometimes I wonder if you know how big you've become. Dayo gave a light shrug. I just do my thing. That's the problem, Luna said softly. You always just do your thing. You never think about how many people you affect. Dayo didn't know what to say to that. He looked away. Luna continued. I saw the gifts you sent. Every year. Dayo froze. She added, you always used a different delivery name. But I knew. He blinked. I wasn't trying to. I know, she said. You weren't trying to force anything. You were just being you. Dayo let out a breath he didn't know he had been holding. I felt guilty, he said. That's all. Guilt, she whispered. Is that really all it was? He didn't answer. Not immediately. Because he knew the truth. He had known it for years. But saying it out loud felt like crossing a line he wasn't sure he deserved to cross. Finally, he said it anyway. No, it wasn't just guilt. Luna's eyes glimmered a little. He continued. You were important to me. Were, she repeated. Dayo swallowed. You are. You still are. But I didn't want to hold you back. You're too good for all the madness that comes with me. Luna looked down at her hands. That's not your decision to make. I know, Dayo said. But it was the right one. Was it? She whispered. He didn't reply. Luna leaned back and exhaled softly. Dayo, even after 4 years, why do I still feel like this? Why do I still feel something when I look at you? He didn't look away this time. He held her gaze. I don't know, he said quietly. But I feel it too. Her breath shook slightly. And Dayo knew right there that pretending he didn't still love her would be pointless. He shifted closer, slowly, giving her space to lean back if she wanted. She didn't. She simply watched him, eyes soft, a little tired, a little emotional. Their hands touched, barely, just the tips of their fingers. And suddenly everything they had tried to bury over 4 long years rose up between them. Luna whispered, I shouldn't. I know. But I want to. I know, Dayo said again, his voice low, steady, honest. She leaned forward first. He met her halfway. The kiss was slow, familiar, painful in the way memories are painful. Nothing rushed, nothing wild. Just 2 people who had loved each other once, and maybe still did, even if they shouldn't. She rested her forehead against his. I hate that I still feel like this, she whispered. I hate that I still care this much, he replied. Neither of them said anything after that. The night carried them naturally, quietly, with no forced intention. They held each other because it felt right, because it felt familiar, because it felt like something they had both been running from. And when they eventually slipped into that quiet closeness, it wasn't reckless. It wasn't planned. It wasn't even romantic. It was 2 people who missed each other more than they were willing to admit. The details didn't matter. What mattered was the quiet, the honesty, the soft breathing between them. The night faded gently. The next morning, light slipped through the curtains. Dayo woke first, staring at the ceiling, not moving, not touching her, not wanting to disturb the moment. Luna turned slightly, her eyes half open. She looked at him for a long second. I don't know why I still can't get over you, she whispered. He closed his eyes briefly. Because we were real, Dayo said. We were the realest thing I ever had. Luna bit her bottom lip, her eyes watering slightly. But we can't do this, she said. We both know it. I know. You'll hurt me. I know, he said again, voice soft. Not on purpose. But I will. And you don't deserve that. And you'll hate yourself if you do. He didn't argue. She sat up slowly, pulling the blanket around her before standing. Dayo watched silently as she gathered her bag. There was no anger, no shouting, just quiet acceptance. When she reached the door, she turned. Will I see you again after this? Dayo asked. Luna hesitated. I don't know. That hurt more than anything else. But he nodded. Okay. She stepped forward and hugged him tightly, the kind of hug that held years inside it. He held her too, a little too long, maybe, but he didn't care. When she pulled back, she looked at him one last time and whispered, Take care of yourself. You too. She opened the door. Cold morning air rushed in. Luna stepped outside. Dayo stood there, watching her walk away, and didn't close the door until she disappeared around the corner. Chapter 184. Something to Remember. The moment Luna stepped out of the house, the door closing softly behind her, Dayo exhaled a long, steady breath. It felt like the entire room exhaled with him. The quiet that followed wasn't empty, just heavy, warm, and painfully familiar. The kind of silence that sits in your chest. He stood still for a few seconds, hands hanging loosely at his sides, eyes fixed on the door Luna had just walked through. For a moment, he almost expected her to come back inside, even though he knew she wouldn't. He ran a hand over his face and turned toward the corner of the room where his guitar leaned against the wall, waiting patiently. A small sigh escaped him, part exhaustion, part acceptance, as he picked it up. His fingers brushed the strings, testing the tension. The wood vibrated just slightly under his touch, the way it always had. He sat down and adjusted the strap over his shoulder. The house was quiet now, truly quiet. Even the city noise outside felt muted. The stillness settled around him like an old sweater he hadn't worn in years. It's been a long time, he thought, since he really played, since he allowed himself to sing without holding anything back. With a small, almost reluctant smile, he tuned the guitar, plucking each string carefully. Then he sat back, pressed his thumb to the edge of the sound hole, and inhaled deeply. The first chord he played settled in the air like warm breath against cold glass, soft, steady, and full of a quiet strength he didn't realize he'd been holding in. He thumbed the button to activate the live stream. "Hey, everyone," he said, voice low but steady. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Let's just relax today." His gaze flicked briefly toward the door, not knowing Luna was still outside, only a few steps away, listening. The thought of her out there, somewhere, maybe still within reach, made the corner of his mouth lift just slightly. "I've got something special for today," he continued softly. "Something I've been carrying for a while." He strummed again, and this time, he let his voice follow. The words flowed out of him as if they had been waiting at the edge of his throat for years. "The memories come, but they don't go. I hear the echoes pounding in my head. As long as I keep my eyes closed. You're lying right back in my arms again." His voice cracked gently on the last line. He didn't fight it. "I moved out, but I never moved on. So tell me now, where did we go so wrong?" As Dayo sang this part, memories rushed him all at once. Morocco, their stolen days together, the laughter, the quiet nights, the arguments, the breakup, the pain. His eyes burned red, not from the lights, not from fatigue, just emotion. He kept singing, his voice rising and falling with raw honesty. "I was your something once, the picture on your dresser. When did I become your something to remember?" Each line was heavy, pulled straight from the part of him he never let anyone see, not even Luna. Outside, Luna stood frozen just a few steps from the door, arms wrapped around herself as she leaned slightly against the railing. She had intended to walk away immediately, but the moment she heard their guitar sound, she stopped. The moment his voice followed, she couldn't take another step. She listened with a stillness that hurt. Inside the chat, the reactions started flooding instantly. "Whoa, the emotion in his voice is insane. I can't believe he's doing this live. Legendary. Dayo, this hits differently. This feels like a heartbreak song. Yeah, Dayo, are you good? OMG, look at his eyes, they are red. Dayo, I am crying. I am crying so much. JD is back. Who is she? JD, your heartbreak is breaking my heart. This feels too real. This isn't just a song, this is a confession. JD PLSSSS, are you okay? Bro is in pain, I can feel it. This is the realest thing he's ever done, OMG. Forget mysterious girl, this is a mystery pain. Release this or we riot." Luna's gaze never wavered. She could feel every emotion he was channeling. The longing, the regret, the love he hadn't admitted, the pain of being apart, and the subtle joy of reconnecting in a moment like this. She stepped closer to the edge of the doorway, letting herself be fully absorbed in the sound, letting it fill every corner of her mind. He played the final chorus with a renewed energy, hitting every note precisely, letting the last chord linger longer than usual. His eyes closed. He allowed the emotion to wash over him, feeling the culmination of everything he had been holding back. The song ended on a sustained note, his fingers gently lifting from the strings. He exhaled, the silence in the room almost deafening after the intensity of the performance. Then, Slowly, he opened his eyes and glanced at the camera. The chat exploded. I can't. This is perfection. Dayo just broke the internet with this one. I didn't know he could make me feel this way through a live stream. JD. Released this song. OMG, Dayo had fallen in love. Who broke JD heart? I can't breathe. This is perfection. JD just broke the internet again. The emotion in his voice? Dayo, please drop the song. He's in love with someone FR. Bro who broke his heart. Whoever she is, fix it. JD, I am sobbing. This might be his best song ever. He smiled faintly, satisfied but thoughtful. This wasn't just for the fans, it was for him. Outside, Luna lingered at the doorway. A mix of awe and emotion etched across her face. She didn't move immediately, letting the final notes settle in her mind. She understood what he was saying through the music, what he had never been able to fully explain in words. And for a moment, she just let herself feel it, the weight of the years, the connection, and the unspoken truths. Dayo set the guitar down gently, running a hand over the strings, lost in thought for a moment. The room was silent except for the faint echoes of the last chord. He leaned back in the chair, closing his eyes briefly, letting himself breathe, letting the emotions sink. He didn't know how long he sat there, but when he opened his eyes again, the live stream comments were still streaming. Fans were amazed, emotional, and supportive, each one sharing how deeply they had felt the song. Dayo allowed himself a small, private smile. This wasn't about performance or fame. It was about closure, understanding, and the quiet reconciliation of years of unspoken feelings. And for the first time in a long time, he felt that something inside him had shifted. Luna finally stepped back, letting herself disappear into the shadows outside, leaving Dayo to the quiet glow of the room and the guitar that had carried everything he couldn't say. A faint smile lingered, and he whispered to himself, something to remember, indeed. Chapter 185, Mysterious Girl. Dayo ended the stream, posted the video, dropped his phone on the table, and finally rested. He hadn't slept properly since the previous night, and after everything that happened with Luna, all the emotions, the training, the birthday event, his entire body felt heavy. So he slept. And while he slept, the whole internet exploded beyond anything he had ever experienced. The reason for the chaos was simple. The video he posted. The moment that clip hit the internet, people couldn't believe their ears. It had been more than 4 years since Dayo released any music. And even when he returned to the public eye, it wasn't as an artist. It was as an athlete. So this felt unreal. People were happy, surprised, confused, emotional, shocked, all at once. There was also the dating angle. Dayo wasn't just handsome, he was stunning. Tall, bold, dark-skinned, effortlessly attractive. His pictures always trended even when he wasn't trying. So naturally, women had always been curious about his love life. Blogs and fan pages constantly speculated about the kind of woman he would end up with, and the way he sang Something to Remember. The emotion, the softness in his tone, the way his voice cracked slightly. There was no doubt. He sang it for someone. And that alone lit the internet on fire. Within 1 hour, the video hit 10 million views. Comments poured in like a flood. JD is fucking back. JD, who is she? Yes, JD, who is she? OMG, Dayo is in love? Bro is breaking hearts without even knowing. I swear my sister is obsessed with JD. She's crying right now. Dayo, why do you do this to us? My heart is broken. JD the player strikes again. Why is nobody talking about the song? It's beautiful. Give Dayo a break, a beg. I love the song so much, OMG. The part that killed me was, I moved out, but I never moved on. That line cut deep. I just had a breakup. This song is too real. Whoever Dayo sang about, please go back to him. Okay, who knows the mysterious girl? Yes, that's her name now, Mysterious Girl. Trend, find Mysterious Girl. Find Mysterious Girl. Find Mysterious Girl. Find Mysterious Girl. Dayo just released the full song, please. Me too. Me 3. Mysterious Girl, here we come. The internet wasn't just reacting, it was moving as one giant crowd. A full-blown frenzy. Everyone wanted to know, who broke JD's heart? And why did he still sound like he hadn't healed? Girls on TikTok started claiming they were the mysterious girl. Fan pages were arguing. People were comparing old pictures, analyzing old interviews, creating theories. Someone made an edit of the song with a slightly faster tempo, and a new trend began. People stood outside their exes' apartments, recording a short clip while the line, "I moved out, but I never moved on," played in the background. The trend exploded immediately. Millions of videos, millions of duets, millions of stitches. Dayo's video was everywhere: Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, fan accounts, reaction channels. The world was eating it up. Meanwhile, Dayo was still knocked out on his bed, unaware of the storm outside. He finally woke up around 1 p.m. The first thing he did was stretch. The second thing he did was rub his face. And the third thing he did was check his phone. A huge mistake. The phone vibrated nonstop the moment he pressed the power button. Messages, calls, emails, mentions, tags, notifications. His entire screen was blue with alerts. He blinked, then frowned. What the hell? He scrolled. Sharon. Boss, wake up. Where are you? I've been calling since morning. Your video blew up. My phone is even hanging because of you. Wayne. Congrats, bro, but call me ASAP. Valerie. What did you do? Ulrich. Pick up your damn phone. Even Minjae sent. Dayo, call me. Something is happening. Dayo dropped the phone on his chest and stared at the ceiling. This is insane. He sat up, exhaled, and called Sharon. She picked on the first ring. Boss, she almost screamed. I just woke up, Dayo said calmly. Just woke up? Do you know you're trending #1 in 15 countries? JD Nation is going insane. People are crying. They are looking for a mysterious girl. Even brands are posting your video. Okay. Dayo rubbed his eyes. Relax. I can't relax. Your video has almost 30 million views already. Dayo paused. 30 what? 30. And rising. Boss, you need to see comments. No need. I already know what they're asking about. Sharon sighed loudly. Yeah, they want to know who she is. Dayo didn't answer. He just inhaled deeply. Call Wayne for me, he finally said. What do you want him to do? Tell him to meet me in the living room in 30 minutes. I want to record the full version of the song. Sharon gasped. You're releasing it? Not today, Dayo said. Tomorrow. But I want to finish it now. Okay. I'll call him right away. Dayo ended the call, showered quickly, changed clothes, and headed to the studio. When he walked in, everyone stared. Then they started teasing. JD. Lover boy. Bro, who is she? Your voice sounded like heartbreak. Omo record that song a beg. JD, carry us go where we know no. Dayo just smiled and walked past all of them. When he looked up, his eyes met Alice's. Just one glance. A quiet, familiar tension. They weren't dating. But they weren't nothing either. It was a complicated, messy, undefined thing they both chose not to label. Alice smiled faintly, then walked past him. As she passed him, she brushed her fingers across his hand lightly. You're a naughty boy, she whispered. No one heard it but him. Dayo felt a tiny stab of guilt. He pushed it away. He entered the studio with Wayne. Wayne folded his arms. You're not sleeping until this is recorded. That's the plan, Dayo said. They worked. Dayo played the guitar. Wayne added soft piano chords. Percussion layered softly at the back. They fixed the bridge, replaced a weaker verse, cleaned the harmony. By the time they finished, the room was silent. Wayne leaned back. It's perfect. Dayo nodded slowly. Schedule it for tomorrow. Noon. You got it. The song was exported, uploaded to the distribution dashboard, and queued for global release. Dayo left the studio quietly. His mind was full. Luna, the song, the emotions, the chaos online. But his chest felt lighter. Tomorrow, the world would get the full version. And whatever happened after that, he would face it. Chapter 186, Something to Remember Out. Dayo woke up a little later than usual. His eyes felt heavy, his body still tired from everything that happened the day before, but he forced himself up. A new day was a new routine, and no matter how overwhelmed he felt on the inside, he still liked to follow his structure. He stretched, washed his face, brushed, threw on his joggers, tied his sneakers, and stepped outside into the cool morning breeze. The estate was quiet, only soft winds and distant birds making noise. Dayo adjusted his headphones and started jogging. After a few minutes, he tapped his screen and started a live stream. He always streamed sometimes during his morning jogs. It kept him connected to his fans, even when he wasn't releasing music. The moment his camera turned on, the comments exploded. Dayo, you're live? Finally. Bro, we thought you ghosted us again. Who is the mysterious girl? JD, don't play with us. Why did you drop that emotional bomb and disappear? Dayo laughed as he jogged. You people won't kill me. Relax, he said. I didn't ghost anybody. I just slept a beg. More comments flew in. So who's she? Tell us. JD, please, we need answers. Your song has been on repeat since yesterday. Dayo wiped sweat from his forehead and kept jogging. Look, you people know me. I'm not answering that question, he said lightly. But yeah, the full version of the song is dropping today. The chat went mad instantly. What? Today? No warning. JD, you are evil. Dayo chuckled. Calm down, calm down. I like the acoustic version too, but the full production version is something else. I think you'll love it. Drop it now. Don't tease us. He smiled. You'll get it today? That's all I'll say. I'm almost done here. Let me finish my jog. He ended the live stream and kept jogging. Peacefully, breathing slowly, taking in the fresh air. It felt good to move. It felt good to run. It helped him clear his mind, especially after everything with Luna. When he returned home, he showered quickly and entered his car and zoomed to the office where some of the gang were moving around. Wayne, Ulrich, Valerie, Sharon, and even Rex passing by with a tablet in his hand. The moment they saw him, the teasing started. A superstar, Valerie said, smirking. So you finally woke up? Sharon added. Boss, who is the mystery girl? Because the internet is burning. Wayne shook his head slowly, smiling. Dayo, why did you break the world yesterday? Even Ulrich joined, laughing. Bro, you didn't even warn anyone. You just dropped heartbreak on everyone's chest. Dayo just rolled his eyes and walked to the fridge. You people should get out Jor, he said. They laughed harder. Tell us nah, Sharon teased. Just whisper it to me. Who is she? You already know the answer, Dayo said. But he didn't meet anyone's eyes. Especially not Wayne's, because Wayne knew him the most. And they all knew the girl was Luna. But no one would dare mention her name out loud. They were just having fun teasing him. When they arrived, everyone was in motion. The sound guys, the video guys, marketing team members, even interns moving cables around. Everywhere felt alive. Dayo clapped his hands. All right, update me. Wayne stepped forward. So marketing already pushed the banners. The platforms are ready. The hype is crazy. Even though this release wasn't planned, the video yesterday ignited everything. People have been asking for the full version nonstop. Dayo nodded. Good. Then let's not waste the moment. Release it today. Everything's ready, Sharon said from behind a laptop. We can drop it in 3, 2, 1. She clicked. It's out. And just like that, the world caught fire again. Within minutes, the team started shouting updates from their screens. Apple Music, #1 in multiple categories. Spotify, massive surge, servers lagged for 2 seconds. Trending #1 worldwide on every platform. Billboard real-time. It just entered at #7. The room erupted into noise. Dayo stood still, stunned. He wasn't expecting this. Not after 4 years. Not after disappearing. Not after switching to athletics. He thought people might move on. But they didn't. In fact, they seemed hungrier than ever. His phone vibrated nonstop. He ignored most of the messages, but some caught his eye. Concert promoters, festival organizers, old label connections, foreign producers, journalists begging for interviews. JD, please come on tour. Perform this live. Headline our festival. Collab request. But Dayo couldn't commit to anything. He wasn't ready for a tour. He wasn't even ready for big shows. He still had the competition training ahead of him. And he didn't want to overwork himself. He simply told Wayne, tell them I'm focused on something else right now. They should wait. Wayne nodded. No problem. They spent the entire day handling calls, answering emails, fixing small project details, monitoring charts, and checking comments. It was hectic. It was exciting. It was stressful. Less than an hour after the release, the song had more than 55 million streams across all platforms and was rising. When everything finally calmed down, Dayo drove home. The sun was already setting. The sky had a soft orange glow. He unlocked his door, went inside, dropped his bag, and took a slow shower. The warm water helped, but it didn't remove the heaviness in his chest. After dressing, he sat on his chair, the same spot he always used when he needed to think. The house was silent. The air felt thick. He reached for the envelope Max and Bella had given him. It sat on the desk untouched since they delivered it. He picked it up slowly and stared at it. Inside that envelope was information he wasn't sure he was ready to face. Information that could change things. Information that Max and Bella risked a lot to bring him. His fingers tapped the edge of the envelope gently. He exhaled, then leaned back, thinking, what should he do with it? What was the right thing? What would happen if he sent it? What would happen if he just leave the situation be? The room stayed quiet as Dayo stared at the evidence in his hand, lost in thought, unsure of his next move. And that was how the day ended. Chapter 187, Action Time. Dayo woke up early, the same way he always did. His biological clock never failed him. The morning felt calm, quiet, almost too normal considering what he had planned. He sat up, stretched slowly, and let his thoughts settle. He had spent most of the night thinking about what to do with the evidence Max and Bella brought. At first, he wanted to wait. But after thinking it through, he realized that waiting would only make things harder. The earlier he handled this, the better. Besides, he wasn't going to lie to himself. He wanted to use this evidence for selfish reasons too. One of the biggest reasons was simple. He wanted to compete in more categories. The 100m, 200m, and the 4,100 relay. As far as he was concerned, he wasn't planning to be an average athlete. With the system backing him, staying in only one event felt like a waste. Why limit himself? If he could dominate more categories, why not? And as for the people who were caught doping, that wasn't his business. They made their choice. They used enhancements, he didn't. So he didn't feel bad for any of them. With that decision, he sat at his table and went through the evidence again. The files were neatly arranged. Names, transaction receipts, coaches involved, ingredient lists, lab instructions, formulas, everything. It was enough to destroy careers, break teams apart, and shake the entire sports world. He continued scanning through the names until his eyes landed on the one he had been looking for, Coach Richard. He expected it, but seeing it confirmed everything. And there were many others, coaches and athletes from different sports, not just swimming. This wasn't just a scandal. This was a bomb that could rip through the entire sports industry. And Dayo knew it. He felt no guilt. Everyone who used those substances knew exactly what they were risking. But one thing did worry him. Would the committee take action? There was a real possibility they wouldn't. If this information got out, too many top athletes would crash. Too many medals, records, reputations, gone. The committee might try to hide it all to save themselves. And if they buried it, then nothing would change. But after thinking deeply, Dayo came to a simple solution. If they try to bury the truth, he'll bury them. He would leak everything. He would hand it to bloggers, tabloids, and major news platforms. He would make so much noise that no committee could silence it. No organization wanted to be dragged through public outrage, especially when the government was strictly against performance-enhancing drugs. With that settled, he picked up his phone and dialed Max. Hello, Max. Yes, boss. Good morning. Morning. I hope the operation wasn't too stressful. Max laughed. Not at all, boss. Looking at my account balance? It was worth it. Dayo chuckled lightly. You haven't changed. Anyway, I have something else for you to carry. Out. Max's tone shifted. He knew this one was serious. All right, boss. I'm listening. Now, the evidence in your hands is pretty much a bomb. I hope you already investigated the USADA employees I told you to look into. Yes, boss. And the results? They had no formal contact whatsoever with the national team coaches. Dayo exhaled in relief. If anyone from inside USADA had been working with the coaches, this would have been messy, complicated. But it seemed his fears were unnecessary. Good, he said. Now here's what I want you to do. The evidence, everything, deliver it directly to the head of USADA. Secretly. Make sure he's at home. Make sure he's the one who collects it. No middlemen. All right, sir. Is that all? Dayo paused for a moment. Something else came to mind. No. After this job, your focus should shift to the individuals I told you about, the ones backing Michael. Remember what I said? Yes, sir. You said they don't want to be known, but we have to uncover their identities. Good, Dayo replied calmly. Michael is just a pawn in this game. If I cut him off, they'll replace him with someone new. I'm not removing a leaf. I'm cutting the root. Only then will the problem stop. This was exactly why Dayo hadn't exposed Michael yet. He knew Michael wasn't the real problem. Michael was useful, for now. If Dayo released evidence against him, the real people behind the scenes would simply find a new puppet, and then Dayo would lose all advantage. It was also the reason he had stepped away from the music industry temporarily. He needed to understand how deep those people had gone into the industry, how far their hands reached. Understood, boss, Max replied. Good. Once you deliver the evidence, update me immediately. Okay, boss. All right. Dayo ended the call and finally sat down properly, rubbing his temples. After a few minutes of silence, Dayo dialed another number, Alice. She picked up almost instantly. Hello. Dayo, good morning. Morning, Alice. I have something I want you to work on for me. Oh, really? Is that how you want to do it now? No good morning conversation? No chit-chat? Just straight to business. Alice teased. Dayo smiled. He knew exactly why she sounded like that. Even though they weren't dating, Alice was a little jealous. She knew very well the song he released was about Luna. My bad, Dayo said lightly. I forgot to tell you. I made a reservation at that exotic place you've been talking about. But since you're angry, maybe I should cancel. Alice almost shouted. Hey, who said I'm angry? It's not Pharaoh. Dayo laughed. All right. My bad. I misread the situation. Alice scoffed playfully. Yes, you did. So what is it you want me to do? I sent you some files. I want you to go through the content carefully. Then contact your friends in the news outlets. Keep all of them on standby. Something big is cooking, but they must wait for my signal before releasing anything. Alice paused for a second. All right, I'll do that. But can I ask what it's about? Dayo smiled slightly. I sent the file. You can read it. Alice pouted. No, I want to hear it from you. Dayo shook his head, amused. If anyone heard Alice talking like this, they wouldn't believe it. She always carried herself with maturity and class. But with him, she was always playful. All right, Dayo said finally. It's about swimming. I found out that some athletes are using drugs to enhance their performance, and I have evidence. Chapter 188. This ends today. All right, Dayo said finally. It's about swimming. I found out that some athletes are using drugs to enhance their performance, and I have evidence. Alice almost jumped out of her chair. What? Her mind flashed immediately to the day reporters ambushed Dayo, demanding answers, accusing him of doping without shame or proof. Now the same Dayo was saying he had real evidence, names, formulas, coaches, and a full breakdown. It felt like the universe had flipped. Alice blinked, amused, impressed, and slightly terrified all at once. Dayo, you're really ruthless. You know that, right? Dayo smirked lightly. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, please, Alice rolled her eyes. Your enemies should be praying. Dayo exhaled a soft laugh. Of course they should. They chatted briefly before ending the call. Dayo stepped outside to film content with Timon, leaving the house with a clear head. Outside, across the street, Max sat in his parked car with Bella beside him. Both wore casual outfits, blending perfectly into the neighborhood. The mission was simple, but the weight behind it was massive. The car windows were slightly down, letting a faint morning breeze slip through. Max leaned back, staring at the quiet building in front of them. So, what do you think about these people backing Michael? The ones boss keeps mentioning. Bella took a slow breath. Honestly, scary. Scary how? The kind of scary that one can't say in the open. She shifted, crossing her legs. I feel like these people. Boss didn't exaggerate. They're powerful, influential, and they want control. Control of what exactly? Max asked. Bella glanced at him. Control of everything that affects the public. Media, narratives, opportunities, what the world sees, what they hear. Boss showed us only a tiny piece, and even that tiny piece is deep. She clicked her tongue. Imagine the full picture. Max shook his head. And Michael is just a pawn. Obviously, Bella replied. He's talented, but replaceable. People like that, those who move behind the scenes, they don't invest in a single person. They invest in leverage, and they definitely have something on Michael to keep him on leash. Max exhaled slowly, staring out the windshield. And if Boss doesn't stop them, what then? Bella didn't answer immediately. She looked at the building again, the windows reflecting soft sunlight. Then once they get a tighter grip on the media, everything changes, she said finally. Imagine someone who controls what the world sees. Which artists rise? Which artists fall? Which stories disappear? If they combine business and entertainment, that's dangerous power. Max nodded. Yeah, really dangerous. Bella shifted her gaze and suddenly stiffened. Target approaching. Max straightened immediately. They watched in silence as David Thomas, the head of USADA, approached his apartment building after his usual morning jog. He wore a gray sweat-soaked t-shirt, earphones dangling around his neck, breathing hard. The moment he unlocked the front door and went inside, Bella murmured, "Now." Max stepped out of the car calmly, walked across the short pathway, and approached the door. He placed the envelope, thick, sealed, and heavy with truth, against the doorframe. Then he rang the bell. He didn't run. He didn't hide. Instead, he walked away casually, turning at the corner just enough to glimpse the peephole light flicker. Thomas peeked. He saw Max's figure leaving, and though he didn't recognize him, he didn't see any threat. A second later, the door opened, and Thomas picked up the envelope. Max slid back into the car, buckled his seatbelt, and leaned back with a quiet grin. "Mission completed. Let's go," he said. Bella started the engine, and the car rolled away smoothly. Asterisk. Inside the house, David Thomas stared at the envelope in confusion. He wasn't expecting any delivery. He checked the seal again, completely unmarked, no return address. "What is this?" he muttered. He was about to drop it on the table and head for the shower, but something tugged at him. A strange instinct. He sat instead, pulled the chair closer, and opened the envelope. The first page stopped his breath. Evidence of performance-enhancing drug distribution within multiple national sports programs. He blinked. No way. His eyebrows pulled together in disbelief. He flipped the page. And the next. And the next. His jaw clenched. Names of coaches. Names of suppliers. The formulas used. The manufacturing process. The list of athletes benefiting from the enhancements. Dates. Receipts. Digital footprints. Conversations. Everything. Impossible. Thomas whispered, hand trembling slightly. But it wasn't impossible. It was real. Shock expanded into anger, hot, sharp, and immediate. His heart thumped against his ribs as the memories flooded back. He had been an athlete once. A runner. Clean, disciplined, relentless. And yet, despite all his effort, drug users had always outranked him. He refused to take shortcuts. Instead, he fought his way up the system until he reached USADA, determined to protect athletes from the same injustice he faced. He always suspected something was wrong in the system. He had pushed labs for deeper tests, demanded rechecks, argued with supervisors, but the results always came back clean. Now he understood why. Someone was covering it up, and it was massive. His hand tightened on the file until his knuckles turned pale. "This," he muttered, breath shaking. "This is corruption on a level I've never seen." He didn't waste a second. He grabbed his phone and dialed his deputy's number. "Meet me downstairs. We're going to the testing lab." Immediately, within 20 minutes, Thomas and his deputy were inside the facility where athlete samples were stored and monitored. "Get me the list of athletes under these coaches," Thomas ordered, slamming the file down on the table. "Random selection. 5 from each." The technicians exchanged confused looks, but obeyed instantly. Thomas opened another section of the evidence, the drug formula and detection method, a formula his labs had never tested for because it wasn't on any official list. "Run the new test," Thomas ordered. "Use the formula here. I want results within the hour." The lab workers rushed into motion. Thomas waited, pacing, stopping, pacing again, his entire body tense, furious, and determined. Finally, the results printed out. Positive, 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 positive. Every single athlete tested showed signs of the enhancement. Thomas felt a cold wave wash over him. Rage simmered beneath his skin. He picked up his phone again, voice low and dangerously calm. "Organize an emergency meeting," he told his deputy. "Right now? I want every senior official in that room in the next 30 minutes. The deputy didn't argue. He swallowed and nodded. "Yes, sir. I'll get it done." Thomas stared at the evidence again, his anger solidifying into purpose. "This ends today," he muttered. Chapter 189, Emergency Meeting. The entire office was silent, so silent that even the hum of the air conditioner felt loud. Nobody moved, nobody breathed too deeply. Every senior officer in the room sat stiff, eyes lowered, waiting. The door opened. Thomas walked in with a heavy, unreadable expression. His usually calm face was tight with anger. He didn't greet anyone, didn't nod, didn't blink. He simply walked to his seat, sat down, and looked around slowly. The air tightened. "I am highly disappointed in all of you," Thomas said, his voice cutting through the room like a blade. How can this even be possible? Eh. Nobody replied. They couldn't. The pressure in his tone alone was enough to choke the room. Thomas picked up a thick brown envelope and dropped it hard on the table. Papers scattered, lab reports, formulas, lists, evidence, timelines. Some pages slid all the way to the edge of the long conference table. Look at this, he snapped. For 4 years, this was happening. Under your watch. Under this department. And none of you caught it. Heads bent lower. Some officers clenched their fists. Others held their breath. You claim to be inspectors? Thomas continued. You claim to run background checks? Random tests? Surprise. Inspections. He pointed sharply at the left side of the table. What were you doing? No answer. Then he pointed at the right side. And you? What were you monitoring? Still silence. His voice rose with real frustration. How can people be using enhancement drugs, passing through the system, and none of you detect a thing? When did this department become blind? Nobody dared defend themselves. Thomas had always been respectful, even to older officers. Younger than most of them, yet more disciplined, more competent. But when it came to drug-related negligence, he changed completely. Right now, none of them wanted to be anywhere near his anger. He exhaled sharply and wiped a hand across his face. You all scream of incompetence and laziness, he said. Just pray that none of you are connected to this mess. Because if I find even a trace linking any of you, knowing, helping, looking away, I will follow you to the end of the world. The threat was real. Everyone knew it. Now, Thomas said, straightening, I will divide you into units. We will run emergency checks on every coach and athlete linked to this evidence. Each team will go to different training centers, collect fresh samples, seize any suspicious substances, and bring everything straight to the lab. The moment he finished, the room finally moved. Chairs scraped as people stood. Teams gathered quickly, receiving assignments and hurriedly organizing themselves. Thomas watched them silently, his jaw still tight. But the moment the officers left the conference room, his work was only beginning. Dayo just got off the phone with Max, and he just informed him that Thomas called an emergency meeting with all the staff. Dayo nodded. He dialed Alice. She picked on the second ring. Hello. It's time, Dayo said calmly. Tell your friends to post everything. Alice blinked. Already? That fast? Yes. Once the agency sees the evidence, the media needs to see it too. No room for burying it. Alice sighed. You really don't waste time, do you? I don't plan to. All right. I'll call them. And Alice. Dayo added. Make sure they double-check everything before posting. Nothing must be wrong. She smiled a little. Relax. I trust you. I already reviewed the files earlier. Everything is clean. But the names aren't revealed. They'll come out soon, Dayo said. Trust me. Okay, let me call them. She ended the call and immediately dialed one of her journalist friends. Hey, baby girl. Yeah, it's me. Drop everything you're doing. It's time. Post it. The girl on the other end screamed in excitement. Say less. Within minutes, the story hit the internet. By the time the first batch of senior officials stepped outside the building to begin their field assignments, they froze. The parking lot was filled with media vans. Reporters everywhere. Cameras flashing. Microphones raised. News drones hovering overhead. Everyone shouting at once. Sir, is it true athletes have been using enhancements? Has USADA been failing for years? What is the agency hiding? How many athletes are involved? Officers turned pale. The news hadn't even left the building, yet somehow the entire media world was already here. Thomas stepped out last. The moment he appeared, at least 20 microphones pushed toward him. Cameramen swarmed closer. Mr. Thomas, please answer. What is your agency's response? We have reports of a 4-year drug cover-up. Can you confirm? Sir. Thomas raised a hand. His expression was exhausted but firm. First of all, I want to apologize to the general public for the shock and concern this situation has caused. The reporters went quiet, waiting. However, Thomas continued. Right now, we cannot afford delays or distractions. We are in the middle of a critical internal operation. We will hold an official press conference and address all questions soon. For now, please allow us to do our jobs. When is the press conference? A reporter yelled. Later today, Thomas replied. Security quickly stepped in, creating a barrier and guiding the press back. Reporters kept flashing cameras, but respected the space. Thomas exhaled deeply and signaled his officers to move. Inside the agency, the building was in chaos. Phones ringing nonstop. Officers running from office to office. Printers spitting out reports. Lab technicians preparing emergency test kits. Supervisors shouting. Instructions across hallways. Folders, sample boxes, and new testing equipment were packed into vans. Names of athletes and coaches were being read out loud. Doors slammed, radios buzzed, vehicles revved up. The entire agency felt like it was on fire. Thomas entered the lab wing. "Begin retesting immediately," he ordered. "I want fresh samples analyzed with the new formula I gave you." "Yes, sir." Everything was moving fast, but not fast enough. Thomas's jaw remained tight. If this wasn't handled right, the entire agency could collapse under public anger. Chapter 190, Panic and Shock. Alex was lying on his couch, scrolling lazily through his phone. He had been relaxing after qualifying for the Olympic trials, feeling proud, feeling calm. He tapped a notification. Then his eyes widened. Breaking news. Major drug scandal in U.S. sports. USADA under fire. Investigation begins immediately. He sat up fast. What the hell? He scrolled more. Names of sports. Rumors of coaches. Reports of performance enhancement. His heart dropped. No, 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 no. He dialed his coach instantly. Ring, ring, ring. Voicemail. He called again. Ring, ring. Voicemail. A third time. Please leave a message after the tone. Alex's hands started shaking. What's going on? Why aren't you picking up? His chest tightened. He stood up, pacing the room, running a hand through his hair, heart pounding. Don't tell me this is real. Coach, please, please don't let this be what I'm thinking. More alerts were buzzing. More news. More reports. More panic. Alex swallowed hard, staring at the phone like it was about to explode in his hand, and realizing slowly that this scandal might be bigger than anything he ever imagined. And his coach might be right in the center of it. Richard had just woken up from an afternoon nap, feeling refreshed. He stretched a bit, walked out of the room, and saw his wife in the kitchen making lunch, her hips swaying gently left and right to the rhythm of the music playing faintly on the speaker. The sight made him smile instantly. He walked up quietly behind her and slipped his hands around her waist. She flinched. "Oh my God, honey, stop. You almost made my heart fly out." Richard smirked. "That's why I'm here, to catch it." His wife turned red instantly. "Oh, stop it, Richard." Richard, feeling playful, leaned into her and was just about to kiss her neck when, "Guys, please. Aren't you a bit old for this? Get a room." Their 16-year-old daughter yelled from the doorway. Both parents froze, then looked at her, and both scolded her at the same time. "Out." She laughed and ran away as Richard chased her for interrupting his moment. He eventually returned to the room, still smiling. On his way back, he heard something faint on the TV. He ignored it at first, until a certain headline caught his ear. He stepped back into the living room. His eyes narrowed. The headline read, "Performance-enhancing drug distribution within multiple national sports programs." Richard blinked, then blinked again. He had to lean closer and read it twice. His mouth slowly opened. His wife turned from the kitchen. "What happened, honey?" Richard didn't answer. He simply sank into the chair, eyes glued to the TV. He didn't even realize he was holding his breath until his chest burned. Thomas appeared on screen, speaking firmly about an emergency press conference to come. Evidence was already being released. Richard felt his stomach twist, because at that moment, everything Dayo once told him flashed back like a movie. Flashback. Richard remembered the whole conversation perfectly. Dayo sat across from him, calm, relaxed, too relaxed. "Dayo, what if the person who finished first fails the drug test?" Richard, "Then the second place takes the spot." "Dayo, what if the second person fails too?" Richard chuckled. "Then the third person will go." Dayo didn't smile. "What if the third person fails?" Richard frowned. "That's unusual. But if it happens, then the fourth person will qualify." Dayo leaned forward slightly. "And what if the fourth person can't meet Olympic standards? What happens then?" Richard paused. He remembered the exact silence. He remembered the exact thought he had. Why is he asking me these questions? After a long pause, he answered truthfully. "Well, then the Federation does a special selection. They will bring someone who has Olympic-level time, regardless of placement. And Dayo said one thing he would never forget. Exactly. It was only now, sitting in his living room with the biggest scandal in U.S. sports on the TV, that Richard finally understood. Dayo wasn't asking hypothetical questions. He was laying out the plan, step by step, angle by angle, consequence by consequence. Richard whispered, "Dayo, you actually did this." Richard grabbed his phone immediately and dialed Dayo. It rang once. "Yo," Dayo answered casually. Richard's voice shook. "Dayo, did you really do this?" Dayo sighed. "Richard, I don't want to talk about it." "Oh, come on," Richard pressed. "I know when something has your fingerprints all over it." Dayo chuckled lightly. "Didn't I tell you? I'm going to fix everything. And I'm going to compete in more events. This is huge, Dayo. This is the scandal of the century. Not my fault," Dayo said calmly. "They chose to use drugs." Richard rubbed his face, still overwhelmed. "My God. People's careers, reputations, everything is falling apart." "That's on them," Dayo said. "Not on me." Richard exhaled deeply. Then Dayo added quietly, "Oh, and before I forget, I submitted the evidence that Coach Matthew framed you. They'll be calling you soon. Prepare yourself." Richard froze. "Are you serious?" "Yes." "Dayo, I don't even know what to say." "Don't say anything. You helped me. You believed me when everybody doubted me. You deserve this." Richard swallowed hard. His chest tightened with emotion. "Thank you, son." "Anytime," Dayo replied. Asterisk. Within minutes, the news had spread across every social platform. Sports channels, YouTube, podcasts, Instagram, TikTok. Everyone was posting clips, headlines, theories, rumors, panic, shock. Articles poured in. Massive drug ring uncovered. Multiple sports under investigation. Anonymous source drops explosive evidence. Olympic standings could be reshuffled completely. Which athletes are involved? Public demands answers. Dayo's name started appearing in some speculative comments. "Isn't this because of JD? JD is suspicious. He didn't qualify last time. Maybe he's involved. He's been quiet for years, then boom, all this? Don't tell me he's using drugs too." Though there was zero evidence, the internet was doing what the internet does best. Jumping to conclusions. Asterisk. Richard sat there quietly, taking it all in. He was shocked, but at the same time, he understood everything perfectly now. Dayo's calmness, his confidence, his strange questions, his refusal to panic about last trials, his belief that something big would shift. Richard whispered to himself, "This boy actually flipped the entire system." And now the world was about to feel the impact. Chapter 191, Pressure. The news about athletes using enhancement drugs was everywhere, spreading faster than anyone could control. Because the Olympics were only weeks away and every country was holding their trials, the timing of the scandal hit like a nuclear bomb. And the fact that it was America at the center of it, that was what shook the world the most. Global broadcasters replayed the headlines every single minute. Countries with strong athletic programs were watching closely. Rival nations were glued to their screens, waiting for names to drop. Some were secretly happy. After all, if top American athletes were disqualified, it gave their own athletes a better shot at medals. But others were terrified, praying silently that their own athletes had not used the same formula. Because if the formula had spread internationally, then the scandal was no longer America's headache. It would become a worldwide disaster. Inside USADA headquarters, Thomas had completely transformed. He wasn't calm. He wasn't composed. He wasn't friendly. He was a man in full war mode. Everyone under him felt it. "Move. Get those samples to the lab. Run the tests again. No excuses." His voice echoed through the entire building from morning to night. Thomas didn't sit all day. He walked between offices and labs non-stop, checking reports, questioning technicians, and pushing everyone to work faster. Even the smallest mistake triggered another wave of frustration from him. His staff ran around with clipboards, laptops, documents, and boxes of evidence. The pressure in the building was thick. Nobody even breathed loudly. Labs across the country were now operating 24/7. Doctors were exhausted. Technicians slept on chairs, couches, or on the floor. Nobody was allowed to go home. Thomas made sure of that. "No one leaves until every test is completed," he said. "If a sample exists, test it. If you think an athlete might have used enhancement 2 years ago, test them again. Zero bias." Everybody gets tested, even if they're top athletes. I don't care. His anger was real, and it wasn't because of publicity. It was because he was disappointed in himself. How had something this huge happened under his watch? For 4 years, Thomas had already distributed the enhancement formula to every anti-doping lab in America, then sent it to the International Olympic Committee, the World Anti-Doping Agency, and several foreign doping agencies. His instructions were straightforward. Check your athletes too. If this formula appears in their blood, then we have a global problem. The responses came faster than expected, and they were bad. A sprinter from Europe tested positive. A swimmer from Asia had suspicious hormone traces. A cyclist's blood pattern matched the formula. Thomas was furious. This wasn't a national scandal anymore. It was international rot. He pushed harder. More evidence came in every hour. Emails were being drafted and sent to all athletes suspected of using the drug, temporary suspension, notices, hearing schedules, and warnings of possible bans. And on that growing list, Alex's name appeared. Alex sat in his living room, shaking his leg non-stop as anxiety chewed at him. He had been calling his coach all day, but every call ended the same way. Voicemail, voicemail, voicemail. Coach, please, just pick up, he muttered. When his phone dinged again, he glanced down, expecting another news alert. It wasn't. It was an email. From USADA. His chest tightened instantly. He hesitated, swallowed, then opened it. Dear Mr. Alex Raymond, you have been flagged for possible use of performance enhancement substances. Your recent blood analysis aligns with markers connected to current investigations. You are hereby placed under temporary suspension pending formal review. The word stabbed him. His fingers weakened. The phone slipped from his hand and hit the couch. No, this can't be real. He stood completely still, breath heavy, mind blank. His throat felt tight. His chest felt crushed. How? Why did I let Coach talk me into this? He dragged his hands through his hair, pacing the room, breathing fast. Everything he worked for, his dreams, his hard work, was collapsing right in front of him. He grabbed his keys. If he won't answer, I'll find him myself. He stormed out of the house. He didn't care how long it took. He wanted answers. Meanwhile, Thomas was preparing the final step. The evidence collected so far was enough to shake the entire sports world. Too many top athletes had tested positive. Too many patterns matched. Too many connections lined up. It was finally time. Thomas stood in the middle of the office floor and spoke loudly. Get the press ready. We're holding the first briefing. Reporters had been waiting outside since morning. Now, they were about to get what they wanted. Thomas inhaled deeply. Tell them, he said to his deputy. The conference begins in 1 hour. The storm was ready to break. Meanwhile, the person behind the domino effect wasn't even bothered. Dayo was inside JD Label's main studio with all his top executives, going over the performance of his new song. So, he asked casually, what are the numbers and placements? The room went silent for a few seconds. Because how was an artist this calm? His song blew up everywhere, yet he was relaxed like nothing special happened. Ever since Dayo returned after his 4-year rest, he hadn't cared about releasing music or chasing charts. He wasn't eager. He wasn't stressed. He was just calm. Alice exhaled and finally answered. After 1 week on all platforms, Something to Remember is doing crazy numbers. She lifted her tablet. Spotify, 59.4 million streams. Apple Music, #1 in 48 countries, plus 12 from yesterday. YouTube, 45.2 million views, plus 32.5 M in the last 3 days. Audiomack, 15.7 million streams, plus 7.6 M. And it just entered the Billboard Hot 100 at #3, still rising. Fast. Even the Billboard charts were calling it the surprise comeback hit nobody expected. Dayo nodded with a bright smile. This is good. So what's the next step to increase streams? Valerie shrugged. Well, you're hot right now, so we could host shows or performances, but you already said no to that. And since you didn't let us plan the release, our options are limited. Everyone on the board nodded. They knew Dayo kept them in the dark purposely, and none of them could blame him. He was trying to protect them from unnecessary stress. But sometimes, he forgot that they were older and had handled worse before. Dayo leaned back. I know it's a bit difficult, but let's go with a music video. That's the best move. They nodded again, even though they hoped for more explanation. But Dayo stayed quiet. That meant they had no choice but to move forward. Well, Alice sighed. Since it's decided, we'll start preparations immediately. Dayo smiled faintly. Good. Looks like my days are about to get busy. Chapter 192. The room was chaos the moment Thomas stepped onto the podium. Cameras flashed nonstop. Reporters shouted over each other. Microphones were pushed so close that security had to step in. ESPN, CNN, BBC, Reuters, Al Jazeera, Sky Sports, Global Sports Network, Sports Hub Media, and over 30 other outlets were present. Every seat was filled. Every corridor was crowded. Even the balcony had journalists squeezed shoulder to shoulder. Thomas adjusted the mic, face stern, eyes sharp. Everyone, calm down, he said firmly. I will take questions from as many outlets as possible. One question per representative. Let's do this properly. The entire room went quiet. He had never spoken with this level of authority before. Even the cameras stopped moving for a moment. A woman from BBC Sport shot her hand up first. Is it true that over a dozen U.S. athletes tested positive for the enhancement formula? Thomas didn't hide anything. Yes, we have confirmed multiple positive tests. Most of them are connected to their coaches. Some athletes acted alone, but the majority were introduced to the drug through coaching channels. A wave of murmurs filled the hall. A man from ESPN stood next. Do you have concrete evidence tying these coaches to the distribution? Thomas slid a folder forward. Proof of payments. Recorded messages. Training logs. Blood work. We have everything. This wasn't a mistake. It was organized cheating. Gasps filled the room. Someone from Reuters raised her voice. Is it true this has been going on for 4 years? Thomas inhaled deeply. Yes, and I take responsibility for not detecting it earlier. But I assure you, we are correcting that failure with full force. The crowd exploded into murmurs again. He continued before they could interrupt. I have slept 3 hours in the last 48 hours. My team hasn't gone home. We are testing every athlete, every sample, past and present. Nobody is exempt, not even national icons. Hands shot up again. A CNN reporter asked, Are international athletes also testing positive for the formula? Yes, Thomas said bluntly. So far, we have reports from China, Russia, Great Britain, Germany, Brazil, Japan, and South Africa. This formula isn't just in the US. It has spread globally. A wave of shock hit the room, so hard it felt physical. Next was Sky Sports. Are major events going to be rescheduled? The Olympic trials especially? Thomas nodded slowly. If an entire event, say the 100-meter freestyle, has its top 3 athletes testing positive and the others doesn't meet the Olympic trials, we cannot take their results as final. That means certain trials may be repeated or adjusted to ensure fairness. We are coordinating with the IOC about it. Another uproar. Even the security guards shifted nervously. Someone from the made-up Global Sports Network stood. Why are you personally this involved? This level of intensity is unusual for an agency chief. Thomas paused. The room fell into silence. He leaned forward slightly. I was once an athlete, he said quietly. I ran track. I trained for years. I lost my spot on the national team to someone who later confessed to using performance enhancers. Murmurs filled the room again, but softer, sympathetic. I know how it feels, he continued. To work hard, to sacrifice everything, only to be cheated out of a dream. So when I discovered this formula, this system, I promised myself no athlete under my watch would suffer what I did. Flashes went off rapidly. His voice hardened. I will burn this corruption to the ground, even if I have to fight every coach, every agent, every official involved. A New York Times reporter raised her hand. What punishment can the implicated athletes expect? Temporary suspension at minimum, Thomas replied. Lifelong bans for repeated use or confirmed conspiracy. Coaches? They may face criminal charges depending on the state. We are working with federal law enforcement. A man from Athletic Review Daily asked, Do you think the U.S. team will still be able to compete normally in the Olympics after this? Thomas sighed. That depends on the final number of clean athletes left. But I would rather send a smaller clean team than a large team built on cheating. Applause broke out. Unexpected, loud, and sincere. Even some reporters stood up. Thomas lifted a hand. One final question. A young reporter from Sports Hub Media spoke up nervously. Sir, how big is this scandal really? Thomas looked around the room, at the cameras, the journalists, the buzzing world waiting outside. Then he said, firmly, "This is the biggest doping scandal of the century, and we haven't even released the names yet." The room exploded. Voices, questions, flashes, chaos. Thomas stepped back from the podium and signaled to his deputy. "That's enough. Release the first wave of documents," he ordered. The deputy nodded and rushed out with an envelope. Within minutes, the first list of banned coaches and suspended athletes was uploaded online. The world reacts. In less than 6 minutes, ESPN released U.S. Sports in Flames. First list drops. CNN reported massive doping network exposed. BBC aired international shock as global athletes also linked. Reuters wrote, Olympic trials at risk of being rerun. Sky Sports uploaded a special segment. Al Jazeera discussed the global impact. New York Times dropped an analysis article. Global Sports Network labeled it the collapse of an era. Then the social media chaos began. Hashtag USADA scandal. Hashtag global doping crisis. Hashtag Olympics in danger. Hashtag corruption in sports. Thousands of tweets per second. Millions of likes. Millions of shares. Athletes from clean countries demanded justice. Some competitors celebrated secretly. Some cried on live streams. Some deleted old posts in panic. Meanwhile, the IOC released a short statement. "We will assess the scale of affected events. Certain trials may be repeated depending on the number of disqualified athletes." More panic. More confusion. More headlines. America. China. Russia. The UK. Brazil. Japan. Germany. No country was escaping this untouched. The world of sports was collapsing, and Thomas had only released the first wave. And the internet were in shambles as the name of top athletes were released. People were shocked at the massive number of athletes and coaches that were involved in them. Chapter 193, Global Headlines. The moment the news outlets left the hall for the conference, headlines started to fly from them. BBC News. Scandal of the century. USA doping network exposed. BBC reported the conference as one of the largest drug-related exposures in modern sports history, emphasizing the scale and how long it went unnoticed. CNN International. Top athletes under investigation as enhancement formula identified. CNN explained how several high-ranking athletes were now suspended pending hearings, and how the formula had been linked directly to coaching programs. Al Jazeera. Global impact. Multiple countries report positive tests after new formula released. Al Jazeera highlighted the ripple effect. Countries outside the U.S. confirming positive tests among their athletes within 24 hours. Sky Sports. Coaches at the center of massive doping scheme, evidence shows. Sky Sports focused on how the investigation pointed to coaches as the architects, distributing illegal enhancements to their athletes. ESPN. IOC may run Olympic trials after shocking drug scandal. ESPN reported discussions about redoing entire qualifying events because the top contenders tested positive. USA Today. 4 years of suppressed doping. How testing failed. The outlet criticized the outdated anti-doping systems that failed to detect the drug for years. The Guardian. Sports world reacts. A betrayal to clean. Athletes everywhere. The Guardian published a compilation of reactions from former athletes, fans, and analysts condemning the scandal. New York Times. Unprecedented data. New formula detects years old traces of drug use. NYT focused on the science behind the new test, explaining how past doping could finally be detected. Reuters. Nations order immediate retesting of athletes. Reuters reported several governments demanding emergency retesting of their national teams. Associated Press, AP. Athletes break down on camera as suspensions drop. AP documented emotional reactions. Athletes crying, denying involvement, or blaming their coaches. Fox Sports. Sponsors freeze millions in contracts after doping revelations. Fox Sports highlighted how major brands were pausing endorsements related to athletes and coaches involved. Bloomberg. Economic shock. Doping scandal threatens billion-dollar sports market. Bloomberg pointed out how the scandal might affect investments, sponsorships, and Olympic revenue. Channels TV. International pressure builds. More countries admit possible links. Channels TV reported African perspectives. noting that certain international athletes may have unknowingly used similar formulas. France 24. European officials concerned. This is a sports crisis. France 24 described how Europe was reacting, with several federations calling emergency meetings. DW News, Germany. Hidden labs suspected in formula distribution. DW covered speculation that secret labs and anonymous suppliers were behind the drug's circulation. The Athletic. Records from the past 4 years may be re-evaluated. Sports analysts explain that medals, records, and wins might be nullified if athletes are confirmed guilty. Sports Illustrated. Ex-athletes finally speak out. We knew something was wrong. Veteran athletes shared old suspicions about competitors' unnatural improvements. Washington Post. IOC calls for emergency global meeting tonight. The Washington Post emphasized the urgency. Olympic officials preparing for a potential worldwide reset. The Times UK. Fans demand full transparency. Release every name. The Times reported public outrage and trending hashtags demanding the full list of guilty athletes. ABC News. International crisis. Sports completely shake as doping widens. ABC framed the issue as a full-blown crisis affecting nearly every major sport. CBS Sports. Overwhelming data. More positive results expected in next 48 hours. CBS warned viewers that the scandal was far from over, with labs still processing hundreds of samples. TSN Canada. Canadian athletes under review after formula match found. TSN confirmed that several Canadian athletes were also being re-evaluated with the new testing method. NHK World Japan. Japan orders internal review amid international doping allegations. Japan responded quickly, launching an internal investigation of its Olympic hopefuls. Sport Brazil. Brazilian athletes require urgent retesting after new findings. Brazilian media emphasized their nation's shock and the immediate steps to retest athletes before Olympic deadlines. Asterisk. The moment the scandal hit the internet, the world fell into chaos. Nobody expected something this big. Nobody expected the athletes they cheered for, their so-called national heroes, to be involved in something this dirty. Every social platform was on fire. Every comment section was a battlefield. No other news could overshadow this. Nothing else mattered. The whole world was talking about it. People from every country were arguing, panicking, insulting, defending, and trying to figure out what was true and what wasn't. Online comments flooded everywhere. USA, Twitter. This is the craziest thing I've seen in sports in my entire life. In my life, bro. These athletes we look up to? Doping? Matt, I am pissed. Alex was using, and we were blaming Dayo. Calm down. Nobody proved Dayo didn't use either. What do you mean? Did you see his name on the list? You day watch the back of your TV? They said results are still coming. High chance his name go drop. LMEO delusional people are everywhere. Bro, they released all 50M results. If Dayo was dirty, they would have announced it. United Kingdom. Everyone chill. More names are coming tomorrow. Until then, nobody is safe. Other countries. Joined in, confused and shocked. South Korea. Wait, is this real? I cannot believe Han Soo-jin's name appeared. She was our national pride. Who is Dayo? Everyone keeps mentioning him. Is he also one of the dopers? People are saying he is clean, but I don't trust anything anymore. Japan. I'm devastated. Takahashi Riku was my idol. How could he take enhancement drugs? Is Alex the American swimmer? I don't know him, but he must be under pressure now. Is it true some U.S. athletes might redo trials? This is unbelievable. China. I refuse to believe Cheng Wei cheated. No way. Bro, the formula was found in his blood. Stop coping. Who is this Dayo everyone is fighting about? A singer? An athlete? Both. Apparently, he's crazy fast. Brazil. No, not Caio Mendes. Please tell me this is fake news. They said the formula matched across countries. This is huge. Germany. So even our cyclists are involved? This is insane. Honestly, who is Dayo? Why are people accusing him? I don't even know the guy. France. Everyone keeps arguing about this Dayo person. Someone explain? He's the musician who swam 20.87 in the U.S. trials. People think he's suspicious. Oh, that one. I thought he was an influencer. Leave Dayo out of this. You day mad? Why is he the only one clean? Bro, shut up. If he used drugs, why wasn't he caught? Use your sense. They're still testing. Delusions everywhere, I swear. Look at the list again. All 3 top swimmers from the 100m used enhancement. Bro, leave these people. They don't want to accept facts. Rumors exploded too. I'm hearing Dayo might enter other Olympic swimming events. Impossible. Actually, not impossible. Explain a beg. Thomas said if top athletes in an event are disqualified, and the remaining ones don't meet Olympic time, the trials must be redone. So he can join? Yes. The rules allow it. But does he have the qualifying time? Time will tell. But with the scandal numbers, anything is possible. More reactions kept pouring in from everywhere. India. I can't believe our own athlete Adhil Khan is under investigation. This is heartbreaking. This scandal has shaken the entire world. South Africa. If Lebo Makona is banned, I'm done with sports. Bruh, they said over 20 countries might be involved. This is big. Canada. Why is everyone talking about a guy named Dayo? Did he expose this? Maybe? I'm lost. Mexico. So, even we have cases? Dios mío. What is happening? The internet had never been this chaotic before. Everyone was angry, scared, or confused. And through all the noise, one thing became clear. This scandal wasn't just America's problem. It was the world's problem. And the world was not ready for what was coming next. Chapter 194, Richard passed. While the internet was in shambles, Dayo used that time to focus on himself. With little time left, Coach Richard was drilling him hard on the 100 meters. All right, it's time to see if you're worth entering other competitions, Richard said as he tapped Dayo's shoulder and gave him a gentle push toward the starting block. Dayo smiled, shook his head lightly, then nodded. On your mark. Set. Go. Richard shouted, blowing the whistle. The moment the whistle sounded, Dayo dived into the water immediately. Richard nodded, impressed. Dayo's reaction time had improved. Now it was time to see if he truly had the potential for other events. Dayo, as usual, emptied his mind. He moved like he belonged to the water. His strokes were fluid, nothing like the slow swimmer he used to be. He had gone from slow and steady to an outright tsunami. Richard watched the entire scene with disbelief. Dayo hadn't even reached the wall yet, but Richard could already tell he was meeting the qualifying time. Then he noticed something that made him frown. Dayo slowed down before touching the wall. He didn't know if it was intentional or not. The moment Dayo touched the wall, Richard pressed the timer. Beep. Dayo looked up. So, coach, how did I do? Richard paused, then asked, I noticed you slowed down at the end. Was that deliberate? Dayo scratched the back of his neck, embarrassed. Coach, it's a bad habit. As long as it's not official finals, I don't exhaust myself. Richard shook his head. Yeah, we all have that habit. But I'm your coach. I need to know your limits so I know how to push you. Noted, coach. I'll keep that in mind, Dayo said. Good. So what's my time? Dayo asked eagerly. Richard stared at him, baffled by how casually he was asking. 50.09, he said. Even saying it, he struggled to accept it. How could someone with zero experience in the 100 meters swim such a monstrous time? The Olympic qualifying time, OQT, was 48.34. Dayo had passed it by more than a full second, and that was with slowing down at the end. Dayo grinned. Coach, how about we check the other events? Richard looked at Dayo like he was staring at a monster. He remembered Dayo saying he would fight to qualify for the Olympics. And now, it was becoming reality. All right, let's check. His phone rang, cutting him off. The name on the screen made him freeze. Excuse me, Dayo. He walked away to take the call. After a few minutes, he returned, looking unsettled. Dayo, it seems we'll check the other times during our next session. I have to go somewhere. Dayo frowned, suddenly worried. Is everything okay, coach? Richard forced a smile. Everything's fine. I'm just surprised by the call, that's all. I'll see you later, Dayo. He quickly grabbed his things and left the training center. Dayo watched him hurry out and muttered, I hope everything is all right. Then he returned to run a few more drills before packing his bag. Asterisk. Richard drove out of the training center with his mind all over the place. The call he had received minutes earlier kept replaying in his head. He could barely focus on the road. His hands were on the wheel, but mentally, he wasn't even in the car. His emotions were mixed: confusion, fear, surprise, anger, and something else he couldn't describe. He didn't even know how he drove for 20 minutes without crashing. His mind was far away, thinking about the voice he heard on the phone, thinking about why he was suddenly being called after all these years. When he finally arrived at the destination, he blinked twice to make sure he was seeing correctly. The signboard read, United States National Swimming Team, Head Office. Richard swallowed hard. The person who called him was the head coordinator of the entire U.S. national swimming team. What does he want with me now? Richard muttered under his breath. He took a deep breath, stepped out of the car, and walked inside. The moment Richard entered the office, the coordinator stood up immediately. Richard, my brother, the man said with a sigh. I don't even know where to start. I am really, really sorry. Richard remained silent for a moment. The apology wasn't what he expected to hear first. The coordinator continued. Back then, when Coach Matthew brought the evidence that you encouraged doping for one of your swimmers, everything looked airtight. The proof was too strong, and I couldn't defend you. Richard clenched his jaw slightly, but kept quiet. He remembered everything clearly. He remembered begging them to believe he wasn't the one. He remembered losing everything in one day. His career, his respect, his reputation, all gone because of fake evidence. You were one of the best coaches we ever had, the coordinator said. And still, we had to let you go. Richard finally spoke, voice calm, but carrying years of pain. It's fine. I already healed from that part. But you didn't call me here just to apologize. So, what exactly do you want from me? The coordinator smiled a little, shaking his head. I knew you would say that. You've always been sharp. He took a deep breath and leaned forward. Richard, I want to offer you the position of head coach of the U.S. national swimming team. Richard stared at him. What? The coordinator nodded. You heard me clearly. You can't be serious, Richard said instantly. There are other coaches. Why me? There were other coaches, the coordinator corrected. More than half of them have just been suspended today, even some of the assistant coaches. A lot of the doping cases came directly from swimming, and the people involved were mostly top coaches. He continued, right now, we are short-staffed. We lost experience. We lost structure. And the truth is, nobody else has the ability to rebuild this team from the ground up. Except you. Richard shook his head, stunned. You still haven't explained why you suddenly trust me again. The coordinator sighed deeply, opened his drawer, and dropped a document on the table. Evidence arrived this morning proving you were framed. Coach Matthew was the one behind it. He forged signatures, tampered with lab results, and placed substances inside your athlete's bag. Everything is there. Richard didn't even look surprised. He already knew. Dayo had told him that evidence would soon surface. That boy, Richard muttered quietly, shaking his head. So, Richard, the coordinator said softly, I am asking, please return. Lead the national team. Fix what has been broken. Richard breathed out slowly. I'm not sure I can do that, he said honestly. This is a huge responsibility. I know, the coordinator replied. And I'm not asking for an answer now. Think about it. Go home. Talk to your family. Let your mind settle. Richard nodded. All right, I'll think about it. He stood to leave, but the coordinator called out again. Richard, I truly am sorry. I wanted to believe you back then. I really did. But the evidence, it was too solid. I couldn't defend you. Richard forced a small smile. I understand. It's over now. He walked out of the building and headed back to his car. Chapter 195, Scapegoat or Hero. 1. Driving home, Richard's mind was spinning again. Head coach of the United States national swimming team? That wasn't just a big deal. It was the highest position anyone could ever get in his field. And somehow, they were offering it to him. He didn't know how to process it. He needed someone to talk to. Someone who understood him. Someone who wasn't going to judge him. Right then, his phone rang. Dayo. Richard picked up immediately. Dayo? What's up? Have you left the training center? Yeah, Dayo replied. I packed up already. But coach, I felt something was off. I didn't want to ask earlier, but I could feel it. Richard let out a long breath. Everything is fine, Dayo, but I actually need help. Coach, Dayo said calmly, talk to me. You know you can. Richard hesitated for a second, then said it. I was offered the position of head coach of the national swimming team. Silence. Then Dayo shouted. What? Coach, for real? Richard smiled weakly. Yeah, for real. They want me to lead the entire program. Dayo was excited, shocked, and proud. Coach, that's huge. That's unbelievable. They finally recognized you. Richard leaned back into his seat. I don't know if I can handle it, Dayo. It's a lot. Everything is happening so fast. Coach, Dayo said softly. Whatever you decide, I'm behind you. Just tell me what you need. Richard closed his eyes for a moment, feeling a little lighter. Thanks, Dayo. But he didn't say the full truth. The real problem was simple and dangerous. Richard didn't mind accepting the position, but something about it felt like a trap. Most of the top athletes and coaches were either suspended or retired. The entire program was in chaos. The national team wasn't just looking for a leader. They were looking for a hero or a scapegoat, someone who would either fix everything or take the fall for the failure. Richard weighed the pros and cons over and over. Many coaches would jump at the offer immediately, but what happened 5 years ago had taught him caution. He almost caused an accident twice already, so he pushed the thoughts aside until he reached home. When he entered the compound, he smelled a strong aroma coming from the kitchen. It made him pause. Then he noticed a man's shoes at the doorstep. He frowned slightly, walked inside, and headed toward the kitchen. The scene he saw made him freeze. His wife was cooking beside another man. Richard almost shouted, "Who?" when he heard a familiar voice. "Oh, Coach, you're back. I wondered why you took so long," Dayo said, still facing the pot. Christina turned immediately. "How did you even know he was home?" she asked Dayo. Dayo just smiled. Christina walked over and pecked Richard on the cheek. "Welcome, honey. Dayo came earlier. He said he needed to see you, so I asked him to help me in the kitchen. After all, the last time we visited his place, you didn't stop complimenting his stir-fried chicken and pasta." Richard laughed, shaking off the wild thoughts he had earlier. It's fine. I missed your food anyway." Dayo finally turned around, wearing a bright yellow apron. "You should have just asked, Coach. We train together almost 4 times a week." Richard was about to respond when a small voice interrupted. "Mom, what are you cool? OMG, it's JD." His daughter, Sarah, screamed. She looked at Dayo, gasped, then looked at herself and dashed back upstairs. Richard glared at Dayo. "I can't let my daughter start chasing you. You've already won my wife over in the kitchen. Not my daughter, too." He scolded silently with his eyes. Dayo burst into laughter, and Christina joined him, leaving Richard standing there helpless. Dinner didn't take long because all 3 of them cooked together. When they moved to the dining table, Christina shouted, "Sarah, come down. Dinner is ready." "Coming," Sarah yelled back. When she walked into the dining area, the 3 adults almost choked. She had changed into a very pretty blue gown, sprayed perfume, and fixed her hair. Richard tried to step on Dayo's foot in frustration, but Dayo quickly moved away and grinned. Sarah sat beside Dayo, practically glued to him, and kept asking endless questions about his career, rumors online, and especially the mysterious girl the media kept talking about. It wasn't until they finished the meal and Richard specifically ordered her to clear the plates that she finally stopped. Christina watched everything with amusement. She was laughing internally at how protective Richard was being. After dinner, Sarah still wanted to stay, but Richard practically dragged Dayo outside and sent her to her room. Richard sat down and sighed. "Coming to my house to steal my family is a threat. You know that, right?" Dayo laughed. "It's not my fault your family enjoys my company." "Whatever," Richard muttered. "So what's the real reason you came here?" "You," Dayo answered simply. "Me? How? I knew you'd still be thinking about that offer. The pros, the cons, the risks. I came to help you decide if you should take the job." "Oh, I haven't decided yet." Dayo cut him off. "I'll be honest. I would advise you take it. The benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Yes, they might be looking for a hero or a scapegoat. And yes, time is short, which I'm sure is the main reason you're hesitating, right?" Richard stared at him, surprised. He had just mentioned the offer minutes ago, and Dayo already understood the exact problem. "Yes," Richard admitted. "What if I told you I could help?" Dayo asked, pulling out a familiar book. It was the same notebook Dayo always carried during competitions, the one he was constantly writing in. "That depends on the help," Richard replied cautiously. Dayo handed the book to him. "Read it. After that, decide if the job is worth taking. You can do your own research too." Richard accepted the book slowly. With that, Dayo waved goodbye to the family and headed toward his Uber. Chapter 196. Richard sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the small, dark blue notebook Dayo had handed him. His fingers brushed lightly over the cover as his thoughts spun in circles. What could possibly be inside this? Why did Dayo give it to me? And how the hell did he even get something like this? He took a deep breath and finally opened the first page. Beautiful handwriting filled the sheet. Perfect spacing. Neat arrangement. Clean bullet points. Richard blinked. Damn boy is Mr. Perfect, he muttered. Then he began to read. And the more he read, the more his eyes widened. He flipped pages, then flipped back again, then reread entire sections. After the first 10 minutes, he sat up straighter. After 20 minutes, he stopped breathing normally. After an hour, he closed the book slowly and stared into space. This wasn't normal. This wasn't something a random athlete should have access to. This wasn't even something the National Federation itself had in this much detail. He grabbed his phone immediately and dialed one of the assistant coaches from the national team. Not a big name. Someone he trusted faintly, someone who talked too much and kept too little. "Hello," the man answered. "Hey, Mike," Richard said. "Quick question. Do you guys still keep tabs on athletes outside the main national list? Like, their weaknesses, tendencies, reaction profiles, training patterns?" There was silence. Yeah," Mike replied slowly. "But not in that kind of detail." "Why? What are you looking for?" Richard didn't answer. He was stunned. His question alone told him the truth. Half of the things Dayo wrote down were things the national team had never even discovered. After confirming what he needed, he snapped back to reality and ended the call quickly. He lowered the phone and exhaled hard. How did Dayo get this? He looked down at the notebook again, and this time the weight of it felt different. Heavier, sharper, more valuable. If even half of what this notebook said was accurate, then he could change the entire direction of the U.S. swimming program. He could turn things around. He could compete, not to meet expectations, but to surpass them. He closed the book with finality, nodded to himself, and picked up his phone again. No hesitation this time. He dialed. The call connected after 2 rings. "Hello, Richard," a calm, older voice answered. "Yes, Coach Bennett," Richard replied firmly. "I've thought about your offer." There was a pause. "That fast? I was expecting you to take days, maybe weeks," Bennett said softly, clearly surprised. Richard's tone stayed steady. "I'll take the job." Silence. Then Bennett's shock broke through. "You will?" "Yes." Another long pause, then a quiet chuckle of disbelief. "Richard, when I called you earlier, I wasn't even sure you would consider it. Honestly, I thought you'd hang up on me." Richard smirked. "I saw what you did earlier, Coach. You apologized, but you didn't really think I'd accept so easily. You knew I would think about it." "You always think deeply," Bennett admitted. "And with the state of the national team, I understand why you'd hesitate." Richard leaned back. "The entire swimming division is in ruins. Half the coaches have been suspended or banned. Some athletes are under investigation due to the recent scandal. The structure is a mess and the strength of the tram is the weakest it had been in a while. You didn't just call me to offer me a job. You called me to fix a crisis." Bennett did not deny it. "I won't lie," he said softly. "We are desperate. And out of all the coaches left standing, you're the most competent." Richard stayed silent for a moment before asking, "Do you really think I can fix this?" "I think you're the only one who can try." Richard let that sit for a few seconds. Then he said, "All right, if I'm doing this, I have conditions." Bennett stiffened. "Go on." "First, full authority over who competes in the new trials. I don't want interference. I don't want committees. I don't want politics. I pick the swimmers." Bennett inhaled sharply. "Richard, before you say anything," Richard cut in, "let me remind you, we don't have time. The Olympics are too close. If you want me to rebuild this program, then let me do it my way. If not, I'm out." The line went silent. Not a word. Not a breath. Just tension hanging between them. Finally, Bennett spoke. "Give me time to think." "You have time," Richard replied. "But the Olympics don't. The reorganized trials must happen soon. Think fast." He ended the call there. Bennett didn't waste time. He immediately called an emergency video meeting with the remaining officials, board members, advisors, anyone who still had authority. At first, most disagreed. "What do you mean let him choose the athletes? He's asking for too much. We can't hand over total control. This is risky. What if it backfires?" But Bennett held firm. "We have no experienced coaches left. No structure. Our athletes are suspended, confused, or psychologically broken. We need someone decisive. And Richard is the only coach who hasn't been dragged into this scandal." Someone else spoke up eventually. He'll either become the hero who fixes everything, or the scapegoat if things collapse. Another nodded. Either way, we survive. After 30 tense minutes, they all agreed. Give him what he wants. Bennett immediately called Richard back. The moment Richard answered, Bennett said, You have full authority. Pick whoever you want for trials. Richard didn't celebrate. He only nodded. Good. When do I start? Whenever you want, Bennett said. But remember, if your choices don't meet Olympic time, there will be backlash. I'm aware, Richard said. I start tomorrow. Bennett exhaled. Then welcome to the hardest job of your life. Richard ended the call. Then he looked at the book again. This time, he didn't feel fear. He felt excitement. He flipped through the pages once more. Athlete potentials, reaction speed scores, breathing technique profiles, mental toughness ratings, stress patterns, weak points, ideal, training regimens, injury risks, stamina curves, predicted improvement windows. This was insane. This was priceless. This was national team-level analysis, but better. How did Dayo even compile all this? He whispered. He stared at the book for a long moment, then finally picked up his phone and dialed one last person. Dayo answered instantly. Coach. Richard didn't waste time. Dayo, how did you get this book? Chapter 197. Michael passed one. Michael had been having a bad week. No, a bad month. Ever since Dayo returned, nothing had gone smoothly for him. Not once. He had never felt this helpless, this irritated, this out of control since the day he first stepped into Label. He sat back in his office chair, hands clasped tightly, jaw clenched, staring at nothing as his mind wandered. Everything he built, everything he controlled, everything he commanded, it was all slipping. And it all started when Dayo came back. Michael did not grow up in struggle. He grew up in comfort, softness, wealth, influence. He was a son of old money, born into a family that owned broadcasting networks, held partial shares in radio stations, and quietly influenced multiple entertainment boards. His father was respected. His mother was adored. Michael wanted for nothing. As a boy, he wore designer clothes before he understood their worth. As a teenager, he attended elite private schools where the children of producers, showrunners, executives, and Grammy voters studied. From a young age, he understood a simple truth. Power was not talent. Power was control. While other children dreamed of being superstars, Michael dreamed of owning the labels those superstars begged for deals from. He never wanted the stage. He wanted the boardroom. He never wanted applause. He wanted leverage. He was smart, sharp, cold, and brilliant with numbers. Even better with people. By 21, he was interning at the biggest entertainment conglomerate in the country, not because he earned it, but because his father made a call. But once he got in, he studied everything. How labels manipulate charts, how media controls narratives, how scandals are created and erased, how to bury an artist without ever touching evidence, how fame worked behind the curtain. And he loved it. By the age of 26, he had already carved out a reputation, not as an artist, not as a producer, but as an industry fixer, one of the youngest in history. Labels approached him when they needed exposure. Managers approached him when an artist became too stubborn. Executives approached him to clean up scandals. He was good, but good wasn't enough. There were many like him, children of power, raised in wealth, molded for control. He wanted something greater, absolute dominance. And then he met someone who gave him the push he needed. It wasn't a nudge. It was a launch. Suddenly, Michael wasn't just influential. He was feared. He wasn't just connected. He was indispensable. He became the man who controlled more than half of the industry's biggest names, either through partnerships that could never be broken or through threats of evidence that could destroy careers and their life in whole. Michael wasn't the face of the industry. He was the underboss, the shadow, the name whispered in backroom meetings. Artists feared him. Executives respected him. Young stars were taught one rule: don't get on Michael's bad side. Michael thrived on obedience, on control, on outcomes he orchestrated, until Jason Dayo appeared, a young singer with a voice hot enough to scorch the industry. Someone Michael initially watched from a distance. He didn't want to sign liabilities, so he waited to see how Dayo would perform. And to his shock, Dayo didn't just perform, he exploded. As a rookie, Dayo shattered the record for the most sold album in a week, by such a wide gap that experts predicted it wouldn't be broken for 50 years. No scandals, no leaks, no weaknesses. Michael saw potential. a gold mine. He offered Dayo a contract wrapped in power, privilege, and money. Dayo smiled and refused. Michael was stunned. At first, he thought Dayo didn't know who he was. But Dayo told him he knew exactly who he was. That made Michael laugh then. Now he regrets ever laughing. He should have walked away. But Michael was a control freak. He couldn't accept no, especially not from a rookie. He had never been rejected before. Not once. The rejection stung, then annoyed him, then consumed him. He tried to break Dayo in quiet ways. Industry pressure, blocked access, subtle sabotage. But Dayo always found a way to escape and turn it back on him. The industry shook. This was Michael, someone who had run the industry like a personal kingdom for almost 3 decades, being challenged by a boy who hadn't even hit 21. Worse, Dayo beat him. Repeatedly. Publicly. The media froze. Executives whispered. And Michael felt something he had never experienced before. Insult. Humiliation. Loss of control. From that moment, Dayo wasn't an artist anymore. He was a target. A threat. A puzzle Michael swore to dismantle. He had all the tools. Media connections, record labels, paid producers, fake scandals, blacklisted venues, data, manipulation, industry secrets, invisible power. He had everything he needed to destroy Dayo. But then the higher-ups, the ones above him, the ones whose faces he had never even seen, began demanding answers. They wanted to know how Dayo broke that record. They wanted to know his secret. They pressured Michael hard. He approached Dayo again, offered a new contract, tried to lure him with power. Dayo rejected him again and told him there was no secret at all. Michael refused to believe it. His bosses refused too. They gave Michael an ultimatum. Sign him or destroy him. Michael tried to destroy him. He succeeded, or so he thought, until Dayo returned, not as an artist, but as an athlete, and an outrageously talented one at that. That alone sent Michael's higher-ups into frenzy, and they pushed him again, ordering him, threatening him, pressuring him. Michael resented it. He felt belittled. He didn't even know who these people were. He only carried out orders. He had forgotten where he stood because power had blinded him. But their tone reminded him. He wasn't the king. He was still someone's puppet. A puppet who wanted to cut his strings. He started digging. Quietly. Carefully. He tracked conversations, traced connections, collected names, and gathered fragments of truth. Eventually, he discovered who his real bosses were. And he dug even deeper. For the first time in years, Michael smelled something stronger than power. Revenge. Just when he thought things might change, Dayo stepped back into the spotlight. Chapter 198, Michael Passed 2. Michael stood up and walked toward the large glass window of his office, staring down at the empire he had built over the years, an empire shaped by influence, fear, manipulation, and calculated power. Normally, the view comforted him. Today, it didn't. Because deep down, he knew something with absolute certainty. Dayo would come for revenge. And Michael also knew. He deserved it. The reasons were as clear as daylight. He made Dayo's life a living hell 5 years ago. Not just Dayo's, but the lives of everyone around him. He sabotaged Dayo's label. He attacked Dayo's friends. He blocked opportunities. He crushed exposure. He controlled narratives. Just like during the global competition, when he forced Dayo's friend, who was supposed to return to the competition, to mysteriously back out. That incident alone left Dayo furious, and Michael remembered it clearly. Not to mention the dozens of times he manipulated media against Dayo, spreading rumors, steering narratives, planting negativity. Or when he secretly cut down Dayo's album numbers, making sure the industry didn't credit him properly. Or the time Dayo threatened him, and Michael pretended to back off, only to turn around and sabotage him again. Whenever Dayo's artists were in a position to win an award, Michael moved strings to push the result in a different direction. He did a lot. Too much. So now, as he stood by the glass, he wasn't shocked that Dayo would come back for payback. Anyone would. But what really bothered him was how Dayo would strike, and when. Because this time, Dayo wasn't the same young boy Michael pushed around years ago. This was a man who disappeared for 4 years and came back with a net worth of $1.5 billion. A man who learned silence. A man who learned patience. A man who learned strategy. Michael knew Dayo was biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to flip the board upside down. What irritated Michael the most was simple. It felt like Dayo didn't even take him seriously anymore. Most of Michael's attempts to create trouble were ignored or deflected as if Dayo didn't even feel them. Michael clenched his fists. He knew Dayo was cunning. He learned that the hard way. And now, Dayo had money, power, connections, everything he lacked back then. Michael was in a dilemma. If he made one rushed move, if he made one wrong decision, Dayo would strike instantly. And this time, Michael knew Dayo had the resources to hit hard. But Michael had something else on his plate, something even more dangerous. He had been digging up information on the hidden bosses above him, the real puppeteers of the industry. He was finally close to getting leverage against them. But with Dayo back in the picture, one misstep could expose his plans before he was ready. He couldn't afford that. He exhaled long and slow, frustration tightening his chest. His mind ran through possibilities, strategies, counterattacks, but nothing felt safe enough to execute. He needed time. He needed space. He needed Dayo distracted. But every attempt to keep Dayo occupied had failed miserably. Michael rubbed his temples. He was stuck. Really stuck. As he was lost in thought, he heard a knock on the door. "Come in," Michael said without turning around. The door opened, and Clara stepped in. "Sir, the meeting you requested has been arranged." Michael turned away from the glass and nodded. "All right, go ahead. I'll join you in a moment." Clara nodded and left quietly, closing the door behind her. Michael remained still for another 5 minutes, trying to force a solution out of thin air. None came. He finally accepted what he didn't want to admit. He couldn't solve this immediately. He had to wait. Watch. Look for an opportunity. Only then could he make his move. He knew he has been allowing himself to get too emotional, so he had to shelf the emotion and think practical. After steadying himself, Michael straightened his suit, exhaled sharply, and walked out of the office to attend the meeting. Dayo was sitting on his bed, scrolling through something absent-mindedly when his phone buzzed. It was Coach Richard. He smiled and immediately picked up. "Coach, what's up?" Richard didn't even start with greetings. "Dayo, how did you get all that information in that book?" Dayo blinked. "What do you mean?" "I mean how? How exactly did you get that amount of detail?" Richard asked, sounding completely overwhelmed. "Dayo, even I, as a coach, cannot just look at athletes and see that level of information. Their strengths, their weaknesses, their limits. Dayo, this isn't normal." Dayo chuckled lightly. "Well, I wrote it." Richard paused. "That's impossible." Dayo laughed again. "Coach, you always see me writing in that book when I'm not competing. What do you think I was writing?" Richard went silent. Completely silent. After a few seconds, he finally spoke, sounding defeated. "I don't even know what to say anymore. Dayo, you're good at music. You're good with people. You're good at swimming. You sing. You write. You perform. And now you're even beating me at coaching? How is that fair?" Dayo smiled. "Coach, I'm not beating you. I just see things differently." "Differently," Richard repeated. "Dayo, that's an understatement. What you wrote is something national teams build with analytics, scouts, doctors, biomechanic experts, psychologists. And you recorded all of that alone." "I guess that's one of my specs," Dayo said casually. Richard shook his head on the other side of the phone. "I still refuse to believe it. I really don't know whether you're human or not." Dayo laughed. "Coach, relax. You're still the one doing the work. I just provided information." Richard exhaled deeply. "Dayo, you changed everything. First, you cleared my name. Then you helped me gain confidence. Now this book? This book gives me an edge no one else in the country has." Dayo could hear the emotion in his voice. "Coach, don't make it deep. You're the one who believed in me first, remember?" Richard paused. "That's exactly why I don't know how to thank you." "It's fine, Coach. You don't need to thank me. But Dayo," Richard continued quietly, "if I take this job, I'll have less time to train with you." Dayo shrugged. "I know. I'll manage. You can't miss an opportunity like this." Richard swallowed. I can't believe it's happening. Head coach of the national swimming team? And you were the one who made me believe I could do it. You changed everything for me." "Coach," Dayo said softly, "you deserve it." There was a short silence. Then Richard said, "I'm heading to the facility tomorrow. I need to start preparing. The Olympics are too close to take risks. I have to double-check everything, even the things from the book." "That's fine," Dayo replied. "Do your thing." Richard suddenly chuckled. "But still, Dayo, how did you get all this information? This book is too detailed. Even the National Federation doesn't have something like this." Dayo smirked. I'll tell you next time, coach. Richard let out a confused laugh. You're unbelievable. Dayo leaned back on his bed and grinned. I know. They talked for a while before ending the call. Chapter 199, Meeting with Coaches. Richard woke up earlier than usual. Even before the sun came up, he was already dressed and pacing around his living room. He felt everything at once: excitement, nervousness, confusion, and somewhere underneath it all, a quiet happiness. Today was his first official day standing before the national coaching staff as the new head coach of the United States national swimming team. He arrived at the national stadium 30 minutes before the meeting. The hall was large, bright, and already filled with coaches murmuring among themselves. These were seasoned men and women, some who had been in this system longer than Richard had even been alive. They weren't going to be easy to convince. Richard walked in, calmly, his face completely neutral. No emotion, no smile, no hesitation. The moment he stepped inside, conversations died down. A few recognized him instantly, and their whispers spread across the hall. Some were surprised, others hesitant. A few looked annoyed. Richard stepped forward, took the mic, and tapped it twice. Tap, tap. The room went silent. Good morning, he began. Some of you know me. Most of you don't. But every one of you has heard something, either about me or about the athletes I've worked with. He scanned the room slowly, letting his presence settle. The reason we're here is simple. As of today, I am the head coach of the United States national swimming team. A ripple of shock moved through the hall. Richard raised a hand. Before anything continues, if you don't want to work with me, you can walk out right now. No penalty. No punishment. Your salary stays intact. You leave with your dignity. Heads turned. Whispers rose. But nobody moved. Richard nodded once. Good. He continued, steady and firm. I'll be direct. This year's Olympics will be one of the toughest in U.S. history. We all know why. We lost coaches, we lost structure, and we lost most athletes due to the drug scandal. We were supposed to be preparing to go to the Olympics, yet now we have to redo the trials of some specific categories, and we need at least a month or two. He paused deliberately. Instead, we were given 2 weeks. The entire room murmured. Some shook their heads. One coach raised his voice. 2 weeks isn't even enough to hold trials for this competition. Another added, we don't have the time, the structure, or the system. Richard hit the mic lightly again. Tap. Silence. Exactly, he said. We don't have time for traditional trials. So we are not doing traditional trials. Coaches exchanged confused glances. Richard signaled to his assistant. Boxes of printed booklets were carried down each row and passed out. In your hands, Richard said, are the athletes I have chosen to represent the United States for this Olympic cycle. Gasps filled the room. What? This is impossible. Some of these athletes don't even have Olympic times. How can you pick people who haven't qualified? Richard allowed the noise for a few seconds. Then he shut it down. Tap. Tap. You're all asking how these athletes qualify without OQT, right? Richard said. Good. I'll explain. He lowered the mic slightly and leaned forward, tone firm. Me and my team analyzed every available athlete. We studied their past races, strengths, weaknesses, recovery rates, habits, and potential ceilings. These names, he tapped the booklet, are swimmers who already have the raw ability to reach Olympic standard, but they lack fine-tuning. He held up 2 fingers. And we have 2 weeks to fix that. One coach scoffed loudly. 2 weeks? That's a joke. Richard cut in immediately. 2 weeks is what we have. So 2 weeks is what we use. I'm just stating the facts. He continued. The Olympic Committee will send evaluators. They will test these swimmers internally. Whoever hits the time, goes. Whoever doesn't, stays home. He pointed at the booklet. Each of you has been assigned athletes according to your past experience and coaching specialty. Their weaknesses are listed. Their strengths are listed. Your job is to correct those weaknesses and push them past the line. He straightened. I am giving you every resource you will need: nutrition, physiotherapists, recovery tech, pool access, time slots, medical checks. Everything. The room quieted. Richard's voice hardened. But if you know you cannot deliver in 2 weeks, leave now. Because after these 2 weeks, if your athlete does not meet the required standard, you are out of this team. A few people gasped sharply. Others clenched their jaws. Richard wasn't smiling. I don't care what you think about my approach. I don't care what you think about the pressure. Desperate times call for desperate measures. And right now, we are desperate. He paused again. We either rebuild the team, or we collapse on the world stage. Another wave of murmurs moved around the hall. They weren't happy. They weren't comfortable. But none of them moved for the door. Richard said with a small nod. No one is leaving. Good. He stepped away from the podium slightly. Let me make something very clear. We are not doing this for pride, ego, rivalry, or personal beef. We are doing this for the United States. For the athletes who sacrificed years. For the flag they wear when they swim. His voice softened just a little. I know exactly how this feels. I have been thrown out of this system before. I have been framed. I have been ruined. And yet here I am again, choosing to rebuild the same team that abandoned me. Every coach fell silent. This is my redemption arc. And it might be yours too. We're either going to walk into Paris as underdogs who shocked the world, or we're going to walk in as the team that drowned before reaching the ocean. He nodded at them. You now know your athletes. You know your assignments. You know the deadline. Richard turned slightly. I've sent emails to each athlete. They should start arriving soon. Once they arrive, your 2-week clock begins. He took a step back from the microphone. In 2 weeks, we will meet here again, and I will evaluate every result myself. And remember, stay away from using anything implicating because eyes are on us now. A long pause. Meeting dismissed. Richard walked out with the same calm expression he came in with. Behind him, the hall exploded into confused chatter, buzzing frustration, reluctant acceptance, but also something else. A spark. The beginning of something big. And none of them knew that the spark came from one athlete in particular. Dayo. Chapter 200. 2 weeks later. The 2 weeks passed faster then.